Selected works of Zhou Enlai. Volume I. Workers of all countries, unite. Publication note. Comrade Zhou Enlai was a great Marxist and proletarian revolutionary and an outstanding leader of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Republic of China. Throughout the long course of China's democratic revolution, socialist revolution, and socialist construction, he applied the universal truth of Marxism to solving China's practical problems in many fields, such as to building the party, political power, and the army, work in the enemy-occupied areas and in our own base areas, united front and diplomatic work, and economic and cultural work. He made brilliant contributions to the formation and development of Mao Zedong thought. To meet the needs of readers in their study of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought and the history of the Chinese Revolution, we have edited and are now publishing the selected works of Zhou Enlai, which consist of 2 volumes. The first volume includes works before and the second those after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Comrade Zhou Enlai wrote many articles, documents, letters, and telegrams and made numerous important speeches. However, under the difficult conditions prevailing in wartime, many of these were lost. We have tried our best to collect those writings and speeches which are still extant. We include in these volumes the most important ones, many of which have not been published before. Writings which were published during Comrade Zhou Enlai's lifetime or which exist in manuscript are reproduced here in their original form with a minimum of changes in language or of corrections of errors of fact. Records of speeches have been edited. To assist our readers, editorial and explanatory notes have been provided. Each editorial note is placed at the bottom of the page on which an article begins, while the explanatory notes come at the end of each volume. Editorial Committee on Party. Literature, Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. June 24, I 980. 5. Contents. The Chinese Communist Party in the present political struggle on taking prompt punitive action against Xi and Ketchek on firmly eliminating non-proletarian ideology from 13.18. The Party 20. Some questions concern the development of the Western Hunan Hubei Soviet Area 26. How to strengthen the party's organizational work under the White Terror 31. The arrest and murder of comrades Peng Pat, Yang Ytn. Ya and Changji and Xin Shizhen 35. Directive from the Central Committee of the Sihin Sa Commune Ist Party to the Front Committee of the 4th Army of the Red Army 41. The pre-Sent state of the INT-ERNEC in E-wars among the warlords 41. The basic tasks and prospects of the Red Army 45. The areas in which the Red Army should operate and its strategy 46. The Red Army and the masses 48. The organization and training of the Red Army 50. The Red Army's supplies and economic question 52. Party work in the Red Army 53. The question of the Red Army's CURRENT operations 55. On the causes of the emergence of a Trotskyist opposition faction in Sihin A and its prospects 57. On the work in Wuhan 61. The theoretical basis of THEL line 67. Telegrams are relating to the SMASING of the 4th Encirclement and Suppression Camp PAIGN 72. 7. 8. I. 2. 3. 4. V. 6. 7. 8. 9. Zhou Enlai I. Telegram of January 27th. Telegram of January 30th. Telegram of February 7th. Telegram of February 3. Telegram of February 15th. Telegram of March 2nd. Telegram of March 4th. Telegram of March L6. Telegram of March 20th. 72. 75. 77. 78. 79. 81. 81. 82. 83. 3 telegrams relating to the Xian in Ident 86. The negotiations with TV Sung 86 TT. The results of the negotiations with TV Sung and Sung Mei Ling 88-3. The situation and our policy after the peaceful settlement of the Xi'an in CIDENT 90 announcement of Kuomintang Communist cooperation by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China 93. Oppose seeking PCE through compromise, persist INTHE war of resistance in North China 96 the present crisis and the war of resistance CEAND the tasks to be undertaken in pursuing THE war in North China 99. The state of the war of resistance and the present crisis 99. 2. The possibility of persisting in the war of resistance in North China and its pro-SPECTS 102. 3. The tasks to be undertaken in pursuing the war of resistance in North China 104. The nature of the youth movement and its current tasks. The nature of the youth movement today. The tasks of THE youth movement today. Political work in THE anti-Japanese armed forces. 107. 107. 108. 111. Revolutionary political work, the lifeline of national revolution III. Contents. 2. The tasks and content of PO2TI work in the anti-Japanese armed forces. 3. Organization and method of political work THE present situation and THE tasks of the new 4th. 9. 114. 118. Army 120. ITHE present situation and the environment of THE new 4th Army 120 TT. THE growth of THE new 4th Army and THE way to overcome its difficulties ES 122-3. The strategy, guiding principles and tasks of the new 4th Army 124 on building a strong and militant party organization in the Southwest 12-8 on the relations between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang from 1924 to 1926 130 guidelines for myself 144 message of sympathy to Dr. Varka Nath's Codeness family 145. How to be a good leader 146 Speech at Amy Eating of WELCO My Yannan 151 On Chinese Fascism, THE New AUTOCRA Psi 16-0 I Statement of the Problem 160 TL The Ideology of Chinese Fascism 163-3. The Historical Roots of Chinese Fascism 169-4. The Political Program and Tactic SOFC Hein SEFA CISM 171 VTHE Organization and DACTIVITIES of C Hein SEFA SCISM 174 on the 6th Congress of the Party 177 I. The Nature, Tasks, and Pro-SPECTS of the C Hein SE Revolution 177 2. THEMOTIVE Fork ESANDC La SSR Elation S in THE Chinese Revolution 183 3. The Experience and Lessons of the Great Revolution 189 TV. THE Revolutionary Situation and the PA Rudy S Tactic S 197 V. The Policy S of the Party 202 6. The SIXTH Co-NG Res S and its IMPA CT 206 on RE certification among CULTURAL workers T and the GRE at rear area 211. 10. On the United Front 213 R. On the Anti-Japanese National United Front 213 2. On the experience of the United Front and the lessons to be drawn from it 231 present urgent demands 245 actively propagate opposition to civil war and dictatorship and expose Chiang Kai-shek's deceitful plot 247. Letter of consolation to Madame Shen Quichen, widow of Zidofen 249 Statement on the second plenary session of the 6th Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. Eternal glory to the martyrs of April 8. Statement condemning the spread of civil war n. 250. 258. Political assassinations 262. Take better care of our progressive friends 264 in memory of Li Gongpu and Wen Yuduo 266 speech at the Shanghai meeting to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Death of Lu Sun 267. Statement on the Kuomintang's convening of a National Assembly speech in celebration of the 60th birthday of Commander-in-Chief Zhou. De speech at a meeting held by representatives of all walks of life in Yan'an in commemoration of the 269. 273. December 1, 2th incident 275. The past year's negotiations and the prospects 280. The past year's negotiations 280. 2. The lessons and experience of THE negotiations of the past year and their prospects 290. On Marshall's statement on leaving China 293. 2 documents on the guidelines for work and the tactics for struggle in areas controlled by Chiang Kai-shek 300. Contents. Launch a massive nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek. Opinions on our present work among the democratic parties. An important problem concerning the leader's style of work. Agrarian reform and consolidation of the party in 11. 304. 316. 321. The old and semi-old liberated areas 322. Telegram to the Fuping Bureau of the Central Committee concerning agrarian reform and consolidation of the party 332. The policies of the party must be made known to the public promptly 337. On the experimental organization of soldiers committees FN the Army 339. New democratic economic construction 342. Frustrate the enemy's scheme for a sham peace campaign 344. Cool-headed and flexible tactics, requirements of the struggle in areas under the Chiang regime 347. Message to Zheng Dongguo 350. Report on problems concerning the peace talks 352. Unite with the broad masses to advance together 365. Learn from Mao Zedong 370. Political report to the National Congress of Workers FN Literature and Art 383. The victories of the THRE years of the People's War of Liberation 384. 2. Some problems concerning literature and art 389. Restore production, reconstruct China 397. Characteristics of the draft common program of the People's Political Consultative Conference 404. Notes 410. Note on spelling 483. The Chinese Communist Party in the present political struggle. December 11, 1926. Since we are firm in the belief that the present politicalstruggle has only one goal, to overthrow the semi-feudal forces and realize democracy, there are those who wonder why we need an active communist party in addition to the Kuomintang. To they assert that so long as THERE is an active communist party, THERE are bound to be only CTS and an event UAL split with THE Kuomintang. Much has been SAID and WR written about TS problem over the past 3 years. The follow in comments are nice SSARY so lel y to further strengy than our present political struggle and to enhance the solidarity and mutualunders tendence of THER evolutionaries. 1. The naughty onalr evolutionis the como and way out for all THEOPPRSED classes of China. Never THELS, in the course of THE revolution, each CLASSH as its own IMS and, particularly when democrac YIS in the process of being realized, each has its own int ERESTS to pursue. Since inter-STS differ, it is natural that the working class and the PSANTRY, BE and GTHEMOSTAPERS SED, S held H of a THE communist part Y. WHICHWORKSESP LLY for THEIR int ERESTS, TOSERVE there CAUSE and BE there. 14. Vanguard. A communist party serving the workers and peasants and guiding them onto the path of national revolution will in no way hinder the Kuomintang in its leadership of the various classes working for the revolution. On the contrary, both parties will benefit by complementing and supporting each other in their practical work. 2. Though the national revolution is the common aim of all the uppers SEDCLASSES, the proletariat is the most uncompromising revolutionary class in the prolonged struggle, while the national bourgeoisie 45-4 is inclined to compromise and the petty bourgeoisie often vacillates. To achieve national liberation and democracy, the real goals of the national revolution, we must rely on the proletariat, together with the peasants and handicraft workers, to urge the petty bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie forward in an uncompromising struggle against our enemies. Hence, the Communist Party, which serves the workers and peasants, works solely to lead their revolutionary forces in promoting the cause of national revolution and to guard against the adverse effects of the other classes' tendency to compromise. Such activities can only benefit the Kuomintang, which is now leading the national revolution, and enhance its revolutionary character. There is no danger whatsoever of conflicts or a split. For if there were conflicts, they would be conflicts between the masses of revolutionary workers and peasants and a bourgeoisie that was compromising with the imperialist enemies. If there were a split, it would be a split between an alliance of the revolutionary left wing of the Kuomintang and the communists on the one hand and the right wing that was abandoning the revolution on the other. Since the Kuomintang is revolutionary and is in the leading position in the national revolution, it has no reason to worry about such conflicts or such a split. Moreover, facts prove that since the May 30th movement the revolutionary workers and peasants, and especially the workers, have persisted in their anti-imperialist position and their strike tactics, and have time and again clashed with those members of the bourgeoisie who have attempted to compromise with the British imperialists. Following the assassination of Liao Zongkai, the left wing of the Kuomintang fought in alliance with the communists against those involved in the assassination and those opposed to communism, the Soviet Union and the worker-peasant movement. Thereupon, many persons who had abandoned the revolution broke away from the Kuomintang's ranks. This was not at all harmful to the national revolution or the Kuomintang, on the contrary. Communist Party in present political struggle 15. The revolutionary forces became more united, and the national revolution made the progress that we see today. 2. Having said this, we must still make our position more concrete. The aim of the Communist Party in leading the workers and peasants in the national revolution is to overthrow foreign imperialism and the semi-feudal forces in China, and its demands cannot go beyond the limits of democracy. But when the capitalists oppress the just demands of workers for some improvement in their standard of living, or when the landlords rally all traditional forces to wreck the peasants' liberation movement, the communists must stand with the workers and peasants and struggle to the end to emancipate them from their miseries. In striving for democracy, the communists are on the side of the workers and peasants and naturally give greater urgency to their struggles and demands than others do. This is not overstepping the bounds of the national revolution, but promoting it. 2. As we know, the sole purpose of the national revolution is the liberation of present-day China. At the same time our revolution is a component of the world revolution. Therefore, while we agree that the revolutionary Kuomintang is the leading force in the national revolution and that members of the Chinese Communist Party must join the Kuomintang to carry on the common struggle, it does not follow that the Chinese Communist Party has lost its identity and should no longer have any independent views. The fact that the Kuomintang has established an alliance with the Communists and that members of the Communist Party have joined the Kuomintang shows the close relationship between the two parties and the leading position of the Kuomintang. Hence, the Communists, while supporting the Kuomintang and the national government, should nevertheless put forward the political and economic demands of the workers and peasants, within the limits of democracy, and press the Kuomintang government to fulfill them one after another. 3. It has been our earnest hope that the Kuomintang might be a revolutionary party without left-right divisions, but things have not turned out as we wished. The national revolution is being carried out by an alliance of several classes, and their differences in character, as 16. Reflected 10. The Kuomintang, naturally give rise to factions. The Kuomintang right wing has obviously been active in opposing the Communists, the Soviet Union and the workers and peasants, and in collaborating with the forces of tradition, while its left wing has resolutely worked for the national revolution and the realization of democracy by pursuing the three revolutionary policies of alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party and support for the interests of the workers and peasants. Faced with these diverse tendencies ever since Dr. Sun Yat-sen reorganized the Kuomintang, the Communists have consistently joined forces with the left wing in waging both ideological and practical struggles against the right. At the same time, the Communists have always hoped that the right-wingers would fully grasp the meaning of democracy and gradually turn to the left, and that loyal members of the Kuomintang would all become left-wingers. This being our position, we have never wanted to split the Kuomintang, still less to prevent it from becoming wholly revolutionary. 4. For the three reasons stated above, concern for the interests of the workers and peasants, the aim of the Communist Party in the political struggle and the hope placed on the Kuomintang, we must openly express our views. Marx said, the Communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. 5. Therefore, in the course of propagating communism, we must constantly make public our political views. Of course, under the Kuomintang government, our political views and criticisms are intentivund, we hope that it will accept them, for they are fundamentally different from the hostile criticisms and disruptive propaganda of the imperialists, warlords, and semi-feudal forces. Comrades in the Kuomintang may choose to equate such well-intentioned criticisms with the rumor-mongering and attempts to sow discord engaged in by the imperialists and reactionaries. Or, ignoring the facts, they may consider that those who protest the illegal acts of government officials and military officers and criticize the erroneous measures taken by the Kuomintang government are libeling the entire Kuomintang and sabotaging the national government. If so, they will be leveling arbitrary accusations against the innocent. For example, in recent months there have been several cases of government officials and military officers oppressing workers and sabotaging the peasant movement. When we criticized these lawbreakers and when the workers and peasants made demands, it was in the hope that the Kuomintang government would punish the guilty parties so that Communist Party in present political struggle 17. Its own policy towards the peasants and workers might be upheld. Even the National Weekly, a publication of the left-wing comrades in the Kuomintang, has said, under the Kuomintang government no official should fail to assist the peasant worker movement and to make it serve the revolution. Our party should certainly not have members who sabotage or underestimate the peasant worker movement. The government under our party should exercise iron discipline in handling these cases. It is our constant hope that the party will win the people's confidence and support, but unfortunately, all that these party members in power have done is to alienate them. How distressing this is. We are concerned lest the party lose its popular backing or even be destroyed. This has been the constant worry of the defenders of the party. A gradually awakening people cannot be pushed to act blindly in the name of revolution, still less can we be so hypocritical as to cheat an organized people with unrealistic promises. No, we cannot do that to them. At present, when there is an urgent need for the people to get to know our party, such acts of sabotage will not only alienate the people but help persons like Chen Gang, whom you condemn, to come forward and gain popular support. And this will only damage the party. If you mean to kill all the Chen Gangs, how are you going to do it? It would be an endless task. These are the facts, and they are very disturbing. 6. How can our criticisms be considered excessive compared to criticisms as severe as these? In the past 3 years all kinds of rumors, fabrications, and disturbances having nothing to do with us have been attributed to communist agitation and trouble-making. We have had our fill of that. Comrades in the left wing of the Kuomintang have also been the targets of many unjust accusations. What is the point of refuting them? So long as our revolutionary comrades in the Kuomintang understand the position from which we make our criticisms, and so long as they continue to struggle, the national revolution will surely triumph in the end. Finally, let us loudly proclaim, all revolutionaries, unite! All oppressed classes, unite! On taking prompt punitive action against Chiang Kai-shek. April 1927. Guo Moruo has come 7 and told us that the wrecking of Kuomintang party headquarters and of trade union offices in Zhejiang and Anqing and the laughter of the people there 8 were directed by Chiang Kai-shek himself. There have been almost 400 casualties in the recent Ma-SS killings and individual arrests and executions of communists in Ningbo, Hangzhou, Nanjing, and Shanghai. 9 Si Hyang-ha's closed Kuomintang Party headquarters and trade union offices, DSSOLVED. A municipal government, forced workers to surrender their arms, made a deal with the imperialists and Chinese bank ERS to float a loan of 10 million yuan, organized a gang of assassins consisting of hired Thursday GS and agents from the foreign CESSI on S, 455 and SET up SCAB Union S. He is suppressing the workers, wooing the bourgeoisie, consolidating high-s political power and getting control of sources of revenue in order to be able to undermine the allegiance of impoverished head left-leaning troops. If, despite all high-s acts of betrayal, WE continue to be indecisive, seeking to relax THE tension by postponing GS Trug GLE, Chiang will consolidate high-s regime in southeastern China and form even closer ties with THE imperialists. Massacres have begun in Guangdong. 1 degree Celsius Hyang is receiving 15 million yuan from Guangdong and Shanghai regularly every month. He has expelled Shuiyu, Yan Zhongtu and other left-leaning officers and discharged or arrested all political personnel, thus causing increasing anxiety among left-leaning troops. Even if the Wuhan government continues the Nord-HERN expedition and succeeds in capturing Beijing and Tianjin, Chiang will have consolidated his regime and many will follow his example, BESIDES, who can be certain. A letter to THE Central Committee of the Sihine Se Commune St Part Y, also signed by Comrade Zhou Shiyan, Luo Yunong, CHN Yanyan, Lili Essen and other S. 18. Taking prompt punitive action against Chiang. 19. That the Japanese imperialists in North China will not provoke a direct clash with the national government. On the other hand, if the government is resolute in taking punitive action and quickly directs its troops to march on Nanjing, then the 2nd Division of the 3rd Army in Anqing can pin down the 7th Army in Wuhu on the southern bank of the Changjiang River, and parts of the 2nd and 6th Armies, which are reported to have already withdrawn into Anhui, may be used for flank attacks. The 7th Army has no more than 10,000 men. Chentiaoyuan III has only 4 regiments, which are still at the front and cannot easily be recalled. If Wuhu fell, Nanjing would tremble. Only 5 divisions are at the direct disposal of Chiang Kai-shek. And since the DSMSSL of Shui and Yan, the IST and 21st Division S have lost most of their combat effectiveness and are now stationed in Zhenjiang and Suzhou. Demoralized by repeated defeats, the 2nd Division is now in Kunshan. Only the 3rd and 14th Divisions remain in Nanjing. How would they be able to resist a force sent east against them? Half the 40th Army has crossed the Changjiang River, and it is by no means certain that all the remaining troops will help Chiang. The 17th Army was seriously defeated at Yangzhou while sacrificing itself for Chiang. The 14th and 26th Armies both desire to oppose Chiang. When Nanjing falls, Suzhou and Shanghai may be captured without fighting. Therefore, in view of the overall situation, there should be no further political relaxation or compromise. A gross error has already been committed in Shanghai following the uprising. If we again fail to go forward, our power will be shaken in proportion as the enemy advances and we retreat, and political leadership will fall entirely into the hands of the right wing. That will not only dishearten the left wing, it will also inevitably lead to the total failure of the revolution. Moreover, there must be a plan for the military work in the southeast, designations for the army units, persons to take charge and arrangements for confidential communications, so that the left-wing officers will have confidence in the central government. 4. Please discuss these matters fully with comrades of the left wing and give us a reply. On firmly eliminating non-proletarian ideology from the party. November 2, 1928. Comrades, the Vanu's incorrect ideas concerning the party's political line are, of course, reflections of objective conditions. But their existence can also be attributed in large measure to the fact that the party organization has not been bal heavist and that much non-proletarian ideology still persists. The Communist Party of China was founded after the May 4 movement 456 when there was no other revolutionary political party, the Kuomintang being merely a clique of bureaucrats and politicians. That was why many petty bourgeois radicals and even some bourgeois people joined our party. Especially in the period of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, large numbers of petty bourgeois elements joined. As a result, the moment the revolutionary situation changed, many party members began to waver, became dispirited, or even betrayed the party, surrendering to the enemy and giving away comrades. After the August 7 meeting, 5 We Rise the slogan transformed the party, resolutely expelled all waverers from our ranks and reorganized the leading organs. These measures did bring about a steady strengthening of proletarian ideology in the party, and that is how it can become Bolshevized. But to date, the party organization still lacks a strong proletarian base, and much petty bourgeois ideology still exists. Particularly because PSANTS constitute 75% of the party membership, there is fertile ground for the spread of petty bourgeois ideology. To Bolshevize the party, it is necessary, first of all, to strengthen the 20. Eliminating non-proletarian ideology 21. Proletarian base, while at the same time continuing to transform the party organization and especely to combat RSO-LUT-ELYP Eddie Bargiois ideology. So after reviewing our political line, we must make a thorough re-examination of mistakes in our organizational ideas. First, the tendon towards ultra-democracy. In the past there was a patriarchal form of organization in which the rank and file mechanically obeyed orders from the party and the lower part organs mechanically obeyed orders from the higher ones, so that there was no life or vigor in party activities. When the time came to transform the party, in many places the pendulum swung the other way, to ultra-democracy. Party members would choose not to carry out the party's decisions. Party branches would challenge superior party organs if the latter issued leaflets without first submitting them to the branches for approval. Party members felt free to act without the permission of the party. This petty bourgeois conception of unrestrained freedom can bring about the disintegration of the party organization or even its total collapse. THERE was also an incorrect conception of equality. Take mon y for instance. TT had to be distributed with rigid equality y, regardless of the circumstank esorthe important ce of the work. Or take personal. The same number of cadres had to be elected from each region. This was an even more glaring manifestation of the peasantry's egalitarian mentality we must relentlessly eliminate. Second, a mistaken erste ending of the struggle against opportunism. The main thing in combating opportunism is to eliminate the opportunist politic and organizational lines, but so me comrades indulge in attacks on PRSONS and NEGLECTTHE criticism of IDEAS. They act as if opportunism could be eliminated by striking down a few individuals. They just don't realize how to pirut ed opportunism is or under stand that you cannot eradicate it by expelling a few individual s. To be sure, in order to strengthen its own position the part yh has no choice but to expel incorrigible s with systematic opportunistic idea s. But the main thing is still to criticize all opportunist ideas and ensure that all the comrades in the part y reach a clear understanding. Only then can part y's political lineage find a correct orientation. As for seizing on so meones weaknesses and exaggerating them because you have a personal grudge against him, that is even worse, it is the tactic of a politician, absolutely out of place in a proletarian part y. Third, dispute s caused by personal animosities. Opposition to opportunism and put-scism is extremely important politically, but as soon as opposition to a particular kind of politics is turned into a 22. Personal attack, it becomes a muddled dispute involving personal feelings. To attack another person, or reject criticism from him, or speculate about his motives all because of personal feelings, without examining his work and his opinions from the standpoint of the party, will create endless party infighting and is a manifestation of petty bourgeois ideology at its worst. Fourth, the factional tendency. The numerous factions in the party at present have been formed on the basis of either personal likes and dislikes or clan loyalties. A small minority who lust for power and aspire to high office make use of these factions to attack their peers or superiors, resorting to all cheap, dirty methods of barguio politicians and bureaucrats. This disgusting tendency is damaging to the party. Fifth, the division between workers and intellectuals. It is wrong to turn the struggle against opportunism into a struggle against intellectuals. Quite a number of intellectuals stand on the side of the proletariat, even though many waver. And among the proletariat there are also quite a number who have lost their proletarian ideology and whose thinking has been tainted by petty bourgeois ideology. Failing to understand this, many comrades relax their struggle against petty bourgeois ideology and instead concentrate on opposing individuals of petty bourgeois origin. This tends to divide the workers and the intellectuals and adds to the disputes within the party. It reflects thinking that is still essentially petty bourgeois. Sixth, skepticism about the transformation of the party. This manifests itself in a lack of enthusiasm for recruiting new activists, especially those from the working classes. It also manifests itself in persistence in outdated conceptions of organization, so that the party can never move beyond the patriarchal practice of making appointments by administrative command. In assigning jobs one trusts only the few persons with whom one is personally familiar and not the new activists who have emerged at the grassroots level, especially worker comrades. The result of this sort of thinking will be that the party organism will degenerate day by day, will never regain vitality and will never be able to eliminate petty bourgeois ideology. Seventh, formalism in transforming the party. Taking in workers and peasants is an important way of transforming the party. But in applying it many party organizations fall into the error of formalism. They just seek out a few workers and bring them in without bothering to educate them, or they arbitrarily set a percentage figure for the eliminating non-proletarian ideology. 23. Number of workers to be included in the leading organs. The only result of SUPRATCs will be that things will still be run by the SAME people, the intellectuals. Things have even gone to the absurd length of a secretary general exercising exclusive power. This procedure for bringing in workers and PSANTSIS completely meaningless. EIG Heath, THEME and Talit Y of ANMPLOE of the revolution. The part Y need only a small number of professional revolutionaries to take care of the Y to di part Y affairs. As for members who work among the masses, the Y can HAVECLOSE ties WITHTHEM only W hen they work for the PA Rudy without LEAVing their OCC upation S. Yet there are some comrades W ho have a kind of employee mentality. They demand pa Y for their work, if no money is forthcoming G, the Y won't do anything. Some party workers in the branch SDEMAND SUB cities too, so STO have an equal SHA of the income. This is a ser IOUS error. Nth, G the part Y as a relief agency. There are many comrades who are poor and unemployed and have nobody Y to turn to. They look to the party for a solution to their problem of S or VIVAL. They don't understand that the party is not a relief organization, that it works primarily among the mosses and not in party offices. It is simply impossible for everyone to be assigned a job in the Part Y office. Moreover, if comrades go on quitting G jobs in society in stead of seeking GTHEM, the Part YW will be cut off from the masses ho W then will it organize THEM and GI them LEADERS hip. 10th, piece of it Y. Many comrades waver in their thinking, and when the Y can find no way out political Y, or when the YSEE inner PART quarrels arising from PRSO NAL animosities or dissensions created by factionalists who behave like politicians, the Y become DSHEAR tend and S top BEINGAC TV. TSIS petty Borgio ISPESSIMISM in every SENSE of the term. Actually, the revolution ISDA ili MOV in G ahead. Once a party worker goes deep among the masses to sow and out THEIRS sentiments, he will have no trouble keeping up high SSPIRATS. As for the PARTY itself, it is already a part YOF the masses. So long as all the comrades are united in resolute struggle, a handful of SCO undrils will never be able to UNDER mini our organization. Pa SSIV it YISA1 SIGN of deterioration. Comrades, the petty bourgeois ideology we have been talking about is co-ns tantal y dama G in G the party ORGANIZION and hind airy and G party work. All comrades sts try ve to eliminate petty bourgeois ideologue Y. As in STRUCTEDBY the 6th Nation AL Congress of THEPARTY, 1/6 the Central Committee will firmly carry out ITS resolutions, continue to ACTIVELY combat SUCH erroneous tendencies as opportunism and putschism. 24. And, especially, will eradicate all petty bourgeois ideology from the party. As for disputes within the party, the Central Committee is opposed to compromising them and papering them over. We must firmly eliminate non-proletarian ideology. Only thus can we ensure that all the comrades in the party will unite and fight as one in the spirit of Bolshevism. Comrades, the Central Committee is determined to go on transforming the party organization. It will unhesitatingly combat the tendency of certain comrades to indulge in personal infighting, regardless of their standing in the party or the quality of their work. It will not tolerate one jot of petty bourgeois ideology in the party. The Central Committee urges all comrades to take responsibility in this matter, fight in unity and complete the party's Bolshevization. The Central Committee puts forward the following guidelines for the united struggle of all comrades in the party. First, strengthen the proletarian base of the party. It is necessary to expand its proletarian base organizationally before we can strengthen its proletarian ideology. The best way to Bolshevize the party at present is to go among the industrial workers, set up strong party branches in the factories, increase the percentage of workers in the membership, concentrate our attention on strengthening our organizations in the country's industrial regions and instill new vigor into the party. Second, encourage political discussion in the party and raise the level of political understanding. Party organs at all levels should make every effort to discuss all the party's political questions and to encourage all comrades to express their views freely on political issues. At the same time we should strengthen political education in the party and raise its theoretical level. This is the positive and correct way to eliminate petty bourgeois ideology. Third, help party members to find employment. The unemployed comrades should do what they can to find jobs. Party organs should help them in this. Those who have no occupational skills should learn them and make special efforts to get into factories and become workers. Comrades should help each other to find jobs. We should make party members go deep among the people and broaden the party's influence among them rather than let them depend on the party for a living. At the same time they should keep it correctly informed of the op one and one-ons of the masses, thereby making it a real party of the masses. Eliminating non-proletarian ideology. 25. Fourth, improve the activities of party branches. Only party branches can get deep among the masses, carry on political propaganda and agitation and organize the masses. Only party branches can give flexible leadership in the day-to-day struggles. If the higher party organs make general plans that are only bare outlines and issue propaganda documents while the party branches do nothing, there will never come a time when the party and masses are united. To be active in the party does not mean merely to listen to political reports and pay membership dues. The most important thing is to discuss the political problems of a particular locality and the work to be done there. Every unit, no matter how small, whether it be a factory, a school, an army barracks, a village, or a neighborhood, has its own particular political setting and requires its own particular method of work. We must become familiar with the actual conditions in each unit before we can correctly apply party policy. TS is the task for every comrade as well as for every party branch. We must fully carry out TS task if THE branches are to become the rallying points for the masses and the party members the leaders of the masses. Some questions concerning the development of the Western Hunan-Hubei Soviet area. March 17, 1929. When Co-Mra Delu D0 NGS Hen G11 came at the end of la STYR, Hebrew GHTUS Yor RE port. We studied it immediately and wrote to inform YOU about the resolutions of the 6th NATONAL Congress 6 on RPARTYS GEN era LP Olidi CAL Lini, the PRSANTS Ituatio Co NFRO Tin GTHE Revolution and the main tasks of guerrilla warfare. By now YOUMUSTH Ave received THELETTERWSENTBACK with Comrade Elu. Your let ER of January L7 has been received. We learned that, undaunt EDBY difficulty ES and DESP at EHUN GER and Co LD, YOU have ELED the officers and men in courageous armed struggle, mobilize ed the masses on a considerable SCALE, SEized large EE quantity S of enemy WEPN S and wiped out several contingent S of THERE Act INR Y militia. You were quite right to do all TS. In reply to your LETTER, the CE Entral Committee GIVESTHE following in instruction SL. In SURRECtion S. An insurrection ISADIRECT action taken BYTHEARM ed M asses at the peak of a revolutionary struggle to overthrow the reactionary class and SEIZE political power. At PRSANT, an immediate revolution ARYS situation does not exist in the country as a W Holly. THER4, armed insurrection BYTHE workers, peasants, soldiers and the UR ban poor to seize power is only a propaganda slogan. Of co or SE, it is not impossible for DY to DYSTRUGGLES for SRVVAL to grow into armed struggle S, or even into insurrection S to overthrow THEP Olidi CAL POW ER of THEL and lords and establish Soviet regimes in the ALET THIRD-WORLDISM for THECE Entral Committee of THEC Hin SA Communist Part YTO Co Envy in S True CTIONS to Co Emrade HE Longa NDTHE Front Committee of THE West T Ernhun and Hubby ISOV at AREA. 457. 26. Questions concerning Western Hunan Hubei Soviet Area 27. Rural Area S. There are cases in which this has happened. Although Soviet regimes in Haifeng and Lufeng, Kaiyuan, Huanan, Huang'an and Liling have failed. 18 The progress of the Agrarian Revolution 505 in the countryside prompts the peasants to move from day-to-day struggles to army D&S erections. Therefore in stead of previous ending the PSANTS from undertaking dire CT&S erectional actions, we shall do our best to lead them in their spontaneous uprising and to help them expand their armed struggle. In TS way the Y will become increasing ly clear about THEIDEA of overthrowing landlord RULE in the country SIDE and setting up rural Soviet S and increasingly eager to make it a reality Y. We should see to it that their struggles are gradually coordinated with urban activities and are led from the cities. Only TS kind of peasant insurrection will be a genuine creation of the masses and, as SUK, will be able to persist, mobilize the masses in increasing numbers, gain their upward and stably Soviet political power through direct MAS action. Regarding the MAS struggles under your leader hip, if the landlords ruling the countryside have not yet bens hacken and become panicky, but still have a large army force with which to suppress you, and if, on the other hand, Mosses have not yet trached they are demanding the confiscation of the landlord's land but are only asking for small improvements in their everyday life, if they have not even gone into action to resistus URI, X. Orbitant RENTS and grain levies, and if the Y have not yet been broadly mobilized, then SUK's true GGLE, even in the form of armed conflict, would still be guerrilla warfare and not armed insurrection to establish rural peasants' regimes. You should be able to make ETSDS 2. Guerrilla warfare. We see from the battles of Jian Hai and Hefen 19 that you mobilize the masses, SUPPRSED the despotic landlords and disarmed the reactionary militia and police. All TS accords with THE principles of guerrilla warfare and is correct. But guerrilla warfare above all requires tight organization and close ties with the masses. Certain UNDES IRABLUETE and CIES that appeared in so many places in earlier guerrilla warfare may recur and should be noted. First, the tendency towards isolation from the masses, so that the masses remain total unaware of the fact that guerrilla wars are meant to mobilize them for agrarian revolution. Second, the tendency to destroy cities and to burn, kill, and loot. This tendency reflects the psychology of the lumpen proletariat, and it can jeopardize the growth of the partwise influence among the masses in general and even among the workers. We must pair no efforts to eliminate ts mentality in the 28th Party. Of course, the party should give active leadership to the peasants' struggle to overthrow the landlords and the evil gentry and to weaken the counter-revolutionary forces. Third, the tendency towards looseness in organization. The main tasks of guerrilla warfare are to implement the slogans of the peasants' struggle, to wear down the strength of the reactionaries and to build up the Red Army. Of course you understand all this and are working for it. As for the confiscation of land, the Sixth National Congress has changed the slogan of confiscating all land to that of confiscating the land of landlords and giving it to the peasants. You must also take note of this in your work. 3. Party and mass organizations in the guerrilla areas. Wherever our guerrillas go, party organizations must of course be set up and mass organizations expanded so as to promote the mass struggle and spread our propaganda. But in an exhilarating revolutionary atmosphere, it's very easy to make all our organizations public when some should still remain underground. Once the guerrillas leave, the organizations collapse. Sometimes, all the revolutionary people are sacrificed during the ensuing White Terror when reactionary troops comb the countryside. It is as if we were informing against ourselves. This mistake has been made in guerrilla warfare in many places, so you must be on guard against it. Wherever they go, the guerrillas must tell the local party organs and revolutionary mass organizations to keep their work secret and be prepared to continue it when the Red forces are being suppressed under the White Terror. 4. Party organizations and party training in the guerrilla forces. So long as you feel it facilitates work, it is all right for you to form a party branch under the Front Committee to take charge of party organizations in the army as a whole. Among the troops under Zhou and Mao Zedong, the party takes the company as a unit. There is a party branch in each company, with party groups under it and regimental and battalion committees above it. With a party organization in every company, there is party guidance in times of both peace and combat. People who have come from the Zhou area say that they feel this form of organization is good. You may draw on their experience when you build up the party in your own forces. Another thing you should bear in mind is that party organizations in the Red Army must be kept secret. On the question of training, both party training and party discipline reinforce army discipline. Naturally, military training in the Red Army must not be the same as in the warlord armies, where discipline is mechanical and maintained by coercion. In our army, party questions concerning Western Hunan Hubei Soviet Area 29. Members should win the support of the rank and file by setting good examples. To ensure party training shall be mainly educational, the party organization should raise the political consciousness of its members, and comrades with greater understanding should help those with less, so that the ordinary run of comrades will observe discipline of their own accord. In training and educating its members, the party should use simple theory and plain facts to enhance their class consciousness and revolutionary spirit, so that they will not only strictly observe military discipline themselves but also become models for the other soldiers. Regarding the case of Yang Bafan, 20. According to your report, Yang has made quite a number of mistakes, and your decision to expel him from the party is correct. However, in training comrades in the future, special attention shall be given to education. 5. The present political situation and the path you shall follow. The conflicts which have been brewing among the different cliques within the reactionary ruling classes are heating up and are about to explode into a war between warlords. The Central Committee has issued 2 political circulars, giving the details of the present political situation and our tactics for dealing with it. Copies will be sent to you, so we will not dwell on this question here. Although the political situation offers you a good opportunity to expand operations, your forces are weak and the party and MASS organizations in the western parts of Hunan and Hubei are still inadequate, so it would be difficult for you to attempt much expansion at this time. You say in your letter that the Red Army plans to move to the lower reaches of the river, the future target being Hanged in western Hunan or Yuchang in western Hubei. This plan is too ambitious and impractical. At present your attention should be focused not on capturing big cities but on mobilizing the masses in the countryside to deepen the agrarian revolution. Therefore your main task remains to expand the guerrilla areas and mobilize broader secession of the people. Us held not attempt what is beyond your strength by trying to take key industrial and commercial cities. 6. The question of where to expand. No being fully clear about the actual conditions in the western parts of Hunan and Hubei, we cannot tell you specifically into what area us held carry your operation s. In principle, the best blocks for guerrilla warfare are those where rural class contradictions and struggles are the sharpest, where Part Y and MASS organizations are fairly well organized and where 30. Supplies are abundant and the terrain rugged. But it is not easy to find places with all these conditions. You must consider the actual circumstances and select the places that offer the greatest number of favorable features. 7. The question of dispatching military personnel. Knowing that you are short of qualified military personnel, we have long meant to send you a number of comrades proficient in military work. However, we have not managed to send anyone yet owing to difficulties in communications and the uncertainty of your whereabouts. Later, when it becomes possible, we will certainly do so. How to strengthen the parties. Organizational work under the White Terror. March 25, 1929. In view of the changes that have taken place in party organizations throughout the country, the Central Committee has recently made a decision concerning the party organizations in Shaanxi Province, which can be explained as follows. During the year and a half since the meeting of August 7, 1927, 15 party organizations in various provinces have again and again been destroyed, and innumerable cadres have lost their lives under the White Terror. Instances of Part Y members giving themselves up, informing against comrades and betraying the Part Y have gradually spread from south to north and to party organs at higher levels throughout the country. As a result, the party's working class foundation has been steadily eroded. Party organizations have become increasingly divorced from the masses and cut off from society, and many of those at higher levels are becoming mere empty shells. Therefore, party organs from the Central Committee down to the party branches, though still in existence, now function at very low efficiency. And in some cases, when party organs above them are repeatedly destroyed, local party organs have but one solution: they ask the Central Committee to send cadres to reconstitute them. In the past, the Central Committee did send people to the provinces for this purpose. But not only was it impossible to push the work forward and establish new contacts, even what had been achieved was gradually lost. When higher organizations were set up without a sound basis, they were very easy to detect before they had begun work, and so they were destroyed time and again. Besides, the existence of these nominal party organizations encouraged the erroneous tendency among comrades to depend on them and ignore mass work at the grassroots. The Central Committee has therefore decided that only after local organizations are in place and have made progress in the work in their areas can a higher organization be set up, and that this must be done by the local units themselves. From now on, wherever lower organizations have not begun work or have been destroyed, the main line to follow is that leading comrades should look for jobs in factories, in the countryside or in other places, carry on activities among the masses and then reconstitute old party organizations or form new ones. It is only on this basis that party organizations can be restored or established. If an organization at the higher level is first set up before the groundwork has been laid, it will have no solid foundation and will be able to do nothing but establish personal contacts with a few jobless and socially isolated comrades who are drawn around it. The greater the number of such people, the harder it is to restore and build a grassroots foundation for the party, and the more the organization is separated from the masses and cut off from society. Eventually it will exist in name only and be of no practical value. 2. If we apply this line to party organs in the north, it becomes clear that a provincial party committee for Shaanxi is the last thing we need at present. If it is formed nonetheless, it will inevitably become an empty shell. In his letter, Comrade Wang Ming suggested dispatching a number of cadres to Taiyuan. The result of such a move would surely be what has been described above. A party organ at the provincial level that was only an empty shell would gather around it many comrades who would cut themselves off from society, and this would seriously obstruct our work among the masses. Therefore, the Central Committee has decided that no Shaanxi Provincial Party Committee will be established now, that local work should be resumed and progress made first, and that work in Shaanxi will proceed under the guidance of the Party Committee of Shaanxi. 23. Local work should be consolidated first in the key areas, such as Taiyuan, Yangquan, Jiangziho, Yusai, and the counties in southern Shaanxi east of the Huanghe River. The first step is to look for comrades in those areas who have social ties and to establish a foundation for party organizations. During the initial period after work has been resumed, you should not attempt strengthen organizational work under White Terror. 33. To seek out too many old contacts or new recruits, but should emphasize quality, making sure that each plays high role. The focus must still be on industrial workers. In areas where there are no such workers, you should try to recruit handicraft workers and farm laborers and impoverished peasants in the countryside. As for intellectuals, you must try to find socially active ones. Those who isolate themselves from society, are afraid of coming to grips with it and do not make serious efforts to find jobs will be of no use to the party, even though they may have been comrades in the past. The more you admit these riddles personnes, the likelier it is that party organizations will remain restricted to a small circle cut off from society. If that happens, no social foundation, no class foundation, can be established for the party. If only a few comrades are found in places like Taiyuan and Yusai, they should begin their inter-party activities in a party branch. Naturally, you should carry out your main work in the light of the last letter from the Central Committee to Shaanxi. You should concern yourselves with the sufferings of the masses in daily life, arouse their enthusiasm for everyday struggles, lead them into action and, at the same time, train our fighters in ts arduous work. If in each place we have comrades who can conceal themselves well among the masses and lead them in their struggles, even though they are few in number and there are only one or two workers' party branches, THSA branches will become the key organizations carrying out THE work in Shaanxi. A local party committee at the county or municipal level can be set up only after several party branches are consolidated in a given area. Such a committee should be established on the basis of several party branches that have a MOS following and social connections, and MOST leading posts at the county or municipal level should be held by comrades with regular jobs. Only thus can you ensure that the committees will not be isolated and ineffective. Where several party branches exist but no county or city committee has yet been set up, a comparatively strong party branch may be designated as a special branch to direct the work of the others. Party committees of key counties and cities should give guidance to organizations in neighboring counties. 3. From what has been said above, it follows that there is no need to concentrate in Taiyuan a part of the comrades already in Shaanxi. Even in Taiyuan, all you can do is look for those comrades who have regular jobs or are determined to find them, and have them restore party activities and establish a foundation for party organizations. 3-4. The party committee of Shaanxi should act according to the instructions in this letter and should write to Comrade Wang Ming asking him to come to Tianjin for consultation. You should plan at once to send someone to make the rounds of the key areas and find comrades with regular jobs to resume party work there. After seeing this letter, Comrade Wang Ming's howled proceed immediately to the party committee of Shaanxi for discussion. You must not neglect the work in the 7 counties east of the Huanghe River. 24. During the present spring famine, the main struggle is undoubtedly to expand the campaign to borrow and distribute the landlord's grain, but greater efforts should be made to direct that struggle against the landlords themselves. It is especially important that the struggle of the peasants should not stop with this campaign or with the refusal to pay debts, but that it should develop into a continuous struggle against the landlords. Only when the struggle is steadily widening in scope and minor victories are continually being won can the peasant movement go deeper and the agrarian revolution begin in the north. This very important, and we hope you will bear it in mind in guiding the work in the 7 counties. As for the movement to win over soldiers from the enemy side and the work among bandits and the reactionary militia, we hope you will also give instructions to the Special Committee for those counties in accordance with the work plan of the Central Committee. The arrest and murder of comrades Peng Pai, Yang Yin, Yan Changji, and Xing Shizhen. September 14, 1929. The imperialists and the Kuomintang are always collaborating to suppress the masses of workers and peasants and massacre revolutionary leaders. Particularly in the sprawling, foreign-dominated metropolis of Shanghai, tens of thousands of levies have been crushed under the iron heel of the imperialist gangs and Kuomintang warlords since the incident of April 12, 1927. 26 At this very moment, thousands of workers, PSANTS and revolutionary fighters are serving life sentences in the PRISO and in the foreign concessions, Caohajing prison, the Public Security Bureau and the garrison headquarters. With the increasing danger of world war, the continuing war between the warlords and the growing mass struggles, the Imperiali STS and the Kuomintang HAVE intensified THEIR collaboration and are committing greater barbarities against the revolutionary Ma SSES and the Chinese Communist Party, their revolutionary vanguard. Peng, Yang, and the other comrades murdered in a plot hatched jointly by the Imperialists and the Kuomintang were the victims of one such barbarous attack. Comrades Peng Pai, Yang Yin, Yan Changji, and Xin Shizhen were arrested around 4 p.m. on August 24, 1929. 25 As though dealing with some formidable enemy, armed policemen belonging to the Imperiali ST forces and Sihin SE Detective S from the Public Security Bureau drove Severa El Red armored vehicles to the home of the trader S by Xin and Hi's wife in the western part of Shanghai. After posting THEIR men in SIDE and outside the lane, THEY climbed the step S and made an article publi S head in red flag Dale Y. Organ of THECE Entral Com ITTEE of THEC Hin SA Communi ST Party, August T30, 1930. 35. 36. The arrests, proving that they were acting on precise information. They arrested 5 persons whose names they had on a list but ignored by Xin and his wife. This done, they searched under by Xin's bed, where they found some revolutionary publications, such as The Bolshevik, The Red Flag, 28 and circulars of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. The 5 comrades were at once pushed into the waiting vehicles by the police and detectives and driven straight to the Xinzha police station. Newspapers were forbidden to report the incident, so the masses knew nothing about the arrest of their leaders. August 25 was a Sunday and the Provisional Court was not in session. When the court opened on the 26th, the judge, an imperialist lackey, and the representative of the Public Security Bureau put up a show of legal proceedings. The result was a decision to turn the prisoners over to the Chinese Public Security Bureau. At the hearing, only the 5 arrested comrades were present. Their photos had already been taken on the day of their arrest, and they were now called by name and questioned one by one. Obviously, the traitor by Xin had secretly provided evidence of their identity. They were removed to the Public Security Bureau in the city under guard and in armored vehicles. Information concerning the hearing and the transfer of the 5 appeared in that day's evening papers, but their real names were not disclosed. Their identity was deliberately concealed by the ruling CLASS in order to forestall strong, direct resistance by the masses. The 5 comrades were interrogated that very evening at the Public Security Bureau, but to no avail. On the other hand, they immediately began spreading propaganda in the house of detention, which greatly impressed many of the security guards. On the afternoon of the 27th, interrogation was resumed and lasted 4 or 5 hours. When it came to Comrade Peng Pai, someone came forward to give evidence as to his identity, which Comrade Peng openly acknowledged. Asked to give his personal history, Comrade Peng spoke impassionedly for over an hour. He began with his work in the peasant movement in Haifeng and Lufeng before he joined the party and continued until he had described the establishment of Soviets there. When he started talking about the punishment of counter-revolutionaries in Haifeng and Lufeng, Comrade Peng Pai addressed the interrogator personally in a loud voice, saying, "We wiped out countless counter-revolutionaries like you. There's no need to ask me any more questions. Take me out and shoot me." The interrogator was sensibly moved. When Comrade Yang Yin, arrest and murder of Peng, Yang, Yan, and Scene 37, was questioned, he too openly admitted his personal record. On returning to the house of detention after the interrogation, the 5 comrades sang the Internationale together, showing their common hatred of the enemy and affecting all within earshot. After the second interrogation, the Public Security Bureau was so afraid something might happen that it moved the prisoners to the garrison headquarters on the morning of the 28th. That very evening, an attempt was made on Chiang Kai-shek's life, and those of his guards who were under suspicion were taken to the headquarters. All the people there, from Seong Shui 29 at the top down to those in the judicial section, were in a hurry. The arrested guards were cruelly tortured, but though they were covered with blood and their bones were broken, no one revealed who was behind the attempt. Because of this incident, the 5 comrades were not questioned again for 3 days. They were simply locked up under heavy guard in the house of detention, their hands and feet shackled in clanking chains. During these 3 days, they lost no opportunity to conduct propaganda among the other prisoners and the soldiers taught at the headquarters. When Peng and Yang and the other comrades touched upon matters close to the soldiers' hearts, some of them beat their breasts, wept and swore that the Kuomintang warlords had to be wiped out. At stirring moments in their speeches, the comrades sang the Internationale and The song of the young pioneers, 30, while the soldiers and prisoners shouted slogans in response, so that the gloom and despair of the prison were replaced by animation and militancy. Some prisoners who had turned to robbery out of poverty were so moved that they declared the only way out for poor people was to follow the Communist Party. Some persons who had been imprisoned as suspected revolutionaries became even firmer in their conviction that revolution was the only path. Other imprisoned comrades remarked that the 5 were true leaders of the party and had set an example for them to follow. Some people who had long since heard of Peng Pai rushed to see him when they learned that he was there. And there were others who had known Peng Pai in the past and were proud of it. Once they entered the garrison headquarters, the 5 comrades understood that they were to die. Accordingly, most of the letters they smuggled out of the prison were in fact testaments. They enjoined their comrades in the party not to grieve over their arrest but to continue to work hard for the revolution. They urged important leading 38 comrades to take care of themselves for the sake of the party. They expressed the hope that the party would pay more attention to education, conducting inter-party struggles against the opposition faction 3 so as to teach the whole party. They also discussed many political questions during their conversations together. Unfortunately, the content of their discussions never got beyond the prison walls. They all talked and laughed cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Comrade Yang Yin once said with a smile, having learned the right way to live at dawn, one is ready to face death at dusk. 458 Their last words to their wives were to encourage them to work hard for the party. On the 30th, the Provisional Court suddenly issued a formal subpoena ordering them to appear in court for review proceedings. To go through this formality, the 5 comrades were escorted under heavy guard from the headquarters to the court in the afternoon. Their escort consisted of a platoon of soldiers, a number of detectives from the Public Security Bureau, several headquarters adjutants and policemen from the foreign settlement carrying 2 submachine guns. The court held a special session from which the public was excluded. The questions and answers were merely a repetition of those at the previous sitting. The statements of the judge and of the imperialist consul and the lawyer from the foreign settlement police station who were assisting him were all very vague. None of them indicated precisely what crimes Peng, Yang, and the other comrades had committed. Although the lawyer for the defense said a few words, neither the judge nor the others paid any attention. When the final verdict was read out, it was not even possible to hear it. It was not until the 4 comrades had already been shot that an English-language newspaper in Shanghai published the verdict sentencing them to 8 years imprisonment. The judicial review was clearly nothing but a farcical masquerade staged jointly by the imperialist robbers and the Kuomintang warlords. They wanted to deceive the masses with legal procedures but were very much afraid that the masses might learn the truth. Actually, the revolutionary masses had long ago ceased to believe in their damnable laws. Who knows how many people the imperialists and the Kuomintang have assassinated or executed on trumped-up charges since the April 12 incident in 1927. The rivers of blood from the massacres have already turned the workers and peasants red. They have but one thought now, to answer the White Terror with the power of mass struggle, and to hell with the laws. Arrest and murder of Peng, Yang, Yan, and Scene 39. After the trial by the Provisional Court, the 5 were immediately sent back to the garrison headquarters under armed escort. On the way from Tihi courtroom to the prison van, Comrade Yan Changji raised his fist and shouted, "Long live the Communist Party!" The 5 comrades exchanged glances and smiled. Upon arriving at the garrison headquarters, they were first taken to the house of detention, where a meal with wine had been prepared for them. The 5 comrades knew that the time had come, not one WOWLD except this wretched charity. About an hour later, comrades Peng Pai, Yang Yin, Yan Changji, and Sim Shijhen were led off to be executed. The 4 comrades gave a final impassioned speech to the soldiers and prisoners before going out of the prison door singing the Internationale and shouting "SL Ogens." The soldiers and prisoners were choked with tears, and even the prison guards turned their faces away from the scene. The execution was carried out secretly right inside the garrison headquarters, an unprecedented event in Xiang Shiwi's term of office. One can imagine how much importance the enemy attached to the case and how great was their fear. The shots which killed the 4 comrades were heard faint by those inside the prison. One prisoner killed a chicken and offered it in sacrifice to the souls of the dead, so sincere and profound were his feelings. The 4 comrades intentionally left behind 3 articles of underclothing as mementos. They are the sole remaining objects belonging to the deceased. After the execution, the headquarters had their bodies buried secretly so as to destroy the evidence. But even though the revolutionary masses are unable to see the remains of their heroic leaders, their valiant exploits will shine forever in the memory of the people, a light that can never be extinguished. After the 5 comrades were arrested, the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang in Nanjing received a report from the Shanghai Municipal Headquarters boasting of its success. The committee's telegram in reply ordered Xiang Shiwi to carry out the execution immediately. Since these lackeys were already fully occupied with the case of the attempted assassination of Chiang Kai-shek, the execution was carried out with even greater haste than usual. In present-day China, where class struggle is so intense, innumerable revolutionary fighters and leaders have died under the enemy's overt and covert attacks. Of course, this is inevitable in a revolution, and it is the price we have to pay for success. It takes wave upon wave of advancing revolutionary fighters to open up the great road to victory. The death of each revolutionary, whether on the 40 battlefield or in the rear areas, has immense significance. The deaths of revolutionary leaders, in particular, are an imperishable contribution to the struggle. They inspire millions of hearts, generating a tremendous driving force and firing the enthusiasm of the entire oppressed people to sweep forward together towards the flames of revolution. Therefore, we should not shed tears of sorrow for our martyrs. Rather, we should carry out their behests with a greater determination born of our indignation and march straight ahead along the path of struggle crimson with their blood. The death of the 4 martyrs, Peng, Yang, Yan, and Xing, is a tremendous loss to the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. Revolutionary leaders emerge from the masses, tempered through innumerable struggles and victories. It takes only a few minutes for the enemy to destroy such revolutionary leaders, but we cannot train new leaders so fast. Therefore, when the enemy destroys us physically, it is the most cruel and vicious method of suppressing the revolution. The only way to counter it is to devote ourselves to intensifying mass struggle, so that we can eliminate the enemy's white terror and massacres, hastening victory in the revolution and the end of enemy rule. Only thus can we redeem today's losses. Only thus can we carry out the behests of the 4 martyrs. And only thus can we, the oppressed classes, fully avenge ourselves upon the hated enemy. The Kuomintang and the Imperialists resort to secret intrigues and underhand methods to attack the revolution and murder its leaders. Our reply, the reply of the revolutionary people, is different. It must always be open, undisguised class struggle. This is the weapon with which we will defeat the enemy. For it is precisely through open struggle that we will win over the masses. And it is precisely through the strength of the masses that we can destroy the enemy. The Kuomintang and the imperialist gangsters, with their intrigues and murders, will be wiped out, exterminated, through TS open class struggle, once and for all. Fellow workers, peasants, soldiers, toilers. Fellow revolutionary vanguard fighters. The revolutionary spirit of the martyrs will never die. Our efforts will never cease. Let us march forward along the path stained crimson with the blood of the martyrs. Forward. Forward, to final victory in the revolution. Directive from the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. To the Front Committee of the Fourth Army of THIRD Army. SEPTEMBER 28, 1929. To THEF Ronsi Omit EE of THE Fourth Arm Y and Comrade ESOF THE Hola RMY, Comrade EC Henyi H as arrived 32 and GIVEN detailed account OF ERY Thin G. A foot ERS Tud Y and G High S or L and W Writ ENRE Port S, THECENTRALC Omiti H as decided to give the Front Committee the following in S True Session S. THE Pre SENTSTATE of the INTERNECINEWARSAMONGTHEWARL words. AFTERTHEWARS Bitwe and KINGKAISHEK and the GUA and GXIWA Lord SANDBETWEENC HINGAND FENGUXIANG, 33 at FEARED that THEC HIANG clique S Nanjing Go V Ernment had MERGED Victorious and that T Burjo ISIES P Oliti CL Influence had so MEU had in CREASED. In REA lit Y, how VER, the contradiction S which led to the Phi G Hting a re DAILY intends if I in GINSTE ad of BE in GRESOLVED. ASARE salt, THECON flick THATWASBR NGBETWEENTHE auth ERWR Lord S and C Hyang Ha S now broken out AGN. THEC La SHOF int Iris TSMONG THE Imperiali STS Ha SS Harp ENED, AS. ALETTERDRAFTEDBY Co MRADECHENY for THECENTR Al Comit EEOF THEC Hin SA Co MMUNISTPARTYONTHE Bass IS of Severa L Tal KSWITH Comrade EZHOUENLAI and a CENTRALC Omit EEMEE Tingy. THELETTERWASRE ADA ND APRO VEDBYC Amrit EZ Ho in LAI. So MEP as a guess ha VEBEEN omit TEDFROMTHELETTER. 41. 42. Witness the U.S. imperialists' aviation contract with China. 3. The British imperialists' naval agreement with China. 35. The Japanese imperialists' redoubled efforts to implement their Manchu-Mongolian plan. 36. And the imperialist powers' military deployments in China. The Chinese Eastern Railway Issue 37 was a blatant manifestation of the imperialists' concerted plot against the Soviet Union. It was a problem they had to settle before plunging into war. The fierce clash among the imperialists is the main cause of the warlords' internecine wars. No real benefit was reaped by the bourgeoisie in the Chang-Guangxi warlord and Changfeng wars. Although the feudal forces on one side were weakened, those on the other came out stronger. That is the inevitable predicament of the bourgeoisie, which is so weak that it must curry favor with the feudal forces to consolidate itself. The attempt of the bourgeoisie to play one feudal force off against the other not only failed to resolve the contradiction between the two classes but became another cause of war among the warlords. Faced with the acceleration of China's drift toward economic bankruptcy and with the financial needs of their massive armies, the warlords, egged on by the imperialists, have to scramble for territory and money, and TS has driven them towards war. These three contradictions are the causes of the warlords' internecine wars which cannot resolve them. On the contrary, each war only aggravates them. The pre-SENT warlords' war against Chang 38 is a continuation of those between him and the Guangxi warlords and Fenyuxiang, and now that it has erupted, it will continue to expand. Without an insurrection by the workers, peasants, and soldiers, there is no way to resolve the contradictions making the warlords fight among them selves. We must clearly understand. At present, the Chiang Kai-shek clique are holding counter-revolutionary political power in Nanjing. Recognized by the imperialists, they want to monopolize the right to sell out the national interests and, moreover, they want control of finances and of important munitions factories along the lower reaches of the Changjiang River. Naturally they bring on themselves attacks from all sides, and a nationwide anti-Chang alliance of the other warlord cliques has come into being. A city from Zhejiang province, which is comparatively united under the Chang clique, the other provinces all have anti-Chang forces. Jiang's personal force nominally consists of 9 divisions, of which some were formerly under other warlords. At the same time, members of the reorganization clique 39 have been active among Si Hyang's troops. Central Committee's directive to 4th Red Army 43. So there certainly are anti-Chang elements among them. The SE are Jiang's weak points. But though SE opponents of Chang who taki the reformist theory 0 of the Wangjing Chen Gongbo clique as their banner do not have a power center. Substantial anti-Chang forces are scattered throughout the southern provinces, and apparently the reorganization clique could make use of them, but each has its own bag full of sinister designs. For instance, Zhang Fuqui and Yuzi Yuabo both want to take Guangdong province, but neither wishes to be the other's subordinate. The warlord clique of Fenyuxiang, Tang Shenzi, and Zhu Piide all want to take Nanjing and Wuhan, but their interests clash. In the north, the Yanzishan and Zhongshuliang cliques, recognizing that they cannot rule in Nanjing, have always wanted to establish the central political power in Beijing and are not, therefore, very enthusiastic about supporting the reorganization Silik. Meanwhile, EACH clique HSOMEMERS who have been bought over by Chang, the fact that Yan organized high-S forces on an exclusive basis has something to do with Jiang's behavior. In SIDE Zhongshuliang's northeast RN Silik there is a struggle between the new and the old factions. 41 Since the deaths of Yang Yuding and Chang Yinhua, 42 The new faction has been much weakened and Zhongshuliang can no longer easily control the old faction, which is loyal to the Japanese imperialists. That is Zhaijiang Isegr to move into areas south of the GRE at Wall. After the Chinese Eastern Railway incident, he was openly at odds with Chang. All the SE facts indicate that the warlords are incapable of coexisting in peace and are trying to squeeze each other out. The Zhang Fuqui incident T38 was obviously the opening shot in the reorganization Silik's campaign AGA in St. Chang, and it is possible that the Wuhan War 459 and The Guangdong Guangxi War against Chang may expand and become national in SCAL. If Chang wins temporarily, that will not bring an end to war, which will certainly continue. If the reorganization Silik wins, the number of independent REGIMESUNDERPETTY warlords will increases. When warlords fight each other, it can be for 2 purposes only, to win counter-revolutionary political power that will make it easier for them to sell out national independency and interests, and to seize territory so that they can intensify the exploitation of the workers and peasants. This is true of both sides, whether they are for or against Chang. The parties held adopt a policy of working for the defeat of all the belligerents in the warlord wars. The mobilization of the masses against the warlords must be tied up with their day-to-day struggles. The correct way to 44. Put an end to the fighting among warlords once through worker, peasant, and soldier insurrections. We should not attach too much significance to the wars among the warlords, indulging in vain dreams that we can take advantage of them to undertake large-scale operations and neglecting the many practical tasks in the day-to-day struggles of the masses. In particular, the Red Army should never forget the possibility that the enemy may launch joint suppression campaigns against us. Meeting such actions must be the constant concern of the Red Army, and we must not become slack and careless because war has broken out among the warlords or worried when it comes to a temporary halt. We must understand that the warlords' joint suppression campaigns against the Red Army are bound to meet with difficulties, that they will often have to be abandoned, and that, if anything, they will offer us opportunities for growth. But we should not on TS account ignore the POS's ability of a joint attack or be unprepared for a hard fight. Heretofore the Front Committee has judged the stability of the existing regime by the actions of the warlords in the neighborhood of the Red Army. This method of analysis is not correct. The Front Committee must pay full attention to correcting the narrow view of those military comrades who think that in the revolution the Red Army is all that matters. To judge the entire revolutionary situation simply on the basis of the circumstances in which the Red Army finds itself is far from adequate and will certainly lead to mistakes. The three joint Scion campaigns carried out by the warlords against the Red Army so far all had a double significance. They were joint attacks on the revolutionary forces of course, but they were also preparations for their own internecine wars, because they had to get the Red Army out of the way in order to consolidate their rear. That was true of the joint attack on us by the Hunan-Jiangxi Guangdong warlords and also of the recent attack by the Fujian-Jiangxi Guangdong warlords. Of course, when Chiang sent Liu Reding to Fujian for 3 not long ago, he did it in order to attack Zhou and Mao, but he also had in mind the elimination of Zhangzhen. 44 So each faction of the Fujian army was on guard against the others, and each tried to shift the burden of attacking the Red Army onto the others. In face of the conflicts between Yan Chen Mingshu and Chen Jitang 45 and between Yan Chang and the warlords of Guangdong and Guangxi, the Guangdong army is hastily pulling its troops out of Fujian. After Zhu Pi'd lost his territory in Jiangxi 46 and Wang Jun 47 was transferred to Bengbu, Jin Handing 48 found him loaf isolated in southern Jiangxi. He has now. Central Committee's directive to 4th Red Army 45. Join the reorganization clique and for the last few months has been assuming a defense for EPOST toward the Red Army. This is the true picture of the joint suppression campaign against us by the warlords of the 3 provinces. The Red Army should maintain its spirit of determination, comprehend the situation of the enemy in its totality and unite with the broad masses to defeat the enemy's Scion campaign. It should never hesitate or hang back merely to avoid losses. The Red Army has come into being at a time when the reactionary regime is heading for collapse and the agrarian revolution is making progress. The vastness of China's territory is another condition in our favor, as your previous painful experience has proved. Now we have the Red Army in the country SIDE, and later we will have political power in the cities. This is the characteristic of the Chinese Revolution. It is a product of the CHINE economic base. Whoever has doubts about the need for a Red Army does not understand the reality of the Chinese Revolution and has liquidationist ideas. If liquidation is latent in the Red Army, it will be particularly Widang Arrow US, and the Front Committee must be firm in struggling against it and eliminating it through education. As the PRS&T reactionary regime moves toward collapse and in anticipation of a nationwide revolutionary upsurge, it is correct for the Red Army to conduct guerrilla warfare mainly on the borders of Guangdong, Hunan, Jiangxi and Fujian provinces. But we must pay attention to coordinating the Red forces of these 4 areas. The Red Army will try to win the support of the masses by actively helping them in their struggle. With the masses of the people rallied around it, the Red Army will find it easier to grow and to overcome all its difficulties. The basic tasks and prospects of the Red Army. The BASICTSKS of the Red Army at pre-SENT are mainly as follows: to mobilize the masses in struggle, accomplish the agrarian revolution and establish Soviet regime s. To ry on guerrilla warfare, arm THEP ESA and TS and expand the Red Army. To extend guerrilla areas and our political influence throughout the country. 46. Were the Red Army incapable of performing these tasks, it would be no different from any other troops. In the last 2 years the Fourth Red Army has accomplished part of these tasks and has had great influence on political developments throughout the country. It has proved that the ruling class is weak in the countryside and that the revolutionary forces can survive and grow. The tremendous significance of the Fourth Army cannot be denied, and if it continues to work hard, it will undoubtedly become one of the motive forces of a national revolutionary upsurge. Comrades of the Fourth Red Army must understand the importance of their own work. Whether or not the Red Army should try to hold on to independent enclaves in given areas is a question you are often confronted with. Until the political power of the ruling class has crumbled and a revolutionary upsurge has occurred, the Red Army shall adopt the tactic of engaging in constant guerrilla warfare. To stay in one area or try to hold on to some district, seeking to maintain an independent regime there, is not only impossible but certain to result in defeat, as our experience of political power in the Laksio mountain range has taught us. The case will be different when our political power extends to the territory of one or more provinces. Then, of course, it will be possible to build a growing or at least a stable base because we will have an economic foundation adequate for self-support. To sum up, the political power or guerrilla force in the countryside should be a fighting unit spreading guerrilla warfare in every direction. Conservatism will end in failure. On the other hand, the decision to seize political power in all of Jiangxi province in 1 year is also wrong. The areas in which the Red Army should operate and its strategy. The Red Army should go wherever it is possible for the struggles of the masses to develop and help promote such development, so that local revolutionary struggles may be deepened. If the army always stays in the border regions between provinces, regions where no struggle is going on, its political impact will be reduced. We should push guerrilla warfare where the enemy is weak militarily, or where white power reigns in the country SIDE, so as to drive out reactionary power and mobilize the masses to rise in struggle. Enemy forces that. Central Committee's directive to 4th Red Army 47 are smaller than ours must be resolutely exterminated, or we will not be able to expand our forces or arm the masses. We must never tolerate the tendency to conserve strength by watching and waiting for something to happen. Of course, we should never pit a small force against a strong enemy in a life-and-death battle, in situations where we cannot be sure of winning without heavy casualties and the enemy can withdraw at his leisure without our getting his arms. T.S. Reckl's approach to fighting is of no use in guerrilla warfare. But we should never waver in the belief that we must surround the enemy and capture his weapons to arm ourselves. The Red Army can never grow without tempering itself in struggle. If we try to avoid fighting, we will lose many good opportunities for growth. These are key points concerning the growth of the Red Army and we should always bear them in mind. The question of whether to divide or concentrate our forces in war was once discussed by the party organizations at various levels in the Fourth Army. Some erroneous ideas that emerged were that the Red Army should be divided, that after a division of forces there was no need to maintain contact and that concentrating our forces would present too large a target. Whether to divide or to concentrate forces is only a question of which is more advantageous at a particular time. The Fourth Army must definitely not be divided into several columns without any unified chain of command, that would be not to divide our forces but to disperse them. Neither shall it be broken down into innumerable small, unconnected guerrilla bands. These are both liquidationist ideas arising from an incorrect evaluation of the political situation and from the fear that if the reactionary forces become stabilized, the Red Army will be wiped out. They reflect a righty st inclination to make each unit a less conspicuous target and to leave it to look out for itself. This tendency is most detrimental to the development of the Red Army and to its political impact on the country. The main tasks of the Fourth Red Army in TS period are both to engage in guerrilla warfare in order to expand its own forces and to concentrate its strength so as to implement the party's political slogans and rally the mass in struggle. The division of forces to carry on guerrilla operations under centralized leader HIP is a principle that must not be ged. But when the troops are divided, the Y must maintain close contact and coordination and guard against being crushed by the enemy one by one. Over the past 2 years, the Fourth Red Army has concentrated its forces to carry on the struggle and has surmounted all kinds of crises. Such hard-won experiences held. 48. Not be taken lightly by any of our comrades. Of course, if we keep the whole army concentrated for action, it becomes an unwieldy unit and there are difficulties in marching, camping, provisioning and so on. But these are mostly technical difficulties. We must never, on their account, give up centralized leadership, which is essential, or ignore the great political influence that a concentrated force has on the country as a whole. As for the general question of tactics, those mentioned in the letter are from your committee, advancing in waves, circling and harassing the enemy, and the tactics embodied in the Sistine character Formula 460, should be a PP light according to concrete circumstances and held not be set down as principles. In its 2 years of struggle, the Front Committee has acquired much useful experience to draw on, and the Central Committee need not give rigid instructions. The Red Army and the masses. In the past, the Front Committee has neglected the day-to-day struggles of the masses in the areas reached by the Red Army. The Red Army is the concentrated expression of our class strength. Landlords flee at the news of its approach. Under its military protection, the courage of the masses redoubles. Naturally, they are engaged in military or political activities, but the party must never neglect the many unsolved problems of their daily life. However, the party has overlooked this question in the Soviet areas. When passing through places where the masses have not yet been aroused, the Fourth Red Army should not only raise political slogans but also look closely into the daily needs of the masses, and then lead them through their everyday struggles for a better life to political and even armed struggle. The masses themselves need this kind of struggle, not just the mobilization of military strength or daring exploits by a few brave people. Such struggle will unite the broad masses around the party. We should lay particular stress on this when helping in the work of the local party organizations. When the Red Army arrives in an area, it should not only make contact with the local party organizations, but should also establish close relations with MASS organizations, such as the trade unions and peasant associations, by holding meetings with them. It's held consult. Central Committee's Directive to 4th Red Army 49. Them and collaborate with them in political work, propaganda and actual struggles, and not act alone or imply ISSUE orders. Only if it proceeds in this way can the Red Army spread its political influence among the workers and PSANTS and increase their confidence in their own organizations and the effective NESS of the latter. If the masses have not set up THEIR worker and peasant organizations, it is specially important to help them do so. The Red Army should help the masses to establish and develop Soviet regimes and to build the foundations of their own political power through all kinds of struggle. The authority of the PSANT associations must be enhanced, all problems must be taken to them for solution so as to pave the way for setting up Soviets. For example, all political proclamations must be signed and is sued jointly with the PSANT associations. This will raise their prestige and strengthen the confidence of the masses in their own political power. The Fourth Army has devoted much effort to MA-SS work. However, we wish to draw special attention to the following important point s. Investigation must be undertaken in ERNST. In the PA-ST, many of the data collected through investigation were left unused because there was no one to compile the statistics. That is a great pity. The Front Committee held assign omion especially to do ts work. If well done, it will play an important part in helping us to understand live in China's countryside and to take tactical decisions in the agrarian revolution. Every effort should be made to spread our propaganda. TT should not be confined to the Red Army's guerrilla areas. We can send leaders to the big cities to reach the masses and thereby exercise greater influence. Organizations opposing imperialism or supporting the Soviet Union, farm laborers' unions and other provisional organizations that are generally helpful to the revolution are all very important, and every MANS should be EUSED to establish them. The upre-ssion of counter-revolutionaries must be accomplished through MA-SS organizations, so that the work will have mass significance. This work must be done more thoroughly. As for the raising of funds, again the MA-SS line must be followed. The Red Army should not undertake the task alone. Although at this point the MA-SS organizations cannot holder the burden of supplying the Red Army, it will be helpful to raise funds through them. Sometimes, the party and the Red Army may collect contributions from among the masses when circumstances require it. In particular, the Red Army held solely see its uplees through extensive propaganda. 50. Among the masses, in order to spread its influence. In budgeting expenditures, we held give consideration to the MAS organizations and consult them on the allocations. Most of the expenditure held be for MAS work and certainly not for the party apparatus, for that would breed corruption in the party. There are still many incorrect views in the Fourth Army regarding arming the workers and peasants, so this work has not been well done. Good guns are not issued to the local forces, all the bad ones are given to the peasants. This practice separates the masses and the Red Army into two categories, and its sts a basic lack of faith in the strength of the masses. It must be understood that the Red Army and the worker PSANT armed forces should complement and not cancel each other. It is true that in some areas the masses have not yet risen, so it would be of little use to give them arms. Or if the Red Army does not have enough guns to go around, it is all right not to give the masses any for the time being. But when it is necessary to issue guns, we must correct the old wrong tendency. Also, it is important to send people to train the peasant army. The organization and training of the Red Army. 1. The question of expanding the Red Army. The expansion of the Red Army is of the utmost importance to its survival. Expand the Red Army held be a widespread slogan deeply impressed upon the army and the masses. The line to take in its expansion held be to seek help from the masses in the course of their struggle. Wherever the Red Army goes, it should call meetings to publicize the importance of its expansion and encourage the masses of workers and peasants to volunteer. At the same time, if there is a chance to capture enemy arms, it's held to be allowed to slip by. 2. The class composition and source of the Red Army. The source of recruits for the Red Army is the vast impoverished head PSANTRY. TT is true that the impoverished peasants display a very pronounced non-proletarian ideology. But the only way to combat peasant ideology is to build up proletarian ideology and make it predominate. There is no point in cherishing the illusion that the peasant ideology in the Red Army can be changed by taking in a large number of workers right now. Central Committee's Directive to 4th Red Army 51. 3. Organization and internal structure. The Red Army is commanded by the Front Party Committee. The committee is SUES calls in the name of the Army Headquarters or the Political Department S. For the moment this is all right. but when the Soviet areas 457 are expanded, councils of representatives must be convened to establish Soviet regimes in the border regions of several provinces, and it should be made clear that the Red Army is under their command. This will remove the defect of its being just the army of the party and make the masses look upon it as their own class army. We need not put this idea into practice immediately, to avoid producing an organization in form only. Wes held wait at least until work expands in western Fujian, Sutham Jiangxi and the area along the Dongjiang River, and joint conferences can be held. So far as the internal true tour of the Red Army is concerned, the most important thing is that it should facilitate guerrilla activities. The units of command held not be too numerous, and military organizations and their names need not be restricted to a fixed form. For the party representative SYSTEM. The name party representative held be immediately abolished and replaced by political commissar. The commissar's responsibility is to supervise administrative work in the army, consolidate political leader's hip, counter CGN orders, and so on. The secretary of the front committee may act concurrently as politique commissar in the army, but the political commissar does not have to be head of the political department. 5. The Soldiers Committee. The 4th Army Soldiers Committee has done good work and its organizational line is quite correct. TT's job is to supervise army economy, take part in managing army levy, educate the soldiers politically and work among the masses. TDS relationship to the military organs is that it make suggestions through reports but cannot intervene directly. In case of emergency, the political commissar has the right to disband the soldiers committee. He can attend soldiers committee meetings as an advisor. Although the SE rules give our soldiers committees much greater power than was enjoyed by those in the RUSSEN Red Army, they are ceded to our own Red Army during the present period of guerrilla warfare. But it's held be noted that there must be limits to democracy in the army, or it will be detrimental to military operations. 6. Political work. It is all right for corps and columns to have political departments and for the battalions and companies to have only political commissars. Their responsibility within the RMY is to 52. Take charge of political education and, outside it, to conduct political propaganda, run local administrative affairs, mobilize the masses to struggle and help mass organizations. 7. Military training. We must pay special attention to the Red Army's military technique and must never yield to peasant ideology, which is incompatible with strict training and organization. The Red Army can enhance its combat effectiveness only if it has a high level of technique and strict training. 8. Democracy in the Army. The Red Army is not an organization like a trade union or peasant association. It is a combat organization constantly locked in bloody fighting with the enemy. Its command must be centralized. It is true that we should encourage the soldiers through political education to act of their own accord, but the principle of centralized command must not be shaken. Democracy can exist in the army only under centralized leadership, the extent of democracy being determined by the circumstances. It should not be without limit, for that would hamper the consolidation of army discipline. 9. The question of admitting women into the Red Army. We held encourage revolutionary women to join rural struggles but not necessarily the Red Army. The 4th Army has already solved this problem. At the same time, the Army should support the rural women's movement. 10. Discipline and punishment in the Red Army. We should see to it that soldiers maintain discipline voluntarily. The power and influence of the masses should be used against violators of discipline. Corporal punishment must be resolutely abolished. The enforcement of routine military discipline is left to your discretion. The Red Army's supplies n. The economic question. 1. Obtaining supplies. The chief way to obtain supplies for the Red Army is to confiscate the property of landlords, but in doing so we must always follow the mass line, even in times of great pressure. 2. Fundraising. The main thing is not to encroach on the interests of the workers, peasants, and small proprietors. The Fourth Army has done very well in this regard and its methods can be adopted by other guerrilla troops. Central Committee's Directive to 4th Red Army 53. 3. Collecting contributions. This is one way to raise funds. The Fourth Army can organize a committee among the masses to collect contributions, especially from the rich peasants and the small and medium-scale merchants. 4. Attitude toward small and middling merchants and towards rich peasants. To carry out the party's political program, facilitate economic exchange between workers and peasants and further the interests of the urban poor, it is correct not to confiscate the property of small and middling merchants in the cities. But we must deprive them of their political influence. Contributions shall be collected from rich peasants and from small and middling merchants, and care must be taken lest they turn reactionary. 5. Supplies and other necessities for the Red Army. It is correct to have abolished pay in the Red Army and to provide only pocket money and money for food. The problem of obtaining other necessities can gradually be solved by following the mass line. Of course it would be fine if the Red Army could manage to supply itself, but relations between the army and the people will be closer if the latter see to supplies and contributions. 6. Economic organization. Accounts for the Red Army's supplies may be audited by the soldiers' committees. Expenditures for special items do not have to be examined by the Soldiers' Committee, but in future THEYS shall be authorized and audited by the organs of people's political power. Party work in the Red Army. 1. The party can retain its present form of organization. The number of front committee members shall not exceed 9, and there is no need to establish a military committee under it. Party organizations in the army shall be kept secret. They can be put in the political department. The SE organ shall not have big staffs but shall let the people in the mass organization do as much of the work as possible. Generally speaking, battalion committees are not an accessory. Party groups directly under the higher party committee CANBESET up in the battalion HE8 Court ERS. WHENA battalion operates independently, its party branch can be entrusted to direct it. But that may be left to the front committee's discretion. 54. 2. The party's working line. In so far as possible, the party should try to command the army through the leading party groups, and not directly. It should direct military affairs through the army headquarters and political work through the political department. Later, when higher-level organs of political power are established, leading party groups will be formed to give them guidance. Clear distinctions must be made between the party, the military and the political systems. 3. The problem of centralization. All power in the party is centralized in the front committee as the leading organ. This policy is correct, and we must not deviate from it. The charge of patriarchalism must not be used and SCR emanatingly to weaken the power of the leading organ and to serve as a cover for ultra-democracy. There is no doubt that in dealing with any question the front committee should first take a decision and then refer it to the subordinate organs for discussion. It will not do to take decisions only after soliciting agreement from subordinates or to delay decisions while waiting for their opinions. To do so while weaken the power of the leading organs at higher levels and have a bad influence on party life at the lower levels. It would be the height of ultra-democracy. In the recent debate in the party, your committee displayed this weakness. This was a shortcoming. 4. Communist Youth League groups. The Youth League should set up groups. The present practice of assigning adults to do youth work and to form youth league groups is not good. In the Red Army, a distinction should be made between party member S and Youth League members. A communist youth league group should be set up in every company and be led by its party branch. Youth sections should be established under the front and column committees to plan and direct the work of the communist youth league groups among the young people. Moreover, wherever the front committee goes, it should help with the local league work. 5. Argument over organizational matter. The slogan "Let the party take charge of everything" is illogical in principle as well as in practice. The party Only exercises politically leadership through the work of the leading Part Y group. The present system under which the Front Committee has command over the Army headquarters and the political department is Only provisional. The Front Committee should not concern itself with everyday administrative affairs, which should be handled by the administrative organs under the upper VSION of the Central Committee's Directive to 4th Red Army 55. Political Commissar. Rather, it should concentrate on giving guidance to the Red Army's political, military and economic work and to MA's struggles. The slogan "LL work should come under the Part Y branch" is correct, but it means that LL work should be done through, not by, the party branch, and it does not conflict with the party's democratic centralism. 6. Correcting wrong tendencies. These tendencies in the Red Army include right deviationist ideas, the belief in ultra-democracy, and the idea that the Red Army would not be able to survive if separated from production. These ideas are wrong and result from our comrade's low level of theoretical understanding and the loss of educational work by the party. If not eradicated, they pose great dangers to the future of the Red Army. The Front Committee must firmly weed them out. 7. The question of establishing a special party committee for the border areas. When the work of the areas bordering on several provinces can be coordinated and jointly directed, a special party committee can be organized. At present, there is still no need for it. If our work expands, the Front Committee can assume the responsibilities of a special committee, report to the Central Committee and ask it to make appointments. Or a meeting of representatives of the counties in the border area can be called to elect the special committee members. 8. The Front Committee should keep in close touch with the local party organizations in areas through which the Red Army passes. It should hold meetings with them to decide on all local political questions. Where there is no party organization, the Front Committee should do its utmost to help build one in the low lit through MAS's struggle. The question of the Red Army's current operations. Now that war has broken out among the warlords, the Red Army should commit all its forces to guerrilla operations for the purpose of launching MAS's struggle in areas between Fujian and Guangdong on 56. The upper reaches of the Hanjiang River. When war breaks out between Chang and the warlords of Guangdong and Guangxi and the Dongjiang area is vacated by their troops, the Red Army can go into Mizian, Fengshan, Wuhua and Xining to wage guerrilla warfare, mobilize the masses and help the red areas to expand. At the same time, it should seize opportunities to surround the enemy, capture its weapons and assemble the Red Guards from these counties to build a Red Army. If the fighting between Chang and the Guangdong and Guangxi warlords comes to a stalemate, or if it spreads to the rest of the country, the Red Army can conduct guerrilla warfare around Chaozhou and Jiantou, set up Soviet regimes there and press on towards the environs of Huiyang. If the troops of the Chang clique are defeated, the Red Army should place itself on either side of the major road between Guangdong and Jiangxi, or along any other of their paths of retreat, so as to capture their weapons. If the war among the warlords comes to a quick conclusion, or if the troops of the Chang clique win, the Red Army should continue its guerrilla operations in the Guangdong, Fujian and Jiangxi border areas in order to mobilize the masses. In all its operations, the Red Army should avoid the purely military approach and maintain close contact with the struggle of the masses. The Front Committee must also pay attention to guerrilla activities in southern Jiangxi and western Fujian and keep in close touch with the party organizations there, so that these activities can help the struggles of the Fourth Army and the Dongjiang area. This is only an outline. We have had discussions with Comrade Chen Yi about details and specific measures, and he will orally relay them to the Front Committee and to the comrades of the whole army. Revolutionary greetings. The Central Committee. On the causes of the emergence of a Trotskyite opposition faction in China and its prospects. OCTA BR 1929. The Central Committee's Circular No. 44 states, 49. It is true that we need not exaggerate the political and organizational influence of the opposition faction 3 inside the Chinese Communist Party, but we certainly must not ignore its activities and the fact that this anti-party phenomenon has appeared. The defeat of the Great Revolution and the resurgence of a revolutionary tide were the main causes of the emergence of an opposition faction in China, while the backward petty bourgeois fellow travelers who remained in the party constituted the basis for its growth. Some people assert that it was the returned students from Moscow who were responsible for the emergence of the opposition. That is not so, they only served as a catalyst. Now we shall point out the major objective causes of this phenomenon. First, in its early period, the Nanjing government tried hard to introduce the ideas of the Russian opposition faction to China in order to split the Chinese Communist Party. A Trotskyite faction is a treasure useful not only to the bourgeoisie in Europe but also to the ruling classes in China. 50. When the opposition faction in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union obstinately clung to its line, the European bourgeoisie kept a close watch, hoping to use it to split the Soviet Communist Party and undermine its CORRECT line. In China, Hu Hanmin 5 Dai Jitao 52 and Zhou Fahai 53 attempted to split the Communist Party by extolling the opposition faction, and the ruling classes were eager to seize hold of this instrument inside the Communist Party to annihilate the leadership of the Chinese Revolution. Thus the Chinese political environment is favorable to the activities of an opposition faction. This is the first objective cause for the faction's emergence in China. Second, the widespread defeatist sentiment ensuing upon the failure of a revolution inevitably gives rise to many disputes. That happened in RUSSIA after 1905 and in Germany after the failure of its revolution, and it also happened in China after the failure of the Great Revolution. 461 After the August 7th meeting. 15. The Chinese party was fairly successful in overcoming opportunism at the organizational level, but the struggle on the theoretical and ideological level was not completed, and it was not until the 6th Congress 16 that a certain degree of success was achieved in those regards. However, the various harmful ideological trends in SIDE the party and the political trends that had emerged in SIDE the party after the failure of the Great Revolution, opportunist trends in particular, were only waiting for a chance to revive. This is the second cause of the emergence of the opposition faction in China and the root cause of the ideological and organizational collaboration between the opportunists and the opposition faction in the party. Third, even now, the inner party life of the CHINese Communist Party is not yet wholly satisfactory. Although we have eliminated opportunism organizationally and admitted more workers into the party, we have not yet established sound practices in party life at the branch level. Hence, in party discussions there are often signs of vacillation. In some branches, the correct line of the party has not been ruslyds cause sed by all members, so that the party's political line has not been fully established in the party organizations themselves. Some branches are frequently unable to answer a given question according to the correct line, and this often leads to vacillation. In Shanghai, Omki Indu all branches are not consolidated, while other are not active napoliti all y. So thsa branch are active in times of victory but become demoralized or even collapse in times of defeat. TS shows that the political line has not yet been fully established within THE organization. Both THE opposition faction and THE opportunists can easily turn TS defect to their advantage. This is the third objective cause. Fourth, after the failure of the G-Reet revolution, some of those who had wavered during THEPE riot of cooperation BETWEE and the Communist Party and the Kuomintang abandoned their work, others. Trotskyite opposition faction in China 59. Sank into parochialism, and still others clung to their mistakes. All this remains unsolved from the organizational point of view. These people always stir up quarrels over petty personal problems, and the opposition faction, seizing on their dissatisfaction with the party line, exploits their unprincipled disputes to carry out anti-party activities. This is the fourth objective cause. Even though there had never been an active opposition faction before, these four factors made it inevitable that such a faction would temporarily become active in China. The immediate causes were, of course, the influence of the students who returned from abroad and the revival of opportunism. Turning now to the tactical line followed by the Trotskyite opposition faction, we can see the following four aspects. First, their inevitable collaboration with the ruling class S. Members of the opposition faction have already published articles in New Livy. In future they will be even more inclined to use the propaganda organs of the ruling CLASSES to help the latter's anti-communist activities. If they are defeated in their struggle inside the party, they are bound to sell out completely to the ruling CLASSES. This is their inevitable future. Second, their anti-party line as manifested in their propaganda and other activities relating to all current issues. In commemorating the May 30th incident T3 they called on comrades to struggle against the party, asserting that this was more important than to struggle against imperialism. There is not the slightest doubt that objectively they rendered a service to the enemy. They regarded the August 1st demonstration 55 as putschism and displayed a great deal of defeatist sentiment. Their views revealed their pessimistic, ultra-right liquidationism. Third, their tactic of operating inside the party branch by utilizing the imperfections in party life in its own branches. Staying in the party branches, they try to undermine the confidence of the rank and file. They especially seek out branches that have suffered defeats in S struggle and use those defeats as an excuse to attack the party line. When times are hard, they may put forward ultra-le foot slogans, such as confiscate the factories, in an attempt to isolate the working class and to lure the workers away from significant current struggles by dangling before them the illusion of a future paradise. In dealing with practical problems, on the other hand, they propose ultra-right tactics which will lead workers' party branches to an impasse and demoralization. 60. Fourth, their collaboration with the Chinese opportunists. Obstinately clinging to their own linie, the opportunists can neither go deep among the masses nor give up the search for a new political program to cover up their mistakes. The political program of the opposition faction is admirably suited to their purposes, for it helps cover up their mistakes by putting forward the left slogans while in fact making right appraisals of the revolutionary situation and laying down right tactics. So the opportunists make us of this programme. Meanwhile, the opposition faction uses the opportunists to help its own anti-party activities. Thus the opportunists and the opposition faction are united, birds of a feather. In addition, the Trotskyite opposition faction takes advantage of disputes on trifling issues to invent false charges and engage in slander in an unprincipled attempt to undermine the comrades' confidence in the part-wise leading organs. The only purpose tservices to help the enemy defame the revolutionary leadership. Opposition faction activities have been discovered in Shanghai, Hong Kong, and North China. The factionalists keep their organization secret from the party. For ts very rezo and it is all the more an excessa ry to take the matter to the grassroots units and to see to it that the comrades dscuss the activities of the opportunists and the opposition faction and resolutely put an end to them. As so me members of the opposition faction don't state their views openly, we don't know who they all are. Therefore, we must take ts matter to the party branches and use the opportunity to educate the comrades and to help strengthen the part ys co-rrect line. We must ensure that every comrade unders stands the nice ssity of the struggle between the correct and incorrect line so that the correct line will be consolidated in the party. Hence, in addition to organizational sanctions, struggle in the ideological and theoretical spheres is absolutely necessary. It is a very important means of consolidating the party at present. On the work in Wuhan. September 4, 1930. First, in order to formulate a plan for the work in Wuhan we must know the objective conditions and the trends in the development of our present work and, more important, the objective conditions too. Your letters all pro ve that objective ly we are st ve re week in Wuhan. The total number of party, youth league, and red trade union 5-6 member SIS less than 300, and most of the party or league brand CHES are ina CTIV, workers organizations in the key industry S are extremal Y weak, and the work of the part Y organs at various level SIS to a large degree UNCO, ordinated. Even more serious is the fact that the leading organs cannot get informity on about the actual conditions of the MOS SES at the grassroots level. At a time when we have only hazy ideas about our subjective conditions, it is utterly impossible to work out a practical and concrete plan. That is why Zhang June 57 HSW written several times expressing great dstrs at be and g unable to learn anything about the conditions of the MOSES. The Central Committee wishes to emphasize the following: if you are ignorant of the actual situation of the MOSES, not only will it be impossible to work out a good plan, but the expansion of our PO. In June EL 930, UNDERTHELEADERS HIP of Comrade Eli Essen, THE Political Bureau of THE Central Committee of THE Part Y Adopt EDARSO LUDIONE Anti-led THE New Revolutionary Y High TIDE and DW in and G Victory FIRST in one or more Pro V in CES, WHD Eman DED that PRE Paration SBE made throw go UTTHE country for IMM idiot in. Su RREC S. The Seco ND left Lin Thursday S took S hape. At MEE tin GSON August IST and August T3RD, C Omradli AGAINCALLED for in SURRECT ions in NA Enjing and D Wuha NA and Dia GENERALS strike E in S Han Ji Hai and Propose DT hat THE Part Y. The youth le agoi and the tra de uni onsbm ergd int oaction co mmits at diff erentlevel co mradzhou in lay when t abroad in april and dre turn edtochina in lateaugust of thesame year. In mid and late September berhe at nd ed the third plenar ysion of the sixthce entral c omit e and was one of the pres Eden G office rs. The session put an end to the Lili Essen line. TSIS part IOFADIR active W high CH was drafted by Comrade Zhou Enlai before the third PLENA recessio NAND sent TBY the CPC Centra L Committee to its CH and JIang Bur EAU. 61. 62. Political influence and the upsurge in the revolutionary enthusiasm of the Ma SSESUS Peak will still be a long way off because SE of the ABSENCE of the party leader S hip and organizational strength without which the revolution cannot triumph. Therefore, our first task is to gain a clearidea of the actual levying conditions of the WAN workers and their demand S. US howled not confine yourselves to li stening to what a small number of activists and cadres are saying, that what we need now is not talk about wages but major actions, that the only USE full thing at this point is armed struggle, and so on. It is more important to remember that the majority of the workers have no one to lead them in their struggles and have not yet become an organized force capable of action. Even if the majority of the masses want major actions and not minor ones, we still cannot say that since the feel ts way the our evolution will triumph. On the contrary, we must look at the problem in a different way. We must understand that W hill ethsase and ts on the part of the masses reflect their hatred of the mon true sy terror and their sympathy for the growing peasant wars. Much arduous propaganda and organizational work still needs to be done to turn their hatred into resolute struggle and their sympathy into a determination to participate in Enlai peasant wars. If the workers have the desire to engage in major actions but at the same time lack the necessary combat strength and or organizational foundation and, in particular, lack strong leaders hip from the part Y, major actions are absolutely impossible. To create necessary combat strength and organizational foundation, it is not enough just to mobilize the workers by repeating the part Y's political slogans, and especially the slogan calling for major actions, that is, for armed insurrections. The fact that a few people want armed insurrections is no indication that the MASSES are determined to undertake major action. The majority still happy that the Red Army will co-meto Wuhan and all will be well, which hows they are weak-willed and rely main ly on the Red Army. The combat strength and organizational foundation must therefore be built up gradually through the today struggle strike and demonstration in line with the party's political slogan s. It is absolutely impossible for this combat strategy and this organizational foundation to be created all of a sudden, without the workers having been led in the course of such struggles, strikes and demonstrations. It is absolutely impossible for the party to consolidate its leader's hip. On the work in Wuhan 63. Automatically, without constantly launching and leading such actions. This must be the fundamental consideration determining your tactics and work plans. It is our hope that you will bear it in mind. Second, owing to subjective shortcomings and to the objective difficulties, your statement of major party tactics among the workers at present reads more like a list of general principles. You tend to concentrate on preparing for an armed insurrection instead of considering the practical application of tactics and working out concrete measures suited to the specific circumstances in Wuhan. So the measures you have decided upon are no different from those set forth in the circular of the Central Committee and are applicable anywhere. We shall now point out the shortcomings and mistakes in these measures. Point 1. You say, only through political mobilization will the party be able to win over the masses of workers quickly and organize an armed insurrection. Obviously, this statement suggests a dichotomy between daily struggles and preparations for an armed insurrection. It overlooks the fact that tying up some of the masses' political and economic demands with the party's political slogans is precisely the fundamental way to rally the masses in active preparation for armed insurrection. Point 2. You hold that the Provincial Federation of Trade Unions should work out a program of demands and organize a strike of workers in all trades in Wuhan and elsewhere. This is definitely inadequate. A general strike cannot suddenly take place when the party has only issued statements and carried on agitation based on a general program, without leading the workers' daily struggles in various factories and trades and without organizing strikes and demonstrations by different sections of workers. Work among the unemployed is especially important. At present, particularly in Wuhan where their number is growing daily, the unemployed will become one of the principal motive forces in preparing for an armed insurrection. You should therefore attach more importance to this work. Point 3. You regard joining yellow unions to win over the masses as incompatible with the tactics of wiping out Kuomintang trade unions. This is not correct. When a Kuomintang trade union has a mass following, we should join it so as to win over the majority until it finally breaks down. If it didn't have mass support, there would be no need for us to join it. We must not think that because the yellow 64 unions are increasingly turning fascist and coming under Kuomintang control, our basic tactic toward them have changed. That would be unrealistic, and it might encourage the opportunist idea in ordinary party members that the purpose of joining yellow unions in the past was other than to wipe them out. 58.4. It is correct to take vigorous action to establish the Red Vanguard. 59. However, it will become nothing but a mercenary armed detachment if, completely divorced from the daily life and struggles of the workers and unconcerned with organizing the masses, it simply waits to take up arms for insurrection. It would then become just an isolated organization far removed from the masses and not their vanguard. There is evidence that this is happening in Shanghai. In many of your letters you bring up the question of weapons. If the consolidation of the Red Vanguard is made to hinge upon our giving them weapons, it will reduce mass participation and weaken the determination to seize the enemy's arms for the overthrow of the Kuomintang regime. In TS connection, you must understand the importance of the work among the labor force in ordnance factories. The fundamental approach to arming the workers must be to devise ways of seizing weapons from the enemy. Points 5 and 6. You refer to the expansion of the party and the Youth League without ever tying it up with actual struggles. There is a potentially dangerous USTENDENCYH. At a time when the Party and the League are being energetically expanded in preparation for armed insurrection, so me opportunists indulge in empty left-of-iatution ist talk of in surrection in stead of leading the mas ses in theirac twill struggle s. His tendon has already appeared in Shanghai. In Wuhan you must anticipate the dang and understand that if you merely talk about armed insurrection, call for major actions and ask for GUNs to drill your forces without leading the masses in their daily struggles, that is, in minor actions, opportunists will join together and promote left deviation ist views. Point s even. You mention the work of the Industrial Committee. But it is important to remember that the Industrial Committee is only a provisional organization to bring together party cadres engaged in the labor movement to organize Red Industrial Union s. As these red unions and their branches in various factories have been formally set up and have drawn in the masses, the Industrial Committee should be dissolved and turned into a leading party group and held cease to exerciseddirect command, so that the union at various levels will funk. On the work in Wuhan 65. Shan as independent organizations. The Industrial Committee 1's Merrill Yn in Strumment for promoting THERED Union S. On ETHEY are formed, every effort must be made to help them function independently, and it is imperative that the part-wise Industrial Committee held no longer be allowed to exercise command in place of the Red Union S themselves. In Shanghai the organizational mistake has been made of relegating the Red Unions to a powerless role, so we want to call your attention to TS problem in advance. Point 8. Your proposal to intensify the struggle against the right deviation is correct. However, the danger of the foot deviation also keeps recurring in the party. US held firmly reject the notion that left deviations are better than right deviations and that at the mommy and we need only worry about the right, not the left. It must be understood that the foot deviation can obstruct and ruin the revolution just as the right can. Of course, At pre-SENT the right deviation is still the main danger in SIDE the party, particularly among cadres of long ERSTA ending. 6-0 apart from the 8 point S you have SET fourth, there is also the KSTION of the Organization of Action Committees. The Part Y and THE Youth League have been merged into the Action Committees and the League is no longer an independent organization. TSIS wrong. The League is a non-party organization and must be allowed to have its own independent organization and tasks. THE League organizations at each level join the party action committees at the corresponding level in order to hold heavier political responsibilities and not to be merged with the party. The League is held retain its own organization ALS structure and SYS tem of work. US held correct your PAST practice in TS REGARD. It is especially necessary to urge the League to pay more attention to work among the young people. Transfer of the League's STFMEMBERS to other jobs held BREDUC to a minimum. One of the central problems of the work in Wuhan at pre-SENT is to get things going at the brand CH level. You already know a great deal about how to do TS. The Central Committee wishes to emphasize that in THE recruitment and assignment of cadres US held PYSPECEL attention to the low WERL levels. Of the many cadres sent by THE Central Committee OUCA and assigned THE MOST capable to THE branch S. Even if the Y cannot immediately work in the factory S, they held be advised to la Y aside THEIR long gao NS and mingle with THE workers to help THEP attorney MEMBERS among THEM organize branch activities. At THESAME time, US held rapidly REC route new part Y MEMBERS and new cadres. 66. From workers active one and the struggle and bring them into the leading organs. So while the Central Committee will continue to send you competent cadres as you have asked, the most important thing is for you to persist in recruiting new cadres from branches at lower levels. Your opinions about demonstrations are correct. It is unwise for a few advanced elements to stage demonstrations by themselves, and it is necessary to prepare for mass demonstrations. It follows that it will be impossible to organize a general strike or demonstration merely by calling for an armed insurrection, without paying attention to the masses' daily struggles and their partial political and economic demands, without making efforts to expand the Red Trade Unions and Red Vanguard organizations through daily struggles and without tying up every partial demand with the general political demands. In short, the central defect of all your work plans is that they are focused on the launching of an armed insurrection and fail to take into consideration the fact that to prepare for such an insurrection you must mobilize the greatest possible number of people, so that through struggle they will organize and steal THE missiles and come to recognize the party's leadership and accept its slogans. Only in this way can you build the necessary strength and organizational foundation for mass struggles and create a strong party leadership. As for the struggles themselves, they must move progressively from partial demands to general demands, from day-to-day struggles, strikes and demonstrations to a general strike. The leading role of the party, particularly in the present situation, is to intensify these struggles and tie them up with general political demands and general actions in preparation for the final decisive battle. In accordance with this principle, we request that you adopt the most practical plans and measures for your tasks in Wuhan and make every effort to get the essential work underway. We propose that in directing the work in Wuhan you concentrate on railway workers, sailors, ordnance factory workers, dockers, public service workers, textile workers, and rickshaw coolies. The theoretical basis of the Li-Listen line. December 1, 1930. In order to correct the mistakes of the Li-Listen line, we must thoroughly expose and criticize it and not just repeat the line of the Communist International. 6-2 It was no accident that the Li-Listen line came into being. Had there been no basis for the formation of TS line within THE party, it would never have become dominant in the leading party organ. We must therefore view its formation in the light of the following three circumstances. The highest theoretical condition was that certain fundamental questions were not properly clarified after the Sixth National Congress of the party. The proportion of party members of proletarian origin was small while that of petty bourgeois origin was very large, consequently there were lefty or right deviations in the party line. Li Lisan's thinking had met no strong opposition in discussion. It was these three circumstances that enabled this line to become dominant in the leading organ. At the same time, we must also understand the theoretical basis of the Li Lisan lineage. Failure to make a correct appraisal of the balance of forces RNTHE class struggle. The letter from the Communist International state that the exponents of the Li Lisan line did not know how to analyze the objective situation and appraise the balance of forces in the class struggle. That is entirely correct. We have ample evidence in Comrade Li Lisan's articles and reports and in the June 11 resolution which he drafted. 63 When analyzing the enemy's forces, Comrade Li Lisan always paid attention only to the enemy's weaknesses and sometimes exaggerated them. When assessing our subjective forces, he saw on Ly our strengths and overlooked our weaknesses. Thus, in its appraisal of the progress of the World Revolution and the Chinese Revolution, the June 11 resolution held that imperialism and the ruling classes were impotent and on the verge of collapse, while in its appraisal of the revolutionary forces the resolution exaggerated the growth of the Red Army, and especially the struggles of the urban workers and their level of consciousness and sense of organization. Neither appraisal is in accord with reality. Taken together, they naturally led to an incorrect assessment of the revolutionary situation. Such is Comrade Li Lisan's non-Marxist-Leninist approach to the analysis of problems. 2. Denial of the uneven development of the revolution and an erroneous conception of revolutionary upsurges. This was apparent in his appraisal both of China's problems and of the world revolutionary situation. In the Central Committee's Circular No. 70/64 there was a sentence which stated that the Chinese Revolution was moving towards an even development. Superficially, there was nothing wrong with this statement. But it sowed the seeds of future mistakes. The report to the Communist International drafted by Comrade Li Lisan asserted that the development of the Chinese Revolution was uneven in appearance but even in essence. This was a complete denial of the uneven development of the revolution. Therefore, he was totally wrong on this point when he argued with Chen Shayu 65 at the meeting of Central Committee cadres. Comrade Li Lisan held that the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution would inevitably lead to the simultaneous outbreak of world revolution. On the Changsha incident, 66 the party's declaration stated that the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution would inevitably touch off armed insurrections all over the world. Comrade Li Lisan tried to deny the uneven development of the revolution by citing the characteristics of the world revolution in its third stage. 67 This was his view on both the world revolution and the Chinese Revolution. By denying the uneven development of the revolution, he interpreted a revolutionary upsurge as an immediate revolutionary situation. One of the resolutions of the Sixth National Congress of the Party 6 stated, in anticipation of future upsurges it is all the more necessary for the party to take as its present task the preparation for, and even the launching of, armed insurrections. This shows that between theoretical basis of Li Lisan line 69. An upsurge and an immediate revolutionary situation there one's a process of development, although the two are not separated by a great wall. However, Circular No. I, issued after Li's return from abroad, declared that with the advent of a new upsurge, the slogan of armed insurrection should be turned from a propaganda slogan into a call for action. This already obscured the distinction between a revolutionary upsurge and an immediate revolutionary situation. Last year the Chinese Party received the resolution of the 10th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist in turn at Ion AI 68 which stated that a new upsurge had begun in China's revolutionary movement. At the Jiangsu Provincial Party Congress I explained this matter and pointed out that a new upsurge was different from an immediate revolutionary situation and that although an upsurge had occurred, an immediate revolutionary situation had still not come into being. This question evoked no serious discussion in the political bureau at the time. Only minor revisions were made in the document S. This amply testifies to the fact that the Chin-ESE party was weak in theory, and this W.E. Acton's S was conducive to the formation of the Lee-Listen line. Comrade Lee-Listen said that the RUSSEN word no, hem should not be translated as upsurge, and that a revolutionary upsurge and an immediate revolutionary situation were one and the same thing. If this were true, then the statement in the resolution of the Sixth Party Congress that in a new general upsurge, revolutionary victory can be won first in one or more provinces should be reworded to read, in a general and immediate revolutionary situation, revolutionary victory can be won first in one or more provinces. However, if it were true that there was already a general and immediate revolutionary situation, why talk about winning revolutionary victory in one or more provinces first? Since Comrade Lee sees things this way, there is nothing strange about his theory that victory can now be won in Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, but that Wuhan must be taken first, and that victory in Wuhan would mark the beginning of a nationwide revolutionary victory. That was why he suggested that arrangements be made for Chinese residents in Siberia to return to China, that Mongolia send troops and join a union of Chinese Soviets, and that the Soviet Union dispatch troops to attack Japan. Of course, these proposals reflected not only the denial of the uneven development of the revolution, but also the advent of a sudden wave of putschism and commandism. 3. An incorrect conception of organization. In explaining organizational matters, Comrade Lee-Listen frequently referred to the strength 70 and 1 ng of subjective forces. But he did so from a purely opportunist point of view. In his report to the Congress of all the Soviet areas, 6-9, he only analyzed the objective conditions required for the development of the revolution and excluded the subjective forces. He said that once a revolutionary situation took shape, there would be no lack of subjective forces, and he mentioned the May 30th Incident 3 and the Wuhan period by way of example. 479 At the August 1st and August 3rd meetings 10 he suggested strengthening our organization. But by this he meant that the revolutionary situation had generally matured and that the people would rise as soon as they were organized. Therefore, all we had to do was to issue a call for armed insurrection, including a fourth insurrection in Shanghai. This was a complete denial of the fact that organizational strength was one of the prerequisites for the maturing of a revolutionary situation. In reality, Hi's view would inevitably lead to the liquidation of the organization. The General Action Committee would abolish not only the Youth League but in effect the party as well. 4. Military opportunist and military adventurist views in the assessment of the struggle and in work assignments. Comrade Lee-Listen has curious ideas about the organization and growth of the Red Army and peasant struggles. This is partly because he was misled by some random figures given him by people from the rural areas. But it was not the root cause. At the August 1st and August 3rd meetings he stated that when the Red Army attacked Wuhan, the workers would without question rise in insurrection. Another comrade in the political bureau wrote in Red Flag that we were opposed to relying on the Red Army alone to take Wuhan, but that it would be wrong to think that if the Red Army drew near to the city, the workers would not rise, for they certainly would. Another of Comrade Lee-Lisan's views was based on an anticipated insurrection of the soldiers in Nanjing. He thought that once the soldiers rose in insurrection, they would surely be able to capture Nanjing in response to the situation in Wuhan and help to bring about a general strike in Shanghai. Therefore, he believed that when the Red Army pressed towards Wuhan, workers there would stage an insurrection, Nanjing would be captured, and an insurrection would break out in Shanghai. Meanwhile, Chiang Kai-shek would be defeated in the warlord war along the Longhai Railway line, and Fenyuxiang 11 would also be defeated as a result of peasant uprisings in Henan. Then, as the northern troops moved south, northern defenses would be weakened and the PSANTs in the north could also begin insurrections. Hence, theoretical basis of Lee-Listen line 71. His suggestion that Mongolia and the Soviet Union dispatch troops To make decisions and arrangements for armed in S erection S on the basis of such an analysis is an express scion of military opportunism pure and simple, of the vain hope that victory can be won simply by manipulating the conflicts among warlords. 5. The use of Trotsky's theory is to supplement his own theory of revolutionary transition. Comrade Leeson stated in the June 11 resolution that the achievement of the first victories in one or more provinces would mark the beginning of a revolutionary transition. This, in fact, meant abandonment of the central tasks laid down in the political program for the democratic revolution. As a result of his influence, the resolution on the land question adopted by the Congress of all the Soviet areas prematurely stipulated measures for implementing a socialist political program in the existing Soviet areas. 457. Telegrams relating to the smashing of the Fourth Encirclement and Suppression Campaign. January-March 1933. Telegram of January 27. A. Since the battle at Jinxi, 73 our troops have remained combat ready, maneuvering the enemy and gathering funds and supplies. It was also for these purposes that our 3rd Army Group moved towards Geixi. Responding to this, the NEMI intends to use his troops near the Xinjiang River to lure us there and use other troops coming from Fuziho to intercept us to the north of Jinxi. However, since he is in the dark about our dispositions and very much afraid of suffering more defeats, the troops from Fuzhou are advancing very slowly and staying well north. The 3 divisions under Wu, Luo, and Zhou 74 are now still near the Suwan-Liu-Laganglixu line. Our concentrated troops moved south and within a day reached a point southeast of Jinxi in a battle-ready posture to attract the enemy. However, having found out today through reconnaissance that our main forces are not to the north of Jinxi, the enemy has changed his plan and returned to his original offensive deployment. He is concentrating the 2 divisions under Wu and Zhou in the vicinity of Suwan, withdrawing Luo's smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign N73 Division to Fuzhou, and continuing to move his 23rd Division west to Lian. We are det Erman to use the SE2 days to mobilize ERTROOPs to move all the Sevayan or E800 DSICK and wounded South of Jin Xi to the Lishuan area, where the Y can be transferred to the rear. After the enemy's 23rd Division starts moving west tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, we shall have part of our 11th Army carry out a guerrilla attack on Suwan and another part feign an attack on Nanchinj, so as to confuse and pin down the enemy. With the 12th Army pinning down his troops in Shaoa, our main forces will concentrate to cross Sthriver, make straight for Nanfan and prepare to wipe out the reinforcement SWST of the Fuhi River, so as to break through the encirclement along the river. C. In view of THENEMI's PRSANT circumstances, that is, given the fact that his 2 are relatively strong upri SSIon columns in the Fuhi River basin are not yet completely organized, our troops could join forces with the 11th Army on the EAST bank of the Fuhi River and try to wipe out the enemy's main force in mobile warfare. THAT would be better than SURRO undaing and attacking Nanfang, which would expose our intention of attacking the enemy's reinforcements. Moreover, the area east of the Fuhi River is large enough and the terrain is especially favorable. In particular, it is a good place to collect funds and supplies. The disadvantages are that it is far from the rear area, transport is not convenient and, more important, the work of Sovietization has not been done very well in Nanfan, Guangchang, Jianing, and Lishuan. But our advantages are also THENEMY's disadvantages. More than once the enemy has so ughi to engagi us in battle by using one of his wings on the east bank of the river to pin us down and another to intercept us. However, in all the 3 battles of Nanfan, Nanchinj, and Jin Xi, 75 we defeated the enemy by a sudden attack of concentrated forces. 74. routing or WTPRNG out one of High S wings. Therefore, the enemy will not dare to launch a fierce offensive on the EAST bank of the Phuhi River until the organization of his two strong suppression columns is completed. After the last victory at Lixizao, we waited in combat readiness for a chance to attack at Lishuan, and after the recent victory at Jingxi we also stayed there hoping for further opportunities. But because the enemy did not dare to make a rash advance and held fast to the city defenses, we were unable to wage consecutive battles in mobile warfare and have had to shift from one place to another. Hence our move from EAST of Nanfan to east of Nanjing and then to east of Suwon. Taking great pains to find out the enemy's precise situation, our troops have advanced steadily towards the enemy forces, trying to maneuver them and to win victory in mobile warfare. We have been well aware of the POSS ability of an enemy attack or interception. In our last attempt to move east to Sheoa to attract the enemy, we withdrew too early because we feared that other enemy troops might intercept us, and the two enemy divisions under Wu and Zhou withdrew after having come only halfway to Xiaxi. TS show us that all our tactical decisions are related to the enemy's situation, the topography, and our task. For example, if two strong enemy columns have been formed near the Phuhi River, we will have to change our tactics, or as the Third Army Group now approaching Gaixi finds itself in an unfavorable position, we will also have to change our tactics. In the same way, when the 10th Army was crossing the river and Zheng, Xiao, and Tang 76 were asking that the Third Army Group also be sent across to attack Gaixi, we immediately wired our disapproval. Now that the enemy is making preparations for an offensive by organizing 3 suppression forces while mopping up forces hold fast to city defenses, WES how'll take the initiative and quickly shift our area of operation, keeping the enemy on the move so as to disrupt his preparations. Our move west of the Phuhi River would be for this purpose. But it should be made clear that, since the campaigns in Yuhuang and Lian, 77 the enemy has clung to his city defenses with greater determination. Although some of them are for abandoning TS rigid attitude to city defense, they will do so only if we launch an attack elsewhere, successfully maneuvering the enemy and annihilating his forces in field operations. It was our offensive and victories east of the Phuhi River that made it possible for our independent divisions to enter Chongren twice by sudden attacks. Therefore, once we smashing of KMT's 4th campaign 75 are west of the Phuhi River, we will not be able to get the enemy to move unless we attack a city, because Nanfan, Nanjing, Yuhuang, and Fuzhou are all located on the west bank of the river and we cannot threaten and maneuver the enemy by approaching any of these cities as we can by approaching Fuzhou from the east bank. There are 2 disadvantages to attacking a town and annihilating the reinforcement on the west bank. First, closure of our intention and, second, the possibility that we may be caught in a pincer attack. Consequently, we will not be free as we have been on the EAST bank of the river. Therefore, if we cannot start mobile operations on the east bank at present, we shall think carefully before deciding to cross the river. Please take note of this. 2 Telegram of January 30th. A. On the night of the 27th, we received reliable reports that the 3 divisions under Luo, Zhou, and Wu, intending to take advantage of the fact that our forces were moving south to press us back as far as possible, had planned to set out for the Jingxi Zhuo Fanglangju line on the 28th and for the Poxu Hua Ngshi Du Langju 1INE on the 29th. On The 30th, Luo's DVSION was to return to Nanjing via Li Xizi Hao, while the 2 divisions under Zhou and Wu were to return to Suwon. On learning this, our front army further concentrated its forces and prepared to wipe out Luo's division first when the 3 divisions separated. However, on the 28th the enemy forces had only reached the Xiaogong-Miaosu Fanglangju line when Chen Cheng 8 called off the chase on the ground that preparations for the suppression campaign had not yet been completed. Then on the 29th the enemy forces began to withdraw. Today the 11th Division returned to Suwon and Dongguan, which is west of the river, to await orders, and the 14th and 90th Divisions assembled near Suwon. The 23rd Division has already moved west to Lian and the 5th Division has reached Guixi. The 83rd Division will arrive in Jiangxi Province after mid-February. As Chiang Kai-shek arrived in Nanchang on the 29th, he is likely to intensify and accelerate preparations for the offensive. It has become quite obvious that before high SDS positions are completed, the enemy does not wish to advance rashly or divide forces and risk losing strength. Right now Zhou's Heroes Division is anxiously 76. Seeking replenishments. Wu Kewei's division is heightening combat preparedness, and Wu himself has left to see Chiang Kai-shek. In view of the enemy's activities, continuous and bitter fighting seems imminent. If we move west of the Fuhi River immediately, we can get the enemy to move only by attacking the towns. In my earlier telegram I cited the disadvantages of attacking the towns: first, disclosure of our intentions, and, second, the possibility that we would fall easy prey to a pincer attack. To these can be added the following: third, the likelihood of our sustaining heavy losses and casualties; fourth, the impossibility of raising funds; and fifth, waste of time. If we suffer these disadvantages on the eve of heavy fighting, fail to take the strongly fortified towns, and then find that we have to fight 3 divisions of reinforcements advancing together, we will not only fail to disrupt the enemy's dispositions for the offensive but even make it easier for him to attack us. Hence, as long as we can engage the enemy and finish him off in consecutive mobile operations on the east bank of the Fuhi River before his deployments are completed, I am against crossing the river right now to attack the towns. Even if the enemy does not advance and attack us for the moment, we can always raise money to meet the expenses of the coming big battle, and we can step up the efforts of the 11th Army to Sovietize Jinxi and Zixi so as to tie down the enemy's 5th and 6th Divisions and prevent them from joining the Suppression force. If, because of Chang's presence and our being on the east bank of the Fuhi River, the enemy should immediately penetrate deep into the Soviet Area 457 to try to intercept us, we would of course rapidly switch to the border of the Soviet area and, with our backs to it, engage him in a decisive battle. See Comrades Zhou and Wang are in general agreement with the above opinions. 79. But the Center RAI Committee has repeated IYTEIE, graft, urging us to break down the defenses of the towns. This is really at variance with the strategy one set forth in my 2 previous telegrams. And I still hold that wiping out the enemy forces, the main force in particular, is a prerequisite for capturing heavily fortified towns. Provided those forces are wiped out, even if the towns are strongly fortified, the enemy will not be able to encircle us, and we can move freely around the perimeter and make an assault from the rear. Otherwise, we will lose our main force and fail to break down the fortifications, which is exactly what the enemy wants. It is hoped that the comrades of the Soviet Area Bureau of the Central Committee will wire a brief. Smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign 77. Reply tomorrow as to whether they agree with the above Op 101 ons or not. After that date I will have to take it upon myself to make a decision, since present circumstances will brook no further delay. Even then, the Central Committee is still requested to give policy instructions. 3 Telegram of February 7. A. The Soviet Area Bureau of the Central Committee has ordered an attack on Nanfan. Our views with regard to the plan of attack are as follows: at this moment when the enemy's 8th Division has 2 regiments stationed at Zinfan, one being S Horde of the battalion which is now at Litogzu, we should seize the opportunity to send a part of our forces to assault Zinfan, while the main force swoops down on Nanfan, crossing the river downstream from Nanfan to cut off the enemy's retreat from Zinfan to Nanfan. Since there are only 4 enemy regiments stationed inside and around the town, it may be possible for us to force our way in. While storming Nanfan, we shall also dispose a part of our forces on the east bank of the river facing Nanfan. The main force of the 11th Army will close in on Suwon, while a smaller force engages in guerrilla warfare on the river bank opposite Nanchinj to threaten and pin down the enemy. Meantime, a work team from the 11th Army will try to Sovietize Jinxi and Zixi. The 21st Army is to press in on Yongfeng. The 4th and 5th Independent Divisions are to maneuver south of Yuhuang and Lian. If the direct attack fails but the enemy troops are driven out of their defense works out SIDE the city, we will begin digging tunnels while preparing to strike at enemy reinforcements. In case these reinforcements arrive before the troops in the outer defense works have been driven off, we must be ready to strike at them. In the event that our efforts to pin down the enemy forces are of no avail and 3 or 4 divisions of the enemy's reinforcements approach along the main road we will face the danger of getting caught in a pincer attack if we meet them head-on, or of enabling the enemy forces in SIDE the town and the enemy reinforcements to converge if we attempt a flank attack. In this case we must shift to other areas. 78. And attack Yuhuang and Lian instead, so as to keep the enemy forces on the move and wipe them out in mobile warfare in mountainous areas. In the mountains it is easy to tie down one part of the enemy forces while annihilating another, whereas it is very difficult to do so when they are approaching simultaneously along the main roads. The above dispositions are not rigid, they must be implemented flexibly when changes occur in the enemy's situation or the terrain. If by chance a spring thaw should make it difficult to wade the river downstream from Nanfan, obliging us to make the crossing upstream instead, our intention would easily be disclosed beforehand and it would be impossible to cut off the 2 regiments in Xinfan. As a result, the Nanfan garrison could be increased to 6 regiments and, furthermore, the enemy could move his 11th and 90th divisions towards Nanfan in advance to provide support. In that case, it would be still more difficult for us to effect a direct attack on Nanfan, and we would have to change our plan and attack Yuhuang or Lian by passing through the Soviet area so as to get the enemy forces moving and destroy them in mobile warfare. See, there is a discrepancy between the above dispositions and those originally outlined in the directive of the Soviet Area Bureau of the Central Committee. I understand that it is best to capture Nanfan, but to take Yuhuang and Lian and wipe out the enemy's reinforcements in mobile warfare would allow us to follow up the victory by putting direct pressure on Fuzhou. Moreover, it would make it easier for us to maneuver even more flexibly. Do you agree? Or do you still insist that we should storm Nanfan at whatever cost and engage the enemy in a decisive battle, even if 3 or 4 enemy divisions shall be approaching along the main roads? Please wire your reply before 1800 hours today so that we can go into action tomorrow. The Central Committee is requested to take note that, given the enemy's present position and the terrain, it is impossible to assault Nanjing before attacking Nanfan, Yuhuang, or Lian. TV. Telegram of February 13. A. Our reconnaissance of the blockhouses at Nanfan continued yesterday, and it was found that only those outside the northwest gate. Smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign 79. Could be approached and stormed under cover of darkness. After dusk our army began the attack and engaged the enemy in fierce battle the whole night, capturing about a dozen important blockhouses, both large and small. But the enemy still controls some 20 blockhouses outside the city. They are strategically located and, moreover, have open ground behind them. The defense works already captured are far from the town perimeter and there are gun towers on the town wall too. The majority of the enemy blockhouses were guarded by a squad or a platoon, and the most important ones by no more than a company. Yet it took us a long time to capture them, and we had to besiege those which were strategically located. In the fierce fighting that lasted the whole night, we captured less than a battalion while losing 300 men. The 3rd Army Group was the main attacking force, and Division Oder Peng A080 and 2 regimental commanders were key led in battle. Though it was raining during the assault, morale was very high. On the I0th, our 11th Army pinned down a regiment of the enemy's 8th Division at Xinfan, and on the 11th our 22nd Army reached out to Litogzu and cut off its retreat, so only 5 enemy regiments were at Nanfan. Because a blockhouse on the east bank of the river was captured by our 12th Army during the night, the enemy regiment which was on the south bank of the river has withdrawn into Nanfan today and cut the pontoon bridge to show its determination to hold the town and await reinforcements. Reinforcements seem to be advancing in 3 separate columns, 2 divisions from Nanjing, 1 from Yuhuang and 2 from Lian. The enemy's 11th Division has already started moving towards Yuhuang. See, under the circumstances, we have changed the planned assault on Nanfan to a feint attack instead and have decided to annihilate the reinforcements first. Our forces are presently massing west of Nanfan and, after locating the enemy's route of march today and tomorrow, we shall try to clip one of its wings in the anticipated mobile encounters, destroying its forces one by one. V. Telegram of February 15th. A. We have received a reliable report that while our troops have been in Lishuan, the enemy's deployment has been as follows: the Central 80 attacking force led by Chen Cheng is being divided into 3 separate columns. The first column, under Luo Zhouying, consists of the 11th, 52nd and 59th Divisions and is assembling at Yuhuang and Tangyin. The second column, under Wu Kuwei, consists of the 10th, 14th, and 90th Divisions and is assembling at Fuzhou and Longyidu, and the third column, under Zhao Guan Tao 8 consists of the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 79th Divisions and is assembling at Suwen and Jingxi, with part of its troops moving to Zixi. The 43rd Division is assembling between Yuhuang and Lian as a reserve force. All these columns are ordered to complete their assembly before the 20th. The 4th and 83rd Divisions are to serve as a general reserve. B. Since our troops had been attacking vigorously at Nanfan, the enemy assembled his forces sooner than intended, the 11th Division moving to Yuhuang and Tangyin on the 14th of the month and the 52nd and 59th Divisions starting towards Lian in order to intercept us from Dongbei, Huangbei, and Xinfanshi. At present, both these divisions are pushing on to Lian. The second column is moving towards Nanfan and the 90th Division reached Dongguan on the 14th. We have information that the 14th Division has also started to move, but the I-0th Division has not moved yet. The time and place for assembly of the third column remain unchanged. The 43rd Division is moving towards Yuhuang, where one of its regiments is already stationed, and it arrived at Gongbei on the 14th. The 27th Division is already assembled at Yongfeng and Xiangan. See, we are now replacing our storming tactic with feint attacks and are keeping watch on the enemy troops in Nanfan with a view to eliminating any reinforcements. It is possible that the enemy may change his route of attack. Believing that our vigorous attacks on a strongly fortified town must cause us losses, tire our forces and pin down our troops, the enemy plans to send reinforcements to intercept us and mount continuous attacks. He has decided to start his suppression campaign on the 18th d. Our army is now assembling its forces in the area west of Nanfan and Litogzu, with its back to the Soviet area. We are stepping up our feint attacks on Nanfan so as to induce the enemy to carry out his suppression campaign along the route originally planned. Thus we will be able to meet his right wing head-on first and wipe it out. In storming Nanfan, our army suffered more than 400 casualties. Smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign 81. VT. Telegram of March 2nd. A. Our forces have been locked in fierce battle with the enemy for 3 days and nights. It would have been possible for US to go on en route or wipe out the enemy's 11th Division on the 3rd day had it not been for the mountainous terrain, which made it difficult for our forces to communicate with each other and with headquarters. After we had wiped out the 52nd Division and the greater part of the 59th Division on the second day, our troops were not in favorable positions for an attack on The reinforcements from the 11th Division, so the battle was not entirely ended yesterday and we continued to eliminate the remains of the 59th Division. Still, our victory is unprecedented. The 3 divisions of the enemy's second column started to move west yesterday to provide reinforcement, and they may reach Xinfanshi, Dongbei, and Huangbei today, cutting off our retreat. Thus we might find ourselves encircled with the battlefield uncleared, the wounded not yet evacuated and piles of captured equipment stacked everywhere. We will therefore disengage from the victorious battle today and withdraw towards the Xiaobu, Nanchuan, Dongshao, Shuakao area to regroup and prepare for further fighting. Because of our victory, the enemy forces have started to shift their position one after another. BSIDES the 11th and 28th Divisions, which have arrived at Hikau, the 9th Division is reaching Xingfang via Nanjing today, and the 2nd column will move via Nanfan, Litogzu and Xinfan to the Yangtze Aoreo Fanglin, approaching Dongbei and Huangbei tomorrow. A part of the 3rd column took Xiaxi on The1st, and today the 5th Division is being shifted to Longyidu. The 6th and 79th Divisions have changed their original plan and will assemble at Nanjing west of the river. VTT. Telegram of March 4th. A. In the past few days the enemy has completely lost the initiative. The 3 divisions of High SSEC and column had originally intended to move from Xinfanshi to intercept us and cut off our retreat. But when they learned that the 52nd and 59th divisions had been wiped out, they switched to a march on Huangbei. Then, on hearing that 82. Our forces had already left Huangbei, the 14th Division hastened to move north to Yangkou from Dangkou and Raofang. The 10th and 90th Divisions stopped at Kongwudu, the 11th Division entered Huangbei and the 9th Division rushed to Hikau. Today none of them moved. The 5th Division of the 3rd column was deployed at Longyidu, but today it has been ordered to return to Nanjing via Yukao. The 3rd column has already turned towards Nanfan, and its advance guard will be there tomorrow. BYSDARDAY Luhe Ding 43 led a brigade and regiment of the enemy Fujian force into the town of Taining. The 19th Route Army had OU Shaonian's division and Zhang Yan's brigade assemble at Yong'an on the 3rd to form the right wing While Shen Guanghans and Zhang Zhen's divisions form the left wing. The right wing is scheduled to enter Liancheng on the 8th. TS deployment was planned before the Battle of Huangbei. See the route of the central attacking force commanded by Che and Cheng has changed. The 3rd column has altered its course and is heading for Nanfan. The 1st and 2nd columns Ma Yprs in closer formation to Dongbei, Huangbei, or X in Fengshai to seek a decisive engagement with our main force around Dongshao and Hikau, while the 3rd column moves through Guangchang to Tubi and Dong's Hanba to cut off our retreat. After our forces are assembled, we plan to tack on one wing of the enemy force and destroy it in mobile warfare. A telegram of March 16th. A. 2 enemy columns from the north, each composing 3 divisions, have drawn close together and are advancing southeast in waves and are eco-neutering. Today, The 14th Division of The Advance Column has reached Xinfanshi, the 90th Division Haofang and the 10th Division Katagang. The rear column's 9th Division has reached Dongbei, the 5th Division Huangbei and the 11th Division Ansha and Jiaohu. As for the ENEMISRSARVES, the 79th Division is in Yuhuang with 2 regiments in Hikau, the 6th Division is in Fuziho, the whole. Smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign 8-3. Of Su Kexiang's division is in Nanjing and Lu Shaoxian's division is in Lian and Chongren, the rest have not moved. We have ordered the 11th Army to march. By the 18th it can reach a position northwest of Guangchang to coordinate with the independent divisions and regiments and the local armed forces in checking and tying down the enemy advance column, which is marching on Guangchang. Our main force is deployed in readiness to spring a flank attack on the enemy rear column and wipe out its rear guard while it is on the move, thereby making it easier for us to destroy the enemy forces one by one in consecutive operations. See, our front army began to move yesterday, but is still waiting for an opportunity to go into action because the 2 enemy columns are too close together. However, since this is the decisive battle in the 4th counter-campaign, we have mobilized and deployed our units to engage the 3 enemy divisions with the utmost determination and are in ESS for every sacrifice. 9 telegram of March 20th. A. You will be briefed on the enemy's situation in another telegram. Our 11th Army reached the vicinity of Guangchang on the 18th. Our plan is that, beginning on the 20th, it will lead the local armed forces in checking the enemy advance column which is moving towards Guangchang and use its main force to cover our right flank from the rear by preventing the enemy from turning back and sending out reinforcements. B. We plan to launch a lightning attack on the enemy's IITHDVSI on near Catatagong and Suzhuang at daybreak on the 21st, wiping it out at one stroke, and then to mount an assault at Dongbei and Wulapei. C. Under the command of Dong and Zhou 8 to the right wing, consisting of the 5th Army Group, the 12th Army and the independent regiments of Yuhuang, will attack the left flank of the enemy units at Catatagong and Suzhuang from the rear at daybreak on the 21st with its main force and will order part of its remaining forces to hold down the enemy at Dongbei from the Mount Yalanzai side. The planned maneuvers are as follows. On the 20th, The 12th Army is to reach the vicinity of Zifan by dusk. On the 21st it is to take a shortcut and ford the river at a suitable 84 spot upstream from Haofang, SEIZE positions around Mount Linggeng and Mount Sanjiazai and launch a flank attack on the enemy at Haofang, Suzhuang, and Mount Liaogongzhen. Meanwhile, it is to dispatch part of its forces to lead the old independent regiment of Yuhuang to Shaibei and Mount Yalanzai and engage the enemy forces at Dongbei in guerrilla warfare. The new independent regiment is to move to the area southwest of Xinfanshi, destroy the road running east-west and guard our right flank from the rear. The 5th Army Group is to reach the vicinity of Duangzi on the 20th and dispatch a detachment in DSGOs to press close to Haofang and undertake guerrilla operations. At daybreak on the 21st it is to skirt Mount Luoma and Mount Pilai and attack the enemy forces at Haofang, Suzhuang, and Mount Liaogongzhen. D. Under the command of Peng and Teng, 83 the left wing, consisting of the 3rd and the 1st Army Groups, the 21st Army and the 5th Independent Division, is to quickly wipe out the enemy forces around Catatagong at daybreak on the 21st and then launch an assault on the enemy at Dongbei. Its scheduled maneuvers are as follows. On the 20th, the 3rd Army Group is to have a covering force occupy the Jieshang Mount Limu line to provide protection, so that its main force can reach the vicinity of Dongbinling and Liangzi by dusk and, moving from Southwest St to northeast, attack the enemy at Catatagong at daybreak on the 21st. On the 20th, the 1st Army Group is to have a covering force occupy positions round Sangzi to provide protection, so that its main force can reach the Daping Sufang's Hizhu line by dusk and, moving from west to east, launch an assault on the enemy forces around Tais Hiao at daybreak on the 21st, thereby cutting off contact between the enemy units in Dongbei and Catatagong. The 21st Army is to have a covering force occupy positions around Wangdu and Shangbu to provide protection, so that its main force can reach the vicinity of Guangkang and Kaiyuping by dusk and, moving from west to east, start its offensive against the enemy at Dongbei at daybreak on the 21st. The 5th Independent Division will leave Wuchen for Mount Xiaoshan at dawn on the 21st and make a feint attack from north to south against the enemy forces at Wulapei, while guarding our left flank. Smashing of KMT's 4th Campaign 85. E. The demarcation line between the battle areas for the two wings runs along the right side of the road from Dongbinling to Dongbei. F. The 22nd Army will serve as a general reserve. It will remain where it is on the 20th, and on the 21st it will advance on the left, following the 1st Army Group. When required, it is to be commanded directly by Lin and Nai. G. The medical department of the IST Army Group plans to set up a field hospital at Changluo. The medical department of the 3rd Army Group plans to set up a station in Suzhuang and Yin-Hui. The rear liaison line remains as provided for in the plan of operations. H. We plan to move our headquarters to a point near Liangzi tomorrow. 3 telegrams relating to the Xi'an incident. December 1936. The negotiations with TV Soong. December 23, 1936. 1 TV Soong, Soong Mei Linji and Zhang Dingwen 86 arrived in Xi'an yesterday. Chiang Kai-shek hinted to TV Soong that he would reshuffle the government, hold a national Salvation conference 3 months from now, reorganize the Kuomintang and approve an alliance with Russia and cooperation with the Communist Party. 2 Zhang Suiliang, 87 Yang Huchen 88 and I held negotiations with TV Soong today. First, I put forward the 6-point proposal of the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Army, a. Stop fighting and withdraw the Kuomintang troops to east of Tongguan. b. Reorganize the Nanjing government, expel the pro-Japanese faction and bring in people who are for resistance to Japan. c. Release political prisoners and guarantee democratic rights. d. Stop the suppression of communists, unite with the Red Army to raise est Japanese agres sion and permit open activity by the Com. At the critical juncture Hen The Japanese se imperiali sts were trying to turn China into a colony, the Kuomintang no rth East RN Army, headed by Gen Zhang Suiliang, and the Kuomintang G17 throughout Army, headed by General Yang Hucheng, made the demand UNDER the influence of The Red Army and the anti-Japanese SEPEOPL SM movement TTHATC Hyang Kai SHEK stop the civil war and unite The country for res is tans AGA in ST Japan. Chang are refused. On December 12, 1936, Zhang and Yang arrested him in 11 an. The pro-Japanese SE faction in The Kuomintang, headed by Wang Jingwei and He Yinkin, prepared to exploits opportunity to enchalar gescale civil war, get rid of Chiang Kai-shek and take his place. The policy of the Central Committee of the Se Communist Party was to oppose a. 86. Telegrams relating to Xi'an Incident 87. Munists. E. Convene a National Salvation Conference representing all parties, groups, sections of the population and armies. F. Co-operate with all countries that sympathize with China's resistance to Japan. We demanded that Chiang Kai-shek accept the above 6-point proposal and ensure its implementation and promise that the Chinese Communist Party and the Red Army would support him in unifying China to fight Japan. Soong expresses his personal agreement with these proposals and promised to relay them to Chiang. Second, the measure proposed by Soong and the discussion that followed, a. Soong proposed that a transitional government be set up first and reorganized into an anti-Japanese government 3 months later. For the present, He Yinkin, Zhang Kun, Zhang Jiao, Zhang Dingwen, Wu Dingchang, and Chen Xiaoquan 89 are to be dismissed from their posts. He recommended H. Kung for President of the Executive Yuan, himself for Vice President and concurrently finance Minister, Su Xinliu or Yan Huiking for Foreign Minister, Zhao Daiwen or Shaoli Zi for Minister of the Interior, Yan Zhonwan or Hu Zongnan for War Minister, Chen Jiliang or Shen Hongli for Minister of the Navy, Sun Fo or Zhen Yangfu for Minister of Railways, Zhu Jiahua or Yu Fipeng for Minister of Communications, Lu Zhuofa for Minister of Industry and Zhang Boling or Wang Shijia for Minister of Education. We recommended Soong Qingling, Du Zhonyuan, Shen Junru, and Zhang Naki 90 as members of the Executive Yuan. TV Soong stressed that he was only proposing a transitional government which while LDB. NEWCIVIL war, SETTLETHE Xian in CIDENTPEACE full LY and for CE Chang TORESIST Japan. The part YSENTC Amrad S Zhou Enlai, Bogu, and YEG on Ying to XINAS its repra S NTDVES. Thank S to the arduous effort S of Zhou Enlai and the Auth ERC Amrad S, the Xi'an incident WASSETTLEDPCFLY. TS mark EDA turning point in the general situation. The changed CIRC S tank ES made internal cooperation possible, and the nationwide war of re-SIS tans again ST Japanese SE agre SSI on S ungot UNDERWAY. THSATHREETELE gram S we are ESN to the CE entral C omit EEOF the CPC in THECRSE of THE negotiation S. THE law ST2 we are ESIGNED jointly BYC Amrad ES Zhou Enlai and Bogu. 8/8. Completely reorganize ed after 3 months when re-SI stank to Japan was made official. We agreed in principle, asked Sung to take responsibility for carrying out the agreement and said that Du Zhonyuan, Shen Junru and Zhang Naki might serve as vice ministers. B. Sung August that Chia Ng Kai-shek returned to Nanjing as soon as he had issued the order for withdrawal of the troops and that the 7 patriotic leaders 91 be released upon Jiang's arrival in Nanjing. We insisted that first the government troops be withdrawn and The patriotic leader s set free. C. We proposed that during the period of the transitional government, a Northwestern Joint Army held be formed, that the Northeastern Army, the 17th Route Army and the Red Army should establish a joint committee under the leadership of Zhang Shuliang, that the committee should make preparations for resistance to Japan by seeing to it that troops were trained and army units brought up to full strength, and that Nanjing held be responsible for material assistance. Sung said that this proposal could be forwarded to Chang. D. We said that when Si Hyang had agreed to the above measures we would discuss the various problems with him directly. Sung replied that we should first meet with Sung Mailing. 3. If you agree to The principle state above, I will hold direct talk as a plenipotentiary with Chiang Kai-shek. But you must let me know your decision as to the conditions which have to be met before Chiang is allowed to leave for Nanjing. Please reply at once. 2. The results of the negotiations with TV Sung and Sung Mailing. December 25, 1936. 1. The results of the negotiations with TV Sung and Sung Mailing, Kung and TV Sung are to reorganize the Executive Yuan, and Sung is to take full responsibility for forming a government satisfactory to the people and for ridding it of the pro-Japanese faction. B. The 2 Sungs are to take full responsibility for the withdrawal. Telegrams relating to Xi'an Incident 89. Of troops and the removal of the government armies under Hu Zongnan and others from the northwest. Zhang Dingwen has already conveyed Chiang Kai-shek's written order to cease fire and withdraw troops. C. Chiang Kai-shek has promised to release the patriotic leaders after his return, and we may publish the news in advance. TV Sung is to take responsibility for the release. D. For the time being, the Soviets and the Red Army can go on as usual. The 2 Sungs guaranteed that Chiang would stop suppressing communists and would give us material assistance through Zhang Shuijiang. When the war of resistance starts in 3 months, the Red Army will change its designation, come under unified command and engage in joint operations. TV Sung indicated that no National Assembly would be convened but that Kuomintang meetings would be held first to broaden the government and then a National Salvation Conference of all parties and groups would be convoked. Chiang Kai-shek has indicated his readiness to reorganize the Kuomintang 3 months hence. TV Sung has promised to release all the political prisoners by batches, he is to confer with Madame Sun Yat-sen on the measures to be taken. G. The Communist Party can operate openly once the war of resistance is underway. H. The government's foreign policy will be one of alliance with the Soviet Union and coordination with Britain, the United States and France. I. Upon his return to Nanjing, Chiang Kai-shek will issue a statement to the nation reproaching himself and will resign his post as President of the Executive Yuan. TV Sung expressed the hope that we would back him up in his advocacy of resistance to Japan and in his struggle against the pro-Japanese faction. He asked that we station some person in Shanghai to maintain secret contact with him. 2. Chiang Kai-shek is ill. When I saw him, he indicated, A. The suppression of communists will stop, there will be an alliance with the Red Army to resist Japan, the unification of China will be brought about and the unified country will be under his leadership. 90. BTV Sung Mailing, and Zhang Suiliang have full powers to represent him in discussing the solution of all the problems with me. C. When he gets back to Nanjing, I can go there to negotiate directly with him. 3. TV Sung insisted that we trust him. He was willing to assume full responsibility for implementing the above terms. He requested that Chiang Kai-shek and Sung Mailing be allowed to leave today. Zhang Suiliang had agreed and was ready to accompany Chiang personally. Yang Huchen and we agreed to the terms. But we thought there should be a political document before their departure. We indicated that we did not agree to Chiang's departure today, nor did we agree that Zhang should go with him. But before our note reached Zhang, he had already left with Chiang Kai-shek, Sung Mailing, and TV Sung on a flight to Luoyang. 4. Judging from what has happened, there was a real change in Chiang Kai-shek's attitude while he was here. He is sincere in delegating matters to TV Sung, and Sung is really determined to resist Japan and make arrangements for the reorganization of the Executive Yuan. Therefore, although it is regrettable that Chiang was allowed to leave and Zhang went with him, things have generally taken a turn for the better. 5. Our present military dispositions remain unchanged and our troops are on the alert. 3. The situation and our policy after the peaceful settlement of the 11 incident. DECEMBER 29, 1936. We put forward the following for your consideration. The peaceful settlement of the Xi'an incident marks the beginning of a new stage in China's political life. It means telegrams relating to Xi'an incident 91. A halt in the attacks on the Red Army. B. An end to the policy of concession in external affairs. C. The formation of a preliminary national united front, and D. The immediate possibility that the two provinces of Shaanxi and Gansu can become anti-Japanese base areas. 2. The Xi'an incident and its peaceful settlement signify a division and realignment of class forces and, in particular, a process of definitive division in the bourgeois camp. They are significant because they have rallied and consolidated the left wing in the bourgeois camp and discredited the notion that a middle course is possible. But the process of division is not yet complete, and generally speaking, there are still three groups: the anti-Japanese, the capitulationist and the middle. The new changes are as follows. A. The anti-Japanese forces have been strengthened and at least partially legally zed. B. A fatal blow has been dealt to the pro-Japanese faction, and C. The middle of the road ERs are beginning to draw closer to the left wing. Our policy should be to combat the pro-Japanese faction, strengthen the left wing with the Northwest as its center and influence, and draw in the middle of the roaders. 3. The government headed by H. Kung and TV Sung will be a transitional government. It will follow a relatively hard line on the question of China's relations with Japan, the fundamental question at present, and will probably take a small step forward on the question of democracy, but clearly it will continue the old course of action on many other issues. We should regard it as a transitional government, in other words, while not in the least relaxing our criticism of its weaknesses, we hold encourage and support its anti-Japanese tendencies and try to bring about gradual, even if not major, democratic reforms. Like all transitional governments, it is bound to vacillate, and there are various possibilities as to its future. We should combat every instance of vacillation and push it to become an anti-Japanese government. 4. Given the circumstances, the movement for the convocation of an anti-Japanese National Salvation Conference is of great significance in terms of mobilizing, arousing, and organizing the masses and of bringing about a more favorable turn of events. We should try to coordinate the demand that Nanjing convene a conference on internal 92. Peace with the people's movement in favor of such peace. But the timing of the conference and its success depend on the growth of the popular movement. TS is an important link in the chain of events, the key factor in strengthening the MA's character of the anti-Japanese United Front. 5. Another central link is the consolidation of the Northwest and its conversion into an anti-Japanese BASE area and a Mod EL Unit ED front area. To accomplish this we must, a. Formulate and implement a common program for cooperation among the three sides and a military plan for the Northwest, b. Strengthen and transform the forces under Zhang Suiliang and Yang Hu-si-hung, allow the Red Army to rest and consolidate and to regularize itself on a new basis, and ensure cooperation and assistance among the three sides on the basis of mutual respect and interest, c. Launch and expand mass movements and democratize and reorganize local governments, and d. Solve the question of the Hui nation elite in Ningxia, Qinghai, and western Gansu. 6. We hold adhere to our position as the organizer and mobilizer of the nationwide movement of unity for raising stance against Japan. On the one hand, provided there is agreement on resistance to Japan and struggle against the pro-Japanese elements, we hold cooperate with the left wingers in Nanjing and win the middle of the road ers over to our side. On the other hand, we should unite with various groupings outside Nanjing and, with the Northwest as our center and raise stand CE to Japan as our precondition and objective, act as a force plus hing Nanjing to the left. 7. We hold transform all Part Y work, adapting it to the new circumstances, so that the Part Y becomes the leader in the political life of the co-under Y. WES hold, a. Revive party work in the big cities and, first of all, among the working class, b. Turn the SCA tiered guerrilla unit S in VARIUS place S into PSA and TSELFDFNCE forces, so TH at THEYB eco ME seed beds for the PESA and TMOVE, MENT, C. Move THECE Entral Committee of THE Party to an area where it will be better able to give leader S hip to the political life of the entire country, and d. Educate and re-educate the cadres. Announcement of Kuomintang Communist Cooperation by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. July 15, /937. Dear fellow countrymen. With the greatest enthusiasm, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China announces to our elders, brother S and sisters all over the country that to save our motherland at a time when it is faced with the most serious ISIS and its very fate is at stake, we have reached an understanding with the Kuomintang ONTHE basis of peace, Unify Cat ION and Unit EDR ISIS TAN CETO Foreign Agre SSION and have joined together with them to meet the crisis. This has enormous significance for the future of our G-Reat Hein SEN nation. For, as we LLK now, with our nation facing extreme peril today, it is only through internal unit Y that we CANDFT Japanese Imperiali ST AGR Now that the foundation has been laid for national unity and the basis created for the independence, freedom and liberation of our nation, the Central Committee of the Cihin SA Communist Party SA Lut ES the splendid future of our people. How we know that the task of turning bright promise into reality and creating a NEWC Hina, independent, HAPPY and free, will DEMANDTENACIOUS, Dontal SS True GGLE on THE part of our coup and TRYMENAND, indeed, OF every patriotic descendant of our common ANCES tour, THE Yellow Emperor Huangdi. On this occasion, the Communist Party of China would like to set forth to all our countrymen the general objectives of our True GGLE. They are the following. I to strive for the independence, freedom, and liberation of the Chinese nation. First of all, it is necessary earnestly and speedily to prepare and launch a national revolutionary war of resistance, in order to recover our lost land and restore our territorial integrity and sovereignty. 2. To put democracy into effect and convene a national assembly to frame and adopt a constitution and draw up a policy of national salvation. 3. To enable the Chinese people to lead a happy and prosperous life. If effective measures must first be taken to provide famine relief, ens table livelihood, développer défense économique, deliver the people from suffering and improve their living conditions. These are China's urgent needs and they constitute the goal of our struggle. We are convinced that they will receive the warm support of all our countrymen. The Communist Party of China wishes to attain these general objectives by joint effort with all our countrymen. The CNSA Communist Party is fully aware that in marching towards this lofty goal, we need to overcome many obstacles and difficulties, and that, first of all, we will encounter obstruction and sabotage by the Japanese imperialists. To rip the enemy of any pretext for his intrigues and to remove any misunderstanding among all well and doubt ers, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China find it necessary to proclaim its sincere devotion to the cause of national liberation. Therefore, it once and solemnly declares to the whole nation, that Dr. Sun Yat-sen's 3 PEOPLE's principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization, that we shall give up our policy of encouraging insurrection to overthrow the Kuomintang regime, call off the Sovietization movement and continue the policy of forcible confiscation of the land of the landlords, that we shall abolish the present Soviet governments and call for the practice of democracy in the hope that state power will be unified throughout the country, and that the Red Army will give up its present name and designation, that it will be reorganized as part of the National Revolutionary Army and placed under the military council of the national government, and that it will be ready for orders to march to the anti-Japanese front and do its duty. Kuomintang Communist Cooperation 95. Dear fellow countrymen, our party has long since shown in word and deed before the whole country an open, selfless attitude and a readiness to compromise for the common good, which have won the commendation of all. Now, with a view to uniting with the Kuomintang in good faith, consolidating the peace and unity of the whole country and carrying out a national revolutionary war against Japan, we are ready to honor forthwith those of our promises which have not yet been formally carried out, for example, to abolish the Soviet areas and to redesignate the Red Army, so that the united strength of the entire country may be used to resist foreign aggression. The Japanese aggressors have driven deep into our country and disaster is imminent. Fellow countrymen, arise and unite as one. Our great, ancient Chinese nation is indomitable. Arise and fight for national unity. Fight to overthrow Japanese imperialist oppression. The Chinese nation will surely triumph. For victory in the war of resistance against Japan. For a new China, independent, happy, and free. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Oppose seeking peace through compromise, persist in the war of resistance in North China. November 13, 1937. A. Now that Taiyuan has been lost, the enemy is driving southward. The fighting in and around Shanghai has shifted to Songjiang, and the Pudong district has been lost. Britain and the United States have come forward as mediators. The Japanese stipulate 4 conditions: the designation of the occupied parts of Shanghai as concession areas, 455 the granting of autonomy to North China, the granting of independence to Inner Mongolia, and the abrogation of China's fishing rights. As a result, there has been a growing sense of defeat and a craven desire for peace in Shanghai and Nanjing. The situation in Shaanxi is also critical. Yan Zishan 92 will not stir from Hai's stronghold in the Liaoliang Mountains. He stays in Chikao Town's Hip and Zixian County, massing his officers' training corps, the DA Red EVII Co RPSAND the OUNGVANGUARDS. 93 He WI 11 No T Komi to Linfen. If he wins victories, he will expand the guerrilla war. If not, he will retreat west of the Huanghe River. He ha SLF the DIREC, Shin of the NTI re-operation to Huang Xiaohong and Weili Huang. 94 Huang has already low ST confidence. Wei verbally agrees to our position on protracted and guerrilla war, but his heart is no longer in Shaanxi. Various armies are all planning to retreat across the river. Chiang Kai-shek does not seem to be as determined as before in ordering them to stand fast. As for Lu Xiang, 95 Yan Zishan hopes that he will not come to Shaanxi to take command. So there is not much hope of topping the enemy at Mount Hangzhenling, Lingshi Ko Unti. It is. A telegram sent from Linfen, Shaanxi to Comrade Es Mao Zedong, Zh Angwenshan, Zuda, Pengdi Hui and Ren Bishi. 96. Persist in war of resistance in North China. 97. Now only a matter of time before the enemy reaches Fenglingdu in his push southward. Therefore, I propose the following. I oppose seeking peace through compromise and persist one and the war of resistance in North China. This should be taken as the central theme of all our mobilization efforts. We should point out that although SE who want to retreat across the river are helping the Japanese aggressors gain control of North China. 2. Stress guerrilla warfare and try to influence and win over the friendly forces so that they will act in unison with us. The friendly forces may be divided into three groups: A. Sympathizers, such as the Daredevil Corps and the Officers Training Corps; B. Those with whom we have connections, Yuk as the brigade under Su Quan Zihong, the division under Zhao Xiaoshan and the army under Sun Wei Ru, 96 and C. Those with whom we have SOMI contact. 3. Promote extensive guerrilla warfare and train cadres so as to persist in the war of resistance. A. The Red Army has already organized as many as 10,000 people in guerrilla units under its leaders Hip. B. 14 counties in Shaanxi are known to HAVE Guerrilla Unit S, with a total of over 4,000 people. C. The General Mobilization Committee has organized and is IEADing 000 PE op IE 97. As far as the training of cadres for guerrilla warfare is concerned, each military district should organize its own training corps to absorb young students, workers, and peasants from different regions. 4. Expand the Red Army so as to strengthen the decisive role of the regular forces. Hu Fu has proposed that we increase the number of troops to 100,000 INTH 98 IAGREE. IALSOSUGGESTTHATWE RECRUIT 30,000 IN North China, 5,000 in northern Shaanxi and 15,000 in the old Soviet areas. 457 Would Zuda, Pengdi Hui and Ren Bishi please give orders regarding measures for recruiting the 30,000 men in North China? The local party organizations and local governments are to cooperate. 5. Unhesitatingly take in enemy soldiers who have been routed and collect all guns and materials left by them. This work has just begun. Some results have been achieved on the Eastern Front, but difficulties have arisen on the Western Front due to lack of troops. 6. Strengthen our work in the various military districts. To accomplish 2 SHTHs in Su the as turned Shaanxi, I suggest that Song Renkian 99 and Pengzhen 100 BSENT to tack EC barge there, with the 8,000 men in the Daredevil Corps as their BASIC force. In southern Shaanxi, Peng 98. Swafeng 0 should be given the leading role and made responsible for the work of THE party committees of the army and THE government, so as to concentrate and coordinate the activities of the party, government, and army. 7. Democratize local government and extend democratization to the provincial level. 8. Carry out the party's policies for the war zones, organize the people and launch mass struggles. 9. Intensify the struggle against collaborator S. See Hu Fu will wire the arrangements concerning Party WORK. The present crisis in the war of resistance and the tasks to be undertaken in pursuing the war. In North China. November 16, 1937. The state of the war of Resistance CE. And the present crisis. With the fall of Shanghai and Taiyuan, a new CNS-1SM the war of resistance is developing. The CRISIS has two aspects. For ST, we find ourselves in an interval between a war of resistance conducted by government forces, a war which is increasingly difficult to carry on, and a war of resistance conducted by the whole people, a war which has not yet come into being. Second, both internally and externally there is growing sentiment in favor of mediation. Let's make a concrete analysis. The war situation. The Japanese aggressors have occupied Shanghai and broken rough at Songjiang, and our 2NE of defense has been pulled back to Jia Han, Suzhou, Kun Han and Liui. In North China, since the occupation of Taiyuan, the enemy forces have been pressing on a line linking Finyang, Jixiu, and Zihong Township. And there are reports that they are also advancing along the Beiping Hankou and the Tianjin-Pukou railways. The Japanese aggressors' hope is, after a little regrouping, to compel our main force to withdraw south of the Huanghe River and then announce to the world that the war in North China has in The main come to an end and also that they have taken Shanghai. They would then go ahead with their plan of creating an autonomous North China and a neutral Shanghai, splitting off. A speech made at a MASS meeting in Linfen, Shaanxi. It was Publi's head in the Hankou Weekly, The Mosses, Volume I, Number 2. 99. 100. The Hui and Mongolian regions and harassing Central and South China. This plan could be carried out under cover of talk of an armistice agree, meant so as to dupe the other powers and lure collaborators. It's much more diabolical than open aggression. The international situation. The conference of the Nine-Power Treaty coup entry ESO2 has given evidence of the initiative of Breda in and the United States and of the cooperation between them, but they still have mediation as their central motive. They are reluctant to consider sanctions, and therefore the tougher Japan is, the more helpless they become. The main purpose of their mediation is temporary relaxation, something which can be achieved on Ly at the expense of China's national interests. According Ly, the consular corps in Shanghai is openly engaged in a peace campaign, and Germany and Italy give full endorsement to Japan's claims. Besides refusing to take part in the conference of the Nine-Power Treaty countries, Japan has put forward its 6 demands. 3 Britain and the United States have stated that even if Japan takes a tough attitude and China persists in the war against aggression, they will keep the conference going and are prepared to seek out new opportunities for mediation. Such being the position of Britain and the United States, the Soviet Union naturally cannot act alone, although it has already given effective support to China both morally and practically. See the military situation. A considerable part of China's regular forces has already been used. At the same time, nothing has been done on a national scale to effect a general mobilization of the people, reform the armed forces, change strategy and tactics or improve work in the rear areas. And some of the officers and men are experiencing disappointment and demoralization due to setbacks in the war, losses suffered by the troops and the inadequacy of provisions. It will not do for us to rely on the existing regular forces to carry on a protracted war of resistance, for the IR confidence in VICT ORI has already been badly shaken. Demobilization of the people. Over the last 3 to 4 months, the Kuomintang has not loosened its control either over the government or over the mobilization of the people. To this very day the Kuomintang party headquarters is sticking to the policy of control over the mobilization work. Control without mobilization is a universal phenomenon. As a result, in many big cities, popular movements are even less active than in the earlier period of partial war. The situation at the front is not evoking popular response, the rear areas are not getting present crisis and tasks 101. Popular support, and it is impossible to organize people's armed forces. This is creating compliant objects for the Japan SA and opponents for our selves. Defeats in battle are less to be feared than the low morale of the people. If we low the people, the situation will be irretrievably. Owing to these grave phenomenon, the sentiment in favor of mediation is gradually increasing both internally and externally, which gives rise to the following dangers: a collaborationist regimes are on the upswing. For example, the autonomous administration of North China, 10 the associations for the preservation of Order 105 in Shanghai and North China, and the INDEPENDENCEMOVEMNTOF in NERMONGO1IA1068SW11ASINDIVI collaborators are becoming more and more active. B. Capitulationism is growing. Pro-Japanese elements are becoming active and are proposing direct negotiation with Japan. The pro-British and pro-US forces are weak and lacking in self-confidence and are proposing to negotiate terms through Britain and the United States. Those who are disappointed with the Soviet Union propose bringing the war to an end. All THSARDFFERENT forms of capitulationism. But Wanji Jingo EI 101 Ha SSAID that persons who advocate peace through conciliation are traitors, and Chiang Kai-shek has also said that he will see the war of resistance through to the end, and that whoever talks compromise no w is a traitor. The government has also instructed the Sihin SE delegation that unless the Japanese troop SRW withdrawn from China, there is no room for mediation. This is a telling blow to capitulationism. See the idea of creating special areas ISGA inning GROUND. 108 The Hebei Sihar special area continues to exert an influence on the mind of many people, inducing them to dream of a life of temporary ease in these areas. Is a life possible? Absolutely not. On the contrary, transitional political set UPS foster collaborators, demoralize the people and lead to the betrayal of justice. So it is absolutely necessary to sever diplomatic relations with Japan. Defeat cannot reduce the Chinese people to subjugation, but the special areas can doom Thin as a nation beyond redemption. D. Defatis sentiment is emerging. Military failures encourage theidea that all is low st, that thec hoi ceis if to take everything g on a throw of the dice and put up a la st ditch fight or lse to retreat for self-preservation. Sin re is no hope of victory in a la st ditch battle, the tendency is to fa vrw withdrawing across the Huanghe River and self preservation. But is it true that it is no longer possible to 102. Put up a fight in North China? Tf so, then withdrawing across the Huanghe River won't save anyone's skin either. Therefore, withdrawing across the river without orders is equivalent to allowing the Japanese aggressors to take control of North China. We must struggle to the finish to eliminate all these tendencies and overcome all these dangers. To this end we must persevere in the war of resistance against Japan. Only when the whole people rise to resist aggression can the war be continued, and only when we persevere in the war can we hope to get help from friendly countries, to resist any mediation efforts unfavorable to us and ultimately to defeat the enemy. 2. The possibility of persisting in the war of resistance in North China and its prospects. There is a crisis in the war of resistance and the Japanese invaders are making every effort to aggravate it. The core of their scheme is to compel our troops to withdraw across the Huanghe River quickly, leaving North China in their hands, and then to exploit the situation to the full. The attack on Shanghai was originally intended as a diversionary action on a secondary front, but to their surprise, the enemy troops suffered heavy losses in the Shanghai battle. They have closed in on Suzhou and are now advancing on Nanjing. But their strategic focus is North China, and taking it is still their first priority. Therefore, if the resistance were allowed to end in North China, the crisis involving the whole war would become extremely grave. What's more, it would give the Japanese invaders a breathing spell prior to further action. Therefore, if we are to persist in the war of resistance, the central task must be to persist in the war in North China. If the war in North China can be protracted, the Japanese aggressors will have no way of realizing their whole scheme. Now that Taiyuan has fallen, can the war in North China be continued? Can it be continued for a long time? Our answer is, it certainly can. First, the present crisis in the war in North China can be overcome and a successful counterattack can be launched, if the central government can send competent, FRESH troops here, if it can organize an offensive coordinating all the battle fronts, if it can change its purely defense. Present crisis and tasks 103. S1VE strategy and tactics by dispatching fresh troops to operate in the enemy's rear area, and if it can mobilize the masses of the people to join in the war. Second, if the above measures cannot be adopted now and the enemy continues to advance and occupies Fenglingdu, our river port for crossing, in an attempt to control vital spots along the Huanghe River, we still have a way of carrying on a protracted war in North China, including Shaanxi. The conditions favorable to such a war are as follows: A. Given its military strength, the enemy cannot control the whole of North China, not even all the cities, to say nothing of the villages. They can't control all the vital railways and main roads either. Therefore, they will have to use their Chinese collaborators' troops to hold many cities and towns, while concentrating their own troops and heavy weapons on defending important routes of communication and employing their main strength to fight our forces. That is very good. We can use guerrillas to wipe out the collaborators, arm the masses, use part of our lightly equipped troops to raid and cut off the main enemy communication routes and to seize their supplies and ammunition, and use our main forces to seek and wipe out part of the enemy forces in the mountain areas. All this is entirely possible. Witness the 8th Route Army's recovery of 14 county seats in enemy rear areas, its burning of 22 enemy planes, its recent recapture of Nanhua and its defeat of many advancing enemy troops. 09B Protracted warfare is also possible in terms of topography. The enemy troops are trained for operations along railways or main roads but not in mountain areas. Moreover, they aren't familiar with the roads in our interior. The whole of Shaanxi, the western part of Hebei and Chahar provinces, and areas bordering on Rihe and Hebei provinces are mountainous and eminently suitable for the survival, functioning and growth of our forces. See, so far as climate is concerned, no foreigners are as well adapted as the Chinese. Winter and spring are especially hard on the Japanese troops. Popular support is fundamental. In their aggression against China, for all their deceptions and enticements, the Japanese invaders are able to buy only a handful of collaborators, while the majority of the people are suffering materially. Thus, popular resistance is the primary condition for protracted war. The more the enemy is destructive, the more awakened the people become in their fight for national survival. 104. There has already been an initial expansion of the people's armed forces. Their extensive growth in the area bordering on Shaanxi, Hebei, and Chahar provinces in particular will make that area a model for protracted warfare in North China. The determination of government leaders and the armed forces constitutes a principal condition for carrying on a protracted war of resistance in North China. At present, Chiang Kai-shek, Yan Zishan 9-2 and quite a few army units are strengthening their war efforts. We hope ETHEY will go a step further and carry out comprehensive planning. Finally, the fact that the 8th Route Army is staying on to fight in North China is also an important element favoring the pro-secession of a protracted war there, Because the 8th Route Army is the Red Army under a new name and it has Zhong experience in mobile and guerrilla warfare. It will turn this experience to good account, influence the friendly forces and organize and lead the masses in waging war. All these favorable factors ensure great potential for a protracted war of resistance in North China. In the most difficult times, resistance will mainly take the form of guerrilla warfare in order to hold on. Though TS will go on for so many time, the situation will certainly be different from the one prevailing in the 4 northeastern provinces during the past 6 years. This protracted war will promote the nationwide war of resistance and gain the time needed to organize new army units throughout the country. On the other hand, the nationwide war of resistance will give support to the war in North China, making it impossible for Japan to conclude it and thus furthering the world campaign to aid China. Therefore, this guerrilla war gives US prospects for victory. Through a protracted war the guerrillas will gain strength, arm the masses, recover man YCITIES and town s, disrupt the enemy's communication lines, wipe out part of his forces and, finally, with the participation of FRESH forces from the whole country, we will launch a victorious counterattack, recover the lost territories and drive the invading Japanese imperiale STS out of China. 3. The tasks to be undertaken. In pursuing the war of resistance in North China. How are we to persist-1 and the war of resistance in North China? TSISTHE question we ought to DSCUSS no W. In other words, what? Present crisis and tasks 105. Must we do to carry out a protracted war of resistance in North China? The are 4 main tasks. I reform the armed forces. With the continuation of the war there are fewer and fewer regular armies left. Yet when we go into battle, we should have well-organized armies. Therefore, it becomes an urgent task to reform the old armies and organize new ones. The object in reforming an army is not to change its personnel but to reform its structure. Hereafter, army units fighting in North China should be reorganized to adapt to mobile and guerrilla warfare in mountain areas. A triple SYSTEM-0 should be instituted with guerrilla unit S, light gear and supplies, and plenty of communications equipment. Next, a system of political work must be established and made the lifeline in consolidating the army. We should encourage the voluntary observance of discipline to ensure a close relationship between the soldiers and the people. Third, we must improve the life of our soldiers. There must be equality in their political life, the companies must keep open accounts, the living standards of the soldiers must be raised and unity must be established between officers and men. Fourth, commanders of the army units must be given the power to make independent decisions, so that they can operate independently in separate areas and have no fear of remaining behind enemy lines or of being cut off. Fifth, our strategy and tactics must be changed. We must understand that we are now carrying on field operations, mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare and that the important thing is therefore men and not territory. Sixth, we must establish rear areas for the army units and ensure an uninterrupted flow of supplies from them, so that the troops can exist independently even under difficult conditions. Thursday reformed, the army will be dynamic, close to the people and revolutionary. Its officers and men will be able to carry the war of resistance in North China through to final victory. 2. Expand the base of the political authority. At present, the Republic of China has no unified political authority in the whole of North China. On the contrary, political power belongs to the Japanese aggressors and their collaborators. The autonomy peddled by the Japanese is a sham, and we should counter it with genuine autonomy, so as to mobilize the masses and expand the base of the political authority. At present, therefore, the political authority in North China should be a local political authority under the national government. First of all, it should have a democratic structure, it should unite all the people in North China who resist Japan's aggressive and held welcome. 106. representatives of all political parties or groups and all military forces to join in the government and in the task of saving the country. Second, organizationally, local self-government and self-sufficiency should be practiced at the county level to maintain the legitimate authority of the Republic of China and should then be extended to the provincial level. Third, in terms of policy, the program of resistance to Japanese aggression should be carried out. We suggest that a policy of national salvation be pursued in the war zones according to the 10-point program proposed by the Communist Party. 111.3. Give free rein to the People's Movement S. If this is not done in North China, the army won't be able to get new recruits or support when in battle, and there will be no way to organize People's resistance forces. The valiant will be massacred by the Japanese aggressors, the cowardly will submit, the crafty will become collaborators, and unscrupulous businessmen and evil landlords will be the first to fly the Japanese flag and form associations for the preservation of order. If we don't want to see this happen, we must unhesitatingly spread propaganda among the masses and mobilize, organize, and arm them, so that together we may rise up and carry on protracted guerrilla warfare in North China. The first thing to do is to conduct extensive and deep-going propaganda work among the masses on resistance to Japanese aggression. Second, we must organize the masses in the trade unions, chambers of commerce, PS&A associations and students unions, and draw them into political organizations. Third, we must mobilize them to struggle for their own interests and to link these with the interests of the whole nation. Fourth, we must organize them to participate in military training, encourage them to join the People's Self-Defense Forces, guerrilla units, and volunteers, and draw them into the regular army. 4. Wipe out collaborators. We must resolutely oppose capitulationism, defeatism, and the tendency to accept the establishment of special areas. This is a prerequisite of protracted war. Only by opposing the collaborators can we unite the whole people and the whole army in North China, exert an influence on the whole country and even the world, persist in the protracted war in North China and win final victory. The nature of the youth movement and its current tasks. December 31, 1937. The nature of the youth movement today. Let's talk about the situation facing young people during our war of resistance. These are undoubtedly times of great change and struggle, unprecedented in history. The enemy hopes to turn all of us, and our children and grandchildren too, into slaves without a country. If we are to survive, we must fight a war of resistance and fight it to the end. These are refighting times. The why cannot be compared to the era of the May 4th and May 3rd 3 movements or to the Great Revolution of I-925. 461. Whereas the struggles in the past were internal and limited political struggles, we are now fighting a total war of resistance against fascist aggression and by an external enemy. Now is the time for the whole Chinese people, oppressed, ravished, slaughtered, the victims of aggression, to stand up and fight back. So the situation has completely changed. When the whole country is in a state of flux, the role of young people is most difficult and yet most important. Today our young people can no longer do as they did before, study, find a job, get married. They can no longer follow the normal course of life. With the advent of war they can no longer peacefully pursue their studies. Of the centers of culture, Nanjing, Shanghai, Beiping, Tianjin, Guangzhou and Wuhan, 4 have already been lost. Most of the schools in the rear areas have already shut down. Hundreds of thousands of young people, and particularly our young friends from the Northeast, have no schools to attend, no homes to return to. The second and third parts of a speech delivered at the University of Wuhan. It was published head in WAR Time Youth, No. I, Wuhan. 107. 108. Drift endlessly and taste the endless bitterness of life. There's a song called the Songhua River. To any listener who has known sorrow, it is truly heartbreaking. And yet we as howled feel proud, very proud. As young people we should rejoice that we are living in these great and turbulent times. It is in youth that we make progress through learning and grow strong through tempering. Not only does the present belong to our youth, they also have a bright future. They should think not only of their own lives but also of those of their children and grandchildren, of their descendants. The youth of today should ask not only how to win final victory in the war of resistance, but also how to transform China into a free and democratic republic after victory is won. Therefore, in our opinion, these are the best of times when looked at from a positive angle. They offer this generation of youth an opportunity to face the challenge and be great and to win a bright future. Such an opportunity is rare under normal circumstances. The tasks of the youth movement today. Our youth must not only save the nation and the present struggle for national survival, but also take up the responsibility of national reconstruction in the future. They have to build the nation as well as save it, and I think the the skisheav and the road long, is very appropriate when applied to Chinese youth. Where should we direct our efforts today? I would like to suggest 4 possibilities to our young friends. First, enlist in the army. This is the most effective way of saving the nation. The responsibility for establishing new military units and filling out the ranks of the old ones falls on the shoulders of our young friends. In my opinion, a person who cannot defend himself cannot be a real man. This is also true of a nation. Therefore, it is best to receive formal military training and be ready at any time to go to the battlefront and fight the enemy. Second, take up work in the battle areas. In these areas the people lack organization. They wander about not knowing what to do. They want to defend themselves. They want to fight. But there is no one to give them guidance. We have to go in, organize them, arm them and lead them in fighting guerrilla war, in Upperton G. Nature of Youth Movement and its current tasks 109. Operations of the regular forces, in blocking information, clearing the fields and sabotaging gthenemys vita l lines of communication. We should at least be able to bring about cooperation between the army and the people so as to hinder the activities of collaborators. Third, go down to the countryside. Although we have lost much territory, there large numbers of towns and villages in the rear areas where, to this day, many people do not know what resistance to Japan is all about. If we want to continue fighting and increase the combat effectiveness of the army, we must mobilize the masses to join the army. We have to reform those methods of mobilization which have proved inappropriate. Therefore, it is necessary that young people with ideals be organized to go directly to the countryside and mobilize the masses, so that able-bodied men will courageously volunteer to go to the front. In TS work we must give preferential treatment to the families of soldiers fighting the Japanese aggressors. It will be best if we can get persons with money to contribute money and those with strength to contribute strength. We must see to it that persons in the countryside who have money but do not want to join the army provide for the families of anti-Japanese soldiers, so as to relieve them of anxiety about the people they leave behind. I believe that in this way we will be able greatly to reduce friction and achieve cooperation between the government and the people. Moreover, we can carry out work in the sphere of self-defense by the people, preparing them to coordinate their activities with the future operations of government forces. Fourth, go to the occupied areas. We must not let the enemy seize east and south China as easily as they did the 4 provinces of the northeast. 11. Under the ruthless and brutal rule of the enemy we must arduously temper ourselves, expand our national salvation organizations in secret and covertly arm our oppressed compatriots in preparation for the counterattack by our regular forces, so that we may work in coordination, one from within and the other from without. If our young friends were to disperse themselves among the masses and spread out to every corner of the land, our strength would be invincible. Work and STUD are inseparable. Today our work can develop smoothly only through constant STUD. I am convinced that as long as we are willing, it is possible for us to study anywhere. Each of us must find an appropriate place where we can study and work and make the most of our capabilities. 110. This doesn't mean casting aside what we have learned. It means, rather, adding to what we have already learned, which is the foundation, by bringing theory in line with reality and applying our knowledge. The youth movement in China has a most glorious tradition. Faced with today's struggle for national liberation, our youth have a great mission to fulfill. When we set ourselves to it, we will surmount all difficulties and dispel all doubts. We are courageous, resolute, hard-working, and rich in understanding. We are the mainstay of the war of resistance. Our prospects are bright and full of promise. Young friends, strive for final victory in the war of resistance, for the advent of a new China, independent, happy and free. Political work in the anti-Japanese Armed Forces. January Zhou, 1938. Revolutionary political work. The lifeline of national revolution. The LESSONS derived from 2 months of fighting in the nationwide war of resistance HAVE clearly and URGENTLYPLA said the importance of reforming the armed forces to meet the needs of the war before the WHLEPEOPLE and with particular acuteness before the Kuomintang. The most important factor in reforming the armed forces is the establishment of a system for doing revolutionary political work. Only by setting up SUCA system among the resistance forces can we enhance our fighting spirit and unity officers and men, army and people as one man, with one heart and one mind, so that they will fight to the end for the freedom and independence of the nation. In 1924, when the Kuomintang was reorganized in Guangzhou II and before the national government was established, the old armed forces had not yet been reformed nor the revolutionary forces set up. That ISYNO decisive victory was won in the fierce battle with the forces of Chen Jiangming and others in the Dongjiang, Zhejiang, and Beijiang areas and in the South, 11-3. Although we had more than 200,000 troops from Guangdong, Hunan, Yunnan, etc. taking part in the actions. But after the graduation of the first class of cadets from the Whampoa Military Academy 14 and the formation of 2 regiments of the NEU National Revolutionary Army 463, a force with these 2 regiments as its central components in the EAS turned campaign 5 immediately won. An article published in Shanghai on January 10, 1938, in the pamphlet A Programme for Political Work in the War of Resistance. The exact date of COMPOCDONIS unknown. 111. 11-2. The warm welcome and help of the people tend the Dongjiang area and was able to capture Chaoziho and Chantu, drive straight through to the border of Fujian and swiftly annihilate Yang and Lu. 116. From a purely military point of view, was it not a miracle that the mere addition of 2 regiments, consisting of a few thousand men, should have been decisive in winning a total victory, while the more than 200,000 troops engaged in a bloody war over the previous 12 months had been unable to defeat Chen Jiangming? The reason was that these 2 regiments were new, revolutionary forces in which political work based on the revolutionary 3 people's principles had been carried out. 462. Politically, they were superior to the enemy, and this raised their combat effectiveness and guaranteed unity within the army and between the army and the people. It was because of this irrefutable fact that the Kuomintang decided to make revolutionary political work central to the continued expansion of the new, revolutionary armed forces and to the reform of the old armed forces. Only in this way was victory won in the northern expedition. 11-1 The Soviet Red Army was able to unite the workers and peasants in the midst of ravages and privation and beat back the attacks of The White Guards and foreign aggressors. The Chinese Red Army was able, during the past 10 years, to unite the people of the Soviet areas 457 in waging ruthless battles. The Spanish Republican Army was able to unite the people and engage in resolute and protracted struggle against the invading German and Italian fascist armies and Franco's rebel forces. These were all miracles. 118 and to a large extent they were made possible by the effective revolutionary political work done in the Revolutionary Armed Forces. Therefore, we can affirm that political work based on dedication to the revolutionary cause is the tooth and soul of every revolutionary armed force. Some people say that political work is all empty talk, like a salesman's pitch for a quack medicine. Others say that it just increases the friction between the higher and lower ranks in the army, making it more difficult for the officers to lead the men, and that if relations between the army and the people are too good, it will be more difficult for the army to direct the people. We must say frankly and honestly that these strictures on political work are either from a failure to understand its true significance or from conscious opposition to it and reluctance to see the armed forces revolutionized. When political work turns into mere empty talk, the political work in anti-Japanese armed forces 113. Fault does not lie with political work as such but with the particular political worker who is not carrying out true, revolutionary, political work. To talk idly about the revolutionary cause and the revolutionary political program, while in many ways actually obstructing their implementation, to call on the army and the people in declarations, broadcasts and training programs to participate in the all-out national war, while actually withholding from the people the right and opportunity to fight and hampering the relations between people and army at every turn, even to the point of forbidding the people to give comfort to the troops, to harangue the soldiers about the war of resistance, calling on them to march bravely to the front, while in fact high-ranking officers hold back in the face of the enemy or even flee in civilian clothes. All this is at variance with the revolutionary cause, the revolutionary political program and the behavior of a revolutionary army. And this kind of political work is nothing but a frill, a joke, or mere claptrap. It is bound to be empty talk, a salesman's pitch for a quack medicine. Political work aims to unite army and people, officers and men and to maintain links between them on the basis of the revolutionary cause and political program. It will be impossible to forge unity inside and outside the army and to have efficient command over the army if there is no such supreme principle of uniting in resolute struggle and self-sacrifice for the country and the people, and if the higher ups do not offer encouragement and play an exemplary role, but instead perpetuate the warlord system and the divisive practice of allowing officers to oppress the men and the army to oppress civilians. And there will be no hope of the armies becoming a true revolutionary vanguard for national liberation. Some people ask, isn't the National Revolutionary Army already carrying on the political work instituted in the period of the Great Revolution? To this question, we must once again answer frankly and honestly that the political organization and regulations that existed in the armed forces of that period no longer exist in the so-called political training sections. 11-9 For a decade now Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary Three People's Principles and Three Great Policies have not been the content of political work. Can political work without a revolutionary system or content meet the needs of a national revolutionary army? Over the 10 years since 1927, only the 18th Group Army, that is, the Red Army, has kept up and carried forward political work with the revolutionary system and content of the period of the Great Revolution. 11-4. It. The tasks and content of political work. In the anti-Japanese armed forces. The fundamental aim of political work in the revolutionary armed forces is to raise their fighting spirit, ensure victory, and bring about unity within their ranks and between the army and the people. The Chinese nation is at a critical juncture, it will either survive or be destroyed. It urgently needs the fighting spirit of the resistance forces, their will to carry the war to the end even at the cost of their lives. It urgently needs the unity of the army and the people in meeting the national crisis and winning final victory in the protracted war of resistance. Today we must eliminate any factions still existing in our armed forces. We must get rid of the notion of preserving one's own strength and regarding one's own troops as a personal possession. We must do away with all aspects of the warlord system, under which the lower ranks are oppressed by the higher, the men by the officers and the people by the army. And we must wipe out the pathological fear of Japan that is manifested in hanging back, prevaricating, being reluctant to go to the aid of endangered friendly forces and fleeing at the mere sight of the enemy. The only way to eradicate all such shameful phenomena is to promote the same revolutionary political work as in the period of the Great Revolution, so that the armed forces of the whole country will become truly revolutionary and resolutely carry the fight for national liberation through to the end. Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary three people's principles and three great policies must be revived to form the basis and core of the political work in our armed forces. Every commander, fighter, and civilian must be made to understand and firmly believe that we are fighting the war of resistance today for our country, our people, ourselves and our descendants, and for the three great aims of national liberation, the people's welfare and their democratic rights. They must be made to understand deeply the three great policies of uniting with the Soviet Union, the Communist Party and the workers and peasants, and to carry them out firmly as the only way to make the revolutionary three people's principles a reality. Only such political work, combined with the actual implementation of revolutionary policies, can ensure that the army and the people throughout the country will unite as one, firmly stand together and, confident of victory, determined to achieve national liberation, fearing no difficulties or setbacks, submit. Political work in Anti-Japanese Armed Forces 115. Ting to neither threats nor blandishments and resisting any attempt to sow dissens persist in the war of resistance until final victory. With the above aim and bases in mind, how should we carry out our political work? I think that it's how'll be three-pronged, that ts, dire seated at the army, the civilian populace and the enemy forces. In the army, our urgent tasks are as follows. We must carry out revolutionary political education among all officers and men in every unit, propagate the revolutionary three people's principles and link theory with practice. We must see to it that officers and men acquire a progressive, revolutionary world outlook and acquaint themselves with international trends, the domestic situation, the general state of affairs in Japan and the way to win final victory in the war of resistance. We must help to greatly enhance their national consciousness and spirit of self-sacrifice. That is why political education in the army must be on a par with military training and must be conducted regularly. The teaching material must be revolutionary in content. To stimulate the interest of the soldiers in study, full-scale discussions must be set going between commanders and fighters, difficult points and misconceptions must be patiently cleared up and formalism and ritualism combated. Only thus will we be able to carry out political education in any profound sense. We must strive to improve the treatment and living conditions of the rank and file. It must be admitted that the old armed forces did very poorly in both respects. If we do not strive to improve TS situation as much as possible, we cannot break down the barrier between officers and men or arouse the fighters' enthusiasm for battle. It is imperative to prohibit corporal punishment and the cursing and striking of the men as well as the pocketing of their pay by officers. A formal directive should be issued to that effect, placing the supervision of all such matters under the political organs. We should set up the necessary organizations, such as War of Resistance exhibition centers and clubs, and organize entertainments in order to provide officers and men with appropriate recreation and sports activities and to promote literacy among the soldiers. Provisiones for the troops must be guaranteed. The soldiers themselves should elect their MS committees and attention shall be paid to improving their MEALs. Every effort should be made to distribute the gifts sent by the people principally to the lower-ranking officers and the rank and file, while people bearing gifts to the soldiers should be allowed to come into close contact with them. Only thus will the life of the officers and men 116 be happy and stimulating. If the work of our political organs is not closely linked with improvements in the life and treatment of the soldiers, it will indeed be like peddling quack medicine. 3. We must establish conscious revolutionary discipline within the armed forces. The discipline and consolidation of a national revolutionary army are founded upon political and national consciousness, not upon verbal abuse or flogging and other forms of corporal punishment. Unity between army and people is founded upon the love of the people and the protection of their interests by officers and men. TT cannot be achieved by oppressing people, trampling them underfoot or commanding them to act against their will. Education and persuasion should be the chief methods of dealing with those who make a mistake or break discipline. Disciplinary regulations should not be applied except when absolutely necessary. This means that voluntary observance of discipline in a revolutionary army can be achieved only through adequate political education, mutual trust and understanding between officers and men, and mutual care and consideration between the army and the people. To promote revolutionary discipline, the political organs must begin by strengthening political education and improving the treatment of the soldiers. 4. We must guarantee that orders of a military administrative nature issued by military commanders are carried out. Through the work of political organs, we must ensure that commanders can rely on the self-discipline and high level of national consciousness of the lower-ranking officers and the men, so that all orders they issue in the national interest with a view to furthering the war of resistance and to expanding the role of the army and improving its organization will be executed. The political organs should wage earnest struggles against any tendency to disobey orders, they will thus educate all officers and men. 5. All political workers must play an exemplary role. By their deeds they should set an example ideologically and politically. They should influence all officers and men by their loyalty to the revolutionary cause, their indomitable will and their hard work and perseverance. They should unite all officers and men by their friendly and unassuming manner and patient persuasiveness. Only in this way can they heighten the esteem in which political work is held, help advance it and increase its effectiveness. All bad habits such as behaving arrogantly, seeking the limelight, indulging in empty talk and leading a life of graft and corruption must be overcome or eradicated. Political work in anti-Japanese armed forces 117. And the localities, our urgent tasks are as follows. 1. We must protect the interests of the people, so that army and people become as one. Wherever the army goes, it is strictly forbidden to impress people into its service, requisition their carts, or impose levies on grain and fodder. Pay fairly for what you buy and do not harass the people or harm their interests. When it is necessary to get help from the people, meetings with their true representatives should be held to arouse and convince them so that they will voluntarily help the army. Wherever the revolutionary armed forces go, they must not only ensure that they themselves do not harass or harm the people, but also help the people eradicate evils. The political organs of the army must resolutely protect the interests of the people and relieve their sufferings. Only Thursdays will the people be able to see from their own experience that the army is their army, fighting in the national interest, and only thus will the people and the army become closely united. 2. We must organize and arm the people. Wherever the resistance forces go, the political organs must ensure the people's right to decide matters for themselves. They must conduct propaganda, mobilize the people and help and lead them in getting organized and armed. They must do their work well so that people from all walks of life will be ready to organize of their own accord associations for resisting Japan and saving the nation as well as armed forces to fight Japan. Existing organizations that are unsuited to mobilizing the masses for participation in the war and that restrict their actions should be reformed. Their mass base should be expanded so as to bring the initiative of the people into full play. Only Thursday can the strength of hundreds of thousands of people be coordinated with that of the armed forces and all the needs of the army be met by relying on the people. 3. We must mobilize the people to weed out collaborators. Japanese spy agencies are scattered throughout the country, and traitors are running wild. In order to consolidate our areas of military operations as well as our rear areas and to heighten the political vigilance of the troops and the people, the political organs of the anti-Japanese Army D forces must pay attention to mobilizing the masses and cooperating with them in a movement to extirpate traitors. Being off towards the Japanese aggressors and Chinese traitors is a crime against the nation. One of the main jobs of the political organs in safeguarding the war effort is to train the army and the people to stamp out the activities of spies and enemy agents by determined measures. 118. In dealing with the enemy forces, we should, 1. Carry out constant propaganda and agitation. We should seize every possible opportunity to demoralize the enemy forces and thereby lower their combat effectiveness. 2. Shout propaganda at the enemy troops and scatter leaflets to them across the firing line, even in the midst of battle. This will cause wavering in their ranks. 3. Spare no effort to prohibit the maltreatment of prisoners of war. Treat them well, educate them, explain matters to them and then release them immediately. 3. Organization and methods of political work. A rigorous system and a sound organization for doing revolutionary political work must be set up if it is to be carried out with satisfactory results. Here the first thing is to get rid of incorrect attitudes as neglecting political work and regarding political organs as mere ornaments to be kept for the sake of appearances. There must be an independent organizational system for doing political work at each level in the armed forces, from the highest general political department right down to the company political instructor. The commander at each level can give guidance to the political organs at that level, but the lower organs must obey the directions of the higher. If a political organ has objections to the instructions of the commanding officer at the same level, it has the right to appeal to the political organ at the next higher level. The military officers at the various levels must do everything possible to facilitate political work at their respective levels and should refrain from either interfering with or obstructing it. The officers of the political organs at each level have the right to impeach, before a political organ at a higher level, any military officer at the corresponding or lower levels who harms the revolutionary cause or violates the revolutionary political program or revolutionary discipline. This is the only way to ensure that the political organs achieve their aims and fulfill their tasks. Political workers must be selected and trained with care, because they have to face such serious tasks and inescapable responsibilities. To ensure success in political tasks, it is imperative to bring together political work in anti-Japanese armed forces. 119. People from every part of the country who excel in doing political work, continuously train progress young cadres and send them to work in political organs in the armed forces all over the country. Any notion that incompetent persons can be assigned to political work merely to make up the requisite numbers jeopardizes that work. Again, because political organs and political workers have to shoulder such important responsibilities, they must also pay attention to the methods of political work. They should adopt a flexible approach, taking into account the different histories and organizations of army units, their different customs and composition, the relations between their officers and men and various complex factors such as the social, economic, and political conditions and ethnic composition of each region. They must not set political affairs against military affairs and divorce themselves from reality or from the army and the people. They must win the trust of the officers and men and that of the people through patient persuasion and guidance and unite them in waging resolute struggles in conformity with the revolutionary goal and political program. It is imperative for all armed units fighting in the war of resistance to act swiftly and with the utmost determination in carrying out revolutionary political work. Only thus can final victory be won. I wish to put my humble suggestions regarding this important and pressing question before the armed forces of the whole country. The present situation and the tasks of the new Fourth Army. March 1939. The present situation and the environment of the new Fourth Army. The war of resistance one's now entering a new stage, and certain changes have come about in regard to the enemy, ourselves and the outside world. 1. Three features are obvious in the enemy's policy. A. The enemy has determined that his central task wants to conduct mopping up operations in his rear areas. He is devoting his main strength, political, cultural, economic, and especially military, to the SE areas. Accordingly, there have been no enemy offensives or thrusts into the hinterland in the last 4 months. The enemy is giving priority to political measures supplemented by military operations. By pursuing this policy, he hopes to exploit the human, material, and financial resources in areas under his occupation. C. Nevertheless, the enemy will continue the war. His giving priority to political measures does not mean the end of the war. The war will never stop until China wins victory or is subjugated. Nor will the enemy cease his offensives imply because he is conducting mopping up operations in the rear. 2. In our own policy, we have shifted the focus of attention to the enemy's rear areas. In the new stage, the enemy's rear will be the focal point of the war of resistance, and we shall wage guerrilla warfare, implement a new administrative program and reorganize the excerpts from a speech de levier de et a conference of cadres of the new FOURTHARMYHEDQRTERS in Southern Anhui. 120. Present situation and tasks of new Fourth Army. 121. Local armed forces in the enemy-occupied areas, in order to contend with the enemy in the political, economic, cultural, and military fields. In a resolution adopted at the 6th plenary session of its 6th Central Committee, 120, the party summed up the experience of last year's resistance and outlined the work to be done behind enemy lines. When Wuhan was in peril 464, we trace said that the army, the different political parties and the whole people should each recognize the importance of working behind enemy lines. All the anti-Japanese political parties are welcome to go and work with us in places where our communist troops have the upper hand. 3. The outside world is paying great attention to what is going on in China. A. It pays great attention to the areas occupied by the enemy and the policies he pursues there. B. It pays great attention to the development of guerrilla warfare. C. It pays great attention to the political power of the Chinese Communist Party in the guerrilla zones. Everybody wants to see whether the policies implemented by our party will violate the interests of other countries, whether the troops led by the party can persevere in the guerrilla zones till final victory, whether these troops can truly frustrate the enemy in his political, economic, and cultural undertakings, and whether they can grow into regular forces, engage the enemy on a larger scale and emerge victorious. The situation with respect to the enemy, ourselves, and the world shows that in the present new stage the focus of attention is the enemy-occupied area or East China, that is, the broad region lying east of the Huanghe River and the Beiping-Hankow and Guangxi-Hankow Railways. Ts is so not only because the eastern part of China has been occupied by the enemy, but also, and more important, because it is the richest and most populous area in the country and has convenient communications, fertile land, an advanced economy and a high level of culture. This region provides the best example of modernization in China. The western part of China is unquestionably not as well developed as the eastern, although the northwest and southwest can serve as our great rear area. Should East China fall completely under enemy domination, West China will grow poorer and weaker and become more endangered with each passing day, and our difficulties will naturally be multiplied. Meanwhile, the enemy will be able to overcome his own difficulties by exploiting China's human, material and financial resources. We need to be aware of these CIR. 122. Circumstances. They are the environment in which the new Fourth Army finds itself. It is now operating in the same enemy-occupied eastern part of China. It is this objective reality that has further raised the status of the new Fourth Army and made the tasks before it the more important. 2. The growth of the new Fourth Army and the way to overcome its difficulties. The above situation and environment will make it possible for our new Fourth Army to grow in future. How so? 1. The farther we go behind enemy lines, the more chances we will have to grow. 2. The more difficult the circumstances, the better we shall be able to display our capabilities and the better we shall be tempered. We do not seek to build our strength in comfortable places. Everybody wants to go there and can survive there. In the main, we should move into areas where conditions are hard. When an area is difficult and dangerous, it will be impossible for a large number of Kuomintang troops and personnel to endure and overcome the hardship, whereas our new Fourth Army can wage arduous struggles in defiance of difficulties. 3. The more deeply we go among the masses, the easier it will be for us to create base area S. If we plan to turn places where the new Fourth Army is operating into base area S, we must rely on the masses there and go deep among them. Only thus can we ensure our development. 4. The more complicated the circumstances, the more rapidly our united front will expand. A characteristic of China's united front is its complexity. On Ly under complicated circumstances we be able to create model areas of the national united front. 5. The more competition we have, the greater the progress we shall make. At the 5th plenary session of its 5th Central Executive Committee, the Kuomintang raised the matter of co-competition. I believe that we shall temper ourselves better and make more progress through competition in areas both north and south of the Changjiang River, particularly through competition with the local governments and mass organizations south of the lower reaches of the River. 6. The longer we persist, the greater will be our nationwide in present situation and tasks of new Fourth Army 123. Fluence and our influence on the outside world. We should persist in guerrilla warfare and create base areas both north and south of the Changjiang River, demonstrating to the enemy, to the whole country and to the outside world that we will never back down or run away. The fact that guerrilla warfare can be developed in difficult areas proves that it can be expanded in China's war of resistance in self-defense. Although we enjoy favorable conditions for development, difficulties still exist. 1. The enemy keeps changing his policies and military techniques. We must under no circumstances rest content with our present ability to repulse attacks. When the enemy suffer setbacks, he will make Chang's Heis con side ring neu policies in the military, political and economic field s. Therefore, although we can overcome today's difficulties, we need to consider how to overcome tomorrow's. 2. Our areas of operation are limited. Conditions in NMY, occupied areas north and south of the Changjiang River are different from those in the vast territory of North China. Our activities are res tri ctedbecausethe nemi has occupied the areas north and south of the Changjiang River. Furthermore, the NMY will intensify his efforts to build telefoni lines and road networks and to build railways north of the River, in order to reduce the scope of our operation S3. The topography and communications are not favorable. 4. The social environment and highest theoretical conditions south of the lower reaches of the Changjiang River are not very favorable to us. 5. We are still weak. Although we have EBENSTELED and toughened by a year of fighting, we are still guerrilla unit S6. The friendly party and its armies 465 will not give up the area south of the lower reaches of the Changjiang River. TSIS an important region THEY will DESPE rat ELY co and TEND4. How shall we overcome these difficulties? 1. Per SIST in guerrilla warfare. We must overcome difficulties by winning battles. Only by winning more and greater victories will we make the friendly party and its armies take usly, the enemy fear us and friendly nations respect us. 2. Uphold the unity front. We hold expand the unity front so as to counter all enemy's landers and vilifications, and we should unite with the friendly YPARTYAND its armies, local governments, and the broad masses around us so as to create a favorable environment for our work. 124. 3. Continue to strengthen ourselves. We should expand our forces, rise our prestige and increase our strength, for only TS will facilitate our work north and south of the Changjiang River. 4. Persist in going deep among the masses. We should make it known to the masses north and south of the Changjiang River that we are working for their interests and for national liberation, so that they will rally around us. We hold unite with all people, from the toiling masses to members of the upper strata, provided they are not collaborators. We should immerse ourselves in hard work among the masses so as to spread our influence among them. 5. Persist in helping the Friday ENDLY party and its armies. By helping and influencing them, we will make them feel that we are friends they can cooperate with. These are the fundamental conditions and policies for overcoming our difficulties. So long as we adhere to SUC policies, we will be able to overcome our difficulties in the main. The details will have to be worked out through practice by our leading comrades at various levels. 3. The strategy, guiding principles and tasks of the new Fourth Army. Hall deal with 4 problems. 1. The areas for development. There are 3 principles that hall guide us in choosing the areas for our development behind enemy line south of the lower reaches of the Changjiang River. A. Move into areas where there is a vacuum. B. Move into areas that are dangerous and establish new zones of operation there. C. Move into areas with only enemy and puppet troops, areas that attract relatively less attention from the friendly party and its armies and where they have not been active. Thus friction can be reduced to the benefit of the war of resistance. In light of THEXPERIENCEWHAVEGANED in THREE years of guerrilla warfare 466 we are of the opinion that in fighting the national enemy it is entirely possible to establish guerrilla base areas north and south of the Hangjiang River. As long as we are able to go deep among the masses and carry on guerrilla warfare skillfully, we will pre. Present situation and tasks of New Fourth Army 125. Prevent the enemy from gaining control of the entire region in spite of his tight blockade. 2. The operational principle. Considering the tasks of the whole nation at the new stage as well as the conditions of the region in which the new Fourth Army finds itself, the main principle guiding it in its operation is still to carry on guerrilla warfare. We hold make a new effort to study, develop, and perfect guerrilla tactics in the light of the special features of the region in which we operate. We should not employ the same guerrilla tactics as in North China, nor should we merely copy the experience of the past 3 years of guerrilla warfare. We should have greater flexibility and mobility, disappearing and reappearing still more unexpectedly daily and changing our tactics still more frequently. 3. The work of building the army. The principle is to build a strong army, or in other words, first, it should be an army of high quality, second, it must expand. We must not ignore quality, for our recruits are limited in number. WES hold see to it that one fighter can play the role of 10 and one cotter the role of 100. We cannot become regular forces by skipping the necessary intervening steps, for success will not come about overnight. Cotters are of decisive importance in the building of a powerful new Fourth Army. Only with sufficient numbers of competent cadres can we carry our work forward. The new Fourth Army has to make a great effort in this respect, because our cadres at present are inadequate militarily, culturally, technically, and politically, and we must take pains to train and educate them. It is very important to learn military techniques, particularly night fighting and hand-to-hand combat. We should also learn specific skills that are essential in guerrilla warfare, such as vaulting barbed wire to attack an enemy stronghold, or swimming with rifles to make a raid on the enemy. Later on, we will attack the enemy on the Hangjiang River to destroy his transportation lines, so mastery of the special skills needed in conducting guerrilla warfare on the river will be of great significance to the development of our guerrilla units. In addition, we should learn how to use explosives. Scaling city walls is another basic skill we should master. While keeping up guerrilla warfare, we should encourage sports activities. To guarantee success in the building of the new Fourth Army, we must engage in political work. We must consolidate the party's leadership in the army and preserve and carry forward our fine traditions. 126. For political and economic struggles against the enemy. Our central task in the past was to get our guerrilla units to assemble and move speedily to the front line and then to the rear of the enemy for operations. We have accomplished that task. Now we must wage arduous political and economic struggles against the enemy. He has adopted a policy of giving priority to political supplement dby military operations in order to exploit the resources of the OCC areas. This being the case, we shall have plenty of work to do. We must try our best to destroy the enemy and puppet regimes, sabotaging those that can be sabotaged and overthrowing those that can be overthrown. B. Ensure the restoration of our anti-Japanese political power. We should do our best, in coordination with local SELF defense forces, to help the localities restablished and protect the organs of anti-Japanese political power behind the enemy lines. WES held also assist the local MASS organizations in their work. C. Weaken the morale of the enemy troops in every possible way so that their anti-war feeling will run high. Thursdays, they will be reluctant to face battle and will refuse to fight fiercely in the final decisive moments. D. Bring about the disintegration of the puppet troops. As the enemy has great difficulty in transferring more troops from his homeland to China, he is trying to make up for his lack of manpower mainly with puppet troops, hoping to use Chinese to subdue Chinese. Therefore, we held place a high priority on bringing about the collapse of those troops. While trying to wipe them out militarily, we held try to undermine them politically, so that the enemy will not feel safe about using them. E. Make use of puppet troops, associations for the preservation of order, etc. as agents inside the enemy camp to gather intelligence and keep us informed. Later on, when the time is ripe for us to mount attacks from the outside, they can cooperate with us from the inside. F. Cut the enemy's vital communication lines. This will have not only a military but also a political and economic impact. G. Blow up the enemy's mines and factories. H. Blockade the enemy's commercial activities. See to it that the bank not issued by the enemy are not USED1NR areas. Present situation and tasks of New Fourth Army 127. J. Study means of developing our own economic strength in the midst of guerrilla warfare. For instance, we should find ways of doing our own spinning and weaving to meet our own needs, as there is plenty of cotton south of the lower reaches of the Changjiang River. K. Organize and train the masses and do all we can to help improve their literacy and political awareness, so that they will gradually attain a higher level politically, militarily, and culturally. This is the way to strengthen the ability of the localities to govern themselves. Develop local self-defense forces so that self-defense units simultaneously participating in production can be transformed into full-time guerrilla unit SM. Try to win over the members of the Green Band and the Big Sword Society. 121 We should study these organizations and try to WRN them to our cause through political work. N. Improve the living conditions of the people appropriately. Landlords who have gone over to the enemy SIDE must not be allowed to return to collect rents. O. Resolutely eliminate collaborators. We must be prudent in this work, because there are double agents working among the puppet troops and in the puppet governments. P. Strengthen our propaganda work. We should give the greatest publicity to our victories and promptly refute the enemy's false propaganda. When the enemy puts up a notice, we should post one of our own to expose his deceptions. This work is very important and brooks no delay. From now on, our political department holdly tend to the enemy's broadcasts in order to work out countermeasures. Q. Institute underground work in large cities. I can only put forward these main points for your consideration and discuss on. There is an enormous amount of work for us to do in waging political and economic struggles against the enemy. This work is exceedingly important, no less important than fighting the enemy with guns. What I have said is very superficial. I have only touched on some lessons from the past and a few problems of the present. I hope that all the political personnel of the new Fourth Army will work together, provide more concrete material and suggest more concrete measures. In this way we will demonstrate that our new Fourth Army can not only conduct exemplary guerrilla warfare but, at the same time, carry out exemplary political work and achieve exemplary successes in political and economic struggles against the enemy. On building a strong and militant party. Organization in the Southwest. January 1942. The present political situation demands that we hold be on the alert for changes and make the Southwest Party organization stronger and more combat ready so as to put into effect the policy the Central Committee has formulated for us, that is, to work and for a long period, accumulating strength and biding our time. The conditions for building a strong and militant Part Y organization are as follows. L. We must turn the 5,000 party members into staunch and competent underground cadres who maintain their ties with the MASSES and are skilled at influencing them and urging them forward. 2. We must set up one sound party branch, or indeed several parallel ones, in all major units where the masses are concentrated. It is necessary to maintain the contacts which the party organization or its individual members have established in the major departments or government offices. 3. We must help the leading bodies of the party gain the capability and confidence to exercise leadership independently. They must not be afraid of making mistakes, and when they do, they should be able to face and correct them. They must be good at appraising situations, employing the right tactics and devising different methods of work so that the party's policies are embodied in each specific work assignment. From December 1941 to January 1942, the South-ERN Bureau of The Central Committee of The Communist Party of China held a conference in Chongqing and summed up the work of the previous 2 years. At the end of The conference, Comrade Zhou Enlai made a spec, from which TSSEC on the TSKSBFORETHE Southwest Party organize on is taken. 128. Build an militant Southwest Party organization 129. 4. We must consolidate the party ideologically and organizationally so that the Southwest Party organization will be turned into a truly and totally ground party, maintaining ties with The masses. 5. We must familiarize ourselves with the various important groupings, especially their history, policies, personages, and activities. First and foremost, we must acquaint ourselves with both the normal activities and the emergency measures of the central and local Kuomintang authorities, and those of their secret agencies in particular. 6. We must see to it that we go to work wherever masses of people are found. The method should be the same as that followed in our day-to-day activities. The first thing needing to be accomplished is to gain access to the Kuomintang, the Three People's Principles Youth League 467 workers' organizations, legal organizations in SC Hools, cooperatives in the villages and all the important administrative departments, so that we can implement the party's policy of resisting Japanese aggression and achieving democracy and progress. 7. We must be good at coordinating work among the upper strata with work among the lower, open work with underground work, public propaganda with secret propaganda and contacts outside the party with contacts inside. But coordination does not mean exposure. When all these 7 points are implemented, our Southwest Party organization will become strong and militant and will be prepared to go into battle the moment the opportunity arises. On the relations between the Chinese Communist Party and the Kuomintang. From 1924 to 1926. Spring 1943. After cooperation was established between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, with the help of the Communist Party of Sihina, Dr. Sun Yat-sen again set out upon the road of revolution as the representative of the bourgeois Democrats. At the First National Congress of the Kuomintang in 1924, he accepted the manifesto drafted by our party, which transformed his Three People's Principles into the NEU, our evolutionary 3PEOPLE's principles. 462 At that time, the Kuomintang relied on us not only ideologically, to revive and develop its Three People's Principles, but also organizationally, to set up its headquarters and expand its membership in the provinces. It was with our help that the Kuomintang was able to extend its influence and the influence of THRE People's Principles among the masses of workers, PSANTS and of the petty bourgeoisie. After the reorganization of The Kuomintang, it was thanks to the efforts of our party that the workers' and peasants' movements grew rapidly throughout the country. And it was thanks to the work of our comrades that provincial organizations of the Kuomintang were established and expanded. Most of the leading members of the Kuomintang in the provinces at the time were our comrades, such as Dongbiwa 122 and Shentenkai 123 in Hubei, Heishuheng 124 and Xiaxi 125 in Hunan, Xianzonghua 126 in Zhejiang, Hosheokai 121 in Jiangsu, and in the north, Comradli de Zihao, 28 Yushid 129, and Comrades Li Yan Gs Hung, 130 Yufan Gzhou, 131 and others. It was our Enadra SS Delhi VE Red at STUDYSSION of the Qatar S of the Southern Bureau of the CE Central Committee of the Party in Si Hongqing. 130. Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 131. Part Y that drew the revolutionary youth into the Kuomintang, and it was our part Y that enabled it to establish SHTIES with THE workers and PSANTS. Members of the Kuomintang left wing predominated in all its local organizations. The PLOC ESWHE re the Kuomintang G expanded MOST rapidly were PRECISELY though SEWHERETHELFT wing ERS were in THE dominant position and where THERE were THE largest num ERS of communists. When Dr. Sun Yat-sen departed for the north, 132 our party organized a countrywide CAMPIGN of all circles for a national assembly, 133 and associations for THE convocation of a national assembly were established in a number of places, as were similar associations of women's circles. That was how Dr. Sun Yat-sen's departure for the north got the backing of the masses and how high influence and that the Kuomintang were able to spread farther north. Quite naturally, in the circumstances then prevailing, the Kuomintang was divided into diff-erent factions and diff-erent and erpretation s of the three people's principles emerged. At the time of the reorganization of the Kuomintang, THEFIERCEST opposition CME from P-ERSO NS like Fengzi Iyou and Xiechi, 34 who were representatives of the Comprador Bourgeois SIE 468 in Guangdong. They were sharply denounced by Dr. Sun Yat-sen and XPELLED from the Kuomintang. It is not surprising that they were the first to oppose and sabotagee the reorganization. This was because Guangdong was a British imperialist sphere of influence, and as the revolution developed there, it inevitably aimed at British imperialism and was thus bound to clash with the interests of the province's Comprador Bourgeois SIE, which depended on British imperialism for its re-existence. The fact that Fengzi and Hies like were the first to break away when the revolutionary forces were gaining ground in Guangdong fully shows the regional character of Sihina's Comprador Bourgeois SIE. After the death of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, THEWSTERN Hills clique publicly opposed the Kuomintang's making revolution. 135 The Y broke away and formed an independent organization. They hurled the abuse at the Kuomintang in Guangdong and at Mr. Liao Zongkai of the Kuomintang left wing, saying that Guangdong was being turned dread, but in general they did not oppose Chiang Kai-shek. The Kuomintang RIGHT wing ERS published a newspaper in Hong Kong and worked openly to split the Guangdong Kuomintang. Their tactic was to attack Liao Zhongkai while trying to bring Chiang Kai-shek over to their camp. 132. And they were quite right in their estimate of Chiang. Even when the revolution surged ahead with full force throughout the country in 1925, these right-wingers remained opposed to it. The most dangerous of them was Dai Jitao. 52 Although he, too, signed his name to Dr. Sun Yat-sen's testament, outwardly opposed the Western Hills clique's attempt to split the party and stood for preserving the unity of the Kuomintang, in reality he was plotting to penetrate the Kuomintang in Guangdong and bring about a split from within. He greatly developed the negative aspect of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's thought by writing the philosophical foundation of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines and the National Revolution and the Kuomintang, both of which emptied Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines of everything revolutionary. He talked volubly about Confucian orthodoxy and claimed that the orthodox teachings of Dr. Sun Yat-sen were inherited from the emperors Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen and Wu, the Duke of Zhou and Confucius. From Shanghai to Guangdong and back, he would hold forth emotionally on Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines to anyone he met. He went and spoke at the Whampoa Military Academy, attempting to create a split for. On April 24, 1925, shortly after his speech at the Academy, a right-wing organization, the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's Doctrines, was founded there. 36 Sun Fo was another right-wing leader. 131 He was a bourgeois double-dealer who was actually opposed to revolution while appearing at times to favor it. During the War of Resistance, he has continued his duplicity. He would sometimes advocate democracy, whereas his notion of democracy was actually what was embodied in the May 5 draft constitution of the Kuomintang. 138 On the surface, the century STS of the Kuomintang cooperated with us and favored revolution, but they were not sincere in their cooperation. On the contrary, they were always guarded in dealing with the Communist Party and always put restrictions on it. Their representative was Chiang Kai-shek. In reality he cooperated with the right-wingers and was the protector and organizer of the right-wing forces. Under the prevailing conditions, he could be considered to belong to the center for a short while, but later he openly turned to the right. And now let me describe how the Whampoa Military Academy came to be founded. Before 1923, of the troops under Sun Yat-sen's control only the 1st Division, commanded by Li Jishan, was more or IESS Revo IUTI on a RY-139. This division was Origin Alabama IY under Deng Keng's 40 command, and Zhangfukui, 141 Yeting, 363 Denyanda 42. Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 133. And indeed Sihan Sihung 78 were all officers from this division during the period of the Great Revolution. 461 The Founding of the Whampoa Literary Academy held be regarded as the Resultof Dr. Sun Yat-Sen's Milita y defeat s. During the 1911 Revolution 43 he had L-Ench 2 MOVEMENTS, one to win OVERTHE new arm Y and the other THESECRET so CDS 144 after the 1911 revolution high S activities gradually centered on W inning over THE warlords, W high CH ended in rep E at EDDFA for him. TS taught him LESSON. And so, with the help of the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communist Part Y, he came to see the importance of building a revolutionary army, and accepting a proposal by the Soviet advisor, he reached a decision in 1923 and formally opened the Whampoa Milita Yacademy in 1924, appointing Chiang Kai-shek its commandant. How was it that Chiang Kai-shek got close to Dr. Sun Yat-sen and won TS appointment? In the first place it was thanks to Chen Kime 145 that Chiang gained access to Dr. Sun. Ever since Chen Kime began his political career, he had been a follower of Dr. Sun. For example, when Dr. Sun organized the Chinese Revolutionary Party, 146 he asked all who wished to join to put THEIR thumbprint S on the TXT of THE oath. Man Y people, like Hu Hanmin 5 and Wang Jingwei 01 who came of scholar bureaucrat families, refused to do so, and Huan Ji Kikian G11 was even more vigorous in his objection. But Sihan Kime was the first to take THE oath and put his thumbprint on THETEXT. That was how Sihan Kime won the trust of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Sihan Kai-shek was one of Chen Kime's disciples and Thursdays came to Dr. Sun's favorable attention. Another important reason for Dr. Sun's confidence in him was that he had taken Nagamble on the Yongfeng War's Hip 148 incident. In 1922 Chen Jianming bombarded the President's headquarters and drove Dr. Sun Yat-sen away. 49 After boarding the Yongfeng, Dr. Sun was locked in a Tal-e-Mat-e with Chen Jianming for over 50 days. Sihan Kai-shek, who had suffered a bulletin siness failure on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, saw his hands in this incident, made a special trip from Shanghai to the Yongfeng and pledged to share life and death with Dr. Sun. Thereafter the two of them became quite close. Even today Chiang Kai-shek still capitalizes on TS incident as pro of his being a loyal follower of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, his ta y on the Yongfeng as sixtens that he went to the aid of Dr. Sun in his hour of need. After establishing relations with the Soviet Union, Dr. Sun sent Chiang Kai-shek on a mission there, since Deng Keng 134. And others were unable to leave Guangdong. Later on he appointed him commandant of the Whampoa Military Academy. When he first took charge of the academy, Chiang Kai-shek was outwardly in favor of revolution, but in fact he was ideologically opposed to Communism and the Soviet Union and insincere in his cooperation with the Communist Party. Once, when the Soviet advisor put in a few words on behalf of THER revolution, Chiang took offense and left for Shanghai in a huff. The Whampoa Military Academy then had an enrollment of 600, most of whom were left-leaning youth secretly drawn in by our party from the provinces. There were 50 to 60 Communist Party and Youth League members among the cadets, about 0% of the total. Chiang Kai-shek was on guard against them and put restrictions on them. Even then the warlord mentality was already developing in him. He put Wang Boling, a man held in utter contempt by all, in charge of discipline and training. 150 He only gave job s to high s own lack eys. He could not tolerate Denyanda, a man with some self-respect who refused to toady to him, while he had great true st in he yinkin, the number 2 lack re commended to him by Wang Boling. All the detachment commanders in the Whampoa Military Academy were his own men. Once I appointed a few left-wingers as detachment commanders, and he was so displeased that he withdrew the appointments. In dealing with high SS staff, high S method was to create conflicts which he could exploit and manipulate, to have progressives watched by reactionaries, left-wingers pinned down by opponents of the left wing, and though se who believed in communism kept in check by anti-communist s. For example, since the commander of the 1st Division was He Yinkin, he appointed me, Zhou Enlai, Kuomintang Part Y Repra Se Entative. Since Wang Mogong, 151 commander of the 2nd Division, had come to be regarded as a left-winger because he was close to Wang Jinggoei, Chang would on no account accept my recommendation of Comrade Liu Yi 152 of our party to be party Repra Se Entative in that Division but appointed Somiani who belonged to the right wing instead. Since Tan Shuking, commander of the 3rd Division, was a right-winger, he appointed Comrade Liu Yi party representative there. In February 1925, before the First Eastern Campaign, the Association of Young Soldier S-153 WAS founded at the Whampoa Military Academy, to counter it, Chang lost no time in following Dai Jitao's scheme to split the Kuomintang and in April set up the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines. Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 135. In the Kuomintang in Guangdong at that time, the Century STS were in the minority YW Heil THELFT when GERS Co N Institute EDTHE overwhelming majority Y. Liao Zongkai was a Kuomintang left-winger. As he came of an overseas Chinese family and had relatively few ties with the comprador and landlord CLASSES at home, he dsplay more of the trait S of the Progress S4ES in THE National Bourgeoisie. With regard to the Guangzhou Merchants Corps incident, he was in favor of resolute suppression from the very beginning. 154 After the outbreak of the Guangzhou Hong Kong strike, HES sympathized and sided with the workers. 155 He also S2OD with US in S upperting and promoting the peasant movement, WHICH was making headway in Guangdong. Although at times he was prone to waver in political struggle and was SOME had afraid of the strength of our part Y and of the workers and PSANTS, high political career during high final de YS did him credit. He respected the opinions of the Soviet advisor, but he had a mind of high own and held independent views. He was a staunch representative of the Le foot wing of the bourgeoisie. Wang Jingwei, on the other hand, reflected the weakness of the bourgeoisie. When he was still a revolutionary Y, he could expound the views of our party and of the Soviet advisor and he functioned very well as a mouthpiece. Hu Hanmin was ideologica llyaRIGHTWing W hos BASIC po Sishan WAS that of the landlord CLASS, even thou GHHE would so tim es compromise with THELFT. Thursday s, it was he who most strong ly advocated compromise at the time of the Merchant Sea Orps incident, and he knew the truth about the assassination of Liao Zhon Kai. For as a matter of fact, Tan Yang Kai 156 WASAISO a right-winger, but where his own interests were concerned, he would sometimes take a position close to that of the left wing, because he wished to build up his own strength in face of the daily expansion of Chiang Kai-shek's military strength. Zhou Peide 157 was sometimes close to Wang Jingwei and sometimes to Si Hyang Kai's Hek. Si Hongqian 158 also drive UC low se to Wang Jingwei because he wanted to expand his own forces. but the SE people were invariably afraid of the Ma SSES. The REA so why they didn't stand in open opposition to the Maosis in Guangdong was that the Ma SS movements there had not directly affected THEIR own interests. On ETHE Ma SSMOVEMENTSBGA and to make headway in their native provinces of Hunan, Hubei, and Jiangxi, their REAL opposition to the Maosis was expo-SED. Following The Ma Y 30th MOVEMENT in 1925, The worker and PEASANT MOVEMENTS made unparised ended progress through Jihao The country. 3 in 13.6. Our party comrade Mao Zedong was representative of those who were able to realize from the SEMOVEMENTS that the revolution was developing into a revolutionary peasant war and that this was the overall trend. He took over the job of running an institute to train cadres for the peasant movement 159 and made an investigation of the PSANTS land problem, AS2D, which resulted in the publication of some 20 pamphlets. Trainees from this institute were later sent to Hunan, Hubei and other places to launch a massive peasant movement. The rapid progress of THER evolution that year started a panic among the middle-of-the-roaders in the Kuomintang. After the First Eastern Campaign, 115 the armed rebellion of Lu Zhenhuan and Yang Ximen 116 was suppressed. Already at the time of the Shaiji massacre 1 rupee 60 we could see that Chiang Kai-shek was wavering, frightened as he was by the imperialists. In June 1925 the central headquarters of the Kuomintang sent word to the Whampoa Military Academy to participate in the demonstration in Guangzhou. T dispatched 2 battalions from the army and 1 battalion from the academy for the purpose. Later, when Chiang Kai-shek heard of this, he was very displeased, for he was against the demonstration at SELF. After Liao Zongkai's assassination, Si Hyang Ds, Miss S. Ed Hu Hanmin and Su Chongjai. 161 ostensibly he was opposing the right wing and showing he was revolutionary, but actually he was trying to grab power in his own hands. Since Hu was then acting commander-in-chief and Su was a veteran in army circles, their continued presence would have made it impossible for Chiang to rise either in the army or in the government. At the time of the SE Condominium Eastern Campaign 115 in October 1925, the PSANT movement in Haifeng and Lufeng led by Comrade Peng Pai 25 was already in full SWing. The SELF-DFNCE forces of THEPS, ANS had occupied the county seat even before the arrival of the troops and had elected a brother of Comrade Peng Pai as county magistrate 162 when Si Hyang Kai-shek arrived. He found himself a guest rather than the TS, of course, could not but arouse Si Hy's fear of the Ma-SS movement. In particular, in the Whampoa Military Academy the association of young soldiers grew much larger than the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrine s. Communai STSBEC aim Kuomintang Party REPRSANTATIV S in 2 of THETHREEDVS IONS and 7 of the 9 regiments, and the Communist Party had organizations in companies, platoons, and squads. BSIDES, political departments were established in the armies. Seeing the growth of the revolutionary force Si Hyang Kai-shek wavered even more and attempted relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 137 to impose restrictions. Accordingly, in the course of the Eastern Campaign in November 1925, he called a joint meeting of military and political cadres above the company level, openly stated that his Whampoa Academy would allow of no splits and asked to be informed of the names of all communists in the academy and in the army, as well as the names of members of the Kuomintang who had joined the Communist Party. I stalled by saying that since this was a matter concerning the two parties, I must ask the Central Committee for instructions. Later, in a private conversation with me, he went a step further and said that to ensure unity in the Whampoa Academy, Communists should withdraw either from the Communist Party or from the Kuomintang and the Academy, adding hypocritically that he hoped it would not be the latter. That was right on the eve of the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang. I came back to Guangzhou from Shantou and discussed the matter with Comrade Chen Yanyan, 163 Secretary of the Party Committee of Guangdong and Guangxi, and Borodin, 164 the advisor who had been sent by the Soviet Union to Guangdong to work in the Kuomintang and the government. The policy we decided on was to strike at the right wing, isolate the center and expand the left wing. We planned that at the Congress we would openly expel Dai Jitao, Sun Fo, and others from the Kuomintang and elect to the Central Executive Committee fewer middle-of-the-roaders and more left-wingers, and assuring that one-third of its members would be communists and that the left wing would have an absolute majority. In the army, as things then stood, Chiang Kai-shek's First Army had only 3 divisions. The first division was commanded by He Yingqin and the second by Wang Mogong, who was close to Wang Jingwei, then a Kuomintang left-winger. And the First Army was the only one belonging to Chiang. So we planned to deal a counter-blow at Chiang Kai-shek by withdrawing all communists from the forces under his command and cooperating with Wang Jingwei to form a bipartisan army. I carried this plan back to Shantou, where I was to wait for its approval by the Central Committee and then put it formally to Chiang at once. Since left-wing delegates were predominant in the Second National Congress of the Kuomintang, our plan was sure to succeed. After a long wait, however, a telegram came from the Central Committee disapproving the plan. What was even more regrettable, the Central Committee had gone so far as to enter into full negotiations with Dai Jitao in Shanghai, had invited him and others to return to Guangdong. 138. And, in order to get the right-wingers to return, had even wired Zhou to postpone the Congress for a month to await their arrival. In short, they had adopted a policy of complete concession to the right wing. Thus, Sun Fo returned to Guangdong as representative of the right wing and Chiang Kai-shek got the backing he needed. Meanwhile, the Central Committee appointed Zhang Qiutao 165 as the secretary of The Party fraction at the Congress. He said that heretofore we had dominated the left wing and that we should now form an independent communist wing distinct from the left wing and let the latter stand on its own. In the elections, big concessions were made to the right wing. Result, among the 36 members of the Central Executive Committee there were only 7 communists, barely more than one-half of what we had planned for. Kuomintang left-wingers, counting even persons like Zhou Piide and Tan Yangkai, numbered only 14, while the right-wingers and middle-of-the-roaders numbered 15. The right-wingers Sun Fo, Dai Jitao, Hu Hanmin, Wu Chao, Shu and Xiao Foken were all elected. Among members of the Central Supervisory Committee, the right-wingers had an absolute majority. Since the 2 committees of the Kuomintang often held joint sessions, a situation was created in which the right wing was strong, the center emboldened and the left wing isolated. And this was the first time, Portenkins SSI on that Chen Duxiu, 166 as a right opportunist, made to the right wing and the middle section of the Kuomintang. It was a major political concession. Events after the Congress further isolated the left wing. At the conclusion of the Congress Borodin returned to the Soviet Union, General Galen, 167 the Soviet military advisor, went to join Feng Yuxiang, and the majority of communists on the Central Executive Committee also left, so that Wang Jingwei even asked us whether he could still count on our help. Just at this point Chen Duxiu was hospitalized, and in the absence of the General Secretary there was a lack of leadership in the Central Committee. In addition, Comrade Chen Yanyan had to go to Shanghai for an emergency meeting. The right-wingers, on the other hand, were returning to Guangdong one after another. Zhang Jingjiang 168 and Chen Lifa 469 returned to Guangzhou in January and February 1926 and, in collusion with Chiang Kai-shek, sowed discord between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. That was the ultimate cause of the Zhongshan warship incident of March 20. Such was the general political situation prior to the incident. Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 139. The March 20 incident was created entirely by Chiang Kai-shek. On February 5, he dismissed Wang Maogong, making his first show of strength to intimidate Wang Jingwei. He wired me to return to Guangzhou. Seeing that he had the closest dealings with the right-wingers and sensing something suspicious in his demeanor, I reported to Comrade Zhang Tailai. 169. The then Soviet advisor underestimated the gravity of the situation, taking a major problem to be a minor one and brushing it aside as a mere trifle. And since Comrade Chen Yanyan returned to Guangzhou from Shanghai only a day or two before March 20, he did not handle the matter quite properly either. Comrade Li Hailong was then the captain of the warship Zhongshan. He discovered that Chen Xiaoying, commander of the human fortress, was engaged in smuggling and reported the fact to Wang Jingwei. Chen Xiaoying was Jiang's man, and naturally he complained to Chiang. Chiang Kai-shek, supported by the right-wingers, took advantage of the opportunity and created the March 20 incident, spreading the tale that the Zhongshan planned to bombard the Whampoa military academy and that the communists intended to throw him out. He ordered the arrest of Li Hailong, imposed a curfew on the town of Whampoa, set a watch on the division party representatives and on the Soviet advisor, encircled the Soviet consulate and disarmed the worker pickets of the Guangzhou-Hong Kong strike. He also placed me under house arrest for a day. In collaboration with the right wing, Chiang dealt blows at Wang Jingwei and attacked the Communist Party, baring his teeth to the revolutionary forces. At the time, Tan Yangkai, Cheng Qian, and Li Jishan all bore grudges against Chiang, and Zhu Pi'id and Li Fulan Zero wavered, while all the armies wanted to test their strength against him. Had it been the policy of the Central Committee of the party to make a strong counterattack, doubtless things would have gone differently. But a policy of continued concessions was adopted instead. Believing that Chiang wanted to create a split and failing to realize that he was not yet strong enough to risk doing so, the Central Committee told him this was all a misunderstanding. Again he took advantage of the opportunity and immediately released those arrested, saying that he too took it as a misunderstanding. This was the second important concession that Chen Duxiu, as a right opportunist, made to Chiang Kai-shek. TT was a major military concession. To explain the misunderstanding, the political committee met for 1 hour at Wang Jingwei's bedside. Wang Jingwei, Tan Yangkai. 140. And the Soviet advisor all made courteous apologies, but Chiang didn't say a word, thus taking a morally superior position and scoring a major political success. Following that, Wang Jingwei disappeared and the left wing of the Kuomintang was at a loss what to do. As we did not make a powerful response to Chiang Kai-shek's attack on the revolution, his position was further consolidated, and he then turned to strike at the right. HEARRSTDOU Yang GE, 111 Pa SSED over Chen Xiaoying and ignored Gu Yingfen 112 and Wu Si Hashu. After the March 20 incident, Hu Hanmin had returned to Guangdong to try his luck, but now he had to leave again and, by coincidence, he arrived in Hong Kong on the same boat with the Mi Ssing Wang Jingwei. Chiang Kai-shek struck at the LFT to win the support of the right and then struck at the right to how that he was a revolutionary. Though se were his methods, the treacherous, ruthless method of a gangster. After that, Chiang actually became a Kuomintang right-winger. He took advantage of the situation to disband the Association of Young Soldiers and the Society for the Study of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's doctrines in Guangdong and to force Communists out of the First Army of the National Revolutionary Army and the Whampoa Military Academy. More than 250 known communists withdrew from the Kuomintang and the 1st Division, including Comrade Zhang Xianian, 113 a student of whom Si Hyang Kais Hek was particularly proud and who was the first to declare his withdrawal from the Kuomintang. There were only 39 who withdrew from the Communist Party, Li Mo and Bainji I. 114 after that, The First Army was thoroughly demoralized and its combat capability drastically weakened. The concessions that Chiang Kai-shek obtained from The Communists, thanks to Chen Duxiu's opportunism, allowed him to consolidate his position politically and militarily. Then he launched an offensive against US in the form of a bill on the regularization of party affairs, which was introduced on May 15 at the second plenary session of the Second Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. The sole purpose of TS bill was to bring pressure to bear on the Communists. It included the following provisions: when members of other political parties joined the Kuomintang, the parties concerned held TEACHTHEM that The foundation of The Kuomintang was THETHREEPEOPLES principles formulated by Dr. Sun Yat-sen and that they must not doubt or criticize him or those principles. Relations between Communist Party and Kuomintang 141. When members of other political parties joined the Kuomintang, the parties concerned should submit a list of their names to be kept by the President of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang. When serving as executive members of high-level Kuomintang headquarters, members of other parties who joined the Kuomintang should not hold more than one-third of the total seats of the said headquarters. No member of another political party who joined the Kuomintang should serve as director of any department of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee. Members of the Kuomintang should not hold any meetings on party affairs in the name of the Kuomintang without the permission of the party headquarters. Members of the Kuomintang should not belong to other political organizations or take part in activities of a political nature without the permission of the highest party headquarters. All directives issued by other political parties to their members who join the Kuomintang should be approved beforehand by joint Kuomintang communist meetings. In case of emergency, when there was no time for prior approval, such directives should be subject to subsequent approval by a joint meeting. Members of the Kuomintang should not join any other party before getting permission to withdraw from the Kuomintang. Once they had withdrawn to join another party, they should not be readmitted to the Kuomintang. Any member of the Kuomintang violating the above provisions should have his membership cancelled at once or should be subjected to due punishment in keeping with the degree of the offence. As matters then stood, it still would not have been hard to smash this offensive by Chiang Kai-shek if we had only had a correct policy. Since his troops were numerically inferior and all popular movements were wholly under our leadership or that of the Kuomintang left wing, he still didn't dare make a complete break with us. However, the Central Committee of our party, persisting in an opportunist policy, sent Peng Shizhi 15 and Zhang Qiutao to lead the Communist Party group at the second plenary session of the Kuomintang Central Executive Committee. The party fraction met and discussed whether to accept or reject the Kuomintang's bill on the regularization of party. 142. Affairs. Peng Shizhi quoted Marxist classics at length to prove it unacceptable. But when asked what we should do, he had no answer except that we should discuss the matter. When others came up with suggestions, he again quoted the classics at length, saying that this idea wouldn't work and that idea was wrong. The discussion went on for 7 days without result. Then Zhang Qiutao adopted a very dishonest tactic and asked all present to sign in favor of acceptance of the bill. Thus a third important concession was made. It was a major concession on party affairs. As a result, Chiang Kai-shek, the right-winger, gained the greatest advantage. He promoted Zhang Jiang, who was really a puppet in the hands of Chen Qiuao, 116 to the presidency of the Central Executive Committee. Chiang himself became the director of the organization department and concurrently the director of the newly established military department. The organization department was actually run by Chen Lifu. Several directorates that we had previously held were given up. Thus the right wing became predominant organizationally, and we lost all our positions as far as party affairs were concerned. Using their positions, Chen Qiuao and Chen Lifu recruited right-wingers in the provinces. In North China they relied on the Great League of Ding Weifan and Wanfak in 111 and bought over the Western Hills clique. From then on the struggle between the left and right wings heated up in the local headquarters of the Kuomintang as well. In spite of the triple victory Chiang Kai-shek had won politically, militarily, and in party affairs, it was still possible to retrieve the situation. Had we launched a strong counter-offensive, Chiang Kai-shek's right-wing force could have been beaten. For even at that time there were only 6 divisions under his direct control. Of the 8 armies, only 1 was his. The party representatives were Comrade Li Fukun 178 in the 2nd Army, Comrade Zhou Kejing 119 in the 3rd Army, Luo Han 180 in the 4th Army and Comrade Lin Boke 181 in the 6th Army. But Chen Duxiu continued to make crucial mistakes in his opportunist leadership during the northern expedition. Militarily, we were absolutely certain of success in the northern expedition. 11-1 We had a detailed plan, and General Galen guaranteed at Wuhan Wouidb Taken Be4 Thedoubiie 10 Fei Stivai 182 Before setting out, General Galen asked me to seek direction from the Central Committee as to whether we should assist Chiang Kai-shek. 278. With the line of the Political Consultative Co-Conference, upheld the January ceasefire order, advocated the consecutive implementation of the resolutions of the conference, opposed the interference of U.S. imperialism in China's internal affairs and demanded that the U.S. withdraw its troops from China and stop aiding Chiang Kai-shek in civil war. On the other hand, Chiang Kai-shek has not hesitated to violate the line of the Political Consultative Conference and has stubbornly taken the road of civil war, dictatorship, and national betrayal. He is trying to abolish the liberated areas by force, legalize his dictatorship by means of a constitution and sell out the national interests through the disastrous Treaty of Commerce, 380 bartering them for more aid from U.S. imperialism to carry on the civil war. But these attempts are bound to end in miserable failure, just as did the Civil War 10 years ago. At present, peace, democracy and independence are the major trend and the will of the people. In attempting to dominate the world and enslave the people, the U.S. imperialists will place themselves in an utterly isolated position. In attempting to dominate China and enslave the Chinese people, Chiang Kai-shek will place himself in the same predicament. Hoping to find a way out by following in the footsteps of U.S. imperialism, he will end up teetering on the brink of a precipice. The line set by the Political Consultative Conference represents the only way out. The PEOPLE's era has arrived. A new wave of democracy is bound to sweep over China. Its advent will be hastened by the perseverance and victory of the people of the liberated areas in the war of SELFDFNCE, by the growth of the patriotic and democratic movement in the areas under reactionary rule and by the progress of the people in various countries. Historical developments offer a warning to the reactionary rulers: are you going to follow the road of civil war, dictatorship, and national betrayal to the very end? Even now Chiang Kai-shek is prating about a political solution, yet the majority of the people already know that it is a fraud, a so-called peace offensive. In order to test whether this political solution is genuine or not, we have asked him to dismiss immediately the current illegal and divisive National Assembly controlled exclusively by one party and to recognize and restore the positions of the armies of the two sides as prescribed in the January Truce Agreement, so that the negotiations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party can resume. Only when Chiang is willing to do all this will it be possible for him to return to the line of the Political Consultative Conference. Otherwise Speech in commemoration of December L2th Incident 279. The Chinese people will come to see even more clearly that his real aim is to abolish the liberated areas by force and that his political solution is merely a fraudulent slogan. We are convinced that, having learned the lessons of the 10 years that have elapsed since the Xi'an incident, the Chinese people will not be fooled again. The past year's negotiations and the prospects. December 18, 194-6. The trend of events during the past year has been very complicated and full of twists and turns. Here I can only take up the main problems, review the Chinese people's struggle against the Kuomintang reaction RES and say a few words about The Pros ECTS. The past year's negotiations. Negotiations between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party since the surrender of Japan fall into three periods. The first, from August 25 of last year, when The Central Committee of the party issued its Declaration 381 and Comrade Mao Zedong went to Konki Ng, to the end of the year. The second, from the convening of the Political Consultia TIVE conference to the ceasefire in June, and the third, from July, when extensive fighting broke out, to the present. Quite a number of differences distinguish the THREE periods. In the first period, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party held direct negotiations which yielded no results. The civil war went on for 3 months. In the second, the various political parties held consultations yielding some results, which, however, were nullified by the Kuomintang reactionaries. In the third, the negotiations became a smokescreen, covering up the extensive fighting which testified to the failure of the negotiations. The SE are the distinctive feature of the three periods and I shall now deal with them separately. Report de l'Vered at a meeting of CADRES in Yan'an. THESE Condominium Part ISAS Y. 28-0. Past year's negotiations and the prospects 281. The first period. The 8 years of the War of Resistance ended in the surrender of Japan. The situation was then as follows: the people were longing for peace after Japan's surrender, and we could not afford to ignore their wishes. While the forces of the people led by the Communist Party of China were still unable to set up a democratic government on a national scale, under our leadership some local democratic governments had been established. The 8 years of the War of Resistance had proved that as long as the Chinese people were united, they could defeat any imperialist power, however strong. And so peace, democracy, and independence became the common aspirations of the Chinese people. In conformity with these aspirations, we issued a declaration on August 25 of last year. This was entirely correct. Our party has consistently pursued the policy of new democracy throughout the three historical periods: the Great Revolution, the 10-year Civil War and the War of Resistance against Japan. In the present fourth historical period, we must continue to implement it. This has always been the policy of our party, the policy laid down by Comrade Mao Zedong in his report on coalition government last year. And we will pursue it for a long time to come. In pursuance of this policy, Comrade Mao Zedong went to Chongqing to negotiate with the Kuomintang. On October of last year, the summary of Conversations 367 was made public. It provided solutions to many of the problems, but a few important ones remained unsolved. The three most important problems solved were: the status of the Communist Party of China was recognized. Although the Kuomintang is still arresting and killing our comrades and our party organizations still work underground in the areas ruled by Chiang Kai-shek, the status of the Chinese Communist Party in both China and the rest of the world has changed since the publication of the Summary of Conversations of October 0. Our status is now recognized by the people both at home and abroad. This is a very important historical event. 10 years ago, after the Xi'an Incident 226 of 1936, Chiang suggested to me at Lushan that Zhou and Mao go abroad, taking us for local warlords and insulting our party. For the sake of resisting Japan, we proposed to Chiang a common program for The Kuomintang and the Communist Party, 382, but he shelved it and published his own program for armed resistance and national reconstruction. 221 During the 8 years of the War of Resistance, he never treated us as equals. 282. Either in form or reality. However, owing to our own efforts over the 8 years, the liberated areas have extended to embrace a population of 140 million and the armed forces under the Communist Party have grown to 1.4 million. China's problems cannot be solved without the participation of the Communist Party. That's why after the surrender of Japan, Chiang had to send telegrams time and again to invite Comrade Mao Zedong to negotiations. It was imperative that Comrade Mao Zedong should go to Chongqing last year, since the trip affected the Communist Party's standing both at home and abroad. We did not say anything. Although our forces had grown as a result of 8 years of struggle, the very fact that he went to Chongqing gave a new status to the party, a status commensurate with our present strength. That is why, when Chiang Kai-shek gave an admonitory talk in Lushan to his subordinates last September, he said that the Communist Party could no longer be suppressed as easily as in the Jiangxi period of the 1930s, because it had acquired international standing. 2. The status of the Conference of the Political Parties was recognized. Before that time, Chiang did not recognize the status of the various political parties at all, but now he does, which means that their standing has been raised. Events have developed very quickly. The idea of a conference of all political parties and the idea of a coalition government were both proposed by the Chinese Communist Party. It was also due to the efforts of the Communist Party and the Chinese people that the various political parties have attained a certain standing today. Even the Youth Party 383 has to admit in private that it owes its present status to the Communist Party. While Zhang Junmei 38-4 was attending the National Assembly, he expressed the hope to some journalists that the Communist Party would understand him. Thus China's affairs cannot be monopolized by the Kuomintang but must be conducted through consultation among a number of political parties. TS means that we should carry out Comrade Mao Zedong's thinking on the three-thirds system. 24 That thinking has two features. One is that our party need not necessarily hold a majority in the government but strives for cooperation with the democratic personages. No big party should use an absolute majority to overpower the others, but it should be tolerant toward them and prevail by virtue of its correct policies. The other feature is the desire that all the political parties take part in consultations, arrive at consensus, work out a common program and implement it as government policy. These two features constitute Comrade Mao Zedong's thinking on the three-thirds system. Past years' negotiations and the prospects 283. 3. The status and size of the People's Army led by the Communist Party were recognized. According to the summary of conversations, 20 divisions of our army were recognized. In the early period of the War of Resistance, however, only THRE of our divisions had been recognized. WHEN Comrade Lin Biao 84 went to ask for 9 divisions on S, C Hia would recognize only S9. When C Herman Lin Boku 297 went, we were asking for 16, but Chiang would recognize only 8. This time Chairman Mao went, and Chiang immediately recognized 20. I have been speaking about the THRE main achievements of the summary of conversations of October I0. We held not consider the negotiations fruitless just because Chiang Kai-shek has violated these agreements. For it has become obvious to the people of China that the Communist Party cannot be ignored. Although the Kuomintang has violated the agreements, it still does not dare to openly abandon consultation with the other political parties. On the other hand, the problems that remained unsolved were those of the liberated areas and political power. Our policy was to win recognition for our existing democratic governments and then to extend democracy to other blocs. To see Chiang Kai-shek's hekts was much more important than the three questions I have mentioned. It posed a mortal threat to him, for wherever there is democracy, there is no room for autocrats. So he would not agree to our demand. This was also the central problem over which we fell out with Hurley. 323 After County Mra de Mao Zedong returned to Yan'an, Comrade Wang Ruofei 36-1 and I continued the talks with the Kuomintang for a month and a half. We tried everything to make them recognize our governments, but THEY still refused. The heart of the matter was that they didn't want the Sihan SE people to have a democratic BASE area. China is so big that its evolution cannot possibly develop at an even pace. There are up and down and progress is mad eby capturing position s one by one. This is how our evolution has developed. So for the Sihan SE people the BASE area S are more important than anything else. Of course, the armed forces play a vital role, but ultimately the Y are an instrument for safeguarding the base areas. They can no longer survive, once cut off from the base areas. Si Hiang saw this clearly and understood the significance of the problem very well. Therefore, on Noah CCO und Wold HER governments. There were, moreover, three things which Chang recognized in form but did not carry out in REA lit Y, namely, the agreements relating to the acceptance of Japan's SURRE and DER, the repatriation of the PRIS on ERS of war and the reorganization of the PUP-ET troops. In Principle, agrement had 284 been reached on all the SEs, but in reality he went his own way. He had American transport high troops from the southwest to the big cities occupied by Japan to accept the surrender. At the same time, he used Japanese prisoners of war and puppet troops to fight us, Thursday's rekindling civil war. Therefore, while we SCO read undeniable achievements in the first period of negotiations, there were some problems on which no agreement was reached and other problems on which there was agreement in words but violation in deeds. Thus the negotiations were not real fruitful, and civil war went on for 3 months. The 3 months of civil war how that Chang was still not well prepared. His main forces were in the southwest. Although the United States did what it old to help him transport 5 of High Corps to Shanhaiguan, 2 to North Sihina and 2 to Shandong, most of his troops remained in the southwest, whereas vast areas of northeast and North China had been liberated by US. This made it impossible for him to continue the war. Meanwhile, international the were Trum ANS statement, 358 the communique of the Moscow Conference of the Three Foreign Ministers. 35-9. And Mars Hall's arrival in Sihina. 356. In consequence, the civil war came to a halt and the negotiations entered the second period. The second period. It must be acknowledged that the negotiations were fruitful in the EARLY part of TSPE Riyadh. For example, the Truce Agreement 354 was signed on January 10, 5 resolutions 339 were passedby the political consultative conference at the end of January the agreement on the reorganization of troops. 353 was reached in February and the truce agreement for the Northeast 368 was signet in March. There are 4 problems that need clarification here. 1 on a nation with ESCALE, the WAR did INDEED co-ME to a halt for a time. This gave the Chinese people hope that the war might end, and it could not but affect the people in the liberated areas and the policies of our part Y. Of course, we would have been indulging in fantasy if we had overestimated the possibility of peace. But there were indeed grounds for the Central Committee's estimate that this possibility existed. Si Hiang Kai's Hek had been forced to accept a temporary truce. The agreement specified that neither side was allowed to move its troops. If Si Hiang had not moved his troops, most of them would have remained. Past years' negotiations and the prospects 285. In the southwest, there would not have been many in North China, and the extensive fighting of the past 5 or 6 months could not have broken out. So we signed the agreement. Only in May and June, when Jiang's Troop S began maneuvering on a large scale, was the agreement sabotaged. Our party also needed the truce to consolidate its strength, especially in the northeast, where the liberated areas had just been established after the surrender of Japan, and in North China, where the liberated areas had never before been so vast. Thus it was correct for the party to sign the truce agreement. Carrying out the agreement has remained our fighting slogan to this very day. We endorse the agreement. We do so even though Chiang Kai-shek has violated it, for if the ceasefire order were carried out, it would be beneficial to the people. 2. The Political Consultative Conference was a conference of the political parties, and in its resolutions it recognized the principle of a coalition government. If the government had been reorganized in accordance with those resolutions, it would have indeed become a coalition government. However much Chiang dislikes the term, it comes out as coalition government just the same when it is put into English. Of course, it would have still been a far cry from the political structure of new democracy that we advocate. But to continue along the line of the conference would have been to move towards new democracy. That's why Chiang Kai-shek opposed the conference resolutions and tried to sabotage them. But so far he has not dared to repudiate them openly, because the conference is supported by the people of the whole country. At the 7th Congress of our party held a year ago, we did not expect that the conference of the political parties would be convened so soon and that these resolutions would be adopted. Carrying out these resolutions remains the objective of our struggle. They are in fact the embodiment of Comrade Mao Zedong's line. We must understand clearly that the line of the Political Consultative Conference is the line put forward by Comrade Mao Zedong in his report on coalition government and is our long-term objective. But why in our present slogan do we refer to the line of the conference instead of to its resolutions? Because the resolutions have already been sabotaged by the Kuomintang. We reached agreement on many issues at that time. We even reached a compromise on the question of the National Assembly. We gave our approval to the appointment by the Kuomintang of 950 delegates, because according to the resolutions, the National Assembly would become only a matter of form. All Prob. 286. Lems would have had to be solved through consultation at the conference of political parties. However, the Kuomintang is now holding the National Assembly in violation of the draft constitution of the Political Consultative Conference, 348, and we cannot compromise again on TSKSN. If the Negociations are resumed in future, we certainly will not recognize Jiang's National Assembly. In regard to the reorganization of the government, the provisions for its members can no longer be the same as before. This is also true for the program for the reorganization of troops. Its provisions will have to change too. We will never accept the 5-to-1 ratio in the future reorganization of troops. Therefore, there will be changes in the resolutions, but the line at SELF will not change. There can be no changes regarding consultation among political parties, the common program and the coalition government. As things stand in Sihina, signatures don't mean anything to Chiang Kai-shek. Whether or not he can come to terms with us in future, we will neither change nor abandon the line of the Political Consultative Conference. 3. The program for the reorganization of troops. This program is not tangible to many comrades. It has two aspects. While it would place some restraint on the armed forces of the Chinese people, it would also provide a certain safeguard. In terms of numbers, the Kuomintang would have 50 divisions while we would have 10. This would have been a restraint, but it was of minor importance. What WLDHAVE mattered was that the troops, including our 10 divisions, would have been equipped by the United States. If our troops were concentrated and supplies of gasoline and ammunition were withheld, nothing could have been done about it even though their equipment might have been good. Once fighting broke out, all these things from the United States would have been a heap of scrappy iron. The Americans hoped to control US through such means. But could we have been CMAted this way? No. For the program for the reorganization of troops also had a positive aspect, that is, it provided for local self-government. Our people's armed forces were instruments of local self-government, while the 60 divisions were only to be used for the nation's defense. Local self-government must rely on the people's armed forces for protection. In our area we already have ESELF GOV-RNMENT, and we no longer need the National Army to come here to ward off bandits. The arrangement ensured that our people's forces in the liberated areas were free from interference by the National Army. In this sense, the PEOPLEWLD not have been at a disadvantage. The only restraint imposed on US would have past years' negotiations and the Prospects 287. Been the US involvement. But that would not have been serious. We would have been prepared to let the equipment of those 10 divisions be turned into a heap of scrap. 4. In the program for the reorganization of troops, we acquired a military status equal to Jiang's. During the 8 years of the War of Resistance, Chiang Kai-shek had used his position as Supreme Commander to put pressure on us. But in the course of these negotiations, Marshall arrived and, in order to coax us, he had no choice but to recognize our status as equal to Jiang's. As a result, Chiang became commander only of his own side instead of the supreme commander of both sides. So the main achievements of the second period of the negotiations were the 4 agreements I have mentioned. Although Chiang very soon broke them, the 4 achievements were not to be denied. As for the truce agreement, Chiang began to violate it around the time of the Nanjing Military Conference in February. There were 2 slogans at the conference: work hard for the leader without complaint and strive for the survival of the motherland. In essence, they meant work hard without complaint to sabotage the political consultative conference and strive for the survival of the reactionary clique. After the conference, in order to deceive people, Chiang ordered Zhang Zhai's Hong 321 to sign the program for the reorganization of troops with us in Chongqing. In March he convened the second plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang and thus undermined the political consultative conference politically, hurling abuse at the Kuomintang delegates to the conference and concentrating his attacks on us on the question of the draft constitution. He put forward 3 amendments through the coordinating subcommittee. They were designed to make the National Assembly a standing body, to rescind the Legislative Yuan's right to express no confidence in the Executive Yuan, 385, and to abrogate provincial constitutions and replace them with provincial laws for self-government. We imprudently agreed to the 3 amendments. The Kuomintang aimed to relegate autonomy to the county level, leaving the provinces powerless, to exercise centralized state power, convert the cabinet system into a presidential system, enlarge the powers of the National Assembly and strip the Legislative Yuan of power. The central idea behind all this was the maintenance of centralized state power and one-man dictatorship. Facts have proved that ever since the conclusion of its conference on the reorganization of troops, the policy of the Kuomintang has been to hold negotiations at the 288 top but sabotage them in practice. Thus, a National Assembly could not be convened on May 5, and both the truce and the resolutions of the conference were sabotaged by the Heavy fighting in the northeast from Shenyang to Changchun in March, April, and May. But why, then, was the ceasefire in June in the northeast? BECAUs after the Kuomintang occupy Changchun, its forces were SPERZD and could not advance farther. Also, we occupied favorable positions in the Northia St and had recovered several cities that had previously been occupied by puppet troops in the provinces of Shandong and Shaanxi. The Kuomintang needed several months for re-st in the northeast while engaging in xtensi fighting south of the Great Wall IHENCE ceasefire in the Northia St. During the 23 days of negotiations, Many problems were dscussed. We were prepare ed to re linky sh another 1 or 2 block es in order to safeguard the vast liberated areas. We also made manwy concessions on such issues as the ceasefire in the northeast, the restoration of communications and the reorganization of troops. But the negotiation still broke down. The central problem remained that of political power and thebase areas. Superficially, it seemed that Cihing was merely asking us to withdraw from Jiangsu, Anhui, Jind, Andong, and eastern Hebei, but the only places which he recognized as belonging to us were the two provinces of Heilongjiang and Xing'an, half of Ninjiang province and in North Xihina the districts of Linyi, Darning, and Shangdang. His intention was to restrict us to Thsafuregions, cut us off completely and then annihilate us. Thursdays, in June the contention was still over the problem of the BSE areas, the same key issue over which negotiations had broken down in the first period. The third period. TS period was characterized by heavy fighting behind a facade of negotiations. That is, heavy fighting went on while the talks were being dragged out. We adhered to the line of the political consultative conference but Chiang Kai-shek tantal yund it. We turn the negotiations into a means of educating the people. George Mars Hall Rama RKED to Chief of Staff Yejianing that for months General Zhou hadn't been negotiating for the sake of negotiation, but for propaganda purposes instead. He was partly correct. But it wasn't our fault, because the other side was unwilling to settle the problems. We simply told the past year's negotiations and the prospects 289 people this fact in order to educate them. That went on from July until I returned to Yan'an. In July, Marshall said that since negotiations between the political parties yielded no results, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party should hold direct talks. We said, very well. And so a 5-man meeting 386 was held, but still nothing came of it. Later, Leighton Stewart 376 was also asked to join in the talks. He went to Lushan to see Chiang Kai-shek, who then stipulated even harsher terms. Apart from the original ones, he demanded that we withdraw from the cities we had taken after June 7 in Shandong and Shaanxi provinces. When Leighton Stewart returned from Lushan and informed us of this, we asked him whether he thought these terms would be acceptable to us, but he wouldn't give an opinion. So we asked how we could possibly accept them if he too was aware how difficult they would be to accept. The third time, Marshall and Stewart suggested negotiating the reorganization of the government first. I agreed, but I said the ceasefire would have to be guaranteed. Neither Chang nor Marshall nor Stewart could guarantee this, so there was nothing that could be discussed. We took the initiative and proposed a reassumption of the sessions of the Committee of 357 and a return to the positions of January 13. Marshall wouldn't call the meeting. Then I left for Shanghai. Marshall became anxious and sent for me. The Kuomintang was then attacking Zhangjiaika. We said the failure to convene the committee and the attack on Zhangjiaika meant that the Kuomintang wanted a complete break with us. So they halted their attacks for 10 days and asked us to submit a list of our delegates to the National Assembly and inform them of the deployment of our 18 divisions. How could we agree? So the negotiations broke down again. The last act of the play was mediation by a third force. The third force people had not yet acted as the mediator all by themselves. In order to enable them to learn something and to realize that mediation would be fruitless, we agreed to let them try. Chang put forward 8 conditions, we put forward 2. The third force people wanted to make an attempt at mediation and asked us to return to Nanjing. We agreed and returned to Nanjing together with them. They suggested a compromise. Most of them were wavering. We knew that both the Youth Party 383 and the Democratic Socialist Party 387 would attend the assembly anyway, but as long as the Democratic League 325 could be persuaded not to attend, the National Assembly would be discredited. We succeeded in our aim. This in itself was an imper. 290. Tant achievement of the War of Resistance and the negotiations during the past year. Most of the members of the Third Force had the courage to oppose Chia Ng's private National Assembly and follow us. In regard to the National Assembly, some non-party personages were trapped by Chiang Kai-shek. On November 11, when some Socha luminaries went to ask Chiang for a postponement of the National Assembly, Chiang intimidated them by saying, "The country will perish if it is not convened tomorrow." The luminaries asked for a few more days. Chiang said, "Well, in deference to your opinions, I'll put it off for 3 days. But then you must definitely attend and you must also persuade the Youth Party and the Democratic Socialist Party to attend." Once news of this got around, the luminaries lost prestige and, since the convening of the assembly, they've been hiding in corners for fear of having their photographs taken by reporters. Hu Zhengzi 388 said, "If I don't attend, our De Gongbao 507 will be suppressed, but if I do, I am afraid the paper will lose all its readers." The memoirs of the Youth Party said, "We are in a dilemma and caught in the crossfire." Huanyan Pi 389 added, "It's a war between conscience and human frailty." So the Third Force was aware that it was a disgrace to attend, but they were afraid not to. By the time the National Assembly was convened, the negotiations had broken down completely and nothing could be done. Chiang, the Youth Party, the Democratic Socialist Party and SOM luminaries were repudiated by the people for sabotaging the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference. Thus, it can be seen that although since July the talks themselves have been fruitless, we would have been isolated if we had refused to talk, because Marshall and Chiang were deceiving the people, many of whom didn't understand what was going on. In order to complete the task of educating the people, we could not leave Nanjing until the National Assembly was convened, that is, until the end of the third period of negotiations. To the lessons and experience of the negotiations of the past year and their prospects. Summing up the lessons and experience of the three periods, we can draw the conclusion that neither side will make any change or con. Past year's negotiations and the prospects. 291. Session on the fundamental policies involved in the struggle. Chiang Kai-shek's fundamental policy is to strive in every devious way to annihilate the Communist Party of China. Our party's fundamental policy is to use every possible means to bring about democracy and overpower the reactionary camp. However, the reactionary clique could not make its policy public, as that would have worked to its disadvantage. No reactionary clique has the courage to state its goals openly. The reactionary forces are now weakened, while the people's forces have gained strength. But we communists publicize our policy of peace, democracy, and independence and openly mobilize the people throughout China to carry it out. That is our fundamental policy. But does this mean that there is no possibility for talks or room for compromise? It depends on tactics, which are determined according to circumstances. When the circumstances change, tactics too should change, but tactics are always employed to implement the fundamental policy. The purpose of the policy of coalition government is to abolish the autocratic government. It is a fact that in our areas the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie cannot carry on. Of course they won't endorse the coalition government, for it is contrary to their policy. The fundamental policy of the reactionary clique will never alter. Whenever they get the chance, they will try to carry it out, but the objective situation often prevents them from doing so. Hence they have to zigzag. The same is true for us. The purpose of the policy of coalition government is to topple the big landlords and big bourgeoisie. This is also a set policy. But because of disparities between the objective situation and our subjective strength, our route too must sometimes zigzag. That is why the struggle is very complicated and always changing, and there are many difficulties that must be overcome. But our tactics should not go against our policy. Of course, our fundamental policy is still that of the 7th National Party Congress. The aim of both armed struggle and peaceful negotiations is to implement the line of the Political Consultative Conference, that is, to establish a coalition government. Since the beginning of the third period, large-scale fighting has been going on south of the Great Wall, and the United States has given Chang even greater quantities of supplies. Today the struggle against the U.S. Chang monopoly and dictatorship is being carried out not only in the liberated areas but also in the Chang-ruled areas, not only by the common people but also by the industrialists. We are confident that, even if conditions remain unchanged, we will be able to Annie. 292. Highlight at least 40 to 60 more brigades by fighting another 6 months to a year. By then CHINGWILLNOLONGER be able to launch CHNE off ENSIVES, and a balance will be attained between our forces and high-S. So the coming 6 to 12 months are certain to be the most tense for us. After that, the situation will surely change, and this will affect the patriotic democratic movement in the CHINGRUL-ed areas and the ARM-ed struggles in the rural areas. In the not-too-distant future, the combination of the SE3 kinds of true GGLEW will again bring about a high tide for democracy. On Marshall's statement on leaving China 35-6. January Zhou, 1947. A year ago today the National Truce Agreement 354 was signed and the Political Consultative Conference convened. During this year, events have moved quickly and the awakening of The people has been very rapid. A year ago today, the whole nation was rejoicing over peace and the ceasefire. But soon after, the country was once again plunged into the abyss of civil war. It is now clear to everyone that China will never have peace unless warlord rule is aboli head. In January and February last year, the whole nation was celebrating the success of the Political Consultative Conference. But soon after, all the resolutions of the Conference 339 were thrown overboard by the Kuomintang reactionaries. It is now clear to everyone that the democratic line of the conference will never be put into effect unless autocracy is aboli head. A year ago, the whole Chinese people was welcoming President Truman's statement on China 358 and General Mar S. Hall's arrival in China as a mediator. But before long, the policy of U.S. imperialism towards China was revealed in its true colors, and the traitorous diplomacy of the Chiang Kai-shek government was also exposed. As a result, in all the big cities of China, hundreds of thousands of students and the population in general began to shout such slogans as U.S. troops, get out of China. Oppose U.S. intervention in China's internal affairs. Oppose servile diplomacy. And oppose the Sino-U.S. Treaty of Commerce. During the past year, not only did the Kuomintang reactionaries renew the civil war and violate the resolutions of the political consulta. ASPEECHDE live ERED at AME ting OFREPRSA entities of all walk SOF live ENYAN and to S uppert the nation WIDE patriotic student movement and COMME morat the fir ST ANI VERSARY of THE political C on S ultative conference. It was publi shed in the lib rati on daily in Yannan on January 14, 1947. 293. 294. TIV conference, but even the U.S. mediator, who had put his signature to the truce agreement, stopped mentioning the ceasefire order of last January. And the Youth Party, 383, the Democratic Socialist Party 387, and most of the so-called social luminaries who had participated in the conference, went so far as to take part in the illegal National Assembly, which was manipulated by a single party and totally violated the line of the conference. Thus they participated in the adoption of a dictatorial constitution diametrically opposed to the principles laid down by the conference, thereby deepening the split in the country as a whole. So it is the Chinese Communist Party, the genuinely democratic parties and public figures and the broad masses who have been striving all along to uphold the truce agreement of last January and the line of the conference. It is they who have been demanding the withdrawal of U.S. troops from China and opposing U.S. intervention in China's internal affairs. Reviewing the struggle of the past year, we cannot help remembering the martyrs of the incident of April 8 and Wen Yuduo, 372, Li Gongpu 371, and Tao Xingzi, 27, who unremittingly defended the ceasefire and the political consultative conference. We have continued to be inspired by the spirit they displayed in denouncing the reactionary clique for its violation of both. After the lapse of exactly a full year and on the eve of his departure from China, General Marshall has issued a statement which is a kind of summary of the year's mediation. In connection with this statement, I would now like to comment briefly on the major problems concerning last year's negotiations. General Marshall admits that a reactionary group exists within the Kuomintang and dominates the Kuomintang government, that it includes military as well as political leaders, that it opposes coalition government, that it believes not in domestic cooperation but in the use of force to settle issues, and that it clearly has no intention of sincerely carrying out the resolutions of the political consultative conference. He is correct on all these points. It is to be regretted, however, that he does not point out that Chiang Kai-shek is the supreme leader of this reactionary group. Chiang Kai-shek has said that a coalition government would mean the overthrow of the government and that a conference of the various parties would be merely a conference to divide the spoils. After the establishment of the Beiping Executive HEDQ Orders 508-1 St year, Chiang opposed the sending of a FID team to the northeast for mediation. Immediately after the signing of the Northeast Truce Agreement 368 on March 27, Chiang ordered due. On Marshall's statement on leaving China 295. Yuming 390 to launch large-scale attacks in the northeast. The ceasefire parley in June failed because it was sabotaged by Chiang, who, willfully violating the resolutions of the political consultative conference, demanded that the Communist Party withdraw from 4 liberated areas, including those in northern Jiangsu and in Rihe. Later, he launched large-scale attacks south of the Great Wall, which are continuing at THEPRSANT time. In the past year, he has turned his back on the truce agreement and has sent 218 divisions, amounting to 90% of his total strength, to attack the liberated areas led by the Communist Party. By the end of last year, they had occupied more than 179,000 square kilometers of our liberated areas and seized 165 cities. What is that if not armed attack? The one-party National Assembly convened last year totally violated the line of the political consultative conference. It was stage-managed by Chiang Kai-shek from beginning to end. So the chief culprit in violating the truce agreement and the resolutions of the conference is none other than Chiang himself. The reactionary Chiang Kai-shek group uses armed force in the preservation of their own feudal control of China, but the result is that it accentuates the weakness of civil government in China, a fact which even General Marshall cannot deny. As for the destruction of communications in order to wreck the economy, it is the consequence of the civil war waged by Chiang. What can one expect but financial chaos and economic collapse, when one considers the Chiang government's massive military expenditures, amounting to 80% of its budget and associated as they are with bureaucrat capital exploitation and control and the dictatorial government's corruption and incompetence. General Marshall thinks that this rotten government, still headed by the same Chiang Kai-shek, can suddenly be transformed into a good one by reshuffling it to include a few so-called liberals belonging to the Kuomintang and a few others belonging to a couple of parties such as the Youth Party and the Democratic Socialist Party, the very persons who took part in the political consultative conference last January but later betrayed it and actively participated in Jiang's private national assembly. Unfortunately, good government doesn't come so cheaply. A coalition government that excludes the Communist Party can never put an end to Chiang Kai-shek's autocracy, and it can never be a liberal government. 296. General Marshall knows full well that Jiang's personal National Assembly convened last year violated the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and the procedures it had decided upon. Nevertheless, he still says that the dictatorial constitution adopted by the Assembly is a democratic constitution, that in all major respects it conforms to the principles laid down by the conference and that it seems to meet the demands of the Chinese Communist Party. This is sheer deception. The dictatorial constitution adopted by Jiang's private National Assembly runs counter to the principles of the conference in all major respects. The conference favored protecting the people's freedom, while the Chiang constitution restricts it. The conference favored guaranteeing the right of self-government to the minority nationalities, while the Chiang constitution deprives them of that right. The conference envisaged a fair distribution of powers to the localities, according to which the province would be the highest unit of local self-government and would formulate its own constitution, while the Chiang constitution makes no mention of provincial constitutions and enforces centralized power. The conference advocated coalition government at the top with a responsible cabinet system, while the Chiang constitution has restored the dictatorship of the president in accordance with the draft constitution of May 5. 138 General Marshall is trying to find a way out for the dictatorial Chiang Kai-shek government by claiming that carrying out the Chiang constitution and reshuffling the government would mean the end of one-party political tutelage. 334 He will only succeed in making Chiang's government even less credible and more isolated, with no popular support whatever. The Sihine Se Communist Part Y opposes the Chiang constitution and refuses to participate in the government as it stands. It demands that the military forces of both sides be restored to the positions of last January 13, that the Chiang constitution be abrogated and that the conference of various political parties be reconvened. Does this mean, as General Marshall claims, that the Communist Party is unwilling to help bring about a fair compromise? No. On the contrary, these demands constitute the fairest of compromises. The why are the minimum demands for peace and democracy. And even General Marshall has to admit that the Communist Party was willing to reach a compromise last January and February. It is clear that all the violations of the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference and of the ceasefire beginning from last February and March were the doing of the Kuomintang reactionary clique. Therefore, the Communist Party, to this. On Marshall's statement on leaving China 297 day, still persists in seeking a compromise on the basis of the truce agreement of last January and the line of the conference, that is, on the basis of the liberal and forward-looking charter applauded by Marshall. A comparison shows that Chiang Kai-shek is violating the truce agreement and the line of the conference, whereas the Communist Party is upholding that agreement and that line. Are not the answers to the questions of whether the Communist Party is seeking to overthrow the government or whether Chiang Kai-shek is trying to wipe out the liberated areas abundantly clear? If it is all right for Chiang Kai-shek to reject the fairest of compromises, namely, the abrogation of his constitution and restoration of the military positions prevailing on January 13, does that mean that there can be no fair compromise unless the Communist Party recognizes Jiang's private National Assembly and Constitution, both of which violate the resolutions of the conference, and recognizes the territories he has occupied, which violates the truce agreement? When it rejects these unreasonable demands, the Communist Party is said to include extremists, who ignore the interests of the country and the sufferings of the people. Such allegations have absolutely no basis. In fact, they are designed to slander the Communist Party, and the Chinese people will never believe them. For 26 years, the Chinese Communist Party has consistently served the people and relied on them in all matters, and that is why it enjoys the prestige it has today. If it were to agree to Chiang Kai-shek's occupation of part of the liberated areas and let him oppress the people, and if it were to recognize his National Assembly and Constitution and let him perpetuate his dictatorship, then the Communist Party would really be ignoring the sufferings of the people and the interests of the country. Nor, quite definitively, would there be any genuine peace. Many of our naive friends who are yearning for peace do not concern themselves with the question of a reliable basis for a ceasefire and minimum guarantees. They are not willing to fight for principles, but wait idly for peace to be bestowed on them. Understanding this mentality, Chiang Kai-shek never stops fighting when conditions are favorable for his attacks, but when his attacks fail and he needs time to reorganize his troops for a new push, as was the case last January and February, he agrees to a ceasefire and holds peace talks. And how, may I ask, can that lead to a fair compromise? It never will. A fair compromise must be based on a foundation that is favorable to the people and is therefore reliable, and that foundation is the truce. 29-8. Agreement to which Marshall and John Kuhn, 318 Jiang's representative, affixed their signatures last January, together with the resolutions adopted by the Political Consultative Conference which was presided over by Chiang himself. In his statement, General Marshall mentions only the resolutions but not the agreement. This is not an accidental omission but a deliberate evasion of the responsibility entailed by his signature. It is an attempt to find an excuse for the U.S. representatives on the Committee of 357 and at the Beiping Executive Headquarters. However, it only proves all the more clearly that the U.S. government is deliberately helping Chiang Kai-shek in his massive civil war. There is evidence that General Marshall deeply resents the propaganda of the Chinese Communist Party. It is true that over the past year the Communist Party has repeatedly exposed the error of the U.S. government in changing its policy towards China after last March. In particular, it has constantly exposed and protested the stationing of U.S. troops in China, their interference in China's internal affairs, their encroachment on and harassment of the liberated areas, and their provision of transport to Chiang Kai-shek's troops. It has constantly exposed and protested the assistance given by the U.S. government to Chiang Kai-shek's government and troops in the form of leased material, surplus material, loans, warships, airplanes, military advisors, technical training, and so on. Moreover, we have often laid bare the true colonialist nature of U.S. imperialism's policy towards China and the facts about the traitorous diplomacy of the Kuomintang government. After July, despite the large-scale offensives mounted by Chiang Kai-shek, the Communist Party continued to work with the American mediator in order to reach a compromise, whereas Chiang, rapacious and insatiable as ever, made endless unreasonable demands. The American mediator never uttered a word of reproach about TS but instead issued two statements severely criticizing the Communist Party for not accepting his mediation. This naturally left us no choice but to refute his accusations. General Marshall considers that our propaganda will arouse the world's bitter hatred for the U.S. government and is therefore vicious. In fact, what arouses people is not abstract propaganda but living reality. If the reality I have described is not changed, that will. On Marshall's statement on leaving China 299. Truly be a vicious crime in the eyes of nations which love independence and freedom. General Marshall has now returned to the United States to become its Secretary of State. I very much hope that he will keep to the China policy of the late President Roosevelt and that for the sake of the traditional friendship and interests of our two great nations he will review the U.S. government's policy towards China over the past year. I hope that he will break with past mistakes, stop helping the Chiang Kai-shek government wage civil war, withdraw U.S. troops stationed in China, refrain from further intervention in China's internal affairs and readjust the relations between the two countries. That will certainly do a lot to help the Chinese people achieve peace, democracy, and independence, and it will do even more to ensure peace in the Far East and international cooperation. It is just 1 year since the signing of the truce agreement and the convening of the Political Consultative Conference. We must not forget this great anniversary, and we must continue to work for the implementation of the truce agreement and of the IINE of the conference. We are convinced that all leading democratic figures, and indeed all compatriots, will join in the struggle for their complete implementation, never resting until this aim is achieved. 2 documents on the guidelines. For work and the tactics. For struggle in areas controlled by Chiang Kai-shek. February 28 and May 5, 194-7. 1. At this time, when they are meeting with heavy defeats at the front and all kinds of crises in the rear areas, and when the Moscow Conference seems likely to solve international problems, the die-hard forces headed by Chiang Kai-shek are resorting to harsh suppression in the cities under their control, expelling our personnel, menacing the democratic movement, and beating or arresting students and other people. Their designs are as follows. If we, the people's organizations and the public, do not speak out, they will take advantage of our silence to increase their repression. If we and the progressive masses respond to their provocations and clash with them head-on, they will launch premeditated attacks to crush our militancy and will intensify their terrorism. And if we resist their attacks by mobilizing the small number of progressives and putting forward slogans that are not yet acceptable to the middle elements, we will play right into their hands. In the spring of 1947, the Sihine-se revolution was on the eve of a new upsurge. In the light of TS situation, Comrade Zhou Enlai drafted many directives for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China concerning the patriotic and democratic movement in the area's control by Chiang Kai-shek. The SER2 of THEM. 300. Work and struggle in Chiang-controlled areas 301. By revealing our own weakness, thus making it easier for them to sow discord, split our ranks and destroy us one by one. Jiang's tactics of suppression, therefore, are still of an exploratory nature. The people can no longer tolerate the financial and economic crisis that is making life impossible for them, and, in view of the Kuomintang's continued defeats at the front, they can no longer be intimidated. So although it has its twists and turns and ups and downs, the mass struggle in the Chiang-controlled areas will certainly continue to expand. That is the general trend. Whether it will expand quickly and whether it can avoid setbacks will depend on what tactics we adopt as leaders and how well we organize our strength. 2. In countering Jiang's current policy of suppression, we should expand the scope of our propaganda, avoid direct confrontations, win over the middle elements, utilize legal means and, on the basis of the struggle for survival, strive to form a broad front against national betrayal, civil war, dictatorship, and secret police terrorism. In our propaganda we shall fully expose every one of Jiang's reactionary measures and terrorist acts and publicize them both at home and abroad, and we must seek out his vulnerable spots and strike hard at them. Chiang and the United States are mortally afraid that their reactionary schemes will be exposed. We should avoid direct confrontations under unfavorable circumstances. This is not conservatism, it means leading the masses to change their course and steer around submerged reefs. At the end of last year, the students in a number of places demonstrated against the United States. The movement was very successful and productive, because U.S. troops had been running amok for over a year. We had been conducting anti-U.S. propaganda for more than 6 months. Their was spread indignation over the Shenchong incident, 393, and Chiang Kai-shek and the United States were caught totally unprepared. But this time Chiang's agents are beating and arresting people according to set plans. If, disregarding the circumstances, we still call on the students to demonstrate, there will be the danger of a massacre. Furthermore, among the general run of students, some will be indignant at the arrests and others will recoil. Taking into account this difference in sentiment, we should first unite the majority of the students to demand that the school authorities help to guarantee their personal safety and release their fellow students, and then unite with the school authorities to demand that the local authorities do the same. If arrests continue, the students should take. 302. Defensive measures tend their schools, such as going out and coming back in groups for mutual protection. And when conditions are ripe, they can take SUK action as boycotting classes and demanding the relay SE of their fellow students. At the same time, by Lincoln G the students struggle with the economic struggle and sometimes by switching to the latter, we can mobilize more people to join in and make it easier for the struggle to become legal. Once the economic struggle has achieved a broad basis, it will be easier for us to expand it into a struggle against the special agents and the civil war. Organizationally, THE Students Anti-Brutality Association has had SOMI influence and has estably had contact among the students in Nanjing, Shanghai, Beiping, Tianjin and Chongqing, but it still needs necessary to adopt a strategy of self-defense. That is to say, if it is discovered by Chiang Kai-shek's special agents and subjected to intense pressure, we can change the name of the association or carry on the struggle separately, so that we will still be able to keep up the struggle and maintain contact without suffering heavy losses. With regard to the workers and the urban poor, there is even more need to stress the guidance and development of economic struggle. At PRSANT, the workers in Shanghai and Tianjin have started a struggle to oppose the January cost of living index and are demanding a rise in wages. 394 WES Howl Givid proper LE at ERS HIP and CK limited victories so as to con S audit ER po S Ishan and PA VETHE way for future growth. 3. In THENEXT few months, there will be big changes in the Hyancontro LLED area S. We hope that you will do a good job of applying our tactics in the light of specific circumstances. We also hope that before Wu and Zhang 395 withdraw they will do their BST to pass the SE idea S onto the comrades working UNDERGROUND. IT. As THEYR unable to extricate THEMSELVES from THEIR military, economic, and political crises, the die-hard headed by C Hyang Kais Hek have recently resorted to rumor mon ge ring. They have fabricated a program of the Sihan Se Communist Party on the line for underground struggle in an attempt to frame leading democratic figures and ma SS organizations and to arrest and kill progress SIVS and our party's secret PER sonal. Their purpose is to uppre SSTHEPEOPLES. Work and struggle in Chang-controlled areas 303. Movement in the Chang-controlled areas. In these circumstances, your guideline S in place S under Jiang's rigorous rule, and especially in the big cities, should be to protect our party and the other democratic, progressive forces, so as to promote the people's movement. To achieve this aim, you should be determined and brave, and at THESAME time vigilant and prudent. You should keep a close watch on the developing situation. While upholding the party's policy of mobilizing the masses to oppose the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, you should be flexible, now combining legal and illegal struggles and now carrying them on se paratelli. To mobilize the MOS SES, you should encourage them to put forward slogans which correspond to their urgent demands and which boost their morale. In the party's propaganda work, emphasis should be laid on having non-party people who hold jobs and have some degree of social standing criticize the current political situation and harpen discontent through legal publication and use PAP-ERS and public gatherings. The party's views broadcast over the radio and the news of victories from the liberated areas, however, should be disseminated secretly through the most reliable channels. As for the party's relations with Democratic Bodies, MOS organizations and leading progressives, we should recruit more well-hidden party members and sympathizers to work among them under single contact leadership. They should try in their work to conceal their identity as party members and especially refrain from exchanges of letters and documents, so as to avoid complications. Party organizations should strictly follow such principles as having carefully selected cadres work underground, maintaining parallel organizations, working through single contact leadership, transferring members from one cell to another without having them carry any identification papers, separating urban and rural work and keeping higher level unit S separate from lower level unit S and covert operations separate from overt. When people are sent from the cities to the villages in outlying counties to organize, launch, and guide armed struggles, they should be cut off from all urban work and personnel so as to avoid complications. Higher leading bodies should be kept very much under cover, they should hold fewer meetings, make less frequent contact and devote more effort to analyzing the general situation and giving tactical guidance. To sum up, all our urban work in the Chang-controlled areas should be put on a long-term basis, so as to promote mass struggle and broaden the united front. Only thus can it be coordinated with the victories won in the liberated areas so as to hasten the advent of a new high tide throughout the country. Launch a massive nationwide counteroffensive to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek. September 28, I-94-7. We have ent aired the period of a ma ssiv ku enter of nsiv. Since it was last year that the war of self defense took on major proportion why didn't we call for a general counteroffensive and the overthrow of Chiang Kai-shek then? Why have we done so only now? This is the question trou bling our co-mrades. The CALL for Massive Nation WIDE counteroffensive to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek as BENISS yud not capriciously, but with good reason. Letus for STS up the eve NTS of the WAR of SELFDFNCE over the LSTR. Since the SUR ender of Japan, the party Polak has been to establish SHAN independent, peaceful and democrat ICNEUC. How is this to be a hiv ed? All of us remember Comrade Mao Zedong's trip to Chongqing to PARTICI Pat E in THENE Go Tiashan S, THE Signin G of the Truce AGR Eman T, 354 THE convening of THE political co-NS ultative co-NF errands 339 and the resolution S adopt ed by that co-NFARENCE. Those were peaceful method S. For a time after the Japanese surrender, the party hoped to establish a NEUC through GH peaceful MEANS, thou GH without a NY relaxation of armed SELFDFNCE. Time S were different then. Today we have EE to USEFORCE to achieve TS aim. The two method S are different. TS one correct and the other incorrect? Everyone know STHATR pre-SENT method is correct. Only. A report on THE prevalent G situation made at SHENQUNBU in G axi and count TY, and orthern SHANXI. TO Cotters and so LDIERS of Uni TS Direct Y under the CENTRAL Committee of THE Part Y. ATTHEEND of June 1946, Chiang Kai-shek had LA on CHEDA fuel scale CIVIL Warren DANLL out of NSIVAGA in STTHE Libby Rat ED area S. The ARMI and PEOPLE in THELIB error TED AREASROSE to S tri KBACK. Aft REIGHT month S of Phi ERCE fighting, Chiang Kai-shek was forced to CHANGE to a ST rateg Y of attack SAGA in ST key SECTORS. THIS strategy TOOWAS defeat ED between Anjul YAND SEPTEMBER 1947 and the PEOPLESLI Birity ONARMYBEGANA Nation WIDE General Counter Offensive. 304. A nationwide counteroffensive to overthrow Chiang 305. When we topple Chiang Kai-shek by armed force can we have independence, peace, and democracy? Why? Does that mean that the method adopted in the past was incorrect? Our answer is that we were correct then as we are correct now. You may think this doesn't make sense. Well, it does. At that time, by peaceful means we meant consolidating the liberated areas and mobilizing the masses in the Kuomintang areas. Was there much chance of attaining our objective by that method? No, not much, but we had to give it a try. Most of the people in the country wanted peace. The whole world wanted peace. The party could not but consider TS demand. Although it is the vanguard of the people and is far-sighted, it must not alienate itself from the masses but hold respect their opinions. After 10 years of civil war and 8 years of the war of resistance, the people were demanding peace. Because they were thinking TS way, we tried the peaceful, yet troublesome, method. Hence the Chongqing Ne Go Tia Ti on S509 and the Agreement of October I-367, the Truce Agreement and the resolutions of the Politi-Cal Consultative Conference to which Chiang Kai-shek also put his signature, so the peaceful method might have succeeded. At the same time, we lost nothing by this method. During that period our army marched into northeast China. Wasn't that history? It was also advantageous to us when we were consolidating the army and the greater part of the liberated areas. Moreover, we carried out the resolutions and the agreements whereas Chiang Kai-shek violated them. This proved to the people that Zhang didn't want peace, and that fact was proved not just once, but several times. TS way the people have come to a better understanding of the fact that peace cannot be won by signing a few agreements and that we must use armed force to safeguard our interests and achieve peace. The transition from the application of peaceful means to the use of armed force involves a process, a change. That is, the people have to come to recognize the truth that the problem can be settled only through the use of force. If we had called for the overthrow of Chiang Kai-shek in July last year, would it have been practicable? No, it would not. Our slogan then was armed self-defense and we could not yet openly put forward the slogan of overthrowing him, because neither the objective nor the objective conditions were ripe. Chiang claimed to have 4 million troops. It is difficult to put so many troops out of action at one stroke. Some peoplesaid, the Kuomintang can't destroy the 306 Communist Party, nor can the Communist Party destroy the Kuomintang, neither can annihilate the other. That kind of talk was quite common. When fighting began on a large scale, the national bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, and other middle elements were not all in agreement with us. Many people still believed that neither side could annihilate the other. If we had said the slogan of overthrowing Chiang, they would not have believed or accepted it. Besides, if we had raised that slogan when he had just start fighting on an EX-10 scale, he would have accused us of wanting to attack him. To have changed the slogan of self-defense to one of attack would have given the impression that the Kuomintang and the Communist Party each wanted to launch an offensive, and this would have cancelled out our advantage. When we spoke of self-defense, we meant resisting the attacks of the Kuomintang. Then how how'd we show that we intended to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek? By saying that we would see Enlai win victory, that we had confidence in success, that Chiang would surely be defeated and we would be victorious, and not by saying outright who would annihilate whom. And then, many people still wanted to think it over and wondered whether we could succeed or not. We would show them with deeds. Our People's Liberation Army has confidence, because we are a new force with all the strength of youth, while Chiang is like a dying consumptive. The war of self-defense over the last year has demonstrated ts truth, Chiang Kai-shek is sure to be defeated and we are sure to triumph. During this last year of war, Chiang Kai-shek has thrown 1 million troops against us. In TERMS of NUM-ERS, more than 1,100,000 of high SMEN were killed, injured, or captured in the year's fighting, that is to say, more than a third were put out of action. In terms of organizational units, Xihayang had a total of 248 brigades. We HAVE wiped out 97 1/2 of THEM, that is, an average of 8 EACH month plus another I 1/2 brigades, also totaling over a third. With so man YOF Jiang's brigades crushed, rebuilding the units destroyed with new recruit SIS not enough to restore their combat effective NESS. For example, our troop SHAVE annihilated Sevaral Brigades under Huzongnan twice. 370 the second time, those brigades were much easier to deal with. Many captured enemy officers SAID when they were released said that if they met us again, they would raise their hands and surrender. The NMY's recruits are reforced into SERVIS, just as we see in the play Press Ganging. They are given no training, THEIR combat effect, TIBN SSIS low, and there are more desertions among them than among. A nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chang 307. The veterans. More than 200 of Jiang's officers of the rank of general have been killed or captured by US, and null promoted officers lack battle experience. The case is similar with regard to arms. Much of Jiang's U.S made equipment has fallen into our hands. So he is slipping, whether we can either highest position in terms of manpower, combat effectiveness, or equipment. It's the same with food supplies. While Huzongnan's army was fighting its way into the liberated areas, he needed 10 planes every day to transport enough food supplies for his 100,000 troops. The many difficulty Xihayang is facing make it certain that he cannot afford to go on fighting for long. He definitely cannot annihilate US. This view has become quite common even among officers in Hai's own army, not only among those we HAVE captured, but also those who pull them selves up very straight in front of him and declare that the communists are certain to be annihilated, but hacky theirhe ad sbe hind his back. When large-scale fighting began, Jiang's troops were crushed brigade by brigade, and later on division by division. Chang claimed that we conce attacks on THEIRHE headquarters and Thursdays were able to capture brigade and DVSI on commanders. How was that possible? Their headquarters were usually surrounded and closely guarded by troops. Naturally, after we wiped out all their troops, we took the brigade and DVCON commanders PRI Sona. Facing annihilation on SUKSCALE, are there any among them who don't feel chilled or frightened? So, the outcome of a year of the war of SELF defense is that Chiang Kai-shek's troops admit their inability to annihilate us. Not only that, they are doomed to defeat. In The second half of last year, many people were not certain of Xihayang's defeat or our victory. But this year, after our victories in Shandong province and other places, the Y have come to believe in it. This is a new development, and a rapid one too, and what a big change to HAVE occurred in only a single year. Thus, on July 7, after our victories in the past year, conditions were ripe and we were confident not to call for wiping out all of Jiang's invading troops resolutely, thoroughly, wholly and completely. And in September, we called for a general counter-offensive and raised the slogan of overthrowing Xihayang, which the people are now ready to accept. Chiang Kai-shek has done man yst upit things this last year, further demonstrating that he can in no way continue his rule. He unilaterally convened a national ASSEMBLY. The CNSA Communist Party did not participate nor did the Democratic League, 325 so the Assembly. 308. Was hamstrung from the outset and the people did not support it. nor were they happy about his constitution, which THEY called the bogus constitution. But Chang did not stop halfway, and in April he reorganized the government. 397 The political consultative county conference had agreed that a coalition government held BESET up with the participation of the Chinese Communist Party. He didn't want the Communist Party to participate, nor, of course, would we have done so. He roped in the Democratic Socialist Party 387 and the Youth Party, 383, but THEPE are very familiar with them. They are utterly discredited and nobody has any faith in them. Chiang Kai-shek has used up all his methods, played out all his tricks, and now he is at his wit's end. It's no use relying on political tricks alone. People want to see whether or not there is food to eat, whether or not the price of gold goes up or the value of the US dollar rises. Now, in AREASUNDERC control, not only the toiling masses of workers and PSANTs but even the petty bourgeois and government employees see and make ends meet. US goods are flooding in and imports far exceed exports. More than half the imported goods come from the United States. Is there anyone living in THEAREASUNDER Kuomintang control who can POSSIBLY welcome TS? Chang has been living on borrowed money. He ed up the $4 billion long ago and now he is again holding out his hand to the United States for money. The people can see that no loans can save him from utter military defeat, political bankruptcy, and economic collapse. Young students in the cities have been demonstrating against the raping of Chinese women and the shooting of Chinese citizens by American soldiers. Some students have risen to oppose Hyang Kai-s Hekim self. When he attended the meeting of the political council, THESTUDENTS of the Central University in Nanjing went to the auditorium and created an uproar which placed him in an embarrassing position. 398 Chang has run up against the people's opposition and has become politically bankrupt. So we ought to put forward the slogan calling for his overthrow. We have shown the people with facts that we are strong enough to overthrow him, and the people don't want him anyway. Even people in the upper social strata and the middle class are getting tired of the load and want to overthrow him. Thus, it is opportune to rise the slogan, overthrow Chiang Kai-s Hek. How is it that we have won such an enormous victory? Why do we say that we are sure to succeed? A nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chang 309. First, the people support us in the war, convinced that we work for them. We carried out agrarian reform and divided up the land owned by landlords, distributing it equally among peasants who had little or no land. The feudal forces have been overthrown and the impoverished PEAS and SHVEBE come sters of THEIR own affairs. During the war of resistance against Japan, we adopted a policy of reducing rent and interest in order to win over the landlords to the resistance. Now that Japan has been defeated, the big landlords are supporting Chiang Kai-s Hek. To destroy Jiang's power, we must eliminate the landlord CLASS and transform its MERS into working people living by their own labor. If the land question is solved well, the people will support us and we will win our battles. The peasants constitute 80% of our population and over 90% of them will benefit from agrarian reform. With SU mighty force behind us, how can we fail to W in the war? Second, our army is composed of the sons and daughters of the people and it serves the people. It has been working for the interests of the people since it came into being. It has a staunch core force, abides by THRE main rules of discipline and THEIGHT for attention 50 and maintain close link with the people. Steeled through arduous struggle, blood head and sacrifice, its officers and men are unit and fight well. Our army has a glorious tradition and is invincible. Third, we are under the excellent guidance of the Central Committee of the party and Comrade Mao Zedong. Since last year our policy has been to wipe out Chiang Kai-shek's troops in SIDETHE liberated areas. THIS means we have fought on interior line S, that is, we have lured the enemy deep into our territory S, letting them occupy S own place S and disperse their forces, while we mobilize the masses, seeking opportunities to wipe out the enemy and THEN going over to the counter-offensive. Our policy has been one of strategic defense and tactical offense in order to wipe out the enemy in SIDE the liberated areas. As a result, in the past year, although the enemy occupied more than 100 of our towns and cities, we put out of action more than 1 million of its troops, including nearly 700,000 taken prisoner. That is what Comrade Mao Zedong meantby offense within defense so as to destroy the enemy's effective strength. Jiang's trait has been one of offense, but his tactics have been defensive. His tactics are similar to those of the Japanese. The fighting in North and Shaanxi is a case in point. At first TC Hyang Sarmy was very fierce, but 310. At Chico we besieged 5 of his brigades with a force of equal strength. They didn't dare make a move and exhibited not the slightest enthusiasm for attack. Such, then, are the tactics adopted by Chiang Kai-shek and Chen Cheng. 78 They are chiefly concerned with defending themselves, breaking through encirclements, posting guards and holding out for reinforcements, rather like a man with tuberculosis who only thinks about staving off colds, coughs, indigestion and whatnot. Such a man's days are numbered. That is a summary of last year's fighting. From it we can see that this year it is quite appropriate to raise the slogan of launching a massive counter-offensive to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek. Now I want to say something about how to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek. The decision to overthrow him was made a long time ago. We fought 10 years of civil war with that in mind. The War of Resistance marked one period during which we wanted him to fight with us against Japan. For some time after the Japanese surrender we tried to overthrow him by peaceful means. Now we must fight our way out, launch a countrywide massive counter-offensive and annihilate him, not inside the liberated areas but in the areas under his control. Last year we were on the strategic defensive and the tactical offensive. Now strategically we are on the offensive too. Chiang is on the defensive now both tactically and strategically. It is impossible to annihilate him by fighting only inside the liberated areas, because he still occupies 3/4 of the country and controls 2/3 of China's population. Only by adopting the strategic offensive can we thoroughly defeat him. Military operations should follow up the slogan now that it has been raised, which means a nationwide counter-offensive and fighting our way out of the boundaries of the liberated areas. All our operations are aimed at turning this slogan into a reality. The 3 armies commanded respectively by Liu Bachun and Deng Xiaoping, Chen Geng and Xiefu Zihai, and Chen Yi and Su Yu have thrust south, 39-9, crossed the Huanghe River and the Longhai Railway and reached areas north of the Changjiang River. The Huanghe River was Chiang Kai-shek's outer trench, the Longhai Railway his barbed wire and the Changjiang River his inner trench. He has always wanted to drive us beyond his outer trench. However, we have already crossed his barbed wire and fought our way to his inner trench. The situation has changed and we are now expanding our operations between the Huanghe and Changjiang Rivers. There are a nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chiang 311. 4 large rivers in central China, the Changjiang, Huihe, Huanghe, and Hanshui rivers. Our battles now will be in the areas bounded by them. This is our southern front and we have 3 armies there. The Northwest Liberation Army will fight its way out too. The Northeast Liberation Army has already made an outward thrust. What we have now is a nationwide counter-offensive. Our policy is to fight our way into areas ruled by Chiang Kai-shek, wipe out his troop STHE and expand the liberated areas. TS policy will be realized in the next 1 or 2 years. Are we sorry of this? Yes we are, and with REASON. Let's look at the matter under the 3 following aspects. First, the enemy. It has 3 weaknesses. It is S horde of troops, its rear areas are poorly guarded, and THEPEOPLE oppose it. The shortage of troops. Chiang Kai-shek had altogether 1,800,000 regular troops of whom 1,500,000 are left, and 1,000,000 irregular troops of whom 900,000 are left. In the coming year, the enemy troops will be depleted even more. If we do no more than maintain the same rate as in the past year, wiping out 8 brigades a month, there is no doubt that from 96 to 100 brigades will be annihilated. And will Chiang be able to find as many recruits as in the past year? Definitely not. Even if he do and he low ses no more than 300,000 regulars, it would still mean that he would have only 1,200,000 left next year. With things going on TS way, Chiang will have fewer and fewer troops as the fighting continues. Last year, he had a large force to deploy. He began by using only half his troops in the attacks on us. By April of this year, there were only 40 brigades on the attack, and now there are even fewer. Let us first take a look at the southern front, his main front. Out of a total of 248 brigades he has deployed 157 there. Among them, only the 15 brigades in eastern Shandong are being used for offense. The rest are all for defense. If our armies on various routes are again victorious in battle, these 15 brigades will also be put on the defensive. Of the 70 brigades on the northern front, only the 29 brigades of Sun Lianzhong and Fuzhouyi 400 can carry out a few local offensives. Deducting though SE 227 brigades on the southern and north ERN fronts, THE are only 21 left in reserve. Considering the question from every point of view, we see that Chiang Kai-shek is S horde of troops. The poorly guarded rear areas. With only 21 brigades left there, Jiang's rear areas are of course poorly defended. Moreover, 8 of those brigades are in Xinjiang and western Gansu. The nationalities problem in Xinjiang has flared up again, and they cannot 312 leave. The other 13 brigades have been stationed south of the Changjiang River. There are 2 in Yunnan, 7 in Sichuan and Zhejiang, 2 in Guangdong, and 2 in Taiwan. The other places are all defended by reactionary local militia and peace preservation corps. It's very easy to beat the peace preservation corps, they can only be used in a defensive capacity and a weak in numbers. Thus, the defense in Jiang's rear areas is exceedingly vulnerable. Now that we have reached the areas north of the Changjiang River, the troops south of the river are getting panic. Why? The opposition from the people. I have already mentioned that the areas under Chiang Kai-shek are economically bankrupt and politically corrupt. TSIS manifest everywhere. The people's movement in those areas RISESAND falls like THETIDES of THEC. The number of people who oppose him is increasing daily. Even university professors, the Samuhat Enlai Ghtened gentry and bulletins in SMEN are participating in TS movement. The farther we extend our attacks into the areas UNDER Chiang Kai-shek, THE bet we can promote an upsurge in the people's movement there. These 3 weaknesses of the ENE provide excellent conditions for us to attack. Second, as far as we ourselves are concerned, conditions are also ripe for a general counter-offensive. Our army is growing stronger with every battle. We need to consider it a victory whenever we put a regiment or a battalion out of action. Now it's quite easy for us to annihilate 1 or 2 brigades. Our combat effectiveness has gone up and our number has increased. As for the source of our recruit S, besides the large number S of emancipated PEs and TS, THERER a significant number S of ex-prisoner S of war joining up. Over half our army consists of liberated soldier S511 who, hobby in GBEN educated through GHTHE collective outpouring of grievances AGA in ST the old CCTY, 518 have turned their guns AGA in STC high NG Kais HEK. Take, for example, the artillerymen who participated in the recent attack on Shanzhou. The Y had been liberated at Lingbao only the Do YBFO Re. The next day the VE SAME men USING the VERY SAMEG on SW went into battle with us. Such things are rare in the high story of THE world. Since last year, OUR regular FORCES HAVE increased by almost one half. Our field armies and regional troops are close to 2 million stro ng. Jiang's troops total only 2,500,000. Our strength is almost equal to HIS. After our main force HIS left, the local forces WILLS till be capable of taking Yunjing and Bsejinji Finyang. ANDONCE. A nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chang 313. The large force has left, the small ones will grow, confirming the truth that if the big Don T leave, the small won't grow. The agrarian reform. People in the liberated areas and in the areas under Chiang Kai-shek as well are happy when they hear about the results of agrarian reform. A conference on the land problem has been convened recently in North China and a new agrarian program 01WI11 be announced which WI11 Pro 60 for the equal and thorough distribution of land. Only by relying on the Communist Party can the Sihan Se peasants emancipate themselves. To overthrow Sihan Kai Shek, agrarian reform must go hand in hand with military operations, both are indispensable. Expanded liberated areas. Last year, we were annihilating the enemy forces in CDTHE liberated areas here we had THE advantage of the help of the masses. That was alright for one year, but we couldn't go on for long because we would have placed too great a burden on the people. Only by fighting the war beyond the liberated areas can we draw on Jiang's source of food supplies, GETREC routes from the areas formerly under him, up SET his conscription plan and disrupt his general mobilization. Of course, there will be difficulty. We are not familiar with the topography of the new areas and the people there have not yet identified THEMSELVES with us. But difficulties can be overcome. TF we work for the people and lead them in CARE G out the agrarian reform, we will win THEIR active S upward and the liberated areas will be expanded. Third, LETS TAC a look at THE international conditions and SEE if they are favorable, since the internal conditions are ripe for launching a general counteroffensive. We can be fairly confident if we exclude the international factor. But what if the Americans come? To answer TS's question, we should examine and analyze the general world situation. We must not be frightened at the mere mention of the United States. The United States can use the atom bomb to deal with a PSANT war. What can US imperialism give Chiang Kai-shek? First, munitions. How much has it already given him? Originally THE plan was to equip 39 of high-S divisions, but in the end 45 divisions were equipped. Sihyang's troops in Northia St Hina and Shandong province received THE MOST weapons, but it was also in those two areas that we captured the MOST. So, there is nothing to be afraid of on that score. Second, Mon EY. How much can the United States actually give Chiang? Since the War of Resistance against Japan began, he has beng for a total of $4 billion. 02. Of which more than $2 billion. 314. Have been given since the Japanese surrender. But he has already spent it all. How much more can the United States offer? US imperialists may be rich and prodigal, but many countries have asked the United States for money. How much does it have? How much can it give Chang? As soon as Marshal 35-6 left, Wedemeyer 403 came. Why is he here? The United States wants to exercise tighter control over Chang's troops and economy and exploit the resources of Taiwan. TV Sung 404 has advocated building railways, establishing military bases and constructing seaports, all to be under US control. Since Chang is selling out the country and inviting US imperialists to invade China, it becomes even easier for us to mobilize the people against him. Third, if the United States wanted to get tough, it could send troops. How many troops does it have in all? It has 1,100,000. It has to dispatch troops to many places around the world. How many troops does it need for that? Suppose it sent 200,000 troops to China, 1/5 of its total military strength. What are 200,000 men to China? At the most they could be stationed in the big cities and Taiwan. Japan once poured 1 million troops into North China. And US soldiers are pampered soldiers. Even if there were 500,000 of them, what would they amount to? Our comrades really must get rid of the idea that the United States is terrifying. If the United States did indeed dispatch troops, its aggressive features would be thoroughly unmasked, and that would make it even easier for us to mobilize the people. The most these troops could do would be to occupy some cities. When we besieged them, they would either be wiped out or have to flee. The United States can be defeated. Don't think that just because we are in a small and backward place like Shenquanview, we cannot do much. Accomplishing great things in small and backward places is what the Chinese Communist Party is best at. The United States is beset with innumerable difficulties. It cannot avert political and economic crises. The people of the world are growing stronger day by day and things are getting tougher for US imperialism. To sum up, we are confident we can overthrow Chiang Kai-shek. The decision to fight outside the liberated areas and launch a general counter-offensive this year is correct. Both internal and external conditions provide a firm basis for such a counter-offensive, and our aim can be achieved. Not in 1 year, of course. We'll have to fight another 3 years, and possibly 4. It will be 2 years before the war comes to a climax, so we have 2 more years of hard struggle before us. Chiang Kai-shek's strength has declined but has not yet reached a nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chiang 315. It's nadir. At present, we are conducting mobile warfare, but in future we will have to conduct post-citional warfare. Taiyuan and other cities are still there. But in the end, even if Shanghai is defended by the US Imperialists, we will recapture it all the same. So, we have to build up our firepower in order to conduct positional warfare. We still face difficulties. For example, the foundation of our war industry is weak, we are short of cotters, food supplies are insufficient, and so on. All these difficulties must be overcome. To defeat Chiang Kai-shek is also to throw US imperialism out of China. Therefore, it will not be a small scale war. China is very large, and its victorious revolution and the emancipation of its 450 million people will be of great significance to world revolution. So it will be worthwhile even if it takes 5 years to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek, let alone 2. Most of you are young people, from 20 to 30 years of age. Why should you worry that you won't live to see the day of victory? Even I have confidence that I will see it. You may ask how we can enter the cities and win nationwide victory when we are still in the countryside and Chiang Kai-shek and the Americans still occupy the cities. The method of the Chinese Revolution is to encircle the cities from the countryside and then seize them. After our main force goes into action outside the liberated areas, RREGINL armed forces will RISE and remove enemy strongholds like so many nails to be pulled out. Don Tju St look at The fact that Huzongnan's troops still occupy a number of towns in northern Shaanxi today. Once our armies get to the greater Guangzhou area, 512 will pull him out like a nail if he doesn't run away first. Our control of the city will be SECURONLY if we take them la st. We start from the part and progress to the whole, that is the way things develop. We began in the Jinggang Mountain but now we will estably liberated areas everywhere and liberate the whole of China. The general direction of development ISSET. The leading comrades of the party know TS pattern of development well, and now all comrades in the party should recognize it too. We are most excited and happy about launching this massive nationwide counter-offensive to overthrow Chiang Kai-shek's heck. Every comrade, whatever de part me and thebe lon gs2, must work hard at his own post, baus full cog in the mechanism and bring all his capacities into play. CARRY the war to Nanjing. Capture Chiang Kai-shek. Opinions on our present work among the Democratic parties. January 1948. 1. Some members of the Central Committee of the Democratic League 325 have met in Hong Kong and resumed activities. Members of the opposition in the Kuomintang have formed a revolutionary committee in Hong Kong 405 and issued a declaration against Chiang Kai-shek. In the United States, Fen Yuxiang 11 has organized a League of Chinese Residents in the United States for Peace and Democracy, which opposes U.S. aid to Chiang in the Civil War and demands that the United States help the Democratic League secure peace in China. The Kuomintang has announced the expulsion of Fen Yuxiang. On the other hand, TV Sung Zero has actually been to Hong Kong to contact Legitian 139 and CAI Tingai 406 in Gen era. The Demo Cratic League and Democrats within the Kuomintang think highly of Feng, Li, and CAI, and some are even attracted by the feigned opposition of the reactionary authorities of the provinces of Guangdong and Guangxi to Chiang Kai-shek. For these reasons, it is necessary for the party to make a further concrete analysis of the problem of the Democratic Party's in the Chiang-controlled areas in the light of the Directive 47 of the Central Committee issued on October 27 of last year and to formulate a clear policy towards them. 2. When certain leading members of the Democratic League accepted the dictates of the Kuomintang and the League was forced to announce its dissolution in the Chiang-controlled areas, the movement for a third national party ended in failure and the idea of a third road became bankrupt. As a result of historical developments, China's democratic movement has mainly taken the form of armed struggle. After the Great Revolution 461 there were only two major national parties in China. An excerpt from a directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 316. Work among democratic parties 317. And 2 decades of struggle and war have constantly proved that a middle road, or third road, is not feasible. For a time, thanks to the war of resistance and especially to the Political Consultative Conference, 339 the Democratic League was objectively the third national party. Many of its leading figures held the views of the middle class and tried to find a third road distinct from the conflicting programs of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. But the moment the League became involved in actual struggle and especially when civil war flared up again, it could only choose between leaning towards the Communist Party and leaning towards the Kuomintang. There was no other road. Members of the Youth Party. 383. And the Democratic Socialist Party. 387. Who had joined the Democratic League, being what they were, broke away from the League one after another and turned to follow the Kuomintang. Most of the other members of the Democratic League leaned towards the Communist Party for a time, especially during the struggle against participation in the National Assembly and in the Kuomintang government and against the bogus constitution 4°. 8. With the result that the League won the confidence of the people. But when confronted with the threats of the Kuomintang, Some of the leaders of the League openly announced its dissolution, so that the League lost the people's confidence. This demonstrates the failure of the movement to form a third major party taking a position between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. 3. The fact that the movement to form a third major party failed and the idea of a middle road proved bankrupt does not mean that the Democratic League will not resume its activities, that the Kuomintang cannot split, or that the small parties, groups, and other popular political organizations in different places will cease to exist. Nor does it mean that the idea of a middle road will henceforth disappear. On the contrary, in Hong Kong and in places abroad, and even in many big cities in the Chang-controlled areas, small parties and groups representing certain sections of the bourgeoisie, of the regional upper strata, or of progressive and democratic circles have already appeared and will continue to appear. The more defeats the United States and Chiang Kai-shek suffer, the more such small parties and groups will be formed. The more victories we win, the more urgently will they ask to come and conduct their activities in the liberated areas. The reason why these parties are small and generally confined to specific localities is that, on the one hand, they do little or no work among the masses and, on the other, owing to the fierce nature of the struggle and especially to 318. The long periods of war, it is very difficult for them to find room for their activities outside the camps of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party. It is easy for our party to decide on our policy towards those parties which clearly lean either towards the Kuomintang or towards the Communist Party in program and action. But we must pay great attention to the democratic parties of a middle character and to the middle class, overseas Chinese businessmen and other patriots whom those parties represent and influence. Although these parties are of a middle character, their members often range all the way from oppositionists within the ruling classes to real progressives, and their political leanings vary all the way from constitutional monarchy 410 to new democracy. Moreover, these parties are mostly based in Hong Kong or in places abroad, and they do not have much opportunity to prove their political leanings through practical activity. At the same time, the United States and Chiang Kai-shek are trying to make it appear that there is opposition to Chiang in southern China and a split in the Kuomintang. Thus, the governments of the United States and Britain may well choose to support Feng Yuxiang, Li Jishan, Cai Tingkai, or others. In view of this complicated state of affairs, it is imperative for our party to have a Marxist UNDER standing and analysis on which to base our united front policy of promoting the growth of the progressive forces, winning over the middle forces and isolating the right wing, and to guide our propaganda of encouraging what is good, criticizing what is wrong and exposing what is bad. 4. With regard to the progress of the Revolutionary War and the changes in class relations, the leadership of our party must have vision. But it must demonstrate the correctness of its vision by mobilizing the whole party to lead the masses in realizing that vision through practical work, otherwise, nothing will come of it. Propaganda can only serve to elucidate principles and exert a general influence. The correctness of any policy must be verified by the masses through their own experience. We cannot merely indulge in empty talk about so-and-so's being a constitutional monarchist. We must try to win over the Democratic League, the Revolutionary Committee of the Kuomintang, the League of Chinese Residents in the United States for Peace and Democracy and other parties and help them to make progress. We must identify and isolate the constitutional monarchist right-wingers by exposing, in actual struggle, the intrigues of the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. Work among democratic parties 319. By dispelling any illusions about them and by opposing all the attempts of the U.S. imperialists to continue their aggression and all the attempts of the big landlords and big bourgeoisie to maintain their rule in China. If we fail to do these things, the masses, instead of being further awakened, will reject our propaganda, thinking that we are just shooting aimlessly. One might say empty propaganda is worse than no propaganda at all. We should remember the tactics we used against Jiang Junmei, 384 other right-wingers and the Youth Party at the time when our party delegation was engaged in cooperation and struggle with the Democratic League on the question of staying away from the National Assembly in Nanjing. Our tactics then were successful not because we predicted that the Democratic Socialist Party and the Youth Party would participate in the National Assembly, but because we stressed that anyone who did participate would violate the Resolution S of the Political Consultative Conference and become Chang's accomplice in the Civil War, and because we welcomed anyone's refusal to participate, including the refusal of delegates from the Kuomintang. At that time, the newspapers and periodicals of our party and the left wing all conducted their propaganda work along this line. Thursday's the Democratic Socialist Party and the Youth Party were isolated and rejected by the masses, and the Democratic League was later prevented from wavering over the questions of the bogus constitution and the reorganization of the government. We should especially bear in mind Comrade Mao Zedong's United Front policy, namely, win over the many, oppose the few, make use of contradictions and crush our enemies one by one. This is a principle to which we should steadfastly adhere at all times and on all occasions when there is struggle. We must understand that the many also includes the small number of enlightened persons in the enemy camp. We should try to win them over with our party's programs of action. So far as exploiting the contradictions among our enemies is concerned, when some people are merely oppositionists within the reactionary ruling clique or members of regional power groups that oppose Chiang Kai-shek, we can regard them only as our indirect allies. But when they change their position, support our party's programs of action and openly oppose the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, we must 320. Welcome them and encourage them to mold themselves in the course of struggle and prove them selves our direct allies. Of course, UK persons will often prove inconsist and an opportunistic, and we have so many reservations about them. The problem can be solved only by strengthening our part-wise leader hip and by combining Unit Y with struggle. An important problem concerning the leader's style of work. February 5, 1948. When comrades have shortcomings in their ideology and their work style, instead of rejecting them, we must have faith in them and try hard to help them make progress. This is Comrade Mao Zedong's style of leadership. We must have a basic estimate of each of our comrades, which means knowing whether or not he is basically trustworthy. If there is enough evidence that he is not, the party should be wary of him and reject him. If he is, then however numerous his mistakes, or however defective his ideology and work style, the party should trust him, and at the same time criticize his mistakes and help him improve his style. Since such comrades are basically sound, though their mistakes may be many or serious, we should trust them and help them as much as we can. We should not treat them coldly or ignore them. Otherwise, the leaders will not be in a position to criticize their mistakes and will find themselves in an awkward position. A good leader must unite with comrades whom he dislikes and is reluctant to associate with. Then he should work hard to help them, commending their good points and criticizing the bad. Only in this way can he remold them while improving his own leadership. Excerpt from an inter-party letter. 321. Agrarian Reform and Consolidation of the party in the old and semi-old liberated areas. February 22, 1948. According to reports received from various places during recent months, the old and semi-old liberated areas, that is, all our areas with the exception of those newly liberated after the People's Liberation Army went over to the offensive last autumn, generally fall into three categories. Different policies shall be adopted for our work in accordance with the different conditions prevailing in areas in each category. The first category includes areas where agrarian reform has been comparatively thorough. In most of these areas the reduction of rent and interest, the struggle to settle accounts with the landlords, and the agrarian reform in accordance with the directive of May 441-2 of 1946 have all been carried out. Other areas have only gone through the struggle to settle accounts and the agrarian reform. Still others, parts of the Shaanxi-Gansu-Ningxia border region, have gone through the pre-1937 land redistribution and the return of land to the tillers in 1940. 413 in all these areas, the land has been equally distributed and the feudal system abolished. The average amount of land held by PSANTS of the different strata is about equal. As for the CLASSS situation, except in the northeast and in other areas where the equal distribution of land was carried out only recently, the number of landlords and old-type rich peasants 513 has been greatly reduced. Some of them have already become laboring peasants and others have been reduced to a directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party Y. It was revised by Comrade Mao Zedong. 322. Agrarian Reform and Consolidation of the Party 323. Destitution. Nevertheless, there is still a handful who possess more and better land and property. Many cotters working in these areas also possess more and better land and property. New rich peasants 513 have appeared and in some places their number exceeds that of the old ones. However, in these areas middle peasants 514 have become the majority, making up about 50 to 80% of the rural population. Among them the new middle peasants 514 constitute a large group, in some cases over 50%. The average amount of land owned by the middle peasants generally exceeds that owned by the poor peasants and farm laborers by about one-half. The poor peasants and farm laborers are now a minority and account for only about 0 to 40% of the rural population. Among them there are some who have not yet been completely emancipated. There are also former landlords and old-type rich peasants who have been reduced to the status of poor peasants. In these areas equal distribution of land should be considered to have been completed, and there is definitely no need to go through it a second time. All that remains is to make minor readjustments in the distribution of land and certain other means of production by taking from those who are better off and giving to those who are poorer. In this way those poor peasants and farm laborers who have not been completely emancipated will acquire more land and other necessary means of production from the landlords and old-type rich peasants, and especially from those families of cotters who possess far more land and property than the peasants. If it is necessary to take land from the new rich peasants or even from some of the well-to-do middle peasants, we shall first have their consent. In general the exemplary experience of Huangjiaquan in Swide County 41-4 can be applied to the SE areas. The second category includes areas where agrarian reform has not been very thorough. In some of these areas the reduction of rent and interest, the struggle to settle accounts with landlords and the agrarian reform following the directive of May 4 have been carried out. In other areas, the settling of accounts and agrarian reform have been carried out, but for various reasons, indecisive guiding policies, the presence of unreliable persons within the party, bureaucracy, commandism, wartime conditions, and so on, equal distribution of land has not been thorough, vestige of feudalism till exist, and there are considerable disparities in the average amount of land possessed by the peasants of different strata. As for the class situation, there are more landlords and old-type rich peasants in these areas than in the areas in the first category, and most of them still own more and better land. 324. And property. Many cotters also own more and better land and property. New rich peasants are few in number. The middle peasants are a minority, constituting about 20 to 40% of the population, and among them the new middle peasants are a minority. As a result of land changing hands in the course of rent reduction and settling accounts, the average amount owned by the middle peasants is about twice as much as that owned by the poor peasants and farm laborers, who still constitute a majority, that is, about 50 to 70% of the population. Most of them have not been completely emancipated. It should be concluded that in these areas, equal distribution of land has in general been carried out, but not thoroughly. So, in most places, there will be readjustments on a relatively large scale but no further general land redistribution. Land redistribution is necessary only in certain specific places where the majority of the peasants demand it and the middle peasants give their consent. Since the number of poor peasants and farm laborers in these areas is large and the disparity in the distribution of land is considerable, in general we cannot meet their demands by taking land and property only from the landlords, old-type rich peasants and cotters, but must also requisition land from the new rich peasants and from some of the middle peasants. Therefore, if on an average the amount of land owned by a middle peasant is about twice that owned by a poor peasant or a farm laborer, we can take a part of the former's land after obtaining his consent. However, the amount taken must be less than a quarter of his total holdings. In this way the number of middle peasants affected will not be too large, and on an average the middle peasants will still be able to retain more land than the poor peasants and farm laborers, though the gap will be narrowed considerably. If the average amount of land owned by the middle peasants is more than twice that owned by poor peasants and farm laborers, the land may be redistributed equally with the consent of the middle peasants. In these areas, moreover, it is important to adopt the method of work that was used by the personnel engaged in agrarian reform in Huangjiaquan in Swide County. The third category includes areas where agrarian reform has been least thorough. In some of these areas, the settling of accounts with landlords and agrarian reform have been carried out, but the work has been done very inadequately. In other areas, that is, in liberated areas bordering on enemy territory or in areas retaken from enemy occupation, agrarian reform has not been carried out at all. In all these areas land has yet to be equally redistributed, the feudal system still. Agrarian reform and consolidation of the party 325 exists. Only a few changes have taken place in the ownership of land and the class situation, and landlords and old-type rich peasants still possess considerable land and property while the numbers of poor peasants and farm laborers remain large and their land holdings small. In these areas, the policy of distributing land and property equally and liquidating the feudal system is entirely applicable. To carry out equal distribution we should focus on confiscating the land and property of the landlords and requisitioning the surplus land and property of old-type rich peasants. The surplus land of some middle peasants may be taken and redistributed only after they give their consent. If the amount of land owned by a middle peasant exceeds that owned by the average peasant by less than %, no part of it should be taken. Areas bordering on enemy territory where guerrilla war is still going on should be treated as new liberated areas. The provisions laid down in the essential points for agrarian reform in the new liberated areas issued by the Central Committee would then be applicable, and these areas should not be included in the third category. 2. In both the distribution of land and the readjustment of holdings, we should pay attention not only to differences in the amount of land but also to differences in quality, yield and location. We should consider not only the ordinary cultivated land in the villages but also public land, waste land, unregistered land, and land which belongs to families without offspring. In particular, our first concern should be to deal with land or property which was taken illegally or distributed unfairly, or acquired by cotters through graft or misappropriation. Only in this way can we really put into effect the policy of equal distribution by taking from those who have a surplus and giving to those who have a shortage, or by taking from those who have better and giving to those who have worse. Only by so doing can we satisfy the demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers, while at the same time taking into account the interests of the middle peasants. In distributing land or making readjustments, if we take land from the new rich peasants or the middle peasants, it is very important to explain our reasons fully. 326. And garner their consent. If they do not consent, we should make concessions, and there must be no coercion. 3. To satisfy the demands of the poor peasants and farm laborers, readjustment in the distribution of land should first of all meet the needs of those who have least. This done, we can give an extra share of land to each able-bodied, unmarried young man or unmarried older man still in the prime of life. If not enough land is available, they can be given less than 2 full shares each, or even no extra share at all. When there is not sufficient land available, orphans, Childless old people and widows need not be given the extra share, since they lack labor power. Big families may be allotted less land per member than small families. As for lumpen elements who cannot be expected to reform in the near future, in the readjustments they may be given less additional land than the others, or be given additional land later or even none at all. For the time being they should only be given the right to use land, and not proprietary rights. Landlords and rich peasants who have recently fallen to the status of poor peasants or farm laborers may also be allotted additional land later or none at all. In short, we should rationally make up for the shortage of land of the poor peasants and farm laborers in the interests of production and not fall prey to the mistaken idea of absolute egalitarianism. After the readjustments, if there are orphans, childless old people or widows and poor peasants or farm laborers who are still in difficulty, the government should use other means to help them. 4. In areas in the first and second categories, wherever the peasants have already been mobilized and organized, the readjustments should be accomplished and the ownership of land fixed in accordance with the above stipulations before spring plowing, so as to benefit production. Wherever preparatory work has not yet been finished and it does not appear possible to complete agrarian reform before the spring. Agrarian reform and consolidation of the party 327. Plowing, it should be postponed until after the coming summer. However, in TS case, we should see to it that the current year's agricultural output goes to the tillers and that our efforts are quickly shifted to agricultural production, consolidation of the party and the promotion of democratic life in the countryside. In areas in the first two categories, wherever readjustments in land distribution have already been accomplished, the ownership of land should be fixed and no further alterations made. In areas in the third category, it is especially necessary to call an immediate halt to agrarian reform wherever it has begun. It should be postponed and taken up again after the summer, while our present efforts should be speedily shifted to production and general propaganda and organizational work. V. In the old and semi-old liberated areas, we should be prepared to spend 2 or 3 years on completing the agrarian reform and the consolidation of the party in a planned way. We should not be too hasty, for that would create otherwise avoidable problems. Carrying out agrarian reform and party consolidation calls for painstaking work among the masses, and the pace has to be determined by their level of political consciousness and organization as well as by the number and competence of their leaders. Decisions regarding agrarian reform and party consolidation in each village must be made and action taken only through deliberations and consultations with the masses and with the approval of the great majority. It is impermissible for a few people to impose their will upon others, for that would mean the mistake of commandism. At the same time, when the masses hold incorrect ideas, we should exercise the leadership of the party through patient persuasion and avoid the mistake of tailing after them. 6. In carrying out agrarian reform and party consolidation, we should select a few places to begin with and then expand the movement step by step to other areas, progressing in waves. Where there are no competent leading cadres or well-organized working corps, it is preferable. 328. To postpone the work for the time being. We should be patient so as to avoid detours. But wherever we have decided to go ahead, we should concentrate our efforts and fulfill our work plan on schedule. We must not drag it out too long, for that would dampen the enthusiasm of the masses, to the detriment of production and the work of agrarian reform and party consolidation. It is imperative to train all the leading cadres and working corps responsible for geoiding agrarian reform and party consolidation, to explain our policies to them clearly and to check up on their work at appropriate intervals. 7. There is no doubt that the poor peasant legues are the mainstay of the peasants in carrying out a thorough agrarian reform and abolishing the feudal system. But in areas in the first category where land has already been equally distributed and middle peasants now constitute the majority of the population, we will isolate ourselves from THAT majority if WEST ill arbitrarily in SIST on organizing the poor PS and League S to lead everything. Therefore, in the SE areas we ought to expand the existing peasant associations and elect new association committee SOAS to enable them to direct all the work. Where there are no peasant associations, THEYS HALD be SET up. Within the associations THE Poor PSA and TS and Farm Laborer SS HALD be organized into a group. Wherever poor peasant LGUEs have already been set up, we should gradually turn them into poor PS and farm laborer groups within THEPEASA and T associations and not announce THEIRIMME diet EDSS aliation. In areas in the second category, where the distribution of land HAS not be ENCA read out thoroughly and the poor peasants and farm laborer SST ill constitute a majority, poor PSA and T League S can continue to play an independent lead-in-G role. In these places SUCH leagues should be organized and enabled to exercise SE leader S hip among the PS and S, but they S HALD DRAW in THENEU middle EPEASA and TS. After POORPEAS and leagues have BEEN operating for a short time, we S HALD expand and S strengthen the original PSA and TAS associations, elect NEWAS association committee S and enable them to take on the lead ER's hip of all the work. Where there are no PSA and T associations, the YS HALD be set up. Once readjustments in land distribution have been completed, the poor PS and LEAGUES can be turned into poor PS and Agrarian Reform and Consolidation of the Party 329 and Farm Laborer Groups. Where there are well-organized peasant as SOCIATUTION S that were SET up during the agrarian reform and are led by poor peasants, farm laborers, and new middle peasants, the establishment of poor peasant leagues can be dispensed with and poor peasant and farm laborer groups should be set up in STED within the peasant associations. TS also applies to places where there are favorable conditions ensuring that poor peasants, farm laborers, and new middle peasants will constitute 2/3 of the membership of the re-elected peasant association committees and that these committees will be able to exercise SOUND leader S hip over agrarian reform. In areas in the third category, where land has not been distributed, where the poor peasants and farm laborers who constitute the majority of the population have not won emancipation and where the middle peasants still adopt a wait-and-see attitude towards agrarian reform, it is necessary first to set up poor peasant leagues, launch the agrarian reform and build the prestige of their leadership. Then, after a period of time, we can establish peasant associations which will include all the peasants. These associations should allow the new rich peasants to join, but they should firmly exclude landlords, old-type rich peasants and all careerists. In all places, as soon as agrarian reform and party consolidation are in the main completed, general elections should be carried out, people's congresses at the village level established and new rural governments elected. Generally speaking, poor peasants, farm laborers and new middle peasants should constitute 2/3 of the membership of the peasant association committees, the people's congresses at the village level, and the village government councils, while the old middle peasants and other laboring people should constitute 1/3. 8. Consolidation of the party is underway in various places and many new methods have been devised. The soundest is for the party branch to invite non-party people to attend party meetings and take part in the examination of party members and cadres. All places should draw upon the exemplary experience of Pingshan County. 415 In areas in the first and second categories, the feudal forces have generally been wiped out, and the dissatisfaction of the peasants now often centers on 330. Those party members and cadres who take advantage of their political position to do evil and to seize the benefits of agrarian reform for themselves. Therefore, in these areas readjustments in land distribution must be associated with party consolidation. Sometimes we may even have to begin with party consolidation in order to arouse the enthusiasm of the masses. On the one hand, the method of holding party meetings attended by both party members and non-party people as mentioned above will enable the masses outside the party to examine and freely criticize party members and cadres whom they oppose or even those they support, so that they will feel THEY in close touch with the party. On the other hand, it will enable party leaders to consider all aspects of problems, taking account of the opinions of the masses and circumstances within the party to distinguish right from wrong and differences in degree and to mete out punishment and reward fairly, so that the masses inside and outside the party will feel satisfied. At the same time, we can admit activists into the party who are recommended or supported by the masses. In this way, the ranks of both the party and the masses will be consolidated, a democratic way of life will develop inside and outside the party, and the party's prestige will be greatly enhanced. This method should be used in the countryside, towns and cities, factories, army units, government institutions and schools. All party branches held function publicly, except for those in new liberated areas which have not yet been consolidated. All party branch meetings at which problems concerning the interests of the masses are discussed, including meetings for criticism and self-criticism, held be attended by non-party people, and no secret meetings should be held. This will dispel the aura of mystery surrounding the party organization and its meetings and bring negative as well as positive aspects within the party out into the open, so that the masses may exercise supervision, supporting what is positive and criticizing what is negative. There are, however, two preconditions for the application of this method. The first is that the leadership at the next higher level must be strong, the second that there must be several good party members serving as the mainstay of the branch in question. If the leadership at the next higher level is not strong, it must first be strengthened. If a party branch has come under the control of bad people or been overrun by them so that there are no good party members left to serve as the mainstay and reform is hardly possible, its held be dissolved. The Agrarian Reform and Consolidation of the Party 331. Leaders at higher levels should bypass such party branches, mobilize the masses directly and lead the agrarian reform and production by relying on the poor peasant leagues, the poor peasant and farm laborer groups, or the peasant associations. After working this way for a period of time, they should again begin admitting people into the party and re-establish the party branch. Once the original branch has been dissolved, the leaders at the next higher level should send the branch members to a general meeting of the Poor Peasant League or of all the peasants for examination and criticism, and then deal with them appropriately. Some, whose mistakes are considered by the masses to be relatively light, may be reinstated as party members if, after a certain period under observation, they prove to have really corrected their mistakes. But this is an exception rather than the rule. Generally speaking, there are always so many good party members in a party branch. It is the responsibility of the higher leadership to DSC over those good party members and rely on them in recruiting new party members and transforming THE branch, and not to ignore or abandon them. We should be conscientious and cautious in carrying out party consolidation and the examination of cadres. While remaining on the lookout for unreliable personas in the party ranks, we should remember that, taken as a whole, our party is long tested and enjoys high prestige among the masses and that it is marching forward victoriously. We should recognize that in the course of war and agrarian reform it is inevitable that a number of alien class elements will be expelled from the party, but that at the same time many revolutionary activists will pour into it. Hence, in the work of party consolidation, party committees everywhere should solve problems on the merits of each case. Those who have obviously committed major crimes and no longer meet the minimum requirements for party membership should be expelled. Alien class elements who have made their way into the party and members who have become incorrigibly corrupt must be resolutely weeded out. As for intellectuals and other persons within our party who come from families of the exploiting classes but have given up our original standpoint, if THEY have made serious mistakes but still meet the minimum requirements for party membership, We should observe them and educate them, if they admit their mistakes and want to correct them, and if the masses outside the party agree. We should not immediately expel them from the party. Party members whose mistakes are not so serious should be educated, whatever their class origin. Telegram to the Fuping Bureau of the Central Committee concerning Agrarian Reform and Consolidation of the Party. February 23, 1948. The directive issued by your Bureau concerning the equal distribution of land is in general very good. The Central Committee has issued a directive concerning the work of agrarian reform and consolidation of the party in the old and semi-old liberated areas. In addition to the points in that document, the following are relevant to your directive. 1. With regard to agrarian reform, in the second paragraph of Section 2 of your directive you have laid down different policies according to different circumstances in the various types of areas. But it seems that the categorization of the areas and the measures envisaged for carrying out the policies are not sufficiently clear in paragraphs 3, 4, and 5. In paragraph 3, which deals with areas where the agrarian reform has been fairly thorough, it is stipulated that if the differences in the amount of land holding are generally within 10% of the average, there will be no redistribution but, at most, readjustment of the larger difference. However, there is no provision for cases in which the differences have gone beyond the 10% limit. In connection with the areas dealt with in paragraph 4, it is stipulated that, if less than 40 or 50% of the peasant households are short of land and the number of households from which land must be taken for redistribution is over 20% of the total, then the method to be adopted is not equal redistribution, but readjustment of the land holdings of households at either end of the scale without change in the middle section. In fact, slight changes affecting the middle section may be necessary if the ser areas where the agrarian reform has not been. A dire I've drafted for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of CHNA. 332. Telegram to the Fuping Bureau 333. Thorough, and the method of readjustment may still be adopted even when the peasant household's hoard of land are over 50% and the households from which land must be taken are less than 20% of the total. If these are areas where agrarian reform has not been thorough at all, then the method to be used is redistribution, and the question of readjustment simply does not arise. Our view is that there are two types of areas where, in principle, we should only make readjustments and not carry out a further round of equal distribution of land, mainly because ownership of land has already changed, feudal exploitation by landlords and rich peasants has ceased to exist or only vestiges remain, and the holders of more and better land are cotters, dependents of revolutionary soldiers and martyrs, and some landlords and rich peasants. In the first type, where the agrarian reform has been fairly thorough, the middle peasants are many and the poor peasants and farm laborers few, so the scope of readjustment will naturally be narrow. In the second type, where the agrarian reform has not been thorough, the middle peasants are few and the poor peasants and farm laborers many, so the scope of readjustment must be wide. Where are many middle peasants, the average amount of land held by them cannot differ greatly from that of the poor peasants and farm laborers, and as there are few poor peasants and farm laborers, not much land is needed for the readjustment, so we shall try to take no land or as little as possible from the middle peasants. On the other hand, where there are few middle peasants, their average holdings may differ markedly from that of the poor peasants and farm laborers, and as there are many of the latter, a fairly large amount of land is needed for the readjustment, and we have to take a part of the land from the middle peasants. According to the directive of the Central Committee, if on an average the amount of land owned by a middle peasant in an area of the second type is about twice that owned by a poor peasant or farm laborer, we can take a part of the former's land after obtaining his consent, but the amount taken must be less than a quarter of his total holdings, for that seems to be EAREA's oneable limit. We hope you will use your discretion in the light of the actual circumstances. In areas of this type, even if an equal distribution is called for, it should be the exception rather than the rule. A number of other concrete measures you have stipulated for this type of area are very good and are also applicable to areas where the reform has been fairly thorough. In areas where the agrarian reform has not been thorough at all, for practical purposes there has been no agrarian. 334. Referm to SPEAK of and feudal exploitation by landlords and rich PEAS, ANTSS till continues. So, the principle to be applied is equal distribution of land and not readjustment. But the method to be adopted should still be to take from those with a surplus and give to those with a shortage, and not to take all the land from everyone and then redivide it. If paragraph phs 4 and 5 of your directive both refer to TS type of area, there is no need to draw a distinction between cases. In WICH all the land will be taken and redivided when more than 50% of the peasant households are short of land, while households from which land must be taken account for less than 20%, and cases in which only Sihonges affecting The2 ENDS will be EMADI when things are otherwise. In fact, whenever the landlord and rich PSANTS have plenty of land and the poor PSANTS and farm laborers are large in number, the take and give method of equal distribution will in practice affect only the two ends and not the middle section. In the SE areas, if it is further stipulated that middle peasant whose holdings do not exceed The average by IO% should not be affected, the middle PSANTS would be affected even ls. The2 ceiling standard SUSET in paragraph S4 and 5 are not quite proper either. 2. Spring plowing is a matter of very great importance. It is not likely that we can accomplish the readjustment or equal distribution of land in all THREETYPES of areas in one big PUSHGUST to satisfy the desire of the PEASANTS for land, without bothering to ensure that sufficient groundwork has been done and that conditions are ripe. Anyone who tries to accomplish exacting work as agrarian reform through one big FORTWIL at BST product EONLY half cookie DRIC, as has BENTHECASE in the Nordhest, or else he will make take which it will take time to correct. The poor peasants and farm laborers will have to devote much of their time to completing the reform. The middle peasant will low interest in production and indulge in extravagant eating and drinking, while the landlord and rich peasants will engage in lodo wns and willful sabotage. The sephe nami na will be clear indication that we have not done our work well. If the readjustment or equal distribution of land is carried out on such a foundation, the result, as you can well imagine, will not be very good. Howld study the example Setby Huang Jiakue and village, Swide Koant Y, in the readjustment of landowner hip. If meticulous work among the masses is needed even in an area like that, where the agrarian reform has been fairly thorough, one can imagine what will have to be done in area swhere the reform has not been thorough or where it has been superficial. With Telegram to the Fuping Bureau 335. Regard to the mood among the MASSES, you should also exam1 the effect of your propaganda. Howld co nsider whether the co entra st in mood between the middle and poor PSANTS has not been caused by the fact that you have emphasized the importance of helping the poor PESANTS and farm labor ers to the neglect of the middle PESANTS, made me take in c la sside antificiation and, while publicizing equal distribution of land, failed to work out details for the take and give procedure. You should also examine whether your sudden suspension of THEMEMBERS hip of TENS of thousand s of part YMEMBERs of landlord or rich PSANTS TA2s in the villages may have had adverse effects. In short, You should analyze the causes of the different reactions among the people by studying the various factors that have created them and quickly set thing s right throw gh correct leader s hip and proper method s. At the same time, us held act in accordance with the Central Committee's direct adopt THEM thode set 4th in THEURGENT circular of February IO is issued by the Shaanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau and respect THEGURNTS ordered by the Shanxi Suiwen Administrative Office and the Provincial Committee of the Regional PSANT Association. THENTHEP ISA NTSW ILBEW ILNG to SPEED up Springplagi Hinji and will not be afraid to increase SE production and become well to do through Jabur. 3. US held give further consideration to the Indi SC Rimanat Suspan S ion of the member S hip of 10S of thou SANDSOF party member S of landlord and rich peasant S tattoos in the 6 lodges in areas of all categories. First, Hawkett is true that New York opportunist alien elements may be found among SUK party members, it cannot be ESAID that THERE nani who have voluntarily given up exploitation or SEVE read their relation S with THE exploiting CLASSES. Second, since me STAKES are made in class identification, so me party member S of middle PS and status are inevitably YTRED as if THEY were rich PESA and TS. Third, as THE local part Y organizations recruited SO man Y landlords and rich peasant S during THE war of RESIS tank E and the war of SELFDFNCE while THELEADER S hip of the higher organizations paid no attention. The pre-SENTS Udden suspen S ion of their membership is certain to have some impact on the party branches at the township and village level S, and it may even have more EWIDESPREAD repercussions. Fourth, it is not CLEARW hate all THE leading cotters and work teams in the county S, districts and villages are competent, and whether, with the war going on, they can deal proper YW if the harmful SIDE effect S of the SUS pension S. The question is not whether, in principle, party member S recruited from among landlord S. 336. And rich peasants S held or should not remain the party, but rather whether it was right to be so rash and Indi SC Rimanat in SUS pending their member S hip in the first place. How do you propose to deal with this matter? What preparations will you make for carrying out your decision and what effects will it have? We hope you will collect material, make a careful study and then wire us your finding S. Since you have already ordered the SUS pension, certainly it would not be good to cancel it. We do not mean that US held annul our former decision about the SUSPENS ion of party membership, but rather that you shall study its effects and, if they are negative, take appropriate MEAS or ES to DEAL with them. In TS connection, we believe that THE method used in party consolidation and the examination of cotters in Pingshan County, that THE method of combining democracy in CD and outside the Part Y, ISAUSFL innovation and the best method to employ. The policies of the party must be made known to the public promptly. March 7, 1948. The policy S and MEA S your S for agrarian reform and Part Y consolida, set forth in the directive S is issued over the last 2 months by the Shaanxi Suiwen Sub-Bureau and in THE urgent circular publi S head by THE Sub-Bureau in the Shaanxi Suiwen Dafi 5 feet 5 inches on February 10 do not differ in fundamental S from though SE in the directive of the Central Committee on Agrarian Reform and Party Consolidation in the old and semi-old liberated areas. Therefore, the directive of the Central Committee S held be made public. The new spirit in the directive will help you to clear up the confusion among cotters who have has YIDE on the SE issues, who do not understand how to make distinction S between different cases and who fail to grasp the specific policies. The understanding and support of the MOS SES can be won and turned into a dynamic force only when all new policies, change S in policy ES, and DECIS as to the correctness or incorrectness of any part of a particular policy are promptly made known to the MOS SES and cadres. Leading cadres should constantly take the initiative to provide policy information and not limit such information to just a few cadres through overcaution. The approach will cause doubt and hesitation among the mass AS and cadres at lower levels, and in the END it will reduce the leading cadres themselves to a passive role. If you think that in implementing the directive from the Central Committee, cadres at lower levels need some explanation on a specific point so that they will not think they have to do over again anything they may have done that is not in complete con. A directive to THES Han X Isui Yuan Sub-Bureau drafted for the Central Committee of THEC Hin Sa Communi STPRD. 33-7. 338. Conformity with that directive, you may pass and publish a resolution accepting the directive, together with an attached list of points for attention. Section 4 of the Directive of the Central Committee provides that WHE Rev ERRE adjustment in land distribution have already been accomplished, the ownership of land shall be fixed and no further alterations be made. This fully applies to most places in your region where land has been distributed, an exception will be made, however, of places where, as pointed out in your urgent circular, too many middle PSA and TS have been affected. In those places, the amount of land requisitioned from middle peasants who were unwilling to give it up shall be reduced or returned in part. On the experimental organization of Soldiers' Committees in the Army. March 8, I-948. The new type of ideological education movement employing the methods of the pouring out of grievances and the 3-check UPS 416 has been or is being carried out in all THE field armies and all the army units in the various military areas, and its success is being reflected in their political consciousness, consolidation and unity, their attention to duty and their fighting. This movement is an innovation and a development of the democratic spirit in the army in THE political, economic, and military spheres. If there have been errors and deviations, they were largely due to the leadership's failure to keep to the correct orientation in the 3-check UPS movement. In the beginning the leader's hip was timid in arousing the soldiers, and when they did become aroused, the leadership was unable to forestall some left deviations. But, generally speaking, this movement has been conducted in the various major army units under Prop ER guidance and in a planned and orderly way, and the achievements have been great. To consolidate and add to the achievements we must now turn this democratic movement into a regular pattern of democratic life in the army under centralized guidance. The Soldiers' Committee as provided for in the resolution of the 9th Party Congress of the 4th Army 516 seems to us at its purpose rather well. As to THE NAMI, the various units may themselves decide whether it should be Soldiers' Conference, so LDIERS Committee, Congrès of Revolutionary Soldiers or our Evolutionary Soldiers Committee. The main question is what powers these organs held have and how they held function. At PRSANT, only a few units have begun to set up SU committees, most have not. A directive drafted for the Central Committee of the Cihin Sa Communist Part Y. 339. 34-0. Central Committee believes that specific provisions for the organization of such committees, provisions suited to present conditions, can be formulated with assurance only through the practice of the different armies. Therefore, the Central Committee gives the following instructions to THE political departments of all the field armies and military areas: in the coming months, when there are lulls in the fighting, you should choose several companies of different types and 1 or 2 units and organs of different types which are under direct command of a higher organ above the battalion level, and establish such committees on an experimental basis. Assign leading cadres to take direct charge of the work so as to gain experience, and report that experience to the Central Committee. The types are to be differentiated by the proportion of soldiers recruited from among prisoners of war, the proportion of new recruits, the competence of the administrative leader hip of the company or organ, the soundness of the party branch, the location of the company, unit, or organ, the time of the experiment, and so on. Different JAWs governing the method of work may be derived from different cases. In outline, the fundamental principles for establishing the committee are as follows. 1. This organization, whether in a company or in an organ, shall promote political, economic, military, and cultural democracy under the leadership of the immediate administrative head. 2. No decision of this organization shall be implemented without the approval of the administrative head. 3. TS organization shall obey orders from the upper level absolutely. It has no authority to make any changes, but, when conditions require or permit, the administrative head may submit orders to this organization for discussion of ways to implement them. 4. When this organization has to hold meetings to criticize leading administrative cadres, it shall do so at fixed times when conditions require or permit and when the political department of the upper level give its approval and guidance. 5. Criticism and criticism in TS organization shall be undertaken always with a view to helping win victory and consolidating the army itself. In the experimental period, the political departments concerned may make these fundamental principles more concrete or supplement them in the light of the actual circumstances. After several months. On organization of soldiers' committees in the Army 341. Political departments of the field armies and military areas shall report to the Central Committee on their experience in experimental implementation of this directive, whether good or bad, so that their experience may be eds till edand final meas or esdecid upon. New Democratic Economic Construction. June 21, 1948. New democratic economic construction one's incompatible with old democratic or capitalist economic policies. The fundamental differences between the economy of new democracy and that of old democracy. The principle an economy under the leadership of the proletariat or of the bourgeoisie, an economy for the majority or for the minority, laboring masses dominant with the liberal bourgeoisie secondary or the bourgeoisie dominant with the laboring masse secondary, a fundamentally planned economy or a wholly laissez-faire economy, when the interests of the individual or the minority are not in conflict with those of the majority, then it's the majority plus the minority, when the interests of the minority or the individual are in fundamental conflict with those of the majority, then we must abandon the minority and look after the majority. The difference between industry and commerce. Industry is productive and commerce is subordinate to it. Commerce involves a great deal of speculation and profiteering. A distinction must be made between them, the criterion being benefit to the national economy and the life of the people. Financial struggle, the national banks versus the old still private banks. What do we promote and protect? What do we oppose and? An outline written by Comrade Zhou Enlai. 312. New Democratic Economic Construction 343. Abolish. What how'd we tolerate for the time being because it cannot be abolished immediately and yet restrict because it do not benefit us. Tax policy. The various grounds for distinction between tax on excess profit restrictive tax, general tax, tax exemptions and reductions, and between license tax, income tax and lump sum tax for small hopound ers. Re the three sectors of the economy, public, private, and cooperative, primary and secondary, majority and minority, vital or not to economic lifelines of the nation, beneficial or not to the economy and the life of the people. How to exercise the powers of the state. Political power, the law, prisons, taxation, control, rewards, loans, prohibitions and new approaches to accounting procedures. Rational organization under new democracy and capitalist rationalization. The Factory Committee and the SYSTEM of giving chief responsibility to the Factory dir eater. Functions of the Trade Union S and Part Y Committee S. At the same time, New Democratic Economic Construction is also incompatible with the economic policy S of Agrarian Socialism 511 or extension REM EEGA Litarian ESM. The scientific management of industry or the system of administrative organs in the former rear areas. The wage system or the uply SYSTEM. The production viewpoint or the RELFVIU point. The stand of the industrial proletariat or the line of the poor PEASA and TS and the farm labor ERS. Technological advance or acceptance of backwardness. What are THE political qualifications? Old-timers or newcomer S. From whom to learn? What to learn? Frustrate the enemy's scheme for a sham peace campaign. July 27, 1948. 1 As victory 10 The people's war of liberation is approaching, the classes, political parties and groups, popular organizations and individuals in Kuomintang areas are all considering their future. Many progressive ES and LFT-leaning centrists have given support to the proposal for a new political consultative conference, 417 which was put forward in our party's May Day slogan S. However, at the instigation of the U.S. imperialist chieftains and with their encouragement, quite a few factions and individuals in the reactionary Kuomintang ruling clique have initiated a sham peace campaign. Their purpose is to make use of the illus ion about peace ill held by a sect ion of the people in the Kuomintang areas and to stage a coup when Jiang's forces suffer more defeats and the situation becomes more precarious for the Kuomintang. In appearance, they will abandon Chiang Kai-shek, declare a ceasefire and call for peace talks, but in reality the Y will try to gain a breathing spell for the reactionary Kuomintang ruling clique as a whole. In this way, they hope their troops, rested and consolidated, will eventually make a comeback and destroy the people's forces. Many local warlords and politicians, headed by Li Zongren 41-8 have joined in these activities and are attempting to remove Chiang Kai-shek and take power themselves. A number of right-wingers of the middle group are also attempting to overthrow Chiang and to seize power and positions in the hope of limiting the scope of the Chinese Revolution to suit their needs and avoiding thorough changes. In addition, there are some people who are really naive enough to dream of a peace following the fall of Chiang and who still cherish illusions about the U.S. imperialists and about Li Zongren and a draft directive written for the Central Committee of the Sihan Se Communist Party. It was revised by Comrade Mao Zedong. 314. Frustrate enemy's scheme for sham peace campaign 345. The right-wingers of the middle group. As for Chiang Kai-shek and his die-hard followers, they will put up a last-ditch struggle and will not step down so long as they have even a single alternative open to them. Therefore, in addition to the Revolutionary War and the People's Anti-U.S., anti-Chiang movement, there is an increasingly complex trend of events. Last October the Central Committee called your attention to the possible development of such a situation and asked you to prepare the masses for it. Now this work has to be accelerated. You must understand that the peace hoax being played by the U.S. imperialists and some of the Kuomintang reactionaries is harmful to the revolution because it can deceive the masses. On the other hand, however, the activities aimed at overthrowing Chiang reveal a major split in the reactionary Kuomintang ruling clique. Even if Chiang is brought down in a coup, those who have plotted against him will have no magic up their sleeves by which to save the reactionaries from their doom, but can only hasten the disintegration and collapse of the Kuomintang. That would only benefit the revolution. 2. You should watch the situation closely, and, as it changes, expose the scheme of the U.S. imperialists and Chinese reactionaries to the people and to the democratic parties and personages. To rid them of their illusions about a peace after Jiang's overthrow, you should take pains to be convincing in your analysis of the aims of the scheme and its inherent dangers, and not go about it in a sweeping or arbitrary fashion. At the same time, a distinction should be made between the peace scheme involving the overthrow of Chiang, that is, the scheme devised within the reactionary ruling clique, and the peace demands of the people and the democratic personages, which are different in nature. If the latter confuse their demands with the schemes of the former, they will be hoodwinked by the reactionaries and the progress of the revolution will be impeded. If the latter strictly distinguish their demands from the schemes of the former, they will be able to make use of the splits within the reactionary ruling clique and turn them to advantage for progress and victory in the revolution. Therefore, in the Kuomintang areas you should not take a stance of blanket opposition to peace campaigns or attempts by certain people to overthrow Chiang, but, instead, should make use of the activities aimed at overthrowing Chiang to split the reactionary ruling clique. This will help us to destroy the reactionaries one by one and pave the way for turning the sham peace campaign of the enemy into a genuine peace movement of the people. In other words, among the masses or at gatherings of 346 democratic personages, if the peace schemes of the reactionaries and the peace demands of the people are still intertwined, we shall not be afraid to face the issue, but rather shall play an active role, lead the people and uphold their revolutionary demands for peace, democracy, and independence, thereby pinpointing and exposing the schemes of the reactionaries. Meanwhile, when the anti-Chiang Kuomintang factions which are attempting to stage a coup seek to negotiate with us, we should not refuse to negotiate with them. Then, once the coup is actually set in motion within the reactionary ruling clique, we will be ready to turn the deceptive slogans of the enemy into action slogans of the MOS SES. The SE will include slogans demanding civil liberties, guarantees of basic livelihood, the arrest of war criminals, the disbanding of Jiang's troops, abrogation of the bogus constitution and national assembly, the cessation of U.S. aid, withdrawal of U.S. troops, confiscation of bureaucrat capital, realization of agrarian reform, etc. We should demand all this from those who replace Chiang but who remain lackeys of the United States, so as to promote an upsurge in THEPEOPLEs our evolutionary movement in coordination with the coming national victory of the People's Revolutionary War. Only by so doing will we be able to force those who are anti-U.S. and anti-Chiang in words, that is, the right-wingers of the middle group, to reveal them selves in deeds. They will either have to follow our party forward or betray their hypocrisy and discredit them selves in the eyes of the people. But you must take care to unity with the SE right-wingers and encourage them to go forward, so long as they continue to maintain a centrist position and do not side openly with US imperialism and its lackeys, directly obstructing the progress of the people's revolution. We must not strike at them improperly or too hard. 3. So long as you have a clear understanding of the above tactics and employ them resolutely but flexibly, you will be able to carry on your activities in the Kuomintang areas in support of the victorious war of liberation and defeat all the enemy's tricks and schemes. Cool-headedness and flexible tactics. Requirements of the struggle in areas. Under the Chiang regime. August 22, 1948. Chiang Kai-shek has now made up his mind to shed the last vestiges of his democratic camouflage and is putting up a frantic, last-ditch fight for the survival of his fascist rule. Economically, there is now the decree on emergency financial and economic measures. 419 politically, there are indictments for special criminal offenses. 42,240 warrants have been issued for the arrest of students in Beiping and 140 in Nanjing. Shanghai, Tianjin, Guangzhou, Kunming, and other cities under the Chiang regime will follow suit, and arrests will be extended to workers, writers, and artists and all democratic and progressive personages. In The decree on emergency measures, strikes and slowdowns are already banned, and soon all MASS activities will be prohibited. These are measures which Chiang Kai-shek must inevitably take in the face of the growing success of the People's Liberation Army, but they are also signs of his approaching doom. The nearer Chiang draws to his end, The more completely his ruling clique will disintegrate with every man for him self, the harder it will be for the people under high S rule to make a levying, and the more revolutionary they will become. When that time comes, Chang and his sworn followers may still continue their frantic, fascist, ditch fight in the cities where they are entrenched. But the outcome will be either the immediate destruction of his regime, or his replacement by a coup inside the ruling clique itself masterminded by the US imperialists in connection with the peace scheme, and followed by the downfall of those who replace Chang. Therefore, when carrying a directive draft ed for the Central Committee of the Sihin Sa Communist Party, LT was revised by Comrade Mao Zedong. 347. 348. On our present work in Kuomintang areas, we must keep cool heads and use flexible tactics, and we must rely on the masses and avoid the error of adventurism. In accordance with the foregoing principle and in view of the present emergency and possible future developments, armed struggle must be intensified as much as possible in rural areas where conditions are ripe. In areas where conditions are not ripe or where our work does not have a solid foundation, we must persist in mass work and the development of underground party organizations while awaiting the arrival of the PLA. In the cities, we should resolutely follow the tactic of evacuation and concealment, accumulating strength, and biding our time. Must be reaffirmed that generally speaking it is out of the question to promote unsupported armed uprisings of workers and other inhabitants in Kuomintang cities. There are definite limits to the struggle of workers, students, and the people as a whole in places where the reactionary armed forces of the Kuomintang are still in control. It is impermissible to overstep these limits, that is, to put forward the slogan of overthrowing Chiang Kai-shek and the reactionary rule of the Kuomintang or any slogan to the same effect and to directly initiate or prepare for armed struggle. To do so would be to risk alienating the minority vanguard force from the masses and incurring heavy losses and even temporary defeats. In particular, before the approach of the PLA and the final collapse of the enemy, it would be most unwise to expend too soon the strength of revolutionary leadership that has been accumulated in the cities over the years. According to recent reports from Shanghai, there are adventurous tendencies of that sort in the party's preparatory work and in the student movement. Such tendencies will make it harder for us to hold on now, to support the PLA's entry into the cities in the future and to launch a people's revolutionary movement in the event of a coup inside the reactionary ruling clique. Now the enemy has sounded the final alarm. All cities under Jiang's rule, and Shanghai in particular, shall be evacuated in an orderly fashion. Whether party members or not, all those who have been discovered or are being watched by enemy agents should find a way of leaving their present posts and withdrawing to the liberated areas. Those who are already in liberated areas for training should on no account be allowed to leave for the moment. Those who have no way of reaching the liberated areas at present but can get back to their native places should do so and carry on covert work. Cool-headedness and flexible tactics. 349. Those who cannot should move to other places and find other jobs as camouflage. Those who have not yet been discovered and are not being watched by enemy agents shall continue to lie low, they shall resume Act 1v1 T1 step by step, only after the wave of informing on people has so as to accumulate fresh strength while biding their time. The tactic against massive informing is to carry on legal struggles in accordance with the level of consciousness of the masses and their numerical strength in each unit. This means appealing to SCHUL authorities for protection, opposing indictments for special criminal offenses, fighting for justice in the special criminal courts, organizing rescue efforts by the public, and so on. If the majority of the students are panic and dare not or will not carry on the struggle, do not allow the politically conscious minority to put up a fight alone. We must take care to win over the middle forces and do everything possible to avoid MAS's actions that alienate them. After going into hiding, party organizations shall adopt the policy applied in the later years of the War of Resistance against Japan, that is, the policy of maintaining parallel organizations, working through single contact leadership and transferring members from one cell to another without having them carry any identification papers. The leading organs of the party in cities UNDER Jiang's rule must also abide strictly by the principle of sing le lin e contacts and decentralized leader hip, no exceptions are to be allowed. It must be understood that the party organization is the enemy's chief target. The enemy will definitely try to track down and strike at our party organizations through open arrests, and you should pay particular attention to protecting them, especially the leading organs. Organizations already smashed should not be restored in a hurry. Contact should be temporarily cut off with organizations in which renegadees are found, and decisions about such organizations shall be made only after things become clear. No matter how fierce the suppression resorted to by the reactionaries, we will surely be able to ward off their attack and retain and expand our positions, so long as our party remains cool-headed, adopts flexible tactics, relies on the masses and avoids adventurous errors. Message to Zheng Dongguo. October 18, 1948. DEAR Dongguo. I have received the gratifying news that Corps Commander Zheng Xin has revolted and come over with his troops 422 and that you yourself are considering a similar act. 42-1 The outcome of the nationwide war is now a foregone conclusion. We don't need to go far back, just consider what has happened in this past month. Jinan and Zhou have both been liberated, and a whole army 200,000 strong has been destroyed. Wang Yao and Fan Hanja 423 have been captured, and Wu Huayan 424 and Zheng Xin have revolted and come over. This is ample proof that the People's Liberation Army will win national victory. There is no room for doubt. You are now isolated in a beleaguered city among uncooperative people and with a demoralized army. Chiang Hai-s repeatedly ordered you to break out of our encirclement, but with the People's Liberation Army surrounding you ring upon ring, what escape is there? The righteous act by Corps Commander Zheng has shown the way for you to atone for past mistakes by rendering a service to the people. At a time when your future and honor are hanging by a thread, I ask you to recall your former dedication to the revolution when you enlisted in the Whampoa Military Academy. If you resolutely raise again the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal banner and, with all the Gary S.on troops in Changchun, declare your opposition to Chiang Kai-shek, to U.S. imperialism and to Kuomintang reactionary rule, and if you support the agrarian reform and join the ranks of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, then I can guarantee that in accordance with the lenient policy of the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese people and their Liberation Army will forget about the past. Welcome you and your troops and extend to you the same treatment that Corps Commander Zheng and Hai-s troops received. As time is pressing, I am wiring TS message out of Pa-st friend. 350. A message to Zheng Dongguo 351. Ship to urge you to make a quick decision. It is my hope that you will contact our Generals Xiao Jingguang and Xiao Hua at the front, 42-5, so that General Wu Huayan and General Zheng Xin will not go down in history as the only ones who were wise and far-sighted. Sincerely. Zhou Enlai. Report on problems concerning the peace talks. April 17, 1949. Friends. I have especially requested you to assemble here today. Although we've been here more than 20 days, I am very sorry I haven't had a chance to call on you separately and seek your advice, because I've been extremely busy. Yesterday, we invited friend SSTing at the PE King Hot EL and Hot EL Wagon S Lit S for a talk. And today we've invited professors from the universities and other friends who have arrived from Hong Kong to seek advice from you all. There are a great man y problems that ought to be EDSC us SED, but today I see an only report to you on the Rec ENT Peace Talk S. I've given TS kind of report a good many times in the past, but I believe that this time the PESCE Talks will be different from the previous ones. In our previous talk S with Chiang Kai-shek, it was like asking the tiger for its skin, as Mr. Tan Kaki Apt Ly put it in a telegram to me in 1946. 426 But we had to hold the talk s because the people were longing for peace. Persons like Mr. Tan Kaki and Mr. Zhang Ziruo 427 were few, and the general public had not yet seen through Chiang Kai-s hex peace SW Indal. Today the situation has changed. It can be said now that IFU endorse the agreement on internal peace drawn up in the current peace talk s. We have the confidence and the strength to see that it isca ried out, whether through peace or war. We will use rypossessible peaceful mean s, but if the y prove unsuccessful, it will be carried out thesame, through war. This change is due to the growth of the Chinese people's strength, the development of the democratic movement in the Kuomintang areas and the heroic fight of the peoples. Are port mad eto so me of the patrioticdem ochre ticpers 1 who we are ego in g to take part in the new political c on s ultati vec on fairen e to be convened in be ipping and d so me of theprofsors in universitiest her e. 352. Report on problems concerning PEACE talks 353. Liberation ARMI. You know more about the democratic movement than I do, so TODILL only talk about the Milita YVICT or IES. Chiang Kai-s hec dared to tear up the resolution s of the political consultative conference and go to war bcauseh he had armed strength and US aid. At the time EHEHAD clear s up ERIORID y in arms. He had a regular force of 300,000 men constituting 248 brigades. No any of the SE Brigade S had suffered low SSES in the war of re-SIS Tans because SEC High was passive in that war. When the fight in GBGA and to GET heavy in July 194-6, he thought that he could wipe out the People's Liberation Army in a few months. But after TWO years and 9 months there has been a complete sea hang. In the first 2 years, THEWAR proceeded steadily y, and we eliminated 1,500,000 enemy troops each year. In the third year there was a sudden turn of events and in 7 months we eliminated more than 2 million enemy troops. This sudden change was brought about by the Jinan, Liuxi Shenyang, Huaihai and Beiping Tianjin campaigns. 428 Now Chiang Kai-shek's troop STRENGTH, in Si Ludan G that of rear ESTA Bli Hami and TSSUCH as military academies and logistical and other upper unit S, amounts to 200,000 MN, and high SREGLAR Army Unit S HAVEONLY something G over 1,000,000 men. Quite a few OFWZ units have been DESTROYD and then built up again, so THEIR combat effectiveness is ESPECIALLY low W. Thus even Si Hyang knows that the battle EIS low ST, that his count revolutionary YSC HEMS have been defeated. Meanwhile, the People's Liberation Army has been growing in strength. 2 years and 9 months ago, the People's Liberation Army had 1,200,000 men and no W at H as grow and to more THAN 4,000,000 men. Moreover, the majority have been equipped with US arms. US imperialism has given us much equipment and Si Hyang Kai-s hec has been a fine director of the transport corps. A majority of our MN are captured enemy soldiers, W ho came over, we call them liberate D soldiers. 511 in SOMI unit S they account for as mu ch as 80 per cent of the total, W hill E the low STIS 50 to 60% and the average 65 to 70%. With re-SPECTTO pre-1ers, THE conversion process is one of CA TURI, checkup, ASIG NMENT, education and participation in fighting. In other words, as soon as captured so LDIERS co me over, the Y are assigned to a unit, acquire education through the O outpouring of grievances 518 and D then participate in fight in G. At the time of the Battle Against Huan G Batao, 429 it went so far that Troop S captured in the morning G went into battle E for us in the afternoon OON. Many OF the soldiers liberated then have now become 354. Platoon leaders or company commanders. This is rare in world military history and would be impossible in the absence of effective political education. Even our commanders did not foresee the pre-SENT high level of democracy among our troops. Although Comrade Mao Zedong proposed the establishment of democratic centralism among our troops as early as in the Jinggang Mountain S period, its development today goes beyond our expectations. In the three evaluations movement, the revolutionary SOLDIERs committees can criticize cadres and recommend lower-level officers. Those who are correctly recommended can be commissioned, and in the majority of cases they are. How is it that TS can be done? It is possible because the soldiers understand very well that an officer must not only be courageous in battle but also have wisdom. Whether or not he is a likable chap is of secondary importance. So most of the recommendations made by the soldiers are correct. This is cadre evaluation. Second, there is the evaluation of party members. Make party members known so that Mosses can criticize them when necessary. This ensures genuine supervision of the party by Mosses. Third, there is the evaluation of military achievements. The MASSES are the clearest on who has shown merit and, natural why, their evaluations are likely to be the most appropriate. Only thus is it possible to be fair in giving reward and punishment. With the expansion of democracy and the strengthening of discipline, the officers say that the troops are easy to lead now, while the men say that the officers' work still has improved. Our military forces are democratic not only in the political but also in the military sense. Sometimes we even allow the men to discuss battle orders. Each combat group holds huge liang meetings, on the principle of the old saying, 3 cobblers with their wits combined excel huge liang the mastermind. Orders from the upper levels cannot be very specific, and when the Y get down to the company level, the combat groups hold such liang meetings to discuss how to carry them out. This gives full play to the men's initiative and creativity. It is especially important today when we are engaged in close combat. In the High campaign, the enemy SDFNCE RKS were scattered all over like STARS in the SKY or pieces on a chessboard, but in a single night the situation changed and our defense works surrounded theirs. Our soldiers had found a way to penetrate the enemy's defenses, destroy them and set up our own DFNCE works. In fighting, we have to use explosives, but to be effective the inanimate material. Report on problems concerning peace talks 355. Things must be used by living people. Without the soldiers' courage and wisdom, exp low civs are of no avail. Our soldiers have both courage and wisdom and there is no citadel the Y cannot demolish. Even if it is of solid concrete, when one catty of xplosivsis in sufficient, we will use 5, ten, 100d or 200, ultimately at canbedestro yet. If rock in mine scanbe blasted apart, why not defense works? The NMY call STS the homemade airplane. The effectiveness of TS homemade airplane depends on the rank and file, and not only on the commanders. Wang Yao asked USWH why the Kuomintang and GTROOPS were defeated in every place to which Chiang Kai-shek flew, while we won victories eve RYW with Chairman Mao Ju STS sitting in northern Shaanxi de Y after de Y. TSIS because the people have awakened, BCAUSER troops are LEDBYTHE Chinese Communist Part Y, because they belong to the Mossis, TOUS all. The People's Liberation Army today is stronger than we ever imagined. So the NMY cannot but admit defeat. With Tihan GS go in GTS way, the Reactio Nary Nanjing Govern MENT had no option but to put forward peace proposals on January Y.430 although their proposals were hypocritical and their condition unacceptable, we took them up all the same. The people want a genuine peace, and so do we. In a statement on January 14, Comrade Mao Zedong GSPEC-ified IGHT conditions for a real peace. 431 Chiang Kai-shek refused to accept them, but after Tianjin was liberated, he had to step down 432 and let Lizo and Gran 418 take his place. This shows that a peace faction has already begun to split off from the Nanjing ruling Liqui. Li Zongren accepted the 8 conditions as the basis for TALKSAND patched his persona el repra sent at IVS 433 to Beiping, and finally we received the delegation from the Nanjing Kuomintang government. 434 Why did we do this? Because today victory iscertn, thris not the slight st doubt about the outcome of the war, it is merely a matter of Timmy. What we sho old think about now ish out to usepes, full me ans to attain vi so that we can minimize damage to the nation and con serve more manpower and materials, that is, more material forces for our future peacetime reconstruction. Sihina is very backward, with modern industry accounting for only around 10% of the national economy, and it will require tremendous efforts to modernize our country. 435 In the war, the Sihine se people have already paid a very great price, and on the battle of Ild both the enemy sand or and casualties and the masses losses have been very heavy. 4. 356. Example, 1 and the Huai battlefield, several hundred villages were completely destroyed and we are now undertaking relief work. Of course, it would be best if such losses could be stopped right now. But it takes 2 parties to reach a peace agreement. Since Li Zongren has expressed his willingness to accept our conditions, at long last there is a possibility for peace, which we shall grasp and promote. We see not only the growth of the people's strength but also the splits among the enemy. We must encourage the development of the peace faction's strength and win its cooperation. After helping Chiang Kai-shek to fight 3 years of civil war, the United States also admits defeat, and it now wants so me kind of peace so that its secretagents can infiltrate the institutions of the people's state and work in side them. This also spurs the willingness of the Nanjing government to hold PEACE talks. The unbridled extortions of the Kuomintang reactionary clique have gone beyond what the Shanghai bourgeoisie can tolerate, so even they want peace. In addition, large numbers of government employees and TEACers and professors in The Kuomintang-ruled areas are also a factor for PEACE, The Gold Yuan not ES 436 having really made it impossible for them to carry on. The pre-SENT peace talk SR The result of all the above factors. After more than 10 days of discussion, we have given a final peace plan to the Nanjing delegation to be forwarded to its government. The agreement on internal peace has 8 sections with TWENT 4 articles. The central problems are the takeover and the reorganization. Of course there is still a gap between the Nanjing delegation and US, although they do have one good idea, namely, that the defeat of the Kuomintang and the victory of the People's Liberation Army is a certainty. They acknowledge their mistakes, admit their defeat and are therefore willing to hand over political power and the armed forces. But although the Nanjing delegation ha stsunder standing, the Nanjing government s not to mention though se fellows in Guangxi Ho and Zhou. 437 Concerning the takeover. In today's revolution, we must definitely not allow the reactionary ES to win ultimate victory because we see prom isEHAIF way th rough, ASWASTHECASEINTHEL9II Rev OIUTI on 43 and D. The Northern Expedition. 111 High historical experience proves that if a revolution cannot be carried through to the end, it will certainly fail. Today we must under no circumstances repeat that course. The Nanjing delegation SIS that high historically the dispute between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party has been won between brothers, but Report on Problems Concerning Peace Talks 357. We took strong exception to that. It cannot be called a quarrel between brothers. Could the struggle between and Sun Yat-sen and Yuan Shikai have been a quarrel between brothers? No, it was a struggle between revolution and evolution. And the same sben true of thestruggle between us and the Kuomintang over the past ttwenty years. But the argument between the Nanjing del ion and us over a common basis for peace and democracy might be considered an argument between brothers. On such occasions, we must stick strictly to principles and must never obscure right and row ng. Theorie so ny we in sistonusing the People's Liberation Army to taki over political powers that this is a question of wh either or not the revolution will be carried through to the end. After the revolution of 1911, The warlord governor Rs 5 feet 9 inches and THEIR like remained in place and the only thing that changed was the flag. At the time of the Great Revolution, 46-1 after the expeditioner Y armies got to The low wer recs of the Changjiang River, EVE and the Kuomintang SAID, the armies were MO6 NGN or TH while politic S was MOV in G South. Thus the revolution changed its character. Zhangzi Hai Zihong 32-1 quoted the proverb the overturned cart ahead isalson to the carts behind. Well, thelessonis precise slyts, if once again we Jew stchange flag s and let also rts of reactionaries go on oppressing thepe opal and c herning out go ldyuan notes, the people will go on suffer in gsb for and they will serta in lyco and demnus. That would not be acting responsibly towards the people. Unless we overthrow the old order, we cannot set up a new revolutionary order. Where there is no people's liberation army, the nature of the regime will not change, the reactionary armies will not be reorganized and production will not resume. But talking G over is not simple it will require time and qualified personnel, and we must do it in an organized fashion. The takeover will occur first in The cities and later in the countryside. As for qualified personnel, the Communist Rudy cannot provide them all, and public figures in all WALKS of Lifei must participate in the WORK. Once the Sihangjiang Riveris crossed, IMAFRA the Peking HOI and HOI wagons lits WILLBE emptied. We are worried that The work why not be done well, STLLWE can TS herk our responsibility. In the future COA Lishan Gov RNMENT things WILLBETHES aim. As we are short of personnel, we can't take over all places at once. For STWE will take over in Jian GSU, Zhe Jianji, Anhui, Hubei, and Shaanxi Province and The Longdong Region, The rest will have to wait. The Nanjing delegation hopes that we will go slao on Kro ss in gthec Hanji on G River. 358. When T handed over the draft of the peace agreement to them, they asked whether it included any article S about crossing the Xihangjiang, and when T said no, they were pleasantly surprised. But T said that although there was nothing in the draft about crossing the river, there was something about takeover. As a matter of fact, crossing the Xihangjiang is imply taken for granted. Many of the places to be taken over are south of the river, and, besides, historically the Changjiang River has never prevented China's unification. Nanjing and Zhou till have not complete ely severed connections, THEY are like a severed lotus root still joined by fibers. The Nanjing delegation says that THEY will wa it for us to do the severing, but for STWANT them to sever connections political y, we can do it militarily. The Y cannot possibly oppose our crossing the Xihangjiang because obviously, if the Y recognize our right to take over, they must recognize our right to cross the river too. But they always want us to go slow. As for those fellows in Guangxi Zhou and Zhou, they hope to divide the country and rule south of the river. We pointed out that if we delay crossing the Changjiang, we will just be shelter in Guangzhou and xikao and allowing them a breathing spell. Here is no way the Nanjing delegation can challenge this point. Now about reorganization, that is, reorganization of the armed forces. Without it, we cannot eradicate the factors which make for civil war. But we must not be impetuous, and the conditions held be lenient. Our conditions for our reorganization are even more lenient than what the Nanjing delegation has proposed. For example, they suggested disbanding troops and demobilizing them, while we propose assembling them for training and regrouping. Comrade Mao Zedong has especially emphasized this point. At first glance, this seems to go against the wishes of the people, so it is necessary to explain the matter further. As soon as the more than 2 million Kuomintang troops heard of disbanding, they would be badly hacken, each man worrying about his own future, and there would be urban every HERE to the detriment of the people's interests. We must take a responsible attitude toward STHE people. Therefore, we propose that in the initial period Kuomintang troops held assemble and go through training without any change in their numerical strength, formations, and assignations and be treated the same as the Liberation Army soldiers. Comrade Mao Zedong has said, the number of troop STHEY report will be the number we accept I meant of inflated ration S for a few months 1 amount. Report on problems concerning peace talks 359. Too much. We will not discriminate against them the way the Kuomintang formerly discriminated against the 8th Route Army. Then it will be admitted that we are magnanimous and the Chinese people will have nothing to apologize for. If the Kuomintang troops still stir up trouble, they will be firmly dealt with. After being assembled and trained, the soldiers will become politically conscious while the officers will obtain political education, and they can be accepted into the People's Liberation Army. But we must not be hasty, and after they have been assembled, we should treat them on their merits and wait for their awakening. Some will awaken quickly, others slowly, but we believe that the majority can change over. Of course, there may also be some true BIE makers. Only with the takeover of political power and the reorganization of troops can we achieve genuine peace. These points are covered by sections 4 and 8 in the Agreement on Internal Peace. The Nanjing delegation argued vigorously about the first section, which deals with the punishment of war criminals. We respect their opinion, we will refrain from presenting a list of war criminals, and the phrases chief culprits and arch-criminals have been deleted. Moreover, we say, all war criminals, no matter who they are, may be cleared of the charge and treated with leniency, provided they show by actual deeds that they are really sincere in distinguishing right from wrong and are determined to make a clean break with their past, thus facilitating the progress of the cause of the Chinese people's liberation and the peaceful settlement of the internal problem. Some people ask what we will do about Chiang Kai-shek. If he can meet this requirement, he will be treated accordingly. Concerning sections 2 and 3 on abrogating the bogus constitution and the bogus constituted authority, there wasn't much argument. But naturally this too will not be easy to accomplish. About sections 5 and 6 on confiscating bureaucrat capital and reforming the system of land ownership. We have explained the confiscation of bureaucrat capital as referring to bureaucrat capital acquired during the rule of the Kuomintang in Nanjing. Small enterprises that are not harmful to the national economy and the people's livelihood will not be confiscated. If there is private capital stock and investigation proves that it was not transferred from bureaucrat capital, it will all be honored. Otherwise, too many enterprises would be involved and production would be affected. 36.0. Concerning the 7th section on abrogating traitorous treaties. We are very careful about this. Some foreign treaties must be abrogated, others need revision, while still others can be retained. With respect to foreign relations, we have a basic stand. We uphold China's national independence and the principle of independence and self-reliance. Ever since the Opium War, China has been oppressed by foreign invaders. Many martyrs haveshed their blood and laid down their lives for our nation's liberation, but TS oppression could never be thrown off. Today the Chinese people have stood up, and they feel proud and elated. TSIS the result of the people's struggle led by the Chinese Communist Party. Japanese imperialism was defeated in China, US imperialism being defeated. Although US imperialism is still strong, it is strong only in appearance but weak in reality. To combat US imperialism, we have used both pen and sword. We fought a battle of words with Marshal 356 for a year, and ultimately he left in defeat. Imperialism is a paper tiger. If you how that you can beat OUGH, it will become soft. If you are soft, it will be on your back. On questions of principle, we are firm, absolutely firm. There is no question that we must adopt a serious attitude towards US imperialism and let it know that China cannot be bullied, that no country may interfere in China's internal affairs. To TS end we have struggled for more than 100 years. We must not seek a foreign aid without being self reliant. If foreign aid holds benefits for China, of course we want it, but we cannot be dependent on it. We should not be dependent even on the Soviet Union and the new democracies. If we only lead on aid from abroad, could we accomplish? One of the main causes for Chiang Kai-shek's defeat is that he relied on foreign aid for everything. This is another case of learning from the overturned cart ahead. We are willing to cooperate with all countries that treat us as equals. We don't discriminate against foreigners or engage in provocation, but we must take a firm stand. We will be eco-me wholly dependent upon them. The Chinese Communist Party started out with the lofty aim of overthrowing the warlords and the imperialists. At the time there were only some 50 members, but anything neus only a sprout in the beginning, and all new things are precious because the sprouts are filled with unlimited vitality and will grow into ghty trees. This is a law of nature. And all decadent things, however big, must gradually die out, and there is nothing terrifying about them. We take Report on Problems Concerning PEACE Talks 361. A firm stand, but we must also be very careful and handle problems according to the principle of onjustgrounds, to our advantage and with restraint. In TS connection, we held remember the years of the May 4th movement when we were combating feudalism. At that time we were very resolute in opposing feudalism and raised the slogans of overthrowing Confucius and fighting against the feudal family system. But today we realize that if there is anything good in what Confucius says, we can quote him for our use. And if our parent come and ta yw ith us, we hold take care of them. We must make a clean break with feudalism and take a firm class stand, but at the same time we must have an analytical approach. We must do like W is E with respect to imperialism. With regard to milita ymatters, thestationing of ustroops in Sihina is unjustifiably under a New York circumstance s. We are retelling them to withdraw. TS is the demand of the whole Sihin SAPEOPLE. US affairs are not our business, but if American troops don't withdraw from Sihin SATER right away, we have the right to wipe them out. And we will not be fried net if the United States sends large contingents of troops. Sihina cannot be intimidated. Sihin are an ancient people and a heroic people. The have two stro ng.s, the are brave, and they are in us try us. What a fine people! It is no wonder we love them. Tisisthe so or ce of o or s'il confidence. If US armies actually dare to invade China and occupy our big cities, we will use the countryside to around the city and all their supplies will have to be brought in from the United States. Moreover, the will have to bear the burden of the cities and be responsible for their provision in G. The American people stand rd of living is high, and they are not willing to fi ght. After RUSSIAS October Revolution, United States also SENTTRO ops to intervene, but the ONLY result was voluntary withdrawal. 438 that was BECAUSE they co-oldn't stand the hard hip s. We have defeated the army of the Japan se aggressors, are we going to be afraid of US soldiers? Politically, we stand for national independence and equality. The US Congress is wrangling over whether or not to recognize Sihina. Actually, it is not worth making gsu kafu ss about. Even if they recognize us, their iss till the question of whether we will recognize them. Nave rthels, we don't engage in provocation. Although we have not established diplomatic relations with the United States, we will protect. 362. Its nationals. The U.S. Consul General 1 in Tianjin sent us a letter in high-s official capacity. We returned it, saying, sorry, we can't have any dealings with you because we have no diplomatic relations. Later he wrote simply as a railway employee, and we allowed him to register as a foreign resident. Actually, it's not that the United States doesn't want to have dealings with us. Leighton Stewart 37-6 ran around everywhere trying to establish contact. Fu Jingbo 439 is always writing from Hong Kong to Denying Chao and me and to others. But the Americans use dual tactics, and at the same time they try different methods to sound US out, to find out what the Chinese Communists are really after. That's not hard to discover, all they need do is listen to a speech or read a few statements and they'll know. As for the future, after peace has been achieved, we'll manage things practically and realistically. The embassies of the various countries are still all there, we are not going to cut off contact, nor will we be in a hurry to establish diplomatic relations with them. If we press for recognition, we will lose the initiative. If the imperialists want to establish diplomatic relations with us, they will have to conduct negotiations with us according to the principle of equality. Politically we aren't anti-foreign, and militarily we don't engage in provocation. On just grounds, to our advantage and with restraint. Is there anything we need fear? Economically, if there is an opportunity for trade, we will take it. Foreign trade should be developed, it is mutually beneficial. We don't recognize the privileges of the imperialists, but the problems involved are complex and cannot be solved instantly. Culturally, the imperialists have many institutions of aggression like schools and colleges, hospitals and churches. The SE must all be taken over by the Chinese, but we must not be hostile, we must move prudently, step by step. These cultural institutions have a bad aspect, but they also have a good one. For example, take the hospital of the Peking Union Medical College. When we get sick, we too can go there for treatment. We can transform these institutions from within and change them into national ones. Let me add a little more concerning the 8th section. Before a coalition government is established head, we can permit the Nanjing government to continue to exist for a time. At first we thought we would use the revolutionary military COMIS Zion to direct it, but the Nanjing delegation felt that would not be good, so we dropped TS demand and put the two on a PAR. If the Nanjing government ends the peace agreement and keeps its word, we pledge ourselves to propose to the PRE. Report on Problems Concerning Peace Talks 363. Parader Y meeting of the new political consultative conference that The Nanjing Gov RNME allowed to participate in the conference. Of course, whether or not the proposal will be accepted is another matter. THENA Delegat Ion has expressed its willingness to accept THSAEIGHTSEC SW with 24 articles. We are holding the NANJing government to a replace Y before the 20th. If the Y don't accept, then we 11 definitel Wi-Fi GHT our way across the CHANGGANG river on the TWNTth. Even the Nanjing delegation says that if we don't crow SS the RI then the people in The Su Th will not be able to endure their lot any longer. So there must be no procrastination, if we were to delay any longer, we would fail the people there. Of course, after WEVE cross the river, they can STILSIG and the AGREMENT, if they are willing to. In a word, the door is open. The Nanjing delegation think we must have weak NSEs, inky we are always seeking PEs. First, C and G that we are going to take over the country, the Y think that we are afraid of further destruction and that we are prepared to SPR the rat to save the vas on which it sits. Se cont, the Y assume T hat, facing The Sig and GCH and Zhang River, we must be afraid of LOSING 2 man Y leves. Hence they are always trying to bargain. Actually, the Y are aware of only one aspect, but not the other. Peace doesn't accessorial Y mean Th at nothing will be destroyed and war doesn't accessor mean that everything G will be ismas H ed. Thris always so thin G that isnt smashed, and if we advance some H at sooner, they may not even have a time for destruction. What we are trying to do is to have as little destruction as possible. Therefore, we are not afraid of war. We tell them frankly that if they choose war, the Y done for. But with peace, they still have a way out. Natura LLY, there won't be any division into new southern and northern DYNASTIS, but rather TRANS formation. Friends, see hin SNU democratic politics INVOLVE the cooperation of FOR classes. Even landlord after a few years of labor, CAN become PEASA and TS. In the past, because the circumstances were DFFE rent, we are divided. But no we find ourselves in circumstances favorable to unit Y and we can work together. Though SE who are not communists can work as well as we do, or even be better.
There are no born communists. My forebears were s hoxing aids, oany talk of my haven't had loft y ambition even when young is non sense. The provisions of the Agreement on Internal Peace with its EIGHT section S and 20-4 article S will certainly be carried out, whether 364 through war or by peaceful means. The use of peaceful means will require more effort than war, and we hope that everyone will help. I hope that you will make suggestions in group discussions or in a larger forum. We have been in the countryside for a long time and are unfamiliar with the cities, so I hope you will all give us as much advice as you can. Unite with the broad masses. To advance together. April 22, 1949. For the party, the question of uniting with the broad mass is to advance together is one of cooperation between party members and non-party people. For the Youth League, it is one of cooperation between league members and non-league people. In other words, it is a question of achieving cooperation among the broad masses. This is a very important question in carrying on revolutionary work. Today, when we are combating imperialism and domestic reaction, we cannot rely on the communists, Youth League members and cadres alone. There are only 200,000 league members, and even with the party members added in, the number doesn't exceed 3 million all told. Compared with the national population of 475 million, this figure is very small, less than 1% of the total. We want to lead the entire people forward with us, and if we don't work together with large numbers of people outside the party and the league, how will we be able to do so? At the 7th National Congress of the party, Comrade Mao Zedong said that we should guard against arrogance and impetuosity and be modest and prudent, and that we must unite the large numbers of non-party people and cooperate with those outside the party. This is more easily than done. Both in the party and in the league, we used to have a bad habit. As soon as we heard that SUK and such a person was a party or youth league member, we relaxed and trusted that person completely, but as soon as we heard that so and so was not a party or league member, we immediately looked askance at him or her. To draw such a line is extremely dangerous. For whether among the workers, peasants, or students. An excerpt from the fourth part of a report made at the First National Congress of the NEU Democratic Youth League of Sihina. 365. 36.6. Party and league members are usually the minority. And if a minority draw a circle around themselves and cut themselves off from everybody outside, they are, as the saying goes, drawing a circle on the ground to make a prison for themselves. Some comrades think that comrades within the party are fine in all respects, but actually TS is not the way things are. When a comrade joins the party, that only means he has joined it organizationally, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has fully joined the party ideologically. Take me for instance. I was once a youth league member too, later I became a party member. Although I've been in the party for 27 or 28 years, I have also made a good many mistakes, and each time the matter comes up, I always feel that I am in debt to the revolution, that I haven't done my work well enough, and I am dissatisfied with my self. Each person in the party has his or her strong points, and we should all learn from one another. Persons outside the party also have many strong points, and we ought to learn from them too. Every party member must undergo a long period of impairing, just as steelis not created in an instant but is made in an extended process of heating and hammering. Above all else we must submit to a long period of trials in regard to our life, ideology and style of work. So after we join the party or the league, we must study diligently and conduct criticism and self-criticism, only Thursdays can we forge ahead. This is the minimum requirement for party and league members. As for people outside, because they haven't joined the party or the league, natural why there are so many things they don't know, and they lag behind us a little, but it doesn't mean that the why don't have strong point s. In the country SIDE, for example, many peasants are more hard-working and courageous than we are, and more resourceful too. In the factories, the masses of workers are more capable in production, more creative than we are. And among the working intellectuals and students, some are better than we in many respects. Though so many of the SE people have been somewhat lower in rising their political consciousness or are temporarily unwilling to join the party or THELEGUE, we held HELP them, enlighten them, and TREAT them as friend and we held all learn from each other. We shall ld not dsc rimanet against them because they are not party or league mem ers, and then true st them completely the mommy and they join the party or the league. Ts kind of attitude is childish, it's a defect common among young people. Unite with the broad mass to advance together. 367. How can we so lve this problem? We held treat all people outside DETHE part YWHOCANBE 1 over and CAN cooperate with us in the same way as we do party cotters. We held for ST draw a huge circle and unity with the masses in their hundreds of millions in a joint true GGLE to isolate, OPPOs and overthrow THE most reactionary landlord and bulletin REAUCRATCA piddly STC losses. Of QRSE, W within THE ranks of the PEO, PLE there are also different classes and strata. Those closest to us are the workers, peasants, students, and working intellectuals. Next comes the PETTYBOURGEOSE, and then the nation ALBARGEOSE, the Enlai GHTEN ed gentry and other patriots. We SHOULDBDSC riminating in our treatment of them, win them over and educate them. This is the broad-minded spirit that held animate the Communist Party and the Youth League. We are masters of THENEUCHIN and we must not indulge in mere talk about the people's democratic state or about the political por of the masses led by the proletariat, at the same time acting not like leader but like a small coterie of isolation ists, so that our deeds do not match our words. Young people must be modest and not arrogant, thys held be conscious of their own inadequacies and of the insignificancy of their accomplishments. At the same time, we held unite with the ll though se who can be won over. That is to say, we should exert ourselves and held be stricter with ourselves and more lenient with each other people. So the saying goes, be strict with your self and belnient to others. Of co-urse, tslniencesh old not be unprinciply d. We must first distinguish wish between our evolution and counter-revolution, and we must have no illusions about counter-revolutionaries. The TENS of thousands, hundreds of thou sands, or millions of the most reactionary among the 475 million must be excluded from ts huggy circle of ours. But we must also recognize that among them there are manwy people who can still be transfo remed. For example, after the agrarian reform, landlords and rich peasants canbe gradually changed through 3 to 5 years of education and remolding. Of course it can't be done overnight, but their future is still hop fol. We should do its tep by step and have them participate in production and gradually be transfo remed into new people. We can tjust tacky them all in immediately and indiscriminately. But we held be broad-minded and try to transform them all, to lead them all. Ladle y, we been holding talks with the Kuomintang delegation. 434 Some comrades say that the Kuomintang delegation consists of only a few people, and his howled we bother ourselves so much about them. But although the y are few, they have a multitude behind them. The 368 people under their influence in the army, government, and Kuomintang as well as among public functionaries and teaching personnel come to several million all told, and when you add in their spouses and children, there are some 10 million. With these people, the delegation's word carries more weight than ours. They do have a representative character, and if we can win over a few leaders, that will influence a batch behind them. This will help us to cross the Changjiang River and it will also play a role after the crossing. Thus, those who can be split off from the enemy camp should be won over, educated and helped. As soon as we begin thinking this way, we can take a broader view instead of isolating ourselves in a small circle. Only when we do things in TS spirit can we persuade more and more people to go along with us. What is more, we have to learn from them. We should understand that only when people with different opinions discuss and argue with us and the truth become further clarified. Dialectic comes from a Greek word meaning debate. Isn't this point already made clear in the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union? 44 Many philosophers and statesmen have enjoyed debate in the past. The sages of old all and Zhou yet arguing, and we latecomers do the same. In searching for truth we must have debate, we must not be arbitrary. What does being arbitrary mean? It means that whatever I say must be correct, and whatever others say must be incorrect. If that's the way it is, what is there left to debate? If your opinion is inviolable, what's the use of arguing with you? Even if you do have a good many correct opinions, howled still tend to the opinions of others, heeding the good ones, only then can your thinking make further progress. Dialectic deals with the unity of opposites. Only through debate is it possible to discover more truth. Therefore, if young people want to learn, they howled listen to all kinds of opinions, styling them afterwards. There are people who, tending for to one side, then the other, are in a constant quandary. They start out with definite ideas, but as soon as they begin listening this way, they lose their certainty. We howled listen to opinions from all sides, but we must also our brains. Everyone has 2 ears with which to hear, 2 eyes with which to see and 2 nostrils with which to smell. When listening, we can hear incorrect as well as correct opinions. When viewing colors, we can see black as well as white, and when sniffing, we can smell the foul as well as the fragrant. So the human senses accord with dialectical laws. We must tend to opinions from all sides, distinguishing right from wrong. Unite with the broad masses to advance together. 369. And starting in our youth we must develop the ability to think. There are also comrades who are not afraid as long as they are meeting party and league people but who are as timid as a shy girl in the presence of strangers. Why should we be afraid of strangers? We ought to unite with them, educate them, and transform them. Only with this approach can we unite with ever more people in our society to go forward together. Only when we keep in constant touch with the broad masses are we able to be brave. It's no good for us to shut ourselves up in a room, remaining ignorant and uninformed. We must dare to have contact with people in the hubbub of real life, to persuade and educate people, to learn from them, to unite with the vast majority in common struggle. This is courage, and people doing so are men of great courage. This is precisely the style of work our young need very much to cultivate. Learn from Mao Zedong. May 7, 1949. The Chinese people's great revolution is on its way to nationwide victory. The young people of our country must press ahead, taking part in building a new China. We must have a leader recognized by us all, for a leader can guide us in our advance. The practice of the revolutionary movement of the last 30 years has given the Chinese people that leader, namely, Mao Zedong. And our slogan at this National Youth Congress is, 442 advance under the banner of Mao Zedong. We are determined to hold this banner high and forge ahead. Today, at this Congress, I wish to explain several major points to how why Comrade Mao Zedong deserves our respect and how we should learn from him. Learning from Mao Zedong is not just a slogan, the words are rich in content. When you delegates go back after this Congress, you should tell all our young people, in the villages, factories, and cities, in the liberated areas and in areas under Kuomintang rule, what this Congress advocates, so as to mobilize and win over to our SIDE millions of them who will advance together with us. The best way for us to do that is to call upon them to follow the banner of Mao Zedong. In calling on all our young people to march forward behind this banner, we must know how it has become the banner it is today. Mao Zedong is a great man sprung from our own Chinese soil. When doing propaganda work among the young people of the country, or when learning from him by yourselves, you must not regard Mao Zedong as a chance leader, a born leader, a demigod or a leader impossible to emulate. If you see things that way, it will become empty talk to accept him as our leader. If one couldn't learn from him, he would be isolated from. An excerpt from the third part of a report made at THE-FIRST National Youth Congress. It was published in the People's Daily on October 8, 1978. For inclusion in TSV volume, it has been re-edited on the basis of the original minutes. 370. Learn from Mao Zedong. 371. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't we be making Mao Zedong into a deity apart? That's the kind of leader publicized in feudal and capitalist societies. Our leader is born of the Chinese people, has flesh and blood ties with them and is deeply rooted in the land and society of China. He is a people's leader born of China's revolutionary movement in the past 100 years and, since the May 4th movement, of the long years of accumulated revolutionary experience. In learning from Mao Zedong, we must therefore learn from him in a comprehensive way, in the light of his historical development, not just by looking at his great achievements today and neglecting the process of his growth. Chairman Mao often says that he was born and bred in the countryside and that when he was young he, too, was superstitious and backward in some aspects of his thinking. He was most unhappy about a textbook published in the Shaanxi-Shahar-Hebei border area, which said that even at the age of 10 he had opposed superstition and that from the time he was a child he had not believed in gods. He says that, quite the contrary, when he was a little boy, he did believe in gods and, what's more, was very pious. When his mother was ill, he prayed to Buddha for help. Wasn't that superstitious? The story about Chairman Mao in that textbook turned things the other way round when it said that he wasn't superstitious as a child and that he was born with innate wisdom and had broken with superstition. Chairman Mao says that doesn't accord with the facts. Besides, generally speaking, in the feudal society of that period, it was impossible for anyone, whether from a peasant or a worker's family, to break with superstition all at once. Chairman Mao was born in a village at the end of the 19th century, so it was impossible for him not to be a little superstitious. Why is it necessary to explain this? Because we must not think that since some of our youth are still superstitious, they cannot be educated and should be excluded. Yesterday's superstitious child was able to become today's Chairman Mao. Superstition can be done away with. Weren't you also superstitious a few years ago? You can't deny that you snivelled when you were kids. You must not refuse to acknowledge the weaknesses of childhood just because you've made progress. Chairman Mao often says that he is also a reader of ancient classics. Everything hinges on whether you know how to read them. Chairman Mao was very fond of reading such books in his younger days. Now, when writing and speaking,
he often draws on historical experience and lays on S and is very skillful in doing so. Reading classics broadened. 372. And enriched his knowledge and made him all the greater. On May 4, I read an article by Comrade Fan Wenlin 443 in which he said that around the time of the May 4 movement he devoted himself to the study of Chinese classics and ancient things. But once he began to acquire a correct perspective, things of the past became a help to him in the compiling and writing of Chinese history, and he has made use of them with great skill. So we should not think that some of our young people who like to read ancient books and study things of the past cannot be progressive. We should not refuse to unite with people and educate them simply because they have old ideas. We should not give them the cold shoulder because they're a little backward. As long as they're willing to make progress, they can remold themselves. As Chairman Mao has said, this is how he himself was remolded. Chairman Mao also often says that when he starts studying something, he first tackles one aspect of it, and if he doesn't understand it, he keeps boring into it until he's got it clear. When Chairman Mao joined the revolution after the May 4 movement, he first lived in the city and devoted himself to the workers' movement. At that time, Mr. Tao Xingzi 274 was advocating a movement for rural development. Comrade Yun Daying 273 wrote a letter to Chairman Mao, saying that they might follow Tao Xingzi's example and go to work in the countryside. Chairman Mao replied, "We've got more work than we can handle in the cities, how can we possibly go to work in the countryside? This is how that he hadn't given his attention to that aspect of the problem at the time. But he did so soon after, and he learned all about the peasant movement, linking it with the revolutionary movement in the towns. Still later he studied military affairs. He mastered them all and acquired a comprehensive knowledge. This should tell us that if some young people like to concentrate on one aspect of a problem before grasping it in its entirety, we should not discourage their interest. If they are reluctant to participate in political activities, we shall take time to educate them and not shut them out. I have cited these three examples to show that being a child of a peasant family in feudal society, Chairman Mao too was once superstitious, read books written in ancient times and, when studying a problem, paid attention only to one aspect at first. His greatness lies in the fact that he awakened from superstition and rejected what was outdated. It lies even more in the fact that he dared to face up to the past. We can see that in societies ruled by the people, to say nothing of old society, there are those who, once they've made progress, think that they were. Learn from Mao Zedong 373. Just fine all along, that they were born sages, and they speak of themselves as if they were perfect, with no shortcomings at all. Others also speak of them in that way, and they like to listen to such praise. This is very dangerous. So we must not abandon those young people who are superstitious and backward, who see things only from one side instead of seeing them whole. Rather, we should educate them. We should help them learn from us and, at the same time, we should learn from them. Our young people must learn from each other. Chairman Mao is a people's leader born of the experience and lessons of a history of several thousand years, of the revolutionary movements of the last 100 years, and of direct struggle over the last 30 years. This is the way we should look at Chairman Mao's development. And this view will help comrades to overcome any arrogance they may feel. If such was the case even with Chairman Mao, what is there for us to be conceited about? Which of us does not make mistakes? Which of us has no shortcomings? Is there anything to be complacent about? We are all far, far behind Chairman Mao. We must learn from Mao Zedong because he is a leader who is very good at adhering to principles while applying them in a flexible way. Since he became one of its leaders, the Chinese Revolution has gradually found the right orientation. Chairman Mao has been correct in all the 4 stages of the Chinese Revolution, and he represents the correct orientation for the Chinese people. At the beginning, both the Central Committee of the party and sections of the revolutionary masses often made mistakes in orientation and lost their bearings.
But Chairman Mao has always had the right orientation. Chairman Mao's views during the Great Revolution were correct, but they were not accepted by the leadership of the time. He was right during the THIRD Civil War, but some comrades made mistakes and didn't fully agree with him. During the War of Resistance against Japan, the whole party recognized Comrade Mao Zedong's leadership, and we won victory. In the present War of Liberation, he has further proved to be correct. Therefore, Chairman Mao's orientation is the correct orientation for the Chinese people. He has time and again pointed out the truth and upheld the truth. And that is why we often say that Chairman Mao has applied the truth of world revolution, the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism, to China and has integrated it with China's revolutionary practice to create Mao Zedong thought. Mao Zedong is a man who points out the truth and upholds and develops it. His orientation has been correct at the many 374 crucial historical junctures of the Chinese Revolution over the past 30 years. There are two things we must learn from Chairman Mao in connection with upholding principle. One is to persist in an orientation and the other is to concretize it. Its concretization is impossible if only one person understands it, or if only a few people accept it. Ts must depend on the masses. For principles to be put into practice, they must be given substance and be approved and implemented by the majority. There are difficulties in adhering to the truth. Not only has Chairman Mao pointed out what the principles are, he has also formulated concrete policies and tactics to put them into practice, and high-S policies for a given high historical stage are suited to that stage. Our young people will realize this when they study the selected works of Mao Zedong. During the Great Revolution, it was imperative to develop the peasant movement in depth so as to meet the demand of the peasants for land. This truth was made clear by Chairman Mao in his report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan, in which he supported and elaborated upon the methods put forward by the peasants, offering not only theory, but also the ways to apply it in practice. The trouble was that it was rejected by the leading body of the Communist Party of the time, and the Great Revolution ended in failure. During the Civil War, Chairman Mao wanted to promote political work in the army. If you study the draft resolution he proposed at the 9th Party Congress of the 4th Army of the Red Army, you'll find that the political work now conducted in the People's Liberation Army can be traced all the way back to then. But it took many years to implement Chairman Mao's ideas step by step, and there were many twists and turns along the way. Although these ideas were generally accepted in form, their power was felt in actual practice only after a long time. During the War of Resistance against Japan, we needed to unite with Chiang Kai-shek's government in order to fight Japanese aggression, and though we knew very well that he was wavering and half-hearted, still we had to push him to fight, for only thus could the strength of the whole nation be mobilized. We had to unite with him, and we also had to be watchful and struggle against his reactionary tendency. This is what we call unity as well as struggle. In order to use this tactic to carry on the war of resistance and to expand the people's own forces, we had to convince many people. Within the anti-Japanese National United Front, there were people who said, since you want unity, there shouldn't be any criticism. Some learn from Mao Zedong 375. People inside our party heard this view. So there were many complicated struggle before principally was really applied. The War of Liberation has been going on relatively well, but there have been minor setbacks and errors too. For instance, left me take were mad during the agrarian reform, and THEYWE not full Y rectified until the publication of Chairman Mao's report on December 25, 194-7. 444. All this points up the fact that it requires great effort and much concrete work to put a principle, a truth, or a policy into practice. Besides upholding the truth and pointing out the correct orientation, Chairman Mao has worked out many specific policies and tactics for applying a truth or a principle. Otherwise we could not bring the revolution to victory. Chairman Mao does not indulge in empty talk about truth but integrates truth with practique and gives its ubs tan ce. That is how we have W on our present victories. In learning from Mao Zedong, our young people must study his specific policies and tactics as well as the orientation, principles, and truth as he points out, only thus can our work be closely linked with reality. Young people must not indulge in empty talk but should go into action. Lenin, the great revolutionary of the world's proletariat, called for fewer pompous phrases, more plain, everyday work. 445 This is a precious teaching for our young people. Mao Zedong thought has the distinctive feature of giving concrete expression to universal truth and applying it on Chinese soil. Our young people how'd learn to do like we se. When Chairman Mao gives universal truth concrete expression and applies it to Sihina, he doesn't just confine himself to working out the measures. Nor is it a case of a few individuals carrying those semeas out by themselves, regardless of whether they are understandable or acceptable to others. No, it's not like that at all. Chairman Mao explains a truth tirals sly, going over it again and again, until it's accepted by everyone and turned into strength. So in order to transform the leader's understanding and wisdom into the strength of the masses, it is necessary to go through a process of education and persuasion and sometimes even a period of waiting for the masses to come to an awakening. When Chairman Mao's views have not yet been accepted by every body, he waits. He explains his views when everthiris an opportunity, doing more educating and persuading. He has run into ts situation inside the part y2, when his opinion wasn't accepted by others. As I said earlier, that was the case during the 10-year Civil War. We wanted to attack big cities, but Chairman Mao saw that our forces were inadequate. He maintained that we held concentrate. 376. Our efforts on building base areas, not on striking at the C1T1ES. But his views weren't accepted by the majority who wanted such attacks, and he had no alternative but to follow the majority. The result was that we were defeated. Then he promptly said at a meeting, "Well, we've lost, this proves that our method is wrong. Let's change it." When the others still wouldn't go along, he had to wait again and follow the majority. Take the Long March which I've mentioned. We were defeated in Jiangxi, having blindly fought a war of attrition. In the end we couldn't hold out and were forced to evacuate. But in the course of the Long March, Chairman Mao again put forward his correct views, rectified the erroneous linie at the Zunyi meeting and led the Red Army out of danger by taking it across the snow-capped mountains and the Marsland into northern Shaanxi. His views finally proved to be correct, while those of the majority were wrong. All this shows us what must be done when correct ideas are not accepted by other people. We must wait and we must persuade. But, organizationally, we must submit to the decisions taken by the majority. When the masses are deceived, it isn't easy for them to accept the truth, but they will support the correct views after they have gradually become awakened. Thus very often correct views will triumph and become acceptable only after many twists and turns and a period of waiting. Of course, TS period of waiting is a painful one. If the party's leading organs had accepted Chairman Mao's views earlier, the revolution would not have susta and su great losses and we would have become much stronger. Since the influence of our backward Chinese society is felt inside the party and the revolutionary organizations, it often happens that correct opinions are not easily understood at once. Thus, we have to wait and do some persuading, and go through a painful process. However, there will be less of that in our future work. This is because the Central Committee of our Communist Party today is not the SAME as it was in those days. The overwhelming majority of our comrades accept Mao Zedong as their leader and have real faith in him, and he enjoys the support of the people. But this is true only as regards the general orientation. For instance, all agree with the general principle of carrying the revolution through to the end and engaging in new, democratic construction. But there will still be much controversy over specific policies and specific work. Hence the need to learn from C. Herman Mao's persistence in upholding the truth, clarifying principles and orientation, and giving them concrete expression so as to turn them into the people's strength. These things cannot be ac. Learn from Mao Zedong 377. Compellished in haste. To push the revolution forward we must have great perseverance, patience and indomitable will. Only then will we win final victory. We must not think that it's enough just to rise a simple slogan. We hold not bedscouraged when a slogan fails of its effect, or be complacent and tempt to rest on our oars when it succeeds. If we did that, we wouldn't be worthy students of C. Herman Mao. He has persisted in giving the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism concrete expression on CHINE's soil and turning it into the strength of the masses, and this accounts for our great victories in the Chinese Revolution. Today, not only does the Chinese Communist Party respect him, but all the people who are enjoying the fruits of victory of the revolution will have faith in him and trust him wholly eartedly. Another thing we must learn from C. Herman Mao in upholding truth and making it prevail is that the principles he puts forward always take the majority of people into consideration and are in their interests. It is true that the leader of THEC is a communist party, but at the same time it is generally acknowledged that he is the leader of the whole nation. As far as the Communist Party is concerned, HEREPRE, since the proletariat. And numerically, the Chinese proletariat consists of only several million people, less than 1% of the population. How is the Communist Party, which represents this class, to win victory in the Chinese revolution? C. Herman Mao makes it his central objective to apply the proletarian Marxist ideology to Chinese reality, win over the overwhelming majority of the people and rally them around the proletariat to bring the revolution to victory. He does not confine himself to a tiny circle and indulge in empty talk about revolution. Chairman Mao understands that in order to wipe out the fiercely reactionary enemy, it is necessary to muster the force available and not just to rely on the vanguard to do everything. The proletariat is the vanguard, but we can't rely on the vanguard alone. During the Great Revolution, Chairman Mao was already aware that the peasants were the largest ally and that the people's revolution could not triumph without them. And not, the revolution suffered defeat because his vos werent les tend to. Later, when we got to the counter-yside, Chairman Mao saw that in order to carry out the revolution it is necessary not only to rely on the peasants, but also to win over the middle and petty bourgeoisie. As Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary treachery became further exposed, only the comprador bureaucrat and feudal landlord classes uppered him. But 378. A group of people inside the Communist Party made left deviationist mistakes and were very narrow in their outlook, holding that the middle and petty bourgeoisie were unreliable. They didn't listen to Chairman Mao, and the result was that the revolution suffered another setback and we had to march 25,000 li. Then Chairman Mao proposed that we unite with Chiang Kai-shek and other members of the upper strata to resist Japanese aggression. But some people said that if we wanted unity, there shouldn't be any struggle. Chairman Mao replied that Chiang and the others were our domestic enemy, we were uniting with them in order to fight the national enemy. But they were not reliable partners or allies, and we must guard against them, otherwise, THEY might turn on us. We took measures to avert right deviations and to prevent unqualified compromises. During the present War of Liberation, left deviationist mistakes were made in agrarian reform in the countryside. In order to eliminate the landlord class, landlords were given poor land or no land at all so that they could not eke out a living, or too many people were classified as feudal rich peasants or landlords. Moreover, on the question of executions, it was stipulated that no one should be executed except for those who had committed serious crimes, refused to mend their ways and were bitterly hated by the people. But, sometimes, when the people were filled with wrath, these distinctions were not made, and the leadership did not attempt to persuade the masses, so too many people were put to death. This had an adverse effect on our unity front with the peasantry, and particularly with the middle peasants. This mistake was also corrected by Chairman Mao. From the SE4 revolutionary stages we can see that Chairman Mao's view on the united front is that we shall bring together the broad STPO-SSI army of allies and defeat our enemies one by one. During the War of Resistance, our aim was to defeat Japanese imperialism. Since the Japanese imperialists were driven out of our country, we have gone on to defeat the Kuomintang reactionaries and topple the reactionary regime in China. In the countryside, overthrow the feudal landlord class, the foundation of the reactionary regime. Internationally, oppose U.S. imperialist aggression against China. Under these slogans we have unit more than 90% of the people, including large numbers of peasants. So Chairman Mao tells many cadres in our party that when they write their diaries every day, if they just jot down unite the 90% and nothing else, that will be enough. I think that our biggest achievement under his leader's hip is that we have won over the vast majority to the common cause of. Learn from Mao Zedong 379. Overthrowing reactionary rule. This our young people should learn. To apply the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism successfully in our country, we must combine it with Chinese realities, undertake many concrete, arduous tasks, forge ahead unflinchingly, struggle for a long time and get the vast majority of the people, including large numbers of young people, to follow us in our march forward. We cannot rely only on this small contingent of ours. The most important role of the Youth Federation is to organize young people throughout the country and inspire and educate them, so that they will study, progress and march forward with us. Among the young people we unite with we do not include reactionaries, we must not allow them to sneak in. But we must embrace all young people who are ready to fight for the cause of new democracy. Though different in ideology, they are now ready to study Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. Some of them still have superstitious and backward ideas, place technological expertise above all else and are one-sided in their approach, but we should include them nevertheless. We can educate and remold them. That is why we have put forward the slogan which is also our objective, learn from Mao Zedong. This is acceptable to all young people, not only progressives but others as well. Naturally, to unite with and educate young people doesn't mean that we tell them only about the merits of the Communist Party, and not about its mistakes. At this youth conference, instead of trying to cover up the mistakes of the Communist Party, we have made many of them known. Some of the things about the party that I have discussed today were not known to you before, and they may still be unknown to some comrades within the party, but now you know them. Today you are representing not just several million young people but tens of millions or even 100 million. You are, therefore, asked to note that the Communist Party must not be rash and force its ideas upon so many young people. It is the Kuomintang's way to force people to accept what they don't want to, imposing restraints upon people, just like the goddess of mercy throwing the magic tightening ring onto the head of the Monkey King. In teaching people to learn from Mao Zedong, we shall not resort to coercion. What we have put forward is just a slogan, a resounding slogan to which young people in their millions will respond. For today Chairman Mao is the leader not only of the Chinese youth but also of the whole Chinese people and of the Chinese Communist Party. He is a banner for us to follow. 380.
Here, a word of explanation is needed regarding the question of freedom of thou GHT. Reactionaries, including Chiang Kai-s Hek, often claim that they are for freedom of thought. As Eve Ribadwy knows, that isnonsense, for what freedom is there under Chiang Kais Hek's rule? The peoplers of Irengi oppression and exploitation. Only THESMALL handful of reactionary landlords and bureaucrat capitalists are free to exploit, OPPRS and S Lao GHTERTHE people. In the BORGOIS, democratic countries, only the bourgeoisie have freedom of thought, which is denied to the workers and peasants. In our NEUDEMOCRATIC country, the people will enjoy full freedom of thought. Aside from reactionary ideology, all OTHER kinds will be allowed to exist. Not only progressive, socialist or communist but also are religious ideasmixist. The propagation of reactionary ideas is not allowed, but apart from that, THEREIS freedom of speech, THE press, as SEMBLY and association. The Communist Party holds that historical materially SM is correct and THAT Mao Zedong thought is CORECT. These ideas, of coerce, should be propagated. But it does not mean that other ideologies are not allowed to exist. We do CATE people in our ideology, but THEY are free to CHOSAW whether to listen or not, WHER to accept or not. This is the only approach that is truly educational and appropriate to leaders hip, an approach of working together with each other PEOPLE, a cooperate for approach. Our slogan ones learn from Mao Zedong. But we need not co-enfin ourselves to the THY of Mao Zedong thou GHT. Under TSS lo GAN, RUNGPEOPLE must study various subjects, SUK as New Democratic Construction, economics, politics, and culture and the many different specialized fields in THESC CES and TECHNO lo GY. All THSAS howled BESTUD'd. Dedication to study, that is one of Chairman Mao's characteristics. He studes day in, day out, and never feel satisfied. He often says the do and understand ts or that s object and needs tos tudwy. To be his pupils, we must learn tss spirit from him. In making these remarks, of course IHAVENOT introduced to you all of Her May and Mao's merit SOR all of his principle do see trine SLVEONLY taken up a very small part of Mao Zedong thought. Chairman Mao's achievements in founding a people's army, his military strategy and tactics, his political writ in GS on new democracy and on coalit on government, his articles on economics, in culture, his talks at THEN forum on literature and art, his NEW contributions to philosophy and his Marxist ideological system, and the rest, his. Learn from Mao Zedong 381. Achievements are enormous. They are not only wide-ranging, but specialized, profound. I don't intend to say more about them here. As for Chairman Mao's attitude towards study, his own motto is seek truth from facts. He is most honest, unequivocal about what is right and what is wrong. He is strongly opposed to conceit and impetuosity. In the 30 years of the revolutionary movement, he has matured through the struggle against conceit and impetuosity. He has a modest and prudent style of work. He has both the revolutionary sweep and the efficiency Stalin spoke of in the book The Foundations of Leninism. So in order to learn from him to seek truth from facts, we should have an honest attitude and style of work and hold not acquire habits of superficiality, conceit, or impetuosity. The Chinese Communist Party has learned this lesson through the People's Revolutionary Movement.
I too have been impatient in the past. Of course it's not easy for the younger generation to learn this. We must be careful and conscientious and make as few mistakes as possible. Mistakes are unavoidable, but we must not repeat them. There is no young person who won't stumble or suffer setbacks. But you should not lose heart when you meet with setbacks. In our revolutionary struggle, no one knows how much blood has been shed, how many reverses have been suffered, or how many people have fallen. But we should not lose heart even in the most difficult times. As Chairman Mao said, we should pick ourselves up, wipe off the blood, bury our fallen comrades and go into battle again. This is the kind of willpower and courage we must have. Today we're about to win nationwide victory, and a great new day is dawning for us. But we must not become arrogant because we are winning. We must not think that we are all-powerful and can be oblivious to the lessons of the past. Chairman Mao says that winning nationwide victory is only the first step in a long march of 10,002, and there is much arduous work waiting to be done. Here two lessons merit our attention. One is that we must not look down on others and become alienated from the masses, the other is that we must not degenerate politically. These are the enemies, so to speak, of our young people. We must rid ourselves of impetuosity, arrogance, dejection, discouragement and demoralization. We must learn from Mao Zedong's style of study and style of work, be honest, seek truth from facts, work conscientiously and advance steadily and courageously. Only thus can we get millions upon millions of young people to march forward. 382. With us. Only thus can we bring about the democratic emancipation of the people of the whole country, achieve national independence, build a new democratic new China and strive for a lasting world peace. Our slogan is, young people of the whole country, unite and march forward under the banner of Mao Zedong. Political report to the National Congress of Workers in Literature and Art. July 6, 1949. Delegates. Let me first congratulate you on the success of this National Congress of Workers in Literature and Art, 44-6 on your coming together today after having been gradually forced apart into two separate regions after the defeat of the Great Revolution. Since the May 4th movement, our workers in new literature and art have won many victories in battle against the enemy. We have defeated feudal literature and art, and over the past 20 years we have also defeated the fascist literature and art of the Kuomintang reactionary clique as well as the traitorous literature and art of the servants of imperialism. With the new democratic orientation for literature and art, we have formed a broad literary and art front. In the liberated areas, many literary and art workers have visited the army units, the villages, and recently also the factories. They have gone among the worker peasant soldier masses in order to serve them. We have already witnessed preliminary achievements in this respect. In areas formerly ruled by the Kuomintang, revolutionary literary and art workers stuck to their posts and, despite heavy pressure, upheld the revolutionary traditions in literature and art that date back to the May 4th movement. Except for a few reactionaries, who have been rejected by the people, almost all the members OFTHENATIONATIONFORLITERA2REANDART, 44 WHICHW as established in Kuomintang areas during the period of the anti-Japanese war and which is one of the organizations sponsoring the present Congress, have united under the banner of New Democracy and nearly all of their major representative figures are participating in this Congress. 383. 384. For the achievement of TS great unity TN literary and art circles, we must give credit to friends who have stuck to their posts and carried on arduous struggles, to the people throughout the country who have supported the new literary and art movement and especially to the People's Liberation Army, which has won TREME and US victories on the military front. Without TS victory, TS great unit and TS great assemblage of more than 700 people would be impossible. Therefore, in the first part of my speech,
I'd like to talk about the victorious one in the THREE years of the People's War of Liberation, about THEIR causes and about the lessons that writers and artists held draw from them. The victories of the THREE years of the People's War of Liberation. Ko-untin-ji from July 1946, the People's War of Liberation has been going on a full THREE years. The battle records of these 3 years are unprecedented in Chinese history. 3 years ago, with the upward of US imperialism, the Kuomintang reactionaries mobilized 300,000 troops for attack. We had only 200,000 men in the People's Liberation Army, or 3,100,000 fewer than THENEMY. THEREACtionaries and their US masters were confident that the Y could overpower or the PLA. Many WELL and ancient friends were also worried about US. We thank EDTHSA friends, but told them with confidence that victory in the war would certain LYBERs. In November 1946 when I left Nanjing, the Kuomintang capital, with the rest of the delegation of the Sihine Se Communist Party, many report ers asked me, will you come back again? I said, one of the se do ys we will return. Friends. Tota s you're enough, we have return to Nanjing, xptthat it is not that old delegation which has entered Nanjing, but the victorious People's Liberation Army. In the first year of the war, the enemy was on the offensive, but Because of our heavy counter blows, its total offensive very quickly Becca meap racial offensive or anfnsive against key sectors only. In the second year, we began to counterattack. Our field armies in North and East China crossed the Huanghe River and advanced on the North Bank of the Changjiang, Whiie the Northia turn Popies Liberty on Army fought from north to South Manchuria. In The 3rd year of The. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 385. War, our offensive was crowned with decisive victories. After the Jinan campaign of September 1948, the Liuxi Shenyang campaign of September to November 1948, the Huaihai campaign of November 1948 to the beginning of January this year and the Beiping Tianjin campaign of December 1948 to the end of January, 428 Chiang Kai-shek's military strength was basically destroyed. When the PLA Crows said the Changjiang River and advanced Su Th in April this year, Chiang was unable to organize a really significant defense. In the 3 years from July 1946 to the present, the Kuomintang's military strength has been reduced from its initial 300,000 to 1,490,000 men, of whom only about a half are combat troops, the rest being administrative, training and logistics personnel. Our People's Liberation Army, on the other hand, has increased from 1,200,000 to more than 4 million. By a remarkable coincidence, they have lost 800,000 men and we have gained 800,000. Of our 4,000,000 troops, more than 200,000 field troops are now on the advance, mopping up the remaining 800,000 enemy troops, who have already lost their fighting strength. We have already liberated 279,000,000 people, some 59% of the entire population, 1,061 cities and towns, or 53% of the nation's urban centers, and 21,600 kilometers of railroads, 80% of the nation's total. Aside from the temporary superiority still held by the enemy on the sea and in the air, the people already enjoy superiority in all respects. This situation leads us to believe that the 4th year of the People's War of Liberation will be the year in which we shall win nationwide victory. In these 3 years,
our casualties have totaled 1,430,000, while we have eliminated 5,690,000 of the enemy, which is to say that for every ani of our casualties we put 4 of their men out of action. Of the 5,690,000 troops lost by the enemy, 70% or 4,150,000 have been captured by us, and 2,800,000 have become liberated soldiers. In the 3 years, we eliminated 495 divisions of regular enemy troops. If irregular troops are included, we annihilated 150 regiments. Captured officers of the rank of general, plus division commanders of the rank of colonel, number 927. Weaponry captured in the 3 years includes over 44,000 cannon, over 250,000 light and heavy machine guns, over 2,000 rifle and pistols, 134 aeroplanes, 123 naval vessels, 582 tanks, 361 armored vehicles, 130 horses, more than 370 rounds of rifle and machine gun ammunition, and 110 shells. With these liberated soldiers and captured arms and ammunition, we have struck back at the enemy and defeated him. 386. Why was it that the People's Liberation Army has been able to achieve great victories? The first reason, of course, is that the war it is fighting is a just, patriotic, People's Revolutionary War, because the PLA represents the interests of the whole people and has fought the war in their interest. But here we ought to point out the fine qualities of the People's Liberation Army itself. Having undergone 22 years of tempering, it has a high level of political consciousness, strict discipline, great combat effectiveness and mature strategy and tactics. During the last 3 years in particular, the PLA has undergone remolding. Why do I use this word remolding? Because a majority of the soldiers were prisoners of war a short while ago, and without undergoing remolding they wouldn't be able to abide by Liberation Army discipline. The most effective means of remolding is to arouse class consciousness. We do this by the pouring out of grievances, by the recheck UPS and by the 3 evaluations. Through these campaigns, the captured enemy soldiers come to realize that they are all of working people's origin and have been oppressed and exploited by the reactionaries, that the PLA is the working people's own army and that they should unite as one to fight in their own interests against those who have oppressed and exploited them. The PLA is an army with strict discipline, but this discipline is based on political consciousness. Within the PLA units military, political, and economic democracy is practiced, while externally work is done to demoralize the enemy forces, to support the government and cherish the people, and to educate and organize the local people. The officers and men of the PLA are thus able to maintain close ties with the masses, to steadily heighten their own political consciousness and to acquire an invincible strength in battle. Comrades and friends from literary and art circles. If you wish to write, you should not forget to portray the great people's army of this great epoch. I suggest to the political department of our People's Revolutionary Military Commission, to the propaganda department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party and to all the delegates from the Liberation Army that you should take advantage of this time while the war is still going on to welcome those writers and artists who have not seen the People's Liberation Army, to let them visit the units and give them facilities to investigate and write. The People's Liberation Army is not fighting this war alone. In the high tide of the 3 years of People's War, 200 million peasants. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 387. Have been a great supporting force. More than 100 million peasants have carried on a struggle for agrarian reform and have gained land, while another 100 million are now preparing to solve the land problem. In the near future another 200 million peasants will plunge into the tempests of agrarian reform.
For agrarian China, TS is a matter of earth-shaking significance. What does the Great Chinese PSANTRY contribute to the war after agrarian reform? They send their sons and husbands to join the People's War of Liberation, they supply our front and rear areas with the grain they produce and save, and they serve as militiamen and laborers. Not only do they maintain order in the rear, but large numbers also follow the troops out to the front lines to do various kinds of work in support of the war effort. And as soon as the war has passed beyond a given area, there is a surge in production there. Comrades and friends, it is by relying on the great, industrious, and courageous Chinese peasantry that we have won victory today. We should be grateful to the great Chinese peasantry, and particularly to those in the old liberated areas. Even though the peasants are backward in some respects and need remolding through patient work, their bravery, industriousness, thrift, and simplicity deserve to be praised, recorded and publicized. Thus we hope that writers and artists who are already accustomed to rural life will continue to work in the villages and serve them. At the same time, we also urge those who have not been to the countryside and are not accustomed to rural life to go and learn from the peasants and make friends with them, so as to be able to record their heroic struggles and the achievements they have scored in the face of extreme hardships and immense difficulties. The victory in the People's War of Liberation must also be attributed to the efforts of the working class. Although we have spent most of the last 22 years in the villages, among the peasants or in the army, the struggle we have been carrying on is inseparable from the working class. Politically, it has been waged under the leadership of the working class, through its vanguard, the Communist Party. Actually, even when we were in the countryside, the workers were indispensable to us. First of all, it would have been impossible to conduct large-scale warfare without munitions. The weapons were obtained mainly from the enemy, but we still had to supply the ammunition ourselves. We relied on workers. We had several thousand men carry big boilers from mines and factories up to the Taihang Mountains, to Mount Wutai and to the Yimeng Mountain area and set up factories there. 388 of millions of hand grenades, several million mortar shells and several hundred thousand cannon shells were produced this way. By the second half of last year, we were already producing more grenades, mortar shells, cannon shells and explosives than the Kuomintang reactionaries. Aside from the munitions into Estri, we also develop small scale light into Estri in the rural areas to meet the needs of the troops and the people. Now that we've entered the cities, it becomes still clearer that workers are indispensable. Only by relying on the working class will we be able to restore and develop into stry. The working class is becoming the major force in building Sihina, and day by day it is becoming an important theme for our literary and art work. Writers and artists engage in mental labor, in a broad sense, they too are members of the working class. Mental workers should learn from manual workers. A characteristic of mental workers in general is that they work alone, and this can easily give rise to non-collectivist tendencies. Writers and artists should make a special effort to learn the working class spirit of collectivism. To achieve victory in the People's War of Liberation we relied on the PLA and on the People's Democratic United Front comprising PSANTS, workers, revolutionary intellectuals and all patriotic Democrats. But the most decisive factor has been the correct leadership of the Communist Party, which organized the Chinese PLE's revolution, and the correct leadership of the Chinese People's leader, Comrade Mao Zedong. From birth to maturity, the Chinese Communist Party has made many mistakes and met with many failures, but Comrade Mao has always been on the correct side. As you all know, the enemies of the Chinese Revolution are not the ordinary run of enemies.
The reactionary regime of Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang is the concentrated expression of thousands of years of feudal rule and of more than a century of foreign capitalist and imperialist aggression. We should be grateful to Comrade Mao Zedong for correctly applying the universal truths of Marxism-Leninism to China's revolutionary practique, THERE by creating a tremendous force with which to vanquish the powerful enemies of the Chinese revolution. We call on everyone to learn from Comrade Mao Zedong and to combine revolutionary theory with revolutionary practice. At the same time, we call on all progressive writers and artists to try to understand the Communist Party, because it has already formed unbreakable bonds with. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 389. The Chinese people in their life and struggles. If you do not understand the Communist Party, you cannot correctly understand and portray the main aspect of the Chinese people's life and struggles today. Comrade Liu Shaokai often says that members of party committees at every level should all make some friends in literary and art circles, in order to help them and to learn from them. We hope that everyone will join in the common effort to this end. Finally, we must call attention to the support and assistance which popular forces all over the world have rendered to the Chinese people in their struggle for liberation. It was not only in their victorious war against Japan that the Chinese people received tremendous aid from the World Anti-Fascist Front, with the Soviet Union at its head. In the War of Liberation too they have received enormous assistance from the World Camp of Peace and Democracy headed by the Soviet Union. The imperialist camp committed the major part of its forces to the west and only a secondary part to the east, and from the point of view of the Chinese Revolution, this was a favorable condition of the first importance. The existence of the Soviet Union and of the people's democracies, the anti-imperialist struggles of the oppressed nations of Asia and other regions and, in the capitalist countries, the revolutionary movements of the proletariat and the anti-war movements of peace-loving people, all these forces make a sum total larger than the sum total of the forces of imperialism and reaction. This has prevented the outbreak of a new world war, and it has prevented U.S. imperialism from expanding its armed intervention in China. One task of our writers and artists is to spread this truth among the people of the whole country. We must clearly distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, lay bare the crimes of imperialism, strike hard at the propaganda of the warmongers and expose their threats and their attempts at incitement and deception. This is a serious task necessitated by both the interests of the Chinese nation and by those of the people the world over. To undertake it signifies at once patriotism and internationalism. Some problems concerning literature and art. In the second part of my speech, I want to discuss some problems concerning literature and art. 390. First, the question of unity. This present Congress of ours is one of unity among literary and art circles. It should be said that the 753 delegates attending this Congress are highly representative. If propaganda teams and choral groups are included, there are 25,000 to 30,000 people engaged in literary and art work in the four field armies of the PLA as well as in the armies directly under the general headquarters of the PLA and in The5 Milita Yareas. 448 estimates Plocky the number of local writers and artists in the liberated areas at upwards of 20,000. Taken together, the two groups amount to around 60,000 people. These are the literary and art workers represented by the more than 400 delegates from the liberated areas. The number of people engaged in new literature and art in Region S formerly under Kuomintang rule is more difficult to calculate, but the total is probably more than 10,000. In other words, the 753 delegates here represent a total force of around 70,000 engaged in new literature and art. Each of you represents about 100 people. In addition, there are large numbers of popular artists of the old type. I hope that after you go back, you will be able to lead writers and artists in every field in propagating the spirit of unity that characterizes this Congress. Moreover,
I hope that you will maintain constant and close ties with this army of literary and art workers so that you will truly be their worthy representatives. Second, the question of serving the people. Everybody agrees with this slogan, so the problem now is how to implement it. First we ask ourselves what we are familiar with and what we are not. Writers and artists in the army are familiar with their units and to some extent with the countryside, but they are unacquainted with workers and conditions in the cities. The local writers and artists in the liberated areas are familiar with the PSANTRY but are not completely familiar with the Army Unit S, and they also know little about the cities. Owing to circumstances, our friends from the new liberated areas were not able to go among the MOS SES in the past, but today the situation has changed and they have the opportunity to do so. In S-Hort, the first thing we do is to become familiar with workers, PSANTS and soldiers, because they are the main body of the people, and BSIDES, they are PEOPLE about whom most of you pre-SENT know little or nothing. When it comes to the life, thinking and feelings of the petty bourgeoisie, most of you are already well acquainted with them. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 391. We must get to know the workers first. At present, writers and artists are generally unfamiliar with workers, so there are very few works reflecting their life. We hope it will be possible for a number of writers and artists to go to the factories. Those who are unable to go themselves should spread the slogan and start a movement to urge tens of thousands of writers and artists to go there. In recent years, some comrades have already begun to become familiar with peasants and soldiers, and our soldiers are in the main peasants carrying guns. You should try to know them better and to help those who don't know them at all. It takes a long time to understand the life of the workers, peasants, and soldiers and to think and feel the way they do. So I hope that those who have already been to the countryside will not be complacent. The PESANTS make up the vast majority of the Chinese population. For a long time, Chinese history has been mainly a story of peasant wars, and in the last 20-odd years it has been a history of peasant war under the leadership of the working class. So all workers in literature and art should get to know the peasants and understand the war. In saying that literature and art should serve the workers, peasant s, and soldier s, we do not mean, of course, that literary and art works must only portray workers, peasants, and soldiers. For example, we cannot portray the condition of workers before liberation without writing about oppression by bureaucrat capital. We cannot write about pre-SENT day production without touching on the policy of benefiting both labor and capital. We cannot write about peasants in the feudal countryside without dealing with landlord brutality, and we cannot write about the people's war of liberation without describing the senseless sacrifice of the soldiers in the Kuomintang armies and describing their reactionary officers. So I am not saying that we shouldn't be familiar with the other classes in society, or that we shouldn't write about persons from other classes, but that we must be clear about what to emphasize. Otherwise, we want to be able to portray this great era or its creators, the great working people. Third, popularization and the raising of standards. Do ESNT popularization still take first place at present? Yes, it does. In the liberated areas some work has been done by way of popularization, but it's still far from meeting our needs. It is true that the literary and art works of a popular nature currently being produced are still very rough, requiring improvement and refinement, but that is no cause for worry. And it would be a serious mistake to look down on popularization for 392. That reason. All newborn things are crude and childish. We shouldn't criticize them too much, but rather cherish them and help them, just as we would our own children. We should criticize and educate our children, but we must not beat and curse them or will stunt their growth. The newborn things are always hutangi at the top of their lungs, for the you want to transform the old world, tsis a revolutionary spirit. The old literature and art,
se parroted as it is from the people, is already moribund. No matter how fine it appears on the surface, in CD it is already rotten. Hopefully es in the NEU. Although our works of popular literature and art still aren't of very high quality, they are what the broad masses New Jersey hearing and see in G. So we must stress the growth and success, however small, of the new literature and art. Fourth, the transformation of the old literature and art. Feel that we have not paid adequate attention to ots matter. We ought to stress the transform at ion of ver in the old literature and art of ppeals to the masses. First and foremost, this means a transformation of content. But atthesame time thr must also be suitable, stepwise tep tran sfo remedy onof the old forms. Only then will it be possible to achieve harmony and unit y of form and content. We are happy that many friend s well established in the old literary and art world are willing to participate in ts work of transformation and that the even hope to join with the cotters of the new literary and art circles to carry it out. We ought to welcome them very warmly. The OLDSOCIETI was fond of the old content and the old forms of literature and art, but it look ed do wn on the traditional artists and held them in contempt. Now there is a new society, a new era, and we ought to respect all artists lo vedby the masses. Only when we are espectthem will it be possible to ramold them. We have done so mething in ts regard, but our accomplishments are still verysmall. From now on, we must unite with all the traditional artists in the country who are willing to ramold themselves, we must organize them, lead them and transform the old literature and art completely. If, instead of uniting with them, we reject them and attempt to suddenly replace them, we willneve rsucceed. We held mobilize the normu strength of the old literary and art world, the 100 softhoUSA and ds of writers and artists who influence an audience of tens of millions, mobilize them to take an active part in the movement for transformation. To be frank, TSW orcas only just star TED. Some people feel that THEOLD literature and RTH have no future and will die out NYWI, and so they just ignore. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 393. Them, leaving them to their fate. But in actual fact, the masses still enjoy watching and listening to them. Writers and artists who are responsible to the people cannot treat this fact lightly. Will the old literature and art die out? I think that question should be answered this way: they will die out, but they also have a future. Parts of the old literature and art that are bad and out of keeping with the people's interests and demands will certainly die out. For example, things that propagate feudal and other counter-revolutionary ideologies will be eliminated, while those that are desirable and fit to develop will improve and advance and gradually become part of the new literature and art. They have a future and will not perish. This approach will help solve the problem correctly. If we maintain that everything in the old literature and art is good and must be preserved, we will be moving towards the doctrine of back to the ancients. If, on the other hand, we hold that everything in them is bad and must be rejected or ignored, we will be taking a mistaken attitude towards the national tradition and mass sentiment, contradicting our principle of popularization first and, at the same time, going against our theory of placing everything in its proper historical context. Like the new popular literature and art we create, the old literature and art will be crude at the beginning of its transformation. But we must not look down on it just because it is unrefined, for as long as we look down on it, it will have very little chance to grow and become strong. Without doubt,
the transformation will be an enormous job, taking a long time. It cannot possibly be done to perfection at one stroke. But neither should we relax our efforts because the work will be long and arduous. Fifth, the need for our literary and art circles to take the overall situation into account. Our writer and artist friends come from many quarters. Take those from the liberated areas. Some are from army units and have worked there for a long time. Others are from local organizations in the liberated areas. Their work bears a local stamp because of historical circumstances. Now we are all gathered under one roof to discuss future work in literature and art for the whole nation. This means that of necessity everyone must take THEOVER all situation into account. We should consider not only our own branch of work or the circumstances in which we as individuals work, but also the whole struggle for liberation and literary and art work throughout the country. Only thus can our work be properly organized. Today, as the nation approaches complete liberation, the most important task in the rear areas is to increase production. Our writers and artists must 394. Understand that the initial period in the building of a new democratic China will be an extremely difficult period of reconstruction in which, insofar as possible, each department, each individual and each project will have to grow very quickly. At the same time, these developments will have to be planned in accordance with the demands and possibilities of the overall situation. Arrangements for the division of labor in the various departments must be decided according to priority. The present Congress of Unity among writers and artists has gone really well. But if we believe that everything is satisfactory, or that from now on the work will proceed smoothly, we are bound to be disappointed in many aspects of our work as soon as we come into contact with reality. If all the writers and artists in our various departments have the overall situation in mind and are able to think in terms of the present task of construction and our political movements, our work will progress more rapidly. For example, our troops will continue their advance in the south, the northwest, and the southwest to liberate the as yet unliberated 200 million people. The many writers and artists in army units will move into new areas along with them and popularize our literature and art. This will be the main task for our literary and art workers in the armed forces. For this reason, even though our writers and artists in army units may ask for a chance to study and raise their professional level, and though some of them may be sent back for training, the number is bound to be small. And in the beginning it may not be possible to release any at all. At times like these, individual demands must be subordinated to the interests of the whole. The same is true of local writers and artists in the old liberated areas, who may be transferred to the new areas to organize the local writers and artists and promote literary and art work there. This is also a kind of coordination of literature and art with politics. At present, we should be prepared to meet more difficulties than expected, so that we can carry on under any conditions, however difficult. If conditions turn out less difficult than expected, so much the better. I say this so that we may all be mentally prepared. Finally, the question of organization. As the delegates to this Congress all feel that we should establish an organization, we must settle the matter. Not only must we establish an all-China Federation of Literary and Art Circles. We should also set up separate associations for literature, drama, the cinema, music, painting, dance, etc. following the pattern of the Federation of Trade Unions, under which there are various industrial unions. Only in this way will we be able to carry. Report to Congress of Literature and Art Workers 395. On our work better, train new talent, extend activities, and institute reforms. Everybody agrees on TS point, so now we must get started, because we can't convene this kind of Congress often. I hope that during or after this meeting, you will establish the different associations. So much for the mass organizations. At the same time, the new Political Consultative Conference 1 will establish a nationwide democratic coalition government, which will include a Department of Literature and Art. This department will rely on the support of the mass organizations we just spoke of, because its purpose will be to serve the broad masses and their organizations as well as the large numbers of writers and artists. Our state is a people's state and the government is a people's government, a people's regime in which democratic centralism is practiced from the bottom to the top and vice versa. It is a people's democratic dictatorship led by the proletariat. Therefore, our literary and art circles should also pay attention to this aspect and send representatives to participate in the new political consultative conference. The Department of Literature and Art under our new democratic regime will need to have all our writers and artists actively participate in its affairs. In the past, some field armies had as many as 8,000 literary and art workers each, while others had very few. Naturally, this was because the different armies had developed separately under different circumstances. It's the same in the localities. Some counties have a performing arts troupe while others do not. This uneven development will persist for some time, but there will be gradual adjustment among the various army units and localities and between the cities and countryside. In particular, we must send large groups of people to the new liberated areas. In the past, our friends in the Kuomintang areas fought alone, with no contact with others. They worked their way into any openings available under the reactionaries' rule, strengthened their foothold and went into hiding when faced with uppers Sion. Things are different now, it's a people's country and we can organize things ourselves. So all work in literature and art, whether it is sponsored by the government or by the mass organizations, should be organized in a planned way. The leading bodies you elect will have to ensure that this is done. Those are the things I wanted to say about literature and art. I hope you will consider them during your deliberations. Comrades and friends, this Congress is one of unity. It signifies the coming together of the two armies of writers and artists, one from 396, the old liberated areas and the other from the new. It is a gathering of representatives of the new literature and art and of representatives of the old literature and art who favor transformation, a gathering of writers and artists from the countryside, the cities, and the army units. This Congress demonstrates the breadth of our unity, a great, triumphant unity under the banner of new democracy and with Comrade Mao Zedong's orientation for a new literature and art. With the approach of final nationwide victory, it is at last possible for the more than 700 representatives to manifest this great unity, to hold this great gathering. We have Comrade Mao Zedong to thank for this. It is he who has led the Chinese Revolution to victory. And it is he whom we must thank for the new orientation in literature and art, which has made it possible for us to achieve victory in this field. Restore production, reconstruct China. July 2, 1949. Comrades, our National Conference on Trade Union Work has opened. Commander-in-Chief Zhou has just spoken about many of the problems in trade union work, and at the following sessions you will discuss many specific matters, so I won't go into them here. What I am going to talk about is the present political situation and the focus of our work. Basic victory has now been won in the People's War of Liberation, but not yet total victory. We have started reconstruction but the war is still going on. The revolution has yet to move toward complete victory. We find ourselves in a complicated situation, in the midst of transition and development. We must fight the war to the finish and carry the revolution through to the end. We must fight our way to Taiwan, to Hainan Island, to Kunming, and to Xinjiang. We must drive out the imperialist forces of aggression, overcome their blockade and transform China's colonial and semi-colonial economy into a self-reliant, independent economy. The prime aim of all our work is to support the war and to carry the revolution through to the end. The aim is true of our trade union work. In the present circumstances, restore reproduction and build a new China is the slogan our trade unions should use to mobilize the entire working class. It will be an arduous task to restore production and readjust the economy, for the production units we are taking over are so number arrow us and so on YELDY. It is relatively easy to take them over without making any changes. In each successive city, Tianjin, Beiping, Nanjing, Shanghai and Wuhan, the takeover has been accomplished more smoothly than in the last. However, the next task, the task of management, will be much harder. What is more, we have to reform. An excerpt from a speech delivered at the National Conference on Trade Union Work. 397. 398. THEOLD system. China's semi-colonial economy was structured to serve imperialism. Now we must change it? Gradually but confidently we must restructure China's economy. The first problem confronting us is the disharmony between the urban and the rural economy, a problem that is aggravated because of the imperialist blockade. Factories in the cities used to railway mainly own the raw materials and means of transportation from imperialist countries for their operations. For instance, the textile mills in Shanghai relied mainly on U.S. cotton for spinning their yarn and weaving their cloth, and on foreign transport for marketing their goods overseas. They served the interests of imperialism. Today, things are different. Conditions have completely changed, as they should have. We shall rely on our own raw materials and transport capabilities for production. But the economic structure remains lopsided and irrational as before, which causes difficulties for us. Next, the bureaucrat capitalist enterprises we take over have a great many supernumeraries. Kuomintang personnel were added to their staffs during Japanese and puppet rule, and together they formed a bureaucratic managerial structure. That means a waste of manpower and enormous expenditures and has saddled us with another heavy burden. Last, the rural areas under the Kuomintang rule are so devastated that they are no longer able to provide the urban industries with raw materials. The production of cotton is an example. Output has fallen in all the Kuomintang areas because of the dumping of American cotton. The same is true of the production of all other raw materials. So after the liberation of the cities, we shall find shortages of raw materials, fouling production, shrinking markets, inadequate transportation, and considerable unemployment. This is unavoidable for a certain period of time. We should realize, however, that such difficulties are different both from those which arise following the defeat of a revolution or from those in the imperialist country's economies. How many times greater than our present difficulties were those we had to face in times of defeat. Yet even then, we were able to turn defeat into victory. The economic difficulties in the imperialist countries are inherent in the imperialist economic system and are thus insurmountable. But our difficulties are such as arise after the victory of a revolution. They are a legacy of imperialism and Kuomintang bureaucrat capitalism. They have not been created by the new democratic system. Rather, it is precisely the system which will enable us to overcome them. Restore production, reconstruct China 399. In order to restore production, we must first restore agricultural production. When we carry out agrarian reform after the liberation of the villages, agricultural output will increase within a year. This has already been demonstrated in the north, northeast, and northwest. The liberation of the northeast was completed last year. We are planning to increase grain output there by 1.5 million tons this year. This will be a significant increase. The liberation of North China was completed in the spring of this year, and we can expect an increase in agricultural output there next year. It will be the same in EAST, Central, and South China. At present, our war is proceeding very satisfactorily, and little damage is being done to the villages. If first we work to avoid a decline in agricultural production, then we can go on to achieve an increase. When agricultural production and supplies of raw materials are increased, we shall have a better foundation for industrial production. The second task is to restore transportation, starting with the railways. By the end of this year,
80% of China's 20,000 kilometers of railways should be restored. Next year, we should not only restore the remaining 20% but also build new railways. We must have a sound transportation system if we are to restore production. For example, restoring the railways in the area south of the Huihe River can stimulate its coal production and thus help to ensure the rehabilitation of industry in Shanghai. Later the Beiping-Hankow and Guangzhou-Hankow railways should likewise be restored. Moreover, our iron and steel and engineering industries should give priority to manufacturing rails, locomotives, coaches and freight cars. They should also produce more farm implements, such as water wheels, to help the villages. All these things urgently need to be done to restore our production, but of course we must do far more. Viewed as a whole, our cause is prospering. However, in a few particular localities, such as Shanghai, or in a few particular fields, there may actually have been some decline in production. The colonial commerce in the big cities, which has been flooding the market with foreign goods, will suffer some decline and a number of business undertakings will have to close down. In particular, factories manufacturing consumer goods which the people don't need will have to shut down, together with the shops which sold those goods. With the decline in such production, some workers will lose their jobs. But that will be a temporary decline in an expanding economy, a slump in a developing commerce, stagnation in a recovering transportation system and unemployment amidst increasing job opportunities. All this is a question. 400. Of the relationship between the whole and the part, between the main current and side eddies. We must have a correct understanding of these matters. In our efforts to win complete victory in the revolution and to shake off all the shackles imposed on us by the imperialists, we are bound to encounter many difficulties they left behind. We must be prepared to meet and overcome them. Hence, we must maintain and carry forward the revolutionary tradition of hard work and plain living that we have established over the years in the countryside. Now, in new surroundings, we must see to it that we have better staff and simpler administration, and that we persist in our frugal way of living. When taking over the various institutions, we should not inherit the characteristics of bureaucratic organizations. Instead, we must transform them. Although we are in the cities now, we should keep on wearing our old clothes and not emulate the extravagant and corrupt way of life fostered by the exploiting classes. Rather, we should keep to the style of plain living that we have always maintained. Only Thursdays can we reduce government expenditures and ensure that the goods produced by the people, especially by the working class, are used first of all for the revolution, for the war. This alone will give us the strength to increase production and overcome the difficulties left to us by the imperialists and the Kuomintang reactionaries. This is what we ask of the working class as we rehabilitate production. This is what we ask of the entire people. While in the countryside, our party relied on the peasants and led them in the 8 years of the War of Resistance against Japan and the 3 years of the War of Liberation. The peasants' contribution to the country has been especially great. In terms of manpower, they have sent more than 7 million of their sons and husbands to join the army. And think of all the people they have to serve as laborers at the front. Think of all the people who have joined the militia and fought in guerrilla wars. Then there is the grain contributed by the peasants. The average annual income of a peasant is probably 400 caddies of millet. Out of that, he has to give 80 caddies, or 20% of the total, to the state. Now we are in the cities. Our expenditures have increased. For instance, the 3 big cities of Shanghai, Tianjin, and Beiping have a total population of 10 million. And their production has not yet been restored. How much people's currency will we have to issue there? Who is going to bear the burden? It will still fall on the shoulders of the peasantry. Restore production, reconstruct China. 401. The most reliable ally of the working class. So our comrades working in the cities shall keep the peasants in mind. Now our working class too will have to bear similar hardships and play its appropriate role. The working class will take part in all kinds of reconstruction work in New China. The All China Federation of Trade Unions and the local federations of trade unions will send representatives to the fourth, coming new political consultative conference, 417, thus participating in the work of building New China's organs of political power. But not only the representatives of the trade unions should participate. Our revolutionary functionaries, who have been engaged in revolutionary work for decades, are also a part of the working class. Their representatives also represent the working class, and they too shall play a leading role in the establishment of the national organs of political power. Local people's governments are also being built in various parts of the country. The working class must play a leading role in that work as well. It must also take part in building up our national defense capability. We have proceeded from guerrilla to regular warfare, equipping ourselves with captured arms while eliminating the enemy. To deal with imperialist aggression in the future, we must rely on our own capability to produce weapons and military equipment. This means that our working class must make still greater efforts. And the working class must participate in cultural development too. In short, it must take part in all kinds of reconstruction work, but its fundamental task is to restore and increase production. If we can restore and increase production in a systematic, planned and organized way, we will surely be able to build a new China. Lastly, I want to take up the question of unity. We need unity in order to carry the revolution through to the end, to restore production and to build a new China. There are 4 types of unity. First of all, our working class itself must unite. The number of organized workers is said to be more than 1 million at present. If we get all the workers, staff, and handicraftsmen in the nation united and draw in the rural agricultural workers as well, the total will exceed 10 million. Trade unions are mass organizations of the working class. They are organs which educate the workers, serve their interests and help to lead and participate in various kinds of reconstruction work on behalf of the working class. In order to achieve the unity of the working class, we must pay attention not just to its advanced section, but also to the backward and middle sections. We must help, educate, organize, and unite with these backward and middle sections and lead 402 them forward, instead of being sectarian and finding fault with them, treating them coldly or excluding them from our ranks. It is imperative that we understand clearly the importance of achieving the unity of the entire working class. Only then can it display its tremendous strength and shoulder the tasks I mentioned earlier. Second, there must be unity between the workers and the managerial staff in state-owned enterprises. Both workers and staff belong to the working class, the only difference between them being a division of labor, with the staff holding managerial posts and the workers engaging directly in manual labor. There is no class antagonism between them. These factories were formerly owned by bureaucrat capital, and naturally the workers had feelings of antagonism and resentment towards management and struggled against it. But now the situation has changed, and we should replace the old attitude of antagonism with a new attitude of unity. The best organ for achieving this unity is the Factory Management Committee. All managerial personnel in the factories should guard against the old bureaucratic practices. Democracy should be practiced in the factories, and all ISSUEs, such as production policies and plans, should be discussed democratically and in concrete terms by representatives of the workers, the management, and the engineers together. At the same time, however, factory directors shall be given the power of final decision. Only when we have democracy, centralism, and unity among all can we raise production. Third, in privately owned enterprises, we must unite with the national bourgeoisie. Having suffered from oppression by imperialism, China's national bourgeoisie are willing to free themselves from its economic fetters and develop their enterprises. So there is still a progressive and constructive side to their character. At the same time, they are weak, vacillating and so sometimes opportunistic and destructive. This is because they could not survive in the past without being opportunistic. Today, the opportunistic and destructive side of their character must be discarded, which will require struggle. However, we must also recognize their progressive side and encourage them to develop their constructive side. Only thus will we be able to unite with them. We must carry out the policy of benefiting both labor and capital, and here the key link is the assigning of collective contracts in all the SE enterprises and industries so as to resolve the problem between labor and capital. Otherwise, it will be impossible to restrict the struggle between the two, which, if not correctly handled, might restore production, reconstruct China 403, lead to strikes and damage production. By signing such collective contracts, both sides will be able to devote their efforts to production. Fourth, there is the unity of the Chinese working class with the international working class. Only with such unity will it be possible to check the war adventures of the imperialist aggressors. The victory of the Chinese Revolution has won the welcome and support of the workers of the whole world and has in turn strengthened all the forces for world peace. Unity is strength. Only with unity will we be able to fulfill all our tasks. Characteristics of the Draft Common Program of the People's Political Consultative Conference, September 22, 1949. The Draft Common Program of the Sihin ESE People's Political Consultative Conference 449 was prepared by the Communist Party of China, which has been entrusted with this responsibility by the Third Subcommittee of the Preparatory Committee of the new Political Consultative Conference. 417 After the first version of the DRA foot was ready, it was discussed and revised 7 times, Chui CE in groups SIONS of the 5 to S900 delegates to the CPPCC who had arrived in Beiping, 3 times by the Third Subcommittee its Alpha and twice by The Standing Committee of the Preparatory Committee. The revised draft, Inc. ORP Orating SUGA STIONSFROM all quarters, was then presented to the second DPLENARY session of the Preparatory Committee, which basically approved it. The draft is no W Bain GS submitted to the pre-SN PLENARY session of the CPPCC for DSCUS session. In the course of the consultation DSCUS sessions have centered on THE following ISSUES, which TS Hall now explain. The first is the question of the Chinese People's Democratic United Front. The Unity D Front DATES back to the period of THE Great Revolution. 461 Thanks to the proposal and effort of the Sihin SE Communist Party and WITHTHE approval of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, THE Kuomintang was reorganized, the cooperation of the Kuomintang and the Communist. THE for STPLENARY session of THE Sihin SA People SPOLITICAL Consultative ECO NFE Rents was HELD in Beijing Fro MSEPTEMBER 21 TO Sept MBER 30, 1949. Co-MRA to ZHOUNLAI was delegated by the Cent RAL Committee of the Part YTO TAC ECH charge of drafting the CMON program of THECPPCC. NDHE made a report THE plenary session entitled D on THE preparation of the draft co-MMON program of THE NSAPEOPLES Political Consultative ECO NFERENCE and its CHARACTERISTICS. TSIS and ABS TRA CT of THE Repo RT. 404. Characteristics of Draft Common Program of PPCC 405. Party was facilitated and the Northern Expedition 11-1 was carried out victoriously. Later, Chiang Kai-shek sabotaged this united front. But the Communist Party continued to strive for a people's anti-imperialist and anti-feudal united front. It was especially thanks to Comrade Mao Zedong that this policy was further developed and successfully applied. But the Kuomintang reactionaries opposed the United Front from beginning to end. They launched 3 anti-communist onslaughts 450 during the War of Resistance against Japan and, after the war, they abrogated the October L0th Agreement 367 and the resolutions of the Political Consultative Conference, 339, finally unleashing full-scale civil war. The civil war has educated the people, so that gradually they have come to give unanimous support to the People's Liberation Army in waging the war of liberation, wiping out the reactionaries and carrying the revolution through to the end. Last year, in keeping with its consistent stand for a united front, the Chinese Communist Party called for a new political consultative conference and received a warm response from the democratic parties and from the people of the whole nation. Now this demand is being met. Our goal is very clear, as stated in the draft common program and in the organic law of the CPPCC. We want to realize new democracy, oppose imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism and establish an independent, democratic, peaceful, united, prosperous and strong new China. To this end, we unite with the democratic classes and nationalities in the country and the overseas Chinese as well and form the Great People's Democratic United Front. It is not only the Communist Party that has been struggling for the last 28 years to achieve this goal. The Democratic Party's, People's organizations, Region's, troops, minority nationalities, overseas Chinese and all patriotic democratic personages likewise favor and support it. In his essay, on the People's Democratic Dictatorship, Comrade Mao Zedong clearly pointed out that it is the Communist Party, the People's Liberation Army and the People's Democratic United Front which have brought about the present victory in the People's Democratic Revolution. Hence, in the discussions of the preparatory committee, it was agreed that this kind of united front should continue throughout the new democratic period and that it should be given organizational form to promote its development. It was further agreed that the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference is its best organizational form. 2 other opinions emerged from the discussions. The first was that after the convening of the People's Congress there would no longer 406 be any need for such an organization as the CPPCC. The second was that the parties were so closely united that new democracy would develop rapidly and that consequently the democratic parties would not last very long. Later on in the discussions, these 2 opinions were generally considered not quite right, because they did not accord with the development of China's revolution and the needs of reconstruction. Undoubtedly, it will take some time to convene a national People's Congress elected by universal suffrage, but even after it is convened, the CPPCC will still play a consultative, advisory, and promotive role with regard to the work of the central government. Moreover, since CLASSES will still exist during THENEU democratic period, so will political parties. The rulers of the old democratic state were bourgeois, and the bourgeois factions inevitably tried to squeeze each other out, scrambling for power and profit. In the new democratic state, though there are differences in interests and attitudes among the various classes led by the working class, agreement can be reached on common demands and major policies, witness the draft common program adopted by the preparatory committee. And in the face of the struggle against the remnants of imperialism and feudalism, the different demands and contradictions within the People's Democratic United Front can and shall be adjusted. The condominium question is the general program of new democracy. The opinion was expressed that since we recognize that new democracy is only a transitional stage and must develop toward the higher stages of socialism and communism, this perspective shall be clearly defined in the general program. The preparatory committee held that there was not the slightest doubt about the future course of development, but that its validity shall be explained, publicized and, especially, proved to the entire people through practice. Only whe and they come to understand through their own practique that ts is the soul, the best, course will they really acknowledge it and wholly rootly strive for it. So while we are not putting it in writing for the time being, we do not deny it, on the contrary, we are treating it with the utmost care. Moreover, in the economic section of the program, it is already specified that we will make es or e to advance along this course. The general program has very clear provisions concerning the rights of the people and their duties to the state. One definition requires explanation, that is, the distinction between and people and nationals. People refers to the working class, the PSANTRY, the petty boor. Characteristics of Draft Common Program of PPCC 407. GOSI, the national bourgeoisie and those patriotic democratic elements who are politically conscious and have come over from the reactionary classes. As for the bureaucrat capitalist class after its property has been confiscated and the landlord class after its land has been redistributed, we must severely suppress their reactionary activities. But that constitutes the negative side. From a positive point of view, we must pay more attention to compelling them to engage in labor, so that they can be reformed and become new people. Until such time as they are changed, they do not fall under the category of the people, although they are Chinese nationals. Temporarily they are not allowed to enjoy the same rights as the people, but they must discharge the duties of nationals. This is the people's democratic dictatorship. It will be beneficial to unity and production in the People's Republic of China. The key reactionary elements among these reactionary classes are by no means reconciled to the loss of their past privileges and will certainly engage in conspiracy and sabotage. The recent murder of General Yang Ji is a case in point. 451 The People's Armed Forces and Police will intensify their work to prevent conspiracy and sabotage. We for our part must strengthen unity, sharpen vigilance, and foil the plots of the reactionaries. The third question is the political system of new democracy. It is a democratic centralist system with people's congresses. It is completely different from the old democratic parliamentary system and belongs to the same category as the Congress system adopted in the Socialist Soviet Union. But it is not exactly the same as the Soviet system either, because the Soviet Union has already abolished classes 452 while we have an alliance of revolutionary classes. This characteristic is reflected in the organizational form of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. It will likewise be reflected in the departments of the government, the present local people's conferences and the future people's congresses. The entire process, from the election of delegates, the holding of people's congresses and the election of people's governments to the exercise of state power by people's governments in the interim between congresses, will be a democratic centralist process of exercising state power. And the organs which exercise state power will be the people's congresses and people's governments at all levels. The fourth question is the military system. It is certainly not fortuitous that the People's Liberation Army has achieved victory today. 408. And won the support of the entire people. Not only is it courageous and resourceful in battle, but it is able to implement policy correctly and to assist the people in their productive labor. Such are its characteristics. The soul of the army is its system of political work. Not only is this military system different from that of the feudal warlords, it is also different from that of the bourgeoisie. The common program provides that the troops of the whole country will be unified under this new democratic military system, including all troops that rose against the Kuomintang's reactionary regime and came over to our side. This provision is in sharp contrast to the practice of the warlords, who gobbled up others or excluded them. It treats former enemies without discrimination and helps them to transform themselves into people's troops. The fifth question is the economic policy of new democracy. The BASIC is to take all sectors into account, that is, to take into consideration both the public and the private interest, benefit both labor and capital, encourage mutual assistance between town and country and promote domestic and foreign trade,
in order to increase ease production and promote economic prosperity. Of the 5 economic sectors under New Democracy 53, the state-owned economy is the leading one. It is a formidable task, but one that must be accomplished, to fit everything in our society into its proper place while gradually establishing a planned economy so as to reap the fruits of the division of labor and cooperation. In the preparatory period, most of the discussions have focused on economic questions, and good ideas from every quarter have been incorporated into the articles of the draft. There are 1,000 things to be done in economic construction, but we must have a scheme of priorities. The specific articles have been worked out according to an analysis of what ought or ought not to be done, what can or cannot be done at present, and what is already or not yet unde. The 6th question is the cultural policy of New Democracy. There was not much discussion about cultural policy, but in a nutshell, it is a policy promoting national form, scientific content and ss orientation. The draft specifically mentions several items we must emphasize, but that doesn't mean that things not mentioned will not be done, as they have already been covered in general in the 5th section of the draft. The 7th question is the nationalities policy of New Democracy. Its essence is to make the People's Republic of China a big, fraternal, cooperative family of all nationalities, which will combat imperialism. Characteristics of Draft Common Program of PPCC 409. Externally and common enemies of the nationalities internally. But within TS great family of nationalities, we must also constantly oppose any tendencies towards big nation chauvinism and narrow nationalism. The autonomy of the minority nationality regions, the right of their people to bear arms and respect for their religious beliefs have all been clearly stipulated in the text. The 8th question is the foreign policy of New Democracy. The 7th section of the draft explicitly states what is to be guaranteed, what will be supported and what will be opposed. We must guarantee national independence, freedom, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, support long-term international peace and friendly cooperation between the peoples of all countries, and oppose the imperialist policies of aggression and war. The program explicitly endorses Comrade Mao Zedong's policy, set forth in On the People's Democratic Dictatorship, concerning the matter of siding with the Soviet Union and the new democracies. This is our basic stand on the question of foreign policy.